Lin Feng just wanted one thing: to grow veggies, sell veggies, and live a quiet countryside life. But fate? Fate said nope, because his vegetables were too delicious. Tired of the stressful city grind, Lin Feng returned to his hometown to start a farm. Simple, peaceful, healthy, until one day, a giant panda spotted his vegetables, and before Lin Feng could even react, a panda mother and her baby snuck into his delivery truck. Panda cub, munching loudly. This is what bears should have been eating all along. Panda mom, stealing another piece. Child, you have good taste. Let mommy help you. They ate, and ate, and ate. But here's the problem. Studio microphone, comedy gong record scratch. Those vegetables were meant for the forest police's special supply, and the police were live streaming. The entire internet watched as two pandas hijacked the meal delivery. Lin Feng's farm? Instantly famous. Lin Feng thought that was the end of it. He was wrong, because that very night, the panda mother, the cub, and half the forest sneaked onto his farm. Foxes, golden shaded dogs, silver shaded dogs, random little critters from every direction, all lining up like it was an all-you-can-eat buffet. Animals whispering, "Bro, the human at the foot of the mountain?" His veggies slap. And from that day on, the animals refused to leave. Lin Feng stood in the middle of his overrun farm, staring at pandas eating his cabbage like popcorn. I run a farm," he cried, "not an animal canteen. I just wanted to grow veggies. Now I'm feeding the entire wilderness." A heartwarming farming tale that turned into a wildlife mukbang. Dawn broke with a soft moo-moo, drifting across the misty fields like the world was waking up in slow motion. The morning fog thinned, revealing farmers guiding their oxen, the plows cutting through soil that had been sleeping all winter. Clods of rich earth turned over, breathing out a deep, comforting scent that belonged only to spring. Lin Feng walked along the ridge, hands in his pockets, enjoying the mix of sounds and smells: plowing, early birds, the clean scent of turned soil. When he lifted his gaze, the fields appeared to be covered in a faint green haze. Up close, though, the new grass was still sparse and tender, except for one patch. His patch. Lettuce, shepherd's purse, scallions, cilantro lush, thriving, green enough to look like spring had chosen only his field to settle in. Seeing that vibrant plot, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. He was just about to pick some vegetables for breakfast when his phone buzzed in his pocket. He glanced at the caller ID and chuckled. "Hello, Officer Joe Dolan," he teased as he answered. "What's the emergency?" The man on the other end was Joe Chang, old classmate, current forest ranger at Wolong Nature Reserve, and the middleman who helped Lin Feng sell vegetables to the reserve station. But there were still 3 days until the next delivery. Sure enough, Joe Chang sounded embarrassed even before he finished clearing his throat. "It's not exactly an emergency. It's just, the vegetables you sent last time were way too good. We, may have finished them early." Lin Feng had expected this. He grinned. "I can deliver today, but if I start picking now, it'll be around 1 in the afternoon before I reach the station. You won't run out of food before then, right?" No, we're fine," Joe Chang laughed. "But lunch portions were a bit small today. The animals even stole some cabbage stalks and ate them raw. They said it was crisp and sweet. By the time the chef noticed, half the cabbage was gone. He wanted to make spicy stir-fry, but ended up with watery cabbage soup instead." Joe Chang laughed loud enough for Lin Feng to imagine him slapping his own thigh. "Honestly, Lin Feng, why didn't you realize your talent for farming earlier? You wasted so many years in the big city. If you had come back sooner, your farm would already be famous." Lin Feng touched the warm jade bead hanging from his neck. If only he had returned earlier. He would have renovated the old house sooner. He would have discovered this jade bead sooner. The jade bead, the real reason his vegetables grew so unbelievably well. Inside it was a tiny pocket of space that produced spiritual water and spiritual soil on a schedule. Spiritual water strengthened the body and accelerated plant growth. Spiritual soil increased resistance to cold and disease. Together, the results were vegetables so sweet and fresh that even giant pandas couldn't resist them. But this wasn't a secret he could share. One random treasure could destroy an ordinary person's life. Lin Feng understood that better than anyone. After exchanging a few more vague comments, he hung up. Breakfast first, then work. By noon, a small truckload of vegetables was cleaned, sorted, and packed. Satisfied, Lin Feng hopped into the driver's seat and headed into the reserve. The reserve wasn't far, but mountain roads were twisted, rough, and built carefully to protect the environment. Sometimes walking was faster than driving. He was still thinking about this amusing fact when he spotted 2 large rocks on the road. Spring rains always loosened stones on the cliffs. He braked calmly and stepped out to move them. While he worked, he didn't notice the two figures creeping toward the truck, one big, one tiny. A mother panda and her cub. Food was scarce this time of year. Bamboo survived winter, but it was dry, cold, and terribly rough. The rich fragrance of Lin Feng's vegetables drifted into the air like a beacon. Unable to resist, the panda mother waddled toward the truck, her cub stumbling behind her. Lin Feng hadn't expected vegetable thieves this deep in the mountains. His truck wasn't even locked, just latched shut. For a clever panda, that was nothing. She tugged with her paw. Click, door open, and their glorious, fragrant lettuce right at the edge. She didn't hesitate. Chomp. Delicious. Crisp. Sweet. Her world expanded in that single bite. She grabbed a lettuce in one paw, a scallion in the other, and climbed into the truck bed like she'd found paradise. Then, what's wriggling under my butt? The mother panda looked down. She was sitting on her cub. The poor little dumpling wriggled helplessly, ears flattened, milk spluttering from its tiny mouth. The mother blinked, scooted aside, then like a seasoned thief scooped her cub up and plopped him on the pile of vegetables. SHH. Mommy is stealing in peace. You eat too. The little one wobbled, dizzy from being sat on and relocated, but when he realized he was sitting on soft, fragrant greens, his eyes sparkled like stars. Compared to dry bamboo leaves, this was heaven. He rubbed his sore bottom, picked up the nearest leafy green, and took a big bite. Mom didn't need to tell him. He knew exactly how to help. Spinach, lettuce, shepherd's purse, scallions. Everything was new. Everything was delicious. Even if he only took a couple of bites from each, it was still delicious. The little dumpling felt like it had stumbled straight into heaven. Surrounded by soft, fragrant greens, the baby panda stuffed its cheeks with pure bliss. Seeing its cub munching away so comfortably sitting there like it owned the place, the panda mother suddenly had a revelation. I want that. I want to eat like that. I, too, want to be surrounded by beauties on both sides. And so, with a determined grunt, the big dumpling clambered clumsily into the truck bed. At that exact moment, Lin Feng finished rolling the fallen rocks off the road and dusted off his hands. He climbed back into the driver's seat. The engine of the old pickup roared reluctantly to life. Boom, 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 boom. Like a smoker trying to run a marathon. The truck swayed into a small crooked S before the wheels straightened out again. Feeling the weight behind him grow heavier, Lin Feng sighed. This old thing is done for. When my farm finally grows big, I'm getting myself a raptor. Meanwhile, at the forest ranger's encampment, everything was lively and bustling. Today was their scheduled livestream day, a chance to show the public what life in the nature reserve was like. A few rangers held cameras, others gave introductions, all while walking around the courtyard. And that's our base. Anything else you want to know? As long as it's not classified, we'll answer. Officer Lin, you've worked hard. Your post looks so simple. Respect. Salute. How many people are in your team? Hey guys, what weapons do you use? Bro, don't ask stuff like that. Yeah, talking about weapons and manpower is definitely classified. Then let's ask something normal. How's the food? Good question. It can't be just military biscuits every day, right? Joe Cheng, who was holding the camera, spotted that question and his eyes lit up. A friend asked what we usually eat. Amazing question. He puffed up proudly. I'm not bragging, but our meals? Spectacular. Absolutely amazing. LOL, he noticed my comment. Is he for real? I don't buy it. What exactly counts as amazing? Seeing the sea of question marks roll in, Joe Chang laughed. You'll see for yourselves. Our supply truck should be here any moment. Just wait. Right on cue, the rumbling of a familiar engine echoed from outside the courtyard. Those who had been eating Lin Feng's vegetables for half a year recognized the sound instantly. Speak of the devil, he's here. Everyone, watch closely. Two rangers moved to open the gate. We're live right now, one said. Lin Feng, are you okay appearing on camera? If not, we'll avoid filming you. It's fine, Lin Feng joked as he drove in. I don't look that scary. They laughed as he parked. Lin Feng hopped out, heading to the small registration shed and pulling out the logbook. No matter how close he was with the rangers, procedures were procedures: names, phone numbers, delivery records. Lin Feng filled everything out properly. Meanwhile, Joe Cheng pointed the camera toward the back of the truck. Everyone, here's the proof. These vegetables come from a special farm at the foot of the mountain, fresh, high quality, top notch. Of course, he wasn't just bragging. He was intentionally helping advertise Lin Feng's farm. The viewers were intrigued. If the farm is near the protected area, the soil and water there must be excellent. No wonder the quality's good. Alright, show us. As the chat grew busier, Joe Cheng reached for the truck latch. The moment he touched it, the door swung open with a creak. All the rangers froze. Right at the entrance, lettuce lay crushed and flattened, leaves stuck against the metal floor. Tomatoes rolled around like victims of a battlefield, some with visible bite marks. For half a year, Lin Feng's deliveries had always been neat, fresh, and beautiful. Never had they seen vegetables in this state. Zhou Cheng's heart dropped. This is the amazing food? Even pigs would reject this. I was looking forward to this. What happened? Before Zhou Cheng could react, a faint crunch echoed from the depths of the truck bed. Chewing. Something was eating. His mind instantly filled, and the culprit, a rat, must have snuck in, and it hadn't left yet. He shot a look at his teammates. No words needed. Their eyes met, and they instantly understood. They grabbed a couple of wooden sticks and quietly climbed into the truck. Zhou Cheng stepped back, zooming the camera in, whispering, "Everyone, don't worry. This is definitely just a rare accident. Probably a rat snuck in and ruined the food. Ugh, food waste is unforgivable. Catch it. If someone wasted food like this as a joke, I'd shoot them for 5 minutes. Respect. Go teach that rat a lesson." Just as Zhou Cheng imagined himself redeeming the situation, oh my god, 2 rangers burst out of the truck like their pants were on fire. Zhou Cheng jumped in fright. These men had patrolled the mountains for over a year and seen everything: bears, boars, snakes, even snow leopards. Nothing scared them. So what could possibly? Before he could ask, the 2 grabbed him by the arms, dragging him back. Move! Move! The camera shook violently. Zhou Cheng was utterly confused, but with the officers no longer blocking the view, the lens finally captured what was inside the truck. Black, white, round, fluffy. The black and white duo? No way. Is that a giant panda? Zhou Cheng blinked at the blurry black and white shape in the truck, his brain refusing to process what he was seeing. Then it hit him. Not one giant panda. 2. His entire soul nearly left his body. If a rat chewed through the vegetables, he could scold it for 5 minutes and move on. But a national treasure? He'd be written up before he even finished yelling. While Zhou Cheng stood frozen, the livestream chat exploded as viewers recognized the 2 intruders. A giant panda? Judging by the size difference and the season, most viewers quickly concluded the truth: a mother panda and her cub must have wandered in hungry and squeezed themselves into the truck. See? Even kids know to ask the government for food when they're starving. It's not like they're asking for the moon. Just let them eat. Mouse. Who said they were gonna shoot me? Humans are so two-faced. Officer Lin, move the camera closer. I love them. Guys, pandas are bears. Did no one see those 2 officers jump like rockets? The viewers' fear level 0. Their excitement maximum. But the forest rangers knew better. Giant pandas weren't house cats, they were bears with opinions. Shaking off his daze, Zhou Cheng whispered, "Okay, listen, I'll stay here and keep filming. You 2 one warn the camp so no one wanders close. The other, go get Lin Feng and find out what the heck happened." The 2 rangers snapped into action immediately. Once they left, Zhou Cheng forced himself to smile at the camera so he wouldn't scare the viewers. "Ahem, didn't I tell you our food was top-notch? You didn't believe me. Now even the giant pandas showed up for a taste. Convinced yet? Convinced. Certified delicious by National Treasures. Does the farm have online ordering?" 321 dropped the link. The live stream was having the time of its life. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who was quietly filling out registration paperwork, stared blankly at Officer Lin after being told the news. "What giant panda?" "No, listen carefully. A giant panda is sitting in your truck, eating your vegetables." "I understand, and yet I don't understand," Lin Feng muttered. He scratched his head, trying to process it. "Should I go look? I mean, there are 2 extra pandas on my truck. I'm also confused." "No!" Officer Lin almost grabbed him. "It's a bear. What if it hurts you?" But Lin Feng had a hunch. Ever since he kept that jade bead with him, all the village animals had been unusually friendly. Maybe it worked on pandas too, he argued calmly. Zhou Cheng is right next to them. If I stand behind him, it shouldn't be dangerous. And giant panda attacks are extremely rare. Officer Lin hesitated. Lin Feng had a point, and he was the one whose truck got invaded. "Fine, but you stay behind him. If anything happens, run. Don't look back." Lin Feng hurried over, stood beside Zhou Cheng, and looked into the truck. 2 pandas, one large, one tiny, sat cozily in the vegetables, chewing like they didn't have a care in the world. Lin Feng slapped his forehead. So that's why the car felt heavier after moving the rocks. These 2 stowaways must have snuck in while he wasn't paying attention. The driving test lesson of walk around the vehicle before getting in. Yeah, completely forgotten. The big panda clearly saw everyone watching, but didn't bother to react. She just kept eating. Loudly. Determinedly. The little dumpling didn't care either. Mom wasn't scared, so why should I be? Crunch crunch crunch. Lin Feng and the Rangers found themselves unintentionally watching a full-on national treasure mukbang. Finally, Lin Feng couldn't take it anymore. Should we open the gate? Let me drive the car out with them, otherwise we'll be here all day. Zhou Cheng snorted. What, planning to kidnap a panda? If you want to keep watching, just say so. No, seriously, once you drive out, what then? You gonna politely tell it to get off? Who takes responsibility if something happens? Better to keep them here on camera. They'll leave once they're full. As if on cue, the big dumpling finally dropped the vegetable in her paw and rubbed her belly. Full. But there were still so many vegetables left. She stared at them in deep conflicted silence. The little dumpling, noticing Mom's dilemma, poked her with a paw. Wah! Mom pointed at the vegetables. So much food left, but I can't eat another bite, it's tragic. The little dumpling stared seriously at the vegetables, then suddenly stood up on her hind legs, and began scooping armfuls of vegetables to hold against her chest. Wah-ah! Mom, I can walk on 2 legs. I can also carry everything. The big dumpling's eyes lit up. Ah, the child is a genius. Right in front of the stunned humans, the little dumpling clutched a whole load of vegetables and slid off the truck with a thump. Vegetables fell everywhere as she waddled toward the gate. Like a monkey picking corn, pick one, drop one, pick one, drop one. The Rangers tried desperately not to laugh. They stepped aside solemnly to clear a path for the national treasures. Let them leave on their own best outcome possible. But then, just outside the gate, the little dumpling paused. Standing made her belly settle, which meant she could eat more. She plopped down and resumed munching. The big dumpling stared. The child was eating again? Before the little dumpling understood Mom's expression, a big paw gently shoved vegetables toward her. Here, eat more. The little dumpling looked at her own veggies, then at Mom's veggies. Wah, I want to eat my own food. The big dumpling huffed. We're all bears here. Why be so dramatic? The little dumpling wouldn't budge. She threw a tiny tantrum. Finally, the big dumpling sighed, patted the little one's head, and surrendered. Fine, we split it equally, okay? And so, under the watchful eyes of Lin Feng and the others, the big dumpling casually put all the vegetables together. Then, we divided them up, 1 for you and 1 for me. Ha! The panda mother and her cub are sharing food equally? So smart, no wonder it's a national treasure. I was laughing at the mother when I saw her taking the vegetables from her baby's arms. Now that they're being divided equally, the baby, who already had less food, is getting more. It shows that she still has a mother's love. Lin Feng and Zhou Cheng discussed this in hushed tones, and the discussion in the live stream room also started. This is the first time I've seen a wild giant panda with its cub, it's so heartwarming. Haha, didn't the panda mother ever consider that she ate more than her cub? This is motherly love, so heartwarming. Is it possible that if the panda cubs don't share the spoils equally, they'll cause a fuss? Haha, remembering that little whimper just now, our little darling is so clever. Just as everyone was discussing it, the tone suddenly changed. After the big dumpling finished distributing all the vegetables, the bear paw then reached for the pile of vegetables next to the little dumpling. 1 for you, 1 for me. 1 for you, 1 for me. Looking at the vegetables gradually shrinking in front of the little dumpling, and then at the vegetables gradually piling up in front of the big dumpling. Puff! Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. The big dumpling and the little dumpling both looked over. Let me see who's laughing at us. The bear's gaze startled Zhou Cheng and the others, causing them to instinctively take a few steps back. However, the little dumpling sniffed the air a few times, then stuck out its tongue at Lin Feng and continued to divide the vegetables. This person smells so good, let them laugh if they want, whatever. Zhou Cheng and the others were somewhat bewildered when they realized that the big dumpling had sent a friendly message to Lin Feng. This attitude is so casual, it's like we know each other. Zhou Cheng nudged Lin Feng with his elbow and glanced sideways. It seems to be treating you quite well. Is it really not an old acquaintance? Lin Feng smiled. It's hard to explain. However, the panda's attitude only increased his confidence in Yuju. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream were all focused on the large dumpling distributing food. They had no qualms and laughed so hard they were doubled over. Haha, there's maternal love, but not much. So, even a mother's love can be like a landslide. Hilarious. Hahaha, at this rate, if the little one gets even a single vegetable, it'll be a win for him. Haha, look at the little one's expression, his CPU is about to overheat. In fact, the milk dumpling's CPU did indeed overheat. It scratched its head. It was puzzled. It wanted to ask its mother. But as soon as he opened his mouth, the big dumpling stuffed a tomato into it. The fresh aroma of tomatoes made the little dumpling instinctively start to eat. Chew, chew, chew. The little dumpling chewed its food, silently watching the vegetables around it dwindle. Finally, it couldn't resist and stretched out its little paw to press down on its mother's bare paw. Wah-ah-ah. Mom, why are there fewer and fewer vegetables in front of me? The big dumpling patted the little dumpling's paw and stroked its head. Silly child, haven't you been eating all along? The more you eat, the less there is, you can't eat more. The little dumpling was still chewing, but its bird-like eyes had squinted into pig-like circles. I think and think. Then, the little dumpling suddenly realized. Mom is right. The more you eat, the less there is left, chewing, chewing, chewing. The baby's expression, from initial confusion to sudden understanding, was captured perfectly by the camera, eliciting laughter from the audience. Haha, I'm so curious what the panda mom and cub talked about. The cub's face is beaming with intelligence. Hilarious. Who says animals don't have expressions? This is so lifelike. Let me translate. Panda mom, baby, come here, eat this muddled fruit. Panda cub, so delicious. Seems like I've lost my mind. Ha ha ha. What an amazing translation. And so, with the little dumpling's tacit approval, the big dumpling contentedly devoured the vast majority of the vegetables. I filled my stomach, which had been slightly empty from walking, back to its full capacity. Hiccup. The big dumpling patted its bulging belly and let out a burp. After a satisfying meal, it's time to go. But, the little dumpling paused for a moment, then, under the watchful eyes of Lin Feng and the others, it ran back to the carriage and picked up a huge head of lettuce. Then he strolled toward the gate. Kid, let's go. Seeing how complicated it was to even pack up the panda, Lin Feng was completely impressed. I think this is why giant pandas are so popular with the public. Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng, who was still staring intently at the giant panda's back, became curious. Why? Lin Feng smiled. Food is the most important thing for people, which is in line with the ideas of our ancestors. This remark drew a knowing smile from everyone. Yes, they even packed up the leftovers after they were full. Haha, I really couldn't resist packing it up when it came back. Wait, what it's eating, what it's taking away, looks like our food. My dish. After the giant panda left, the forest rangers realized they were being careful and rushed to the train carriage. Then, looking at the messy carriage, everyone felt like crying. The extra meal that Lin Feng had insisted on giving her, she had given up, was gone. Lin Feng, however, was more optimistic. Seeing everyone's distraught expressions, he laughed and said, "Let's take stock of the remaining vegetables, there are still some we can eat. I'll deliver it to everyone again tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the expressions on the faces of the group finally brightened. That's a good option. Lin Feng, you go and rest. We'll take care of the inventory. By the way, for registration, please register according to the situation when loading the truck. We will report the loss ourselves. When wild animals come down from the mountains or enter the camp and cause damage, the authorities have procedures and experience to handle the situation. Lin Feng doesn't need to worry about that. However, Lin Feng didn't actually go to rest. Instead, he joined everyone in counting the remaining vegetables on the truck. Upon entering the carriage, the air was filled with the refreshing aroma of vegetable juice. Zhou Cheng took a deep breath, somewhat intoxicated, and joked with Lin Feng. Your food is really good, even the giant pandas have their eyes on it. You'd better watch out, the giant pandas get addicted and will rob you again next time. Lin Feng waved his hand. The reason why two pandas managed to sneak up here this time is because there were rocks blocking the way, and I went to clear them. Lin Feng recounted his previous guesses to Zhou Cheng, and then smiled and said, I have experience with this. Before getting on the vehicle, I have to walk around it once to make sure no animals get on. Upon hearing Lin Feng's explanation, the viewers in the live stream all laughed. Haha, buddy, don't be so sure. I have a feeling this isn't over yet. You know, right? The giant panda Ping Ping, after eating steamed buns, couldn't get enough and would often come down the mountain to ask the villagers for more. Haha, I know that. Giant pandas are very clever, so it's quite possible they'll be targeted. Now I'm really curious, what do the vegetables this guy grows taste like? The live stream chat was buzzing with all sorts of comments. However, Lin Feng was unaware of these things. Together with Officer Lin, they cleaned the car and then started the car, slowly driving it away from the encampment. However, neither he nor Officer Lin expected that Tuanzi and Tuanzi had simply entered the dense forest and had not gone far. Hearing the familiar car sound, after resting for a while, the big lump in my stomach, feeling a bit empty, started to bulge out. It patted the little ball of milk next to it. The meal ticket went home, we have to follow. And so, two black and white balls appeared running around in the jungle. However, with the roar of the car engine, they lost track of Lin Feng after chasing for only a short while. But the big dumpling was not discouraged. Hey, I have a really good sense of smell. Lin Feng was unaware that he had been targeted by a panda. He simply hummed a song happily as he drove the car back to his farm. Entering the farm and looking at the familiar scenery on both sides, Lin Feng's heart was filled with happiness. I was just too narrow-minded before. I could have lived a good life back in my hometown. Unfortunately, not many young people today think like him, they all prefer to flock to big cities. This made him the first college graduate to return to his hometown in the village, and he became quite famous. However, precisely because everyone had different ideas, Lin Feng also managed to snag a bargain. Young people work hard away from home, leaving the land at home to lie fallow. So, without much effort, he consolidated nearly 300 acres of land through long-term leases. Lin Feng plans to turn these lands into an ecological farm. I don't seek great wealth or high status, I just need to be self-sufficient. Moreover, seeing the live broadcast at Officer Lin's place today also gave Lin Feng inspiration. In today's interconnected world, it's not impossible for villages to connect with cities. The problem is that live streaming is too energy consuming, and he's currently busy with spring planting, so he doesn't have the time. However, depending on the situation, shooting some short videos to earn some extra money is still an option. Lin Feng was mentally planning his new filming schedule. However, after parking the car, I glanced at the time and it was already close to 5 o'clock. Alright, let's eat first today, and postpone all other plans. Lin Feng was very open-minded, life always came before work. So, whistling, he happily walked into the kitchen. February is the best time to eat cured meat. Lin Feng moved the stairs over and took a piece of marbled pork tail meat from under the roof beam. This is a local pork that Lin Feng bought from relatives before the Lunar New Year last year. He raised it on grain and smoked it himself at home. However, he doesn't need to buy any this year. He plans to buy a few pigs to raise at home when the piglets are ready for market in mid-April. Place the cured pork skin side down and sear it again over a fire, then put it in warm water. The blackish-gray shell on the surface softened and cracked. Wearing heat-resistant gloves, I used a wire brush to scrub the cured meat clean in just a few strokes. In February, although the sun shines at midday, it's still chilly in the mornings and evenings. So, for dinner tonight, Lin Feng plans to make a hot pot with cured pork and fermented black beans, and enjoy a steaming meal. Pour the sliced cured pork directly into a clean, oil-free iron wok and stir-fry slowly. Let the fat from the cured pork melt slowly until the fatty parts become transparent and the bottom of the pot is covered in oil. There's no need to take the cured meat out, just add dried chili peppers, dried Sichuan peppercorns, some ginger slices, and knotted scallions. The sizzling oil jumped everywhere, and the aroma of cured meat, chili peppers, and Sichuan peppercorns mingled together, making one's mouth water. Lin Feng held his breath, resisting the temptation of the initial aroma, and quickly poured in a large scoop of fermented black beans. Instantly, the complex aroma of fermentation filled the entire kitchen. It smells even better than the previous one. Coo coo. Lin Feng's stomach finally gave up resisting and began to protest. But for the ultimate deliciousness, your stomach has to suffer a bit. Lin Feng grabbed the thermos from the side and poured it into the iron pot, then put the lid on. This soup needs to simmer for a while to become more flavorful. While the soup was simmering, Lin Feng began washing the vegetables. Lush green lettuce, shepherd's purse, bok choy, and cilantro, bright red tomatoes, yellow-fleshed potatoes. A wide variety of vegetables were quickly piled up in the bamboo basket. After preparing the side dishes, Lin Feng lifted the lid of the pot, scooped out a little soup with a small spoon, and tasted it. Whoosh slurp. One bite, and you're greeted with scalding heat, fresh flavor, and delicious aroma. Lin Feng felt as if his soul had been soothed. Let's get started. However, just as Lin Feng was about to start eating, suddenly, they heard a series of cracking sounds coming from the direction of the bamboo forest behind the house, as a group of bamboos fell to the ground. Lin Feng paused for a moment as he called for food. What's that noise? I walked outside the courtyard and looked out a few times. However, because it gets dark early in February, the area behind the mountain was already shrouded in darkness. Lin Feng saw nothing. The dim light in the courtyard made the back mountain appear even darker. Lin Feng thought about it and gave up the idea of going to check the bamboo forest. Anyway, he hadn't taken care of that area yet, and there weren't any valuable plants or things there. He could check on it again when it got light tomorrow. Right now, making a living is the priority. Lin Feng calmly returned to the kitchen, moved a stool over, and started cooking hot pot in an iron pot. Since he lives alone, it saves him the trouble of plating the food, he just needs to eat happily and conveniently. He was having hot pot, and smoke was rising from the kitchen's exhaust duct. The gentle breeze carries the fragrance in all directions. In the bamboo forest. Tired of searching for Lin Feng, the mother and daughter, nicknamed Big Dumpling, randomly found a bamboo grove and prepared to eat first. Upon smelling the fragrance, the bamboo pole and leaves in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh. Two noses, one big and one small, were sniffing the air intently. Then, their eyes met. This smells so good. The little dumpling took a deep breath of the aroma, picked up a bamboo leaf next to it, and chewed it. Unfortunately, the fragrance did not enhance the flavor, instead, it made the taste of the bamboo leaves even more bland. Seeing the little one's dazed look, the big dumpling couldn't resist snatching the bamboo leaf away. Silly child, why are you eating bamboo leaves at this time of year? Come on, mommy will take you to eat something delicious. Now, the little dumpling stopped thinking about grabbing a quick bite and went back to find Lin Feng. Instead, carrying the little dumpling, they followed the wind and happily headed towards the source of the fragrance. However, just as they were getting closer and closer to Lin Feng's house, the scent I had been searching for 1,000 times reappeared. The little dumpling tugged at its mother's bare fur, its tiny eyes sparkling. Mom, the person we've been looking for has appeared. Needless to say, the two excited little dumplings sneaked into Lin Feng's farm under the cover of night. At this moment, Lin Feng was still happily enjoying his hot pot. The potatoes were cooked until they were very soft. They broke in two with a gentle touch of chopsticks, so a slotted spoon had to be used to scoop them out. However, this was exactly the level of ripeness that Lin Feng wanted. These potatoes, soaked in the broth, burst with the aroma of fermented black beans and cured meat in every bite, filling your mouth with their fragrance. Tender shepherd's purse only needs to be dipped in the pot for 2 seconds. When it's ready to be served, the leaves will be coated with broth while still retaining the freshness of the shepherd's purse. The aged aroma of cured pork combined with the fresh fragrance of shepherd's purse is not a clash of opposites, but rather a collision of the sedimentation of time. On the taste buds, it blossoms like flower buds. Lin Feng was enjoying his tomato and was about to slice some when he heard a loud banging on the door from outside the yard. Ha! What happened? Lin Feng put down his chopsticks and walked out of the kitchen with a hint of worry. He thought something had happened in the village and the visitor was in a panic, which was why he was banging on the door so hard. When he got to the gate, he saw 2 giant pandas, one big and one small, behind the iron railings, facing him. Smile? The big dumpling held the milk dumpling in front of its chest and stuck out its tongue at Lin Feng with a smile. Fellow villager, open the door, let me bring you warmth. Seeing such a giant panda, Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded. No way. Officer Lin just warned me to be careful of being robbed, and you two actually showed up at my door right after. Wrong. Even if they remember the taste of my vegetables, they should still wait on the way to rob me. You two came directly to my house. Aren't you being a bit too clever? Lin Feng looked amusedly at the 2 uninvited giant pandas and tentatively asked. Begging for food? Oh no, I mean, for vegetables? Wait a minute. As Lin Feng spoke, he prepared to go to the kitchen to get some vegetables. Luckily, he planned to have hot pot today and prepared enough ingredients, otherwise he would be stuck at home by now with giant pandas. That's right, Lin Feng doesn't plan to open the door for the 2 giant pandas. Although their eyes only showed longing for food, they looked at him with fawning eyes. However, after all, this thing is a bear, not a cat, and Lin Feng still has basic safety knowledge. The front door to the house is also the kind with iron railings, but with gaps, just big enough to pass food through. Lin Feng took out the vegetable basket and, while feeding the animals, discussed things with the little ones. After you finish eating these dishes, you can go back to the mountains, okay? Haha, it's impossible for me to be obedient. The little dumpling took the vegetables from Lin Feng's hand, sniffed them, and then raised its chin to sniff the air. It's decided, I want to eat meat. The big dumpling threw down the vegetables, stood up, and lay on the iron gate, pitifully staring in the direction of the kitchen. Lin Feng. It was then that he remembered that giant pandas can actually eat meat. Shall I get you some cured meat? Although it was a tentative question, the little dumpling understood. Hee, my fellow villager agreed, he'll give me meat. So, the happy little dumpling hopped like a rabbit and slapped its paw against the iron fence. As luck would have it, the spot where the hammer struck was right where the door lock was. Even if an adult giant panda does it unintentionally, a slap from it can still carry a force of over 100 kilograms. And so, Lin Feng watched helplessly as his own front door fell. The big dumpling hadn't realized what it had done yet, and it turned around and nodded at the little dumpling. Look how welcoming our fellow villagers are. The door's already open, let's go. The little dumpling immediately followed its mother's steps, wagging its tail. And so, Lin Feng watched helplessly as the little dumpling, with an air of indifference, walked toward his kitchen. A big, strong brute. However, looking at the elegant back of the big dumpling with the child, Lin Feng realized he had said the wrong thing. A violent but cute girl, yes. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel fortunate that Yuzu was still on him, and the 2 little dumplings were especially friendly to him. But then, a sudden realization struck. Oh no, the pot's still on the fire. Hey, wait for me. Lin Feng chased after them and removed the hot pot before the little dumplings could try to unlock the new recipe. Now, neither of the 2 dumplings wanted to have it. This smells delicious, I want to eat it. The big dumpling stood upright against the cupboard, its eyes fixed on the pot. The little dumpling was even more amazing, it hugged Lin Feng's leg and became a pendant. Lin Feng was completely overwhelmed by the mother and daughter and had no choice but to compromise. Here you go, but you have to wait for the food to cool down first. Wild animals are different from humans, they have never eaten hot food. Lin Feng was worried that giving them hot food might burn their esophagus. However, the big dumpling didn't understand any of this. It sensed the compromise in Lin Feng's tone and immediately stretched out its bare paw towards the pot. Seeing the still bubbling hot pot soup, Lin Feng panicked and slapped the big dumpling's bare paw. Smack! The sound is so crisp. The large bare paw retracted, and both the man and the bear immediately fell silent. Lin Feng shrank his neck. Oh no, did I just hit a giant panda? The big dumpling shrank its head. Oh no, did I upset my fellow villager? The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat awkward. Lin Feng paused for 2 seconds, then smiled at the big dumpling. Are you alright? Let me rub it for you. As he spoke, he reached out, grabbed the big bare paw, and blew on and rubbed it like he was coaxing a child. Then, Lin Feng discovered that giant pandas are really cute and cuddly. It's fluffy, soft, and has a faint bamboo fragrance. When the little dumpling saw Lin Feng rubbing it, its expression gradually became dazed, and it understood. You like touching, right? Come here, feel me all. For the sake of food, the big dumpling was willing to go all out, and immediately gave the little dumpling on the ground a wink. The little dumpling blinked its eyes, let out a soft "oh," and raised its paws, offering them to Lin Feng. Fellow villager, please have some food. And just like that, Lin Feng inexplicably found himself petting giant pandas. Oh, you guys like this? Lin Feng understood, these two little dumplings were just like the cats his roommates had in college. They usually seem aloof, but guess what they'll do when they reach out? Hey, so delicate and soft, she's easy to push over. Heaven have mercy on these two giant pandas. There are no wild men around in the wild, right? I only just discovered my attributes today. We've done a great job keeping you both safe. Lin Feng rolled up his sleeves and started working with both hands simultaneously. Both the little dumplings and the big dumplings were happy. To the stomach. It's in my stomach. That's right, Lin Feng's hands, from his head to his stomach, and then to his legs, are all about touching without giving anything in return. Smelling the lingering fragrance in the air, the little dumpling plopped down on the ground and grabbed Lin Feng's mischievous hand. Grandpa, stop touching it, the fur is flying everywhere. Give me something to eat. Lin Feng's hand was cut off, and he looked down at the big dumpling, only realizing what was happening after watching its blinking eyes. You're eating, right? Wait here, I'll get a hairdryer to cool it down for you. They've already been touched, how can it be done without some props? Lin Feng understood. So, a large plate of chilled cured meat and blanched vegetables were quickly placed in front of the little dumplings. Both pandas looked cross-eyed to me. The big dumpling opened its mouth wide first, took a big gulp, and scooped up a mouthful like a bulldozer. The moment this savory cured pork enters your mouth, it's irresistible. My goodness, these two-legged creatures usually eat so well. I'm so glad I came here. The little dumpling watched its mother inhale rapidly, and the bear grew anxious. It stretched out its paws and quickly scooped up a bite for itself. Then, it showed the same expression as its mother. So delicious. Seeing the expressions on the mother and daughter's faces, Lin Feng knew they were ready, so he quickly blew on the meat and put it in their mouths. Soon, the pot of food was empty. Lin Feng still wanted the big dumpling and the milk dumpling, but he didn't plan to give them to them. Wild animals lack salt, so it's okay for them to have a big meal occasionally. However, eating them without restraint could damage their digestive system. Lin Feng now knew that the two little ones were relatively easy to get along with, so he immediately spread his hands. That's all, we can't eat anymore. Upon hearing that the pot was gone, the big dumpling rolled over and got up, pulling the pot over to him. Lin Feng reacted quickly, pouring the soup into the drain next to him, then flipped it over to show the big dumpling. There really isn't a single drop left. The big dumpling was a little disappointed, but it knew what was good for it and let the pot go. Sitting on the ground, smacking his lips, savoring the taste he had just experienced. It's delicious, I hope I can eat it again in the future. So, how should Xion behave this time? Lin Feng saw a thoughtful expression on the big dumpling's face. When the giant panda thinks, he wants to laugh. It wasn't arrogance from a primate, it was just that the other person's eyes, squinted like little pigs, were so adorable. Before Lin Feng's smile could widen, he suddenly felt something pressing down on his foot. Looking down, he saw that the little dumpling had put its leg on his feet. Don't you like touching? Come on, touch me. Lin Feng was dumbfounded when he saw the huge dumpling. What does that mean? Excellent work, deserves a reward? Lin Feng looked at the black-stocking thighs lying in front of him and felt completely disgusted. But the owner of the thigh was still staring at him longingly. The little dumpling was afraid that Lin Feng wouldn't like it, so it even perked up its feet. Lin Feng, what a great pair of size 34 Uggs. They've already taken such a proactive approach, what else can we do? Of course it is, touch. If it's offered to you, you might as well touch it, but even if you do, it's still a waste of time. Lin Feng reached out his hand and stroked the big dumpling's fur without any qualms. The feel, the scent, it's amazing. The little dumpling was so happy to see Lin Feng touching it that it stuck out its tongue. The little dumpling followed suit, hugging Lin Feng's leg and starting to act cute. Wah-ah-ah. My legs feel really nice to touch too. Faced with the enthusiastic invitation from the little dumpling, Lin Feng naturally patted its belly. Now that he didn't need food or to think about anything else, Lin Feng became even more engrossed in exploring and began to feel something different. The larger one has coarser fur, but it's as smooth as silk. Although the fur of the milk ball is finer and softer, it is a bit wavy and knotty, and feels like fleece. It creates a striking contrast. Lin Feng was starting to enjoy it, and the more he masturbated, the more energetic he felt. However, the big dumpling is not a patient bear. From an angle Lin Feng couldn't see, its little eyes darted around 800 times. Just as you can't eat a whole bamboo leaf at once, you can't pluck a villager's entire body out of bamboo in one go. So, the big dumpling rolled over and patted the little dumpling's head. My dear, let's take it easy and come back next time. The little dumpling's experience of life as a bear is not as rich as that of the big dumpling. It was eagerly waiting for Lin Feng to feed it again. How could they possibly leave? Just as it was about to cheat, the big ball of fluff knew what it was about to fart as soon as it stuck out its little butt. It immediately grabbed the baby by the scruff of its neck, sealing its fate. The big dumpling, with the milk dumpling in its mouth, didn't forget to turn around and greet Lin Feng. Goodbye, fellow villager. See you next time. Lin Feng smiled knowingly as he looked at the polite little dumpling and waved to it. It's dark and the road is slippery, be careful. Of course, even after seeing him to the front door, he couldn't resist adding, don't come again. Big dumpling, it's all gibberish, I can't understand it. I still feel hungry. The bamboo forest behind the mountain looks nice, I'll go hunting there first. Lin Feng had no idea what the big dumpling was thinking. He watched the big dumpling leave with the baby, feeling a sense of satisfaction. After all, getting up close and personal with giant pandas is a dream for countless Chinese people. Today, he has also defeated 99.9% of the people in the country. It's this door lock that got smashed by a slap. It's okay, I'll just get a different one tomorrow. Lin Feng found a rock to block the door, then went back to tidy up the kitchen, wash up, and go to bed. Back in the village, aside from everything else, the daily routine is absolutely healthy. They work at sunrise and rest at sunset. Lin Feng's dark circles, caused by anxiety and insomnia in the city, rushing to finish work, and being reluctant to sleep during his rare free time, disappeared after half a month at home. Now he can fall asleep as soon as his head hits the pillow and sleep soundly. Until the sun peeked out in the east as a sliver of red appeared, birds landed on the eaves and chirped. Lin Feng slowly woke up from his long sleep. After a long, lazy stretch, Lin Feng got out of bed, feeling satisfied. While brushing his teeth, he could faintly hear roosters crowing and dogs barking coming from the village. In contrast, the house, with only birds chirping, felt rather deserted. Spring is here, so we can buy some chickens, ducks, pigs, and other animals to raise. Lin Feng silently made plans in his mind. Although he had been back for some time, he was busy consolidating land and carrying out farm infrastructure construction, and try to find ways to supply vegetables and other necessities to Officer Lin and his colleagues. I really don't have the time to manage the aquaculture business. Of course, an ecological farm must have animals. The experts he initially hired for the planning also provided relevant advice. Now, we can simply arrange everything according to the list and the season. In a couple of days, the busiest local market will open, and I'll go on a big shopping spree then. With his plan in mind, Lin Feng washed up and then went to the warehouse. Opening the warehouse, it was filled with corn, soybeans, sweet potatoes, and other food that he had collected from the village. Some were for personal consumption, while others were reserves for raising animals. Now, of course, I should make breakfast for myself. He planned to cook himself a corn, pumpkin, and sweet potato porridge. This is something Lin Feng often ate when he was a child. When he was in the city, he often missed this taste. However, this kind of porridge doesn't seem to be popular in big cities, or perhaps it's produced centrally by kitchens that are unwilling to make such troublesome and uncertain selling food. For a long time, Lin Feng could only relieve the taste in his dreams. However, now that Lin Feng is in charge, he doesn't lack time and is naturally willing to simmer it slowly. Bring a pot of water to a boil. While waiting, wash the pumpkin, sweet potato, and other ingredients and cut them into chunks. After the water boils, first add the cornmeal and simmer until it splashes around with the water. Then add the pumpkin and sweet potato chunks. The magic of waiting time. To prevent the food from burning, Lin Feng swung the spoon, keeping it close to the bottom of the pot, and stirred it slowly. As the spoon was stirred, the orange-red pumpkin and orange-yellow sweet potato floated up and down in the thick, golden corn porridge. It unabashedly exudes its own unique fragrance. It's not enough to just have a fragrant aroma, the most amazing thing about this porridge is that the pumpkin and sweet potato melt into it. The natural sweetness of the ingredients collide and sublimate in the porridge. Then I'll put it in a bowl and drink it around the rim. Glug! Lin Feng's mouth watered just thinking about it. He was very patient for this one bite. The big cat that was eating bamboo on the back hill was also awakened by the aroma. Mommy, the villagers have delicious food again. Even with its eyes closed, the little dumpling could accurately steer its body towards Lin Feng's house. The bare paw accurately touched the big dumpling's body and gave it a hard push. The big dumpling rolled over and scrambled to its feet, slapping the little dumpling on the head. Don't call him a fellow villager, that's your godfather. He's our guarantee for the rest of our lives. Good food is always a blessing in disguise, and the little dumpling didn't argue with her mother. She took off running towards Lin Feng's house on all fours. No matter who you are to Xiong Xiong has chosen you. Delicious food, here I come. The little dumpling ran as fast as it could. However, as he was running, something suddenly rushed past him, kicking up a cloud of dust. The little dumpling spat twice, then looked closely and immediately barked like a dog. Woof! Mommy, wait for me. So, the two four-wheel drive vehicles raced each other and once again drove the familiar route to Lin Feng's house. Lin Feng was still enjoying watching the pumpkin and sweet potato dance in the pot when he suddenly heard a whoosh sound. It was as if someone outside was pushing the door, knocking away the stone that was holding it in place. He put down the spatula, puzzled, and went to check the yard. Then, I saw the familiar pair, one big and one small, smiling sweetly at me. Lin Feng, seriously? You two are coming back. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng had already used a hairdryer to blow porridge on the little dumplings. Their skill is so adept it's heartbreaking. However, Lin Feng vowed that this was the last time he would indulge this mother and daughter. It's not that I don't like giant pandas. Instead, what's with him running a farm and taking care of giant pandas every day? They've really made this place their canteen, feeding them 3 meals a day. Is the farm still open? So, just as Zhou Cheng and his team had assembled and were getting ready to start their day's work, they received a call from Lin Feng. Dachenzi, a giant panda has entered my home. Shouldn't this be under the jurisdiction of your forest police? Ah, the giant pandas, those two that hid in my carriage and ate vegetables last time, are back again. Again? 2 agains. Yes, they came last night and ate a whole pot of my hot pot. They came again this morning and are having porridge now. Lin Feng sighed, but didn't forget to add porridge to the dumplings, big and small. Hearing the snoring mixed with pleasant humming from the other end, Zhou Cheng was completely numb. What I'm hearing sounds like a giant panda eating hot pot and singing in your house. Lin Feng sighed. The hot pot was from yesterday, today it's porridge, no joke, come on over. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng waited patiently for Zhou Cheng and the others to arrive. He himself had no way to deal with the giant pandas. However, forest rangers have extensive experience dealing with wild animals coming down from the mountains. Lin Feng believed that after today, he and the mother and daughter would be able to forget each other and go their separate ways. Thinking about it this way, I felt a little reluctant and fed the 2 little dumplings a lot of vegetables. Eat up, you won't see me again. The little dumpling was holding a pumpkin almost as big as its own head, eating without even looking up. Aha! Delicious! Lin Feng patted its head with satisfaction. Ha! You agreed. You agreed to the same thing yesterday, tch. I turned my head to look at the chubby little dumpling. The little guy was arguing with the tomato when he saw Lin Feng looking over, and he cutely responded with an mmm. Lin Feng, a panda's mouth is a deceitful trick. Lin Feng expected that Zhou Cheng and the others would arrive very quickly. Indeed, it came very quickly. After the children ate 3 pumpkins and a basket of sweet potatoes, and then rested for a while, the big dumpling was ready. The sound of a car engine finally came from outside the yard. Then came a cacophony of voices, which startled Lin Feng. Could this commotion mean the entire police force has been mobilized? Just as I was about to go out and take a look, the little dumpling suddenly woke up from her sleep. Woof woof woof. The little puppy barked once and then tumbled and crawled out of its mother's arms, jumping into Lin Feng's embrace. Lin Feng, having read popular science articles about giant pandas for many years, he also knows that when a giant panda barks, it means it's scared. But child, why are you abandoning your jungle overlord mother and coming into my arms? What does that mean? Lin Feng looked at the little dumpling clinging to him and wouldn't let go, and sighed softly. Then gently pat its back to comfort it. Don't be afraid, your mother will protect you. Milk dumpling. Although she didn't understand, the bear-friendly feeling emanating from Lin Feng was undeniable, which calmed the little dumpling down. During that time, the little dumpling remained perfectly still, except for opening its eyelids once. This child who makes a fuss and barks like a dog, let whoever wants to comfort him do so. Lin Feng felt helpless about his mother and could only try to comfort her himself. Once the little dumpling calmed down, it began to curiously peer out the door. Lin Feng then carried the baby towards the courtyard gate. Then, when he saw the police car followed by a large group of villagers, he was dumbfounded. What's going on? Lin Feng saw that they were stunned, but little did he know that he was also stunning everyone at that moment. Zhou Cheng and the other forest rangers initially thought that Lin Feng's home had been occupied by giant pandas. This person must be somewhere, on the verge of tears, desperately waiting for rescue. Why are you carrying a little baby out to greet them now? Look at how that little dumpling is pressed against Lin Feng's chest. How is this any different from my own child? While both sides were stunned, the villagers who had come along appeared poised and confident. Village party secretary Lin Jun rubbed his hands together and stepped forward, staring intently at the little dumpling, but his mouth was pointed at Lin Feng. Xiao Feng, how did this giant panda end up in your house? You didn't even call me. I only found out when the police came to the village. If only I had known sooner, I would have come to help. That being said, looking into the other person's eyes, which never left the giant panda, this sentence should be automatically translated as, if I had known, I would have come to see the giant pandas sooner. Lin Feng smiled but didn't expose him. However, without exposing him, Lin Ke already took action. What a wonderful panda, come here. The hand hasn't even reached in front of the little dumpling yet. Woof, get away. The little dumpling let out a ferocious bear roar at Lin Jun. Lin Jun quickly withdrew his hand, then pretended to be busy patting himself all over. The surrounding police officers, who were also about to touch it, were speechless. The hands that had been itching to act quickly withdrew, and everyone looked around in unison. It's time to get busy. Being busy is good. What should we do? By the way, with so many people, shouldn't we try to maintain order? Fellow villagers, pandas are bears, not cats. For everyone's safety, let's all keep a safe distance. Yes, use the police cars and big rocks as cover, everyone back up, back up. Under the supervision of the forest rangers, the villagers all withdrew. However, there was not a trace of fear in their eyes. It was all about admiration for the giant panda, and envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Lin Feng. Oh dear, this cat won't let anyone else touch it. How can I let him hold it? I guess the first person I'll see when I come down the mountain is Lin Feng, so I'm quite close to him. Sigh. When I built my house, I should have been closer to the nature reserve, so that when the giant pandas came down from the mountain, they could have come to my house immediately. That kid Lin Feng got the first taste of the moon because he was in a good position. I heard the panda came to Lin Feng's house begging for food. I have some too. Can I take it back with me? Ha ha ha, you're dreaming. The villagers' chatter was buzzing, but it was now just background noise. Zhou Cheng and several other forest rangers, carrying camera equipment, began to communicate with Lin Feng. You picked up this baby and held it, but where is its mother? The older one is taking a nap inside. Hearing you all making noise, he doesn't even blink, acting like he's at home. Lin Feng said helplessly. At that moment, he noticed that Officer Lin, who was filming, was giving a close-up shot of the giant panda in his arms. I couldn't help but feel a little confused. This is, haha, leaving a record of work. The police officer who took the photos explained. It's just that the method is a little different. It's a live broadcast, do you mind? If you mind, actually I was very careful, I didn't film you. Lin Feng, we know you're filming pandas. Don't say anything more, just start filming. You can set up the equipment here. Lin Feng waved to the police officer filming him and said, after you finish your business, stay and help me open an account. I also need to leave a record of my work. No problem, leave it to me, I'll teach you everything I know. Officer Lin patted his chest loudly. The viewers in the live stream were laughing so hard they couldn't breathe. Haha, this means the authorities have finally figured out the secrets to traffic. Last time I filmed giant pandas, I gained tens of thousands of followers. They've caught up again this time. Hilarious. It wasn't them who happened to be lucky, it was clearly this handsome farmer who ran into them. As a fan who watched both live streams, I'm really envious of the way the panda treated the guy. Yeah, he won't even let anyone else touch him, but he can hug anyone he wants. Haha, am I the only one who heard this? Is this guy about to start an account too? Fans are ready to pre-order. Let's all go over there and show the authorities what it means to climb the wall, Dojimoji. Lin Feng was unaware that his account hadn't even been opened yet, and fans had already made reservations. He simply focused on communicating with Zhou Cheng and the others about the current situation at home, while he was chatting with everyone. In the courtyard, the big dumpling finally couldn't stay asleep any longer. Why is it so noisy? Are you even letting the bear sleep? After rolling over and getting up, the little dumpling was ready to go out and have a look. As it passed the vegetable basket that Lin Feng had prepared for it, it didn't forget to pick up a fruit radish and eat it as it walked. When it appeared at the gate, Lin Feng had his back to the gate, so he didn't see it. However, Zhou Cheng and his group were facing the gate, and they were completely stunned when they saw the giant panda come out like that. Standing upright with a carrot in its mouth, it leans against the gate, watching the commotion. What's up, sister-in-law? You're out now? This design makes it impossible for them to be wary of bears. The viewers in the live stream were also stunned. Is this correct? May I ask? It would look perfectly natural if you replaced the radish in its hand with sunflower seeds. Toothpicks are fine too. Giant panda, let me see what's going on around my house. Haha, everyone's right about this look. It wasn't just the viewers in the live stream who were amazed. The villagers had never seen anything like this before. This cat is smart. It looks just like a person. You know what, if it were a girl, she and Lin Feng actually looked somewhat like a married couple? You silly woman, have you gone mad with matchmaking? No, look at that big panda, and then look at the baby Lin Feng is holding. They really look like a family. Keep your voice down, Lin Feng is looking over here. Laughter erupted from the villagers, undisguised, leaving Lin Feng speechless. I can't explain it, the baby in my arms is so hot. Village party secretary Lin Jun was not among those who had to step down because he had to cooperate in handling the matter. Hearing everyone's outrageous discussion and seeing Lin Feng's embarrassed expression, he turned around. What are you saying? Watch your mouth. Lin Feng is going to talk about his wife later. What if you spread the wrong rumors? Lin Feng, who was moved by the first half of the sentence, was speechless. Uncle, you might as well not have said anything. However, the village party secretary's statement also makes sense. No matter what the story is, once it's fermented and spread through gossip, it will inevitably become completely distorted. Thinking of this, Lin Feng quickly called out to Officer Lin. Should we quickly resolve the giant panda issue? Oh, yes. Zhou Cheng suppressed a laugh, took a few steps forward, and explained. When wild animals come down from the mountain and do not harm people, we have two ways to handle them. One method is to use objects that can make loud noise, such as gongs, to drive animals back into the mountains and forests. An animal that has been frightened is unlikely to come down the mountain again. If the animals passing by are not afraid of loud noises, then they have been anesthetized and released back into the wild. Given your family's situation. Before Zhou Cheng could even say which method it was, Lin Feng, holding the little dumpling, already frowned. I'm not an expert and can't give you any guidance, but I feel that neither of these methods is quite right. Lin Feng held up the little baby in his arms for Zhou Cheng and the others to see. Can you bear to scare me? Can you bear to? The little dumpling obediently clung to Lin Feng's arm, blinking its eyes as it stared at the police officers. Aha! Godfather, hold on tight, I feel like they're going to steal Xiong Xiong. The adults couldn't understand what the little baby was whimpering or making. However, their adorable yet slightly wary little appearance made them extremely fond of it. My heart is melting. You can't scare it, it's still a baby. How about anesthesia? The suggestion was rejected immediately by the person who made it, without Lin Feng even having to say a word. That doesn't seem to work either. The baby looks like this, he can't still be breastfeeding, right? Anesthesia will affect the mother's milk. Zhou Cheng was at a loss when the two commonly used methods failed. This won't work, that won't work, what should we do? Why don't we discuss this properly? Discuss? Do you want to hear what you're saying? This panda seems to understand human emotions. The forest rangers started discussing it amongst themselves, but as they were talking, they felt something furry approaching them. Big dumpling, let me hear what you're saying. Zhou Cheng felt himself being covered by a dark shadow and instinctively waved his hand to block it. The little dumpling was afraid that he would touch her, so she took a step back in disgust. I could hear his heavy breathing. Zhou Cheng. He turned his head and saw the big dumpling he and his colleagues were preparing to deal with standing 3 steps away, staring at him. Oh my god, oh my god. The police officers were immediately filled with fear and took several steps back. Previously, the big dumpling was placed next to the door, and with the door as a reference point, it didn't appear so big. In addition, its adorable appearance doesn't intimidate the forest rangers. They were only 2 or 3 steps apart, and it was all happening silently, which startled them. The viewers in the live stream were absolutely laughing their heads off when they saw this. Haha, I couldn't help but laugh when I saw the giant panda sneaking over. Giant panda, cricket, let me hear you. Haha, the way she sneakily eavesdrops on gossip is just like my best friend. At Ms. Yuanyuan's best friend, you won't believe it, but this giant panda looks just like you. The audience laughed uproariously, while the villagers sighed with regret. Hey, it's so close, why are you hiding? If it were me, I would have touched it. Are you alright? What if you got hit? That was a giant panda. Yeah, that's a giant panda, a national treasure. What's wrong with hitting me? Hitting me is a reward. Awesome. As the villagers' words became increasingly absurd, village party secretary Lin Jun coughed heavily a few times. Cough cough. Lin Jun frantically gave everyone meaningful glances. If you want to lose face, go home and do it there. Don't lose face in front of our national treasures. Secretary, why are you looking at us like that? We have no other choice. That's right, we'll listen to Officer Linear. Lin Jun. Day after day, we're nothing. Fortunately, the forest rangers didn't need the villagers to come up with any ideas. Seeing that the giant panda wasn't attacking even though it was so close, Zhou Cheng came up with a plan. I feel this panda is manageable. How about we try to lure it into the mountains with food? Upon hearing this, several forest rangers nearby echoed his sentiments. Ah, that's a good idea. You can give it a try. Where's the food? I'll feed them. No, I'll lure them in. Faced with the sudden surge of emotions from the crowd, Lin Feng smiled speechlessly. Is it possible that the giant panda was lured down the mountain by food? He tried to remind several forest rangers who were looking for food to feed the giant pandas. However, this was ruthlessly ignored by Officer Linear. Lin Feng, why do I feel like this is a case of using public office for private gain? Wow, what a lively and chaotic scene. It's very interesting to watch. Not only Lin Feng thought this way, but the viewers in the live stream also knew it perfectly well. Haha, Officer Lin and his team didn't listen to the young man at all. If I listen to that, I won't be able to feed them anymore, right? Doge. For the first time, I envy forest rangers, they get to feed pandas. This is quite a spectacle, ha ha ha. The viewers in the live stream can watch everyone busily running around without feeling guilty. Lin Feng, however, could not stand it for long. After searching around and finding no food, the police officers looked at Lin Feng with longing eyes. Give me some? Although it was a question, Zhou Cheng had already casually spread his hands towards Lin Feng. What else could Lin Feng do? Of course, I went home and brought out the basket of uneaten vegetables. I just thought about it, and your method isn't entirely unworkable. While handing over the food, Lin Feng covered the baby's ear and whispered to Zhou Cheng, lure the panda into the car, then cover the fence with plastic sheeting, drive it far away, and you'll never find it again. The little dumpling's ears were plugged by Lin Feng, and its head was buzzing. It stretched out its paws to try to pry open the devil's claws. Lin Feng ruthlessly ignored him. Children shouldn't listen to this. Zhou Cheng also agreed with Lin Feng's suggestion. Yes, that's exactly what I think. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at his old classmate, speechless. Really? I don't believe it. Whether Lin Feng believed it or not, Zhou Cheng had already happily started feeding the pandas. The first target, of course, is the little dumpling that's close by and looks so cute to pet. Hey, come on, have a radish. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Cheng was pushed away by a black hand. Still grumbling? Are you feeding the chickens? Zhou Cheng. Turning his head, he saw that the person who had pushed him away was the village party secretary. No, uncle, our forest rangers are catching pandas, why are you getting involved? Lin Jun was self-righteous and assertive. The military and the people are one family, I'm just helping out. Zhou Cheng was speechless, watching helplessly as Lin Jun handed the lettuce in his hand to the little dumpling. Good baby, come on, eat. Lin Jun smiled ingratiatingly, and the little dumpling blinked its eyes, let out a soft whimper, and buried its face in Lin Feng's arm. I knew they wanted to kidnap Xiang Xiang. Lin Jun fell silent, a tiny bit of his defenses crumbling. It's alright, this child is just shy around strangers. Let me feed the older one and see. As he spoke, Lin Jun walked towards the large dumpling. The big dumpling wasn't as shy as the little dumpling, it hadn't even come within 5 steps yet. Phew! The big dumpling snorted at Lin Jun, its expression full of disdain. This immediately caused Lin Jun to take 2 steps back. This thing is a bear, not a cat. This thing is a bear, not a cat. After silently repeating it several times in his mind, Lin Jun turned his head and looked at Zhou Cheng and the others. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. You can do it. Zhou Cheng, we were supposed to be one family, we were supposed to come and help. However, he couldn't show any disdain. Zhou Cheng took the initiative to step forward and waved the radish in his hand at the big dumpling. Before he could finish speaking, the little dumpling rolled its eyes at Zhou Cheng and bared its teeth. Phew! Am I a bear who accepts everyone? The big dumpling ignored Zhou Cheng's imposing aura, it was 1.82 meters tall. As it exhaled its breath, Zhou Cheng felt a wave of oppressive power wash over him. But his dignity as a police officer compelled him to grit his teeth and refuse to back down. Therefore, Zhou Cheng had no choice but to raise the stakes again. You don't want radishes. How about some lettuce? Tomatoes? Shepherd's purse? Zhou Cheng simply carried a bunch of vegetables forward, making it seem as if he wanted the little dumpling to choose whatever she wanted. The little dumpling glanced at Zhou Cheng indifferently, and a slight smile appeared on its lips. Are you going to use this to test the bear? Which bear can't withstand such a test? Woof! The big dumpling hopped like a rabbit, startling Zhou Cheng so much that he staggered back a few steps. Now, the big dumpling was satisfied. It stuck out its tongue and gave a smug smile. Xiang Xiang doesn't eat just anyone's food. Several forest rangers, seeing the little dumpling like this, also became somewhat intimidated. Why don't you try again? Then I'll find a stick and tie the vegetables to it. It's clear that the liking is genuine, but the fear is also undeniable. Looking at the sky and thinking about all the problems on his farm, Lin Feng couldn't bear it any longer. Excuse me, let me do it. As he spoke, Lin Feng picked up a radish, walked up to the big dumpling, and handed it to it. Come on, have a radish. Seeing that it was Lin Feng feeding them, the little dumpling quickly reached out and took the radish. He put it in his mouth and started crunching it. Delicious. You're my best friend, Xiong Xiong. The big dumpling stuck out its tongue as it ate, while the little bird blinked its eyes. The little dumpling got anxious when it saw its mother being fed while it wasn't. The little guy struggled to lift his chin and look at Lin Feng. I want one too. I want one too. I'm your best friend too. The two dumplings looked completely different from before, leaving everyone present puzzled. No way, the same basket of vegetables. How can someone have two faces? Everyone has one nose and two eyes, so why is there a difference in pandas? Hearing Lin Jun and Zhou Cheng's wailing, the villagers watching the commotion laughed. We can't feed them, they can't get fed, that balances things out, ha ha ha. It seems this panda only recognizes Lin Feng, so there's nothing to worry about. Hey, Officer Zhou, smell your hands, do they smell? Ha ha ha. Go away, you're so good-natured, you should be the one feeding them. The viewers in the live stream were also infected by the bursts of laughter. So even national treasures have double standards. Yes, it's the national treasure, Cayenne. To be honest, the reason we follow this account isn't because Officer Lin and his crew are handsome, right? An even more handsome one is coming. Woohoo. I have a feeling we still have to rely on this guy. The guy, did I call the police for nothing? For my peanuts, for my peanuts. Haha, this perfectly illustrates one point: whoever started the trouble gets to settle it. Amidst everyone's laughter, Lin Feng shook his head, picked up another lettuce, and placed it in front of the big dumpling. The big dumpling reached out to grab it, and he took a few steps back. Come over here. The big dumpling moved forward while Lin Feng retreated, just like a landlord using a radish to lure a donkey to pull a millstone. But the big dumpling is clearly smarter than the donkey. After walking 5 steps without finding any vegetables, it became anxious. Woof! I've already taken 5 steps, 5 steps. In a panic, the little dumpling hopped like a rabbit and plopped down on its bottom, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin Feng. So there are 2 versions of Bunny Hop, the cute version and the intimidating version? But you bear, why are you so impatient? After giving away about half a basket of vegetables, Lin Feng finally lured the big dumpling step by step to the vehicle that the forest police used to transport wild animals, and they successfully coaxed the big dumpling up there. Then, amidst the chewing sounds of the big dumpling, Lin Feng tucked the milk dumpling into its arms. Friend, I'm sorry, goodbye. Under the questioning gaze of the big dumpling, Lin Feng did not hesitate to insert the bolt from the outside. They also brought over the waterproof tarpaulin they had prepared to build a rain shelter and used it to enclose the fence. You can go now, you can go now. Lin Feng waved to the police officers, and only then did De Tuanzi and Nai Tuanzi realize what was happening. Woof woof woof. The bear and you are heart to heart, are you trying to outwit the bear? I will never love again. The 2 dumplings showed expressions of grief and indignation. My daughter and I will never forgive you. The panda's barking made Lin Feng feel a pang of heartache. But, if given the chance, Lin Feng would do the same thing again. Wild animals must keep their distance from humans, it's good for both them and humans. Lin Feng shook his head, sighed, and looked at Zhou Cheng and the others. Sigh, let's send them away. Zhou Cheng nodded and was about to leave when village secretary Lin Jun eagerly spoke up. How far will it be delivered? It will be sent deep into the protected area. Zhou Cheng smiled at Lin Jun and said, judging from uncle's expression, is he reluctant to part with me? Lin Jun nodded, then shook his head. Giant pandas are cute, but I just experienced that oppressive feeling they had, tisk tisk. Let's go further away. Remember to cover them up with the cloth properly, so they don't remember the way. The big dumpling and the little dumpling inside the fence. Okay, I won't tell you, I've already marked the yard. We will definitely be back. Just as she was staring intently, lost in thought, the car started, and the dumpling turned into a rolling ball. Eek! The 2 black and white balls made a huffing sound. Upon hearing this commotion, the viewers in the live stream all showed expressions of amused curiosity. It looks like the giant panda is really angry. Oh dear, do you remember Grandpa Gao? Haha, is that the little darling who was released by the zookeeper 3 times, found each time, and finally managed to get a permanent position? That's it. Haha, do you think we can successfully find these 2 giant pandas? That's hard to say. After Grandma Gao Gao was found, she was furious. Even after 10 or 20 years, she still can't stand hearing the name of her former dad. So, what do you mean? Now that these two giant pandas have been found, things are about to get interesting. Haha, I want to watch it, I love watching it. After watching the car carrying the giant panda drive away, the other forest rangers got into their vehicles. Lin Feng looked at Zhou Cheng and felt that he should leave as well. I was just about to say a few polite words and try to persuade them to stay. Zhou Cheng spoke first. Brother Feng, two things. First, did the giant panda cause any damage to your property? This needs to be registered and reported for compensation. Secondly, get me another batch of vegetables. I can pack them myself and transport them myself. Lin Feng's outstretched hand then casually touched his hair. Is this how the process goes? The loss isn't much, it just broke my lock, it's only a few dozen yuan, not worth paying for. That won't do, there are rules for this. Zhou Cheng smiled and explained to Lin Feng. You don't need to worry, it's an insurance policy, not our forest police brigade. While they were talking, Zhou Cheng didn't stand on ceremony with Lin Feng. He simply took out the registration form, quickly wrote a few lines, and asked Lin Feng to sign it. As Lin Feng was signing the papers, he asked Zhou Cheng with some curiosity. The vegetables delivered yesterday, although mostly ruined by the giant pandas, shouldn't be gone today. What's going on? Zhou Cheng helplessly shrugged. A colleague from the next district came over for a chat yesterday, and after tasting the food, he was completely won over. Good heavens, they've robbed our cafeteria. They've taken all the food. By the way, I gave your phone number to their boss too. I guess they'll be asking you to order food from them later. However, changing suppliers takes time and it may take some time to contact you, so please be prepared. Hearing Zhou Cheng's words, Lin Feng patted him on the shoulder gratefully and said sincerely, You make it sound so simple. Thanks, how about a couple of drinks later? That won't do. We're on a mission, drinking is against the rules. Zhou Cheng rejected Lin Feng's suggestion and then lowered his voice. Let's not talk about anything else, I have something to say about the vegetable supply. I know your farm is just starting out and the supply is not large. Give priority to our brigade in terms of variety and quantity. Lin Feng. That's how it is when you're too familiar with someone, you can't be serious for more than 3 seconds. Seeing Lin Feng speechless, Zhou Cheng thought he was going to refuse and became anxious. Hey, is it a problem for an old classmate to give you a back door? You can't still call him Godfather like you did in high school, can you? Seeing Zhou Cheng's suspicious look, Lin Feng chuckled and punched him lightly. Okay, since you still need to get the food, we won't leave at noon. We won't drink alcohol, let's have a meal together. Speaking of this, Lin Feng remembered the villagers who were still watching the commotion, and waved his hand, calling out, Uncles and elders, thank you all for coming to help. Please come in, have a seat, and have a meal before you leave. We came to see the pandas, but now that the pandas are gone, we're leaving too. What are you eating for? There's still work to be done in the fields. Let's go, let's go. The villagers knew they were just there to watch the excitement, so why would they try to freeload off Lin Feng? Then one by one they walked away, hands behind their backs, chatting. Judging from that excited, gesticulating figure, Lin Feng knew. For a long time to come, I, along with the giant panda, will be a major focus of attention in the village. However, he didn't care, and instead looked at the village party secretary. Uncle, come on in, have some food before you leave. Lin Jun waved his hand. With the giant pandas coming to the village, I, as the village secretary, have to write a report. It's giving me a headache. I'm off. People gather because of pandas, and they also disperse because of pandas. In no time, Lin Feng's house became deserted. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was used to this quietness. After all, the surrounding 300+ acres of land belonged to his family, so there are no neighbors around, right? If it weren't for the police cars entering the village and alerting the villagers, the giant pandas have made their home here, but none of the villagers know it. Lin Feng led Zhou Cheng to pick vegetables. This was also the first time Zhou Cheng had any concept of Lin Feng's farm. Brother Feng, your farm is too big. Don't you feel uncomfortable living here all by yourself? Lin Feng shook his head. No, not at all. To be honest, after living in a big city for a long time, all you see are pigeon coops made of reinforced concrete, and that's what makes you uncomfortable. Now, when I go back to the village, I love this endless greenery. It's very comfortable, and I'm used to it. Zhou Cheng thought for a moment and then suggested, I still suggest you get a few dogs to guard the house. You're close to the nature reserve, so this is the first stop for wild animals coming down from the mountain. Having a few dogs here can also scare them away. You're lucky too. This panda came because it has eaten your food and has goodwill towards you. Who knows what kind of jackals and tigers will come next? These words served as a reminder to Lin Feng. You're right, although dogs may not necessarily be able to beat wild animals. But with them around, early warnings are possible, and they give me time to react. I'll ask around the village another day if any dogs have puppies, and I'll hire a few of them. Zhou Cheng smiled when he heard Lin Feng agree to keep a dog. What use are puppies that have just been weaned? If you ask me, we need well-trained adult dogs. Lin Feng glanced at Zhou Cheng and sighed. Large dogs are easy to find, but well-trained large dogs are not so common. Zhou Cheng smiled. What a coincidence. Our police force is currently selecting police dogs, and a batch of unqualified dogs were returned. Would you like to adopt one? Don't worry, these dogs can't be police dogs just because of certain characteristics. But they are definitely well-trained and capable enough to watch over a farm. Hearing Zhou Cheng's suggestion, Lin Feng was incredibly excited, but still had some doubts. Even substandard police dogs should be in high demand, right? Can I get a spot? Seeing that Lin Feng was truly tempted, Zhou Cheng smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've considered your qualifications, you are definitely eligible to adopt. You don't need to worry about anything else, I'll help you make the contact right away." After Zhou Cheng finished speaking, he walked to the side to make a phone call. While Zhou Cheng was making contacts, Lin Feng was also busy. His main task was to fill Zhou Cheng's car. After arranging the dog adoption and explaining everything to Lin Feng, "We can pick up the dog the day after tomorrow." Zhou Cheng drove away, his car loaded with supplies. Watching Zhou Cheng leave, Lin Feng strolled home through the fields. With the help of Officer Lin, the new account had already been registered. Furthermore, that police officer Lin subtly stirred up some buzz for Lin Feng in the comments section of their official account. At this moment, Lin Feng has gained more than 1,000 followers without posting a single update. However, while the account has a basic foundation, Lin Feng hasn't yet figured out the direction for its operation. After thinking about it, I decided to just tag along with the national treasure. Lin Feng then posted the panda photos he had taken earlier, along with the caption, "I've also been in close contact with giant pandas." I casually uploaded these photos online. Then, Lin Feng put away his phone. Having been back in the village for so long, he found that he seemed to have lost his internet addiction. He thinks that the real life he's living right now is more worthwhile. Looking up at his farm and breathing in the fresh air, Lin Feng felt incredibly spacious. Spring is the season when all things revive, and all plants and animals are full of vitality. Even compared to yesterday, just one day later, the grass is noticeably greener. It's so thick that it can completely cover the ants' tracks as they search for food. It shouldn't be long before bees and butterflies are able to collect nectar. There are no roads that are constantly congested, no unpleasant car exhaust fumes, and no workplace anxiety or infighting. Life suddenly became comfortable and cozy. Arriving at the warehouse, Lin Feng started the rotary tiller and officially began his work for the day. When he drove his rotary tiller, wobbling and swaying, to the edge of the farm and began tilling the land. In the adjacent fields, village secretary Lin Jun was already skillfully directing the oxen to plow the land. Although he is the village party secretary, he is an official in the village. But in this remote mountain village, everyone has to grow their own food and drink, and even the village secretary has to work in the fields. "Uncle, have you finished writing your report? You've already started plowing the fields." "Haha, a while ago, while boars came down from the mountain in the next village. I asked their village secretary for a ready-made report, changed the name, and submitted it." Lin Jun happily boasted to Lin Feng. "You don't know, when their party secretary heard that a giant panda had come to our village, his eyes turned red. He was standing there slapping his thigh and cursing wild boars." This boastful tone made Lin Feng laugh. "Great, our village is going to be famous now." After chatting for a few minutes, Lin Feng drove the rotary tiller into the field. The machine rattled along in the soil, and in less than 10 minutes it did the work that Lin Jun and his oxen had done in an hour. Lin Jun was extremely envious. Not only is it quick to till the land, but more importantly, you can turn the land over while driving and humming a song. Unlike myself, I have to exert myself while herding oxen. The fear is that the plow tip will be broken by a stone, causing the furrows to become crooked. Well, without comparison, there is no harm. Unable to resist, Lin Jun approached Lin Feng while he was resting and asked him about it. "Lin Feng, how much did your car cost?" "Uncle, this car costs 13,000 yuan. What kind of oil do you use? Is it fuel efficient?" "It uses about 2 liters of diesel fuel to plow 1 acre of land." Upon hearing Lin Feng's answer, Lin Jun took out his pipe, puffed on it a few times, and was somewhat alarmed. "My goodness, the machine costs 13,000, which is about the same price as my cow. However, 2 liters of oil per unit of land area would cost approximately 16 yuan. I can't bear to part with it, I can't bear to part with it." After doing the math, Lin Jun immediately gave up his idea of buying a rotary tiller. His cow is the best, it eats grass for free and gives birth to calves, so it's pure profit. However, that's what I think. What man can resist the temptation of driving, especially driving an unusual car? Lin Jun reached out and touched Lin Feng's rotary tiller, tentatively saying, "Lin Feng, if you're not busy, could you rent this machine to me and let me use it?" Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled. "Uncle, we're all family, no need to talk about renting. Which plot of land do you need plowed? I'll take care of it for you." "That won't do, your machine burns money as soon as it starts running." Lin Jun didn't want to take advantage of his junior, so he waved his hand and refused. However, Lin Feng's heart stirred as he stared into the man's longing eyes. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng politely suggested, "Uncle, as you know, half of my 300 mu of land is on various slopes and ditches. This machine can't get in, we still need oxen to till the land. How about this, we swap your cow for my machine, and neither of us will need to rent anymore, okay?" Lin Jun found this proposal acceptable. "That's fine, but do you know how to handle oxen?" Lin Feng paused for a moment, then spoke. "Then I'll teach you how to operate this machine, and you teach me how to control the ox. It just so happens that I'm going to raise cattle this year, so I should learn how. There's no way around it, that's just how the terrain is in the south rolling hills and valleys. It is unrealistic to expect to achieve fully mechanized farming like in the flat north. If Lin Feng wants to revitalize the entire farm on his own, he also needs to be familiar with various farming methods." Thinking of this, Lin Feng humbly said to the village secretary, "I'm going back to my hometown to start a farm, but I don't know anything about it. You're an expert in this field, so you'd better give me some pointers." Upon receiving Lin Feng's affirmation, the village secretary smiled. "Just look at your out-of-season vegetables, and you'll know you're being modest. However, with spring plowing and large-scale planting, your meticulous seedling cultivation methods may not be enough. Uncle, I'm being presumptuous, but let me give you a few words of advice. The weather is good this year, and the temperature may rise very quickly. Don't just focus on tilling the land now, you need to get the breeding work started." This touches on Lin Feng's blind spot, since he didn't study agriculture as a major before. Lin Feng, seizing the opportunity, quickly asked questions when he didn't understand. "Uncle, how do you know the weather will warm up quickly this year? Weather forecasts only predict for 7 days at most, and they are often inaccurate." Lin Jun tapped his pipe on the sole of his shoe and pointed to the distant, rolling mountains. "You don't need to look at the weather forecast, you have to look at the mountains. You should also pay more attention to the changing patterns of the scenery. Over time, you'll understand. This is an experience that can't be skipped just because you have a cheat code." Lin Feng had nothing to say and silently nodded. "Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Uncle. I still have questions about this breeding program. My farm is going to take a differentiated approach, so we can't grow the things that are commonly found on the market. I want to grow some special ones. For example, old varieties from 20 years ago, or new varieties that haven't yet become popular on the market. But these seeds aren't available at agricultural supply stores. Do you know where I can buy them?" Faced with Lin Feng's question, the village party secretary thought for a moment. "I can't help with new varieties, but old varieties might still be available from experienced farmers. Here's what we'll do, you can try your luck at the market tomorrow. Rural markets are different from organized markets in cities. This market is where nearby villagers bring out their surplus goods to trade. On a patch of open grass, the villagers would sit down and start hawking their wares. They have homegrown fruit and vegetable seedlings, chicks, ducklings, and geese, as well as handicrafts and food. Since the villagers are not in business, they also have to work in the fields. Therefore, the morning market usually starts around 5 a.m. and ends around 11 a.m. Lin Feng, holding the old variety memoir given to him by the village party secretary, got up very early. Braving the thick fog in the mountains, I drove my second-hand truck straight to the market. Because the market was so lively, I even experienced a rare traffic jam. However, Lin Feng didn't have any work KPIs or any sense of urgency. He was enjoying the air conditioning comfortably and wasn't in a hurry at all. "Today is a good day, all my wishes will come true." With cheerful songs playing from the car stereo, Lin Feng stretched his hand out the window, feeling the gentle breeze blowing through the mountains and forests. How pleasant! However, the wind is gentle outside the forest because it is blocked and weakened by the trees it passes through. The cool February wind howled and blew all over Big Dumpling and Milk Dumpling, ruffling their fur. Huff huff. The Big Dumpling, panting heavily, sniffed around ahead, trying to find its way. The little dumpling, behind its mother, strained with all its might, dragging a bamboo pole longer than its mother, stumbling with every step. Wah-ah-ah. Mom, don't be angry. Let's eat something before you go. The Big Dumpling ignored the little dumpling's request and even became more anxious in finding its way. After eating good food, who would want to eat this coarse stuff? Just thinking about the delicious taste of Lin Feng's vegetables and meat made Detuan's mouth water. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so greedy for that half basket of vegetables. The baby's godfather went too far. Not only did they send me away, but they also didn't even provide me with any food to eat on the way. This has left it both tired and hungry. It's still cold. This time when it gets back, it's not going to get along with the baby's godfather anymore. Unless you give them lots and lots of delicious food. No, even offering lots of delicious food won't work, unless he begs you to eat it. The big dumpling thought it had come up with a brilliant idea, and immediately brought the little dumpling to its front, whimpering and instructing it. I must not forgive him easily this time. He has to beg us before we'll even deign to eat a little bit of his food. The little dumpling nodded seriously at the big dumpling. Mom is right. Even if my godfather doesn't ask me for help, I'd rather starve to death, die out here, or jump off this mountain than eat a single bite of his food. Achoo! Inside the car, Lin Feng sneezed loudly. Who's chirping me from behind? Or is the morning air still a bit chilly? Lin Feng promptly rolled up the car window. Just then, the blocked road was cleared. Lin Feng started the car and followed the tricycles and motorcycles along the way, heading towards the market. Although rural markets are often chaotic, they are brimming with the warmth and life of everyday people. Lin Feng parked his car and stood at the entrance, where all he could see were hordes of people. Only at this moment could Lin Feng truly realize that he actually lived in a multi-ethnic area at the intersection of 3 provinces. Dialects, colloquialisms, and broken Mandarin. A cacophony of sounds filled the air. Everyone is living their lives earnestly. Then, Lin Feng had an inspiration. For my first video on my new account, I'll just film a big market. Giant pandas are rare, but opportunities to promote the local customs and culture are plentiful. This is feasible. Lin Feng immediately took out his phone and stood to the side to start filming. Go back and edit it, then you can test the waters of the internet. After recording the materials he needed, Lin Feng began to seriously explore the market. Grandma, what variety are your tomato seedlings? As Lin Feng walked, he saw an old woman selling her homegrown tomato seedlings on a carrying pole, so he stopped and asked her what was wrong. The old woman pointed to the newly sprouted seedlings in her basket and praised them with great pride. These are cherry tomatoes, city people love them. They can sell for 7 or 8 yuan a pound, by some. Lin Feng was immediately disappointed upon hearing this. Cherry tomatoes are the popular variety now, not what he wanted. After checking his phone's memo app, Lin Feng took the initiative. I don't want the currently popular seedlings. Do you have any older varieties like the large, pink, and sandy flesh tomato? No, that's not the case. The old woman paused, then reminded Lin Feng. Young man, you look quite young. Is this your first time farming? I remember the thing tends to fall over, and it's doomed if there's a strong wind when it's bearing fruit. Don't be fooled. Thank you, ma'am, I understand. Lin Feng politely said goodbye to the old lady and then squeezed back into the crowd. It can only be said that there are reasons why some older varieties have been phased out. However, in order to differentiate ourselves, we still need to put in the necessary effort. Lin Feng refused to believe that with spiritual soil and spiritual water, those difficulties couldn't be overcome. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. He searched the entire market but still couldn't find the seedlings he wanted. Farmers make a living by working the land, it's all very practical. Plant whatever is popular in the market. Even though I still have some of the old varieties, I miss that taste, so I kept a few seeds at home. It's far from enough to supply Lin Feng with seeds for large-scale planting. Thus, Lin Feng's Dobeo plan completely failed. Just as Lin Feng was walking dejectedly out of the market, he suddenly felt a pair of eyes staring at him. The feeling of being watched made Lin Feng feel strange, so he immediately turned around sharply. However, after meeting those eyes, Lin Feng smiled. He stepped forward, pointed to the owner of the eyes, and asked the owner beside him, Grandpa, how much are your chickens? Indeed, the creature that Lin Feng was looking into was a rooster that was bound hand and foot and kept in a cage. Its comb is large and bright red, and its feathers shimmer with iridescent colors in the sunlight. Coupled with those bright, piercing, and unabashedly expressive eyes, Lin Feng liked her at first sight. However, when Lin Feng asked, the old man impatiently waved his hand and said through gritted teeth, I'm not selling this chicken. After I finish my business, I'll take it to the market and have someone kill it. As the old man spoke, Lin Feng could sense the intense resentment emanating from him. Resentment is something that cannot be seen in the physical world, but when it appears, it's always so hard to ignore. Especially when Lin Feng was in the cutthroat world of big cities, he often saw this kind of thing appearing on his colleagues and himself. Then we'll be very familiar with each other. Lin Feng chuckled. No way, it broke a heavenly law? It's even more serious than that. The old man waved his hand at Lin Feng, pointing to his real goods. If you're selling, I only sell chicks and ducklings. You can pick one and take a look. Lin Feng looked down at the chicks and ducklings in the cage. It's clear that the old man took good care of them. Their eyes were bright and clever, and their bodies were round and chubby. With its pale yellow feathers and beak, it's absolutely adorable. Lin Feng had originally planned to raise some chickens and ducks, so that it would be more convenient to eat meat or eggs. So he immediately squatted down and started picking. While picking through the items, she also tried to get information out of the old man. "Grandpa, you raise chickens and ducks so well. You're obviously an expert in this field. You can't possibly not know how to butcher chickens, can you? Why would you kill a rooster and then have to send it to the market?" The market mentioned here is the town's vegetable market, not this kind of spontaneous farmer's market. In other words, after finishing his business, the old man would have to make a special trip. That's something that's completely baffling. Faced with Lin Feng's question, the old man glared at the rooster and snorted. "I can't explain it to you. Didn't you buy chicks and ducklings? Why do you keep asking about this chicken?" Lin Feng paused for a moment, glanced at the cage and saw that there were only about 30 chicks and ducklings, then changed his approach. "Grandpa, I think you quite like this rooster. In that case, I'll buy all your chicks and ducklings, and you can add the rooster to the deal. Since you don't want it anymore, it saves you the trouble of going to town, right?" Although the market was lively, it was all run by villagers from the surrounding area, and the goods were largely the same. The old man hawked his wares for ages, but didn't sell a single chick or duckling. Now, upon hearing that Lin Feng was going to buy all his things, the old man was tempted. However, he still earnestly reminded Lin Feng, "Young man, I won't cheat you. My chicken looks pretty good, it's very appealing. But once you buy it, you must kill it, you absolutely cannot keep it as a pet." Hearing the old man emphasize this matter again, Lin Feng's curiosity grew rapidly. "No, sir, why do I get the feeling that you have a grudge against this chicken? Just tell me about it. Once we're outside the market, we won't know each other. What are you worried about me leaking the secret?" Seeing that Lin Feng really liked the chicken, the old man tilted his head and lowered his voice to explain to Lin Feng, "You young people may not know this, but chickens cannot be raised for more than 6 years. Chickens that are more than 6 years old will become a big breed. Although this chicken is only 4 years old, it is already as smart as a chicken. I felt something was wrong, so I wanted to send it to the market to be killed." Lin Feng had considered many possible answers, but he never expected this one. He immediately turned his head in surprise and looked the rooster up and down. Very beautiful, very spirited, with a hint of arrogance in her eyes. But to say it can become a spirit is impossible, you can't tell no matter how you look at it. Lin Feng turned his head again and looked at the old man. Only then did I notice that the old man was wearing a headscarf from an ethnic minority group. Now Lin Feng understood. Different customs, different ages, different life experiences naturally lead to different perceptions. In this old man's view, poultry are just animals, and animals cannot have their own personality and thoughts. However, Lin Feng, who had raised pets on Duyan, knew this. Animals are actually quite intelligent and have their own thoughts and behaviors. What has become a significant force? This chicken is a bit too clever, which is making the old man worry. In order to avoid arguing with the old man and in order to win the rooster, Lin Feng complied. "I wanted this chicken because it was so big and strong. It would be absolutely delicious if I made it into braised chicken. The chickens nearby? I just glanced at you in the crowd, and you're already lusting after me." Lin Feng smiled as he watched the chickens suddenly begin to struggle. They're quite energetic when they struggle, so a big chicken leg must taste delicious. "Rooster! Old dang, untie me quickly. I want this guy to know that my legs are not only fragrant, but they also hurt when I kick someone." The more the rooster struggled, the more Lin Feng liked it. This chicken is so energetic and beautiful, it would be perfect to buy it as a breeding rooster. So he started bargaining with the old man. "Sir, I bought it all for you, so don't try to cheat me. Give me a fair price." Hearing Lin Feng's cautious voice, the old man laughed. "There are so many people selling chickens and ducks around here. You'll see when I call out a high price. I don't even have time to run away. So dash. Chicks, females are 2 yuan each, males are 1 yuan and 50 cents each. Ducklings, females are 3 yuan each, males are 1 yuan each." Lin Feng chuckled upon hearing the old man's offer. "Sir, you're so honest. I really didn't notice that the male and female ones have different prices." The old man waved his hand. "Hey, we men always get the best deals." Lin Feng seemed to see a hint of helplessness in the old man's eyes as he spoke. "Haha, Grandpa, you're so funny." Lin Feng gave up on haggling and said directly, "Then count them for me, I want them all. By the way, how much are the roosters?" The old man started checking the sex of the chicks and ducklings without even looking up. "Since you're so generous, I'll give you this chicken coop for free, and the rooster will be practically free too. I'll just weigh it and give you 100. Let me divide it for you." Lin Feng knew he had gotten a good deal. Free-range chickens from farms normally cost at least 25 yuan per jin, 500 grams, in the market. Judging by its size alone, this rooster weighs at least 6 jin, 3 kilograms. All I can say is, feudal superstition can really make people lose money. In the end, although they didn't manage to buy the seedlings they wanted, But Lin Feng still carried a basket of chirping chicks and ducklings, as well as a rooster that was tied up tightly, back home. After parking the car, Lin Feng first took the chicks and ducklings out of the car and put them in the chicken coop he had just repaired. These chickens and ducks definitely need to be free range. His farm is big enough, so he has to raise free range chickens to get a good price. However, the weather is currently in a state of fluctuating temperatures, with warm spells followed by cool ones. Chicks and ducklings are quite fragile. They need to be kept locked up for a week or two before they can be released. After putting out food and water and settling the chicks and ducklings, Lin Feng went back to get the rooster. The rooster is really holding back its energy right now. You want to eat me, huh? You've been gone for so long, are you just boiling water? If I don't show my power, you'll think I'm some kind of lousy chicken. So, the rooster exploded the moment Lin Feng released it. Oh. It ruffled its neck feathers, spread its wings wide, lowered its body, and glared fiercely at Lin Feng. When Lin Feng saw its appearance, he thought that the rooster was scared because it had suddenly changed its environment and met strangers, so it was just putting on a show. So, with quick reflexes, he stuffed a handful of vegetable leaves into the rooster's mouth. No one can resist vegetables grown with spiritual water and spiritual soil. Lin Feng was certain. The rooster was indeed shocked by Lin Feng's divine move. Dude, something's not right here. But in the next instant, the sweet aroma of vegetables filled the rooster's finger-sized brain. Tap tap tap. The rooster started pecking at the vegetables on the ground. Before it could even put down its bristling feathers, its two claws eagerly moved in a crisscross pattern, grabbing more vegetable leaves. It smells so good, this is the kind of food I should eat. Damn it, what kind of miserable life did I live before? Tisk. Lin Feng shook his head repeatedly at the way the rooster ate. However, seeing the rooster eating so heartily, he felt gratified and stopped worrying about it. He got up and went to the kitchen to prepare a meal for himself. However, as soon as he turned around, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. My sixth sense, which had been dormant for a long time, started working frantically. Danger! 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 Lin Feng quickly turned his head. Then I saw the rooster with its wings spread and its head tilted back, rushing towards its own rear end at top speed. Lin Feng swiftly dodged to the side, avoiding the rooster's 1,000-year kill. Seeing the rooster like that, Lin Feng laughed in anger, grabbed it by the neck, and shook it wildly. You're just like all my college classmates. Ha! Speak! The rooster was shaken so badly by Lin Feng that it was dizzy, but it still didn't forget to open its mouth wide. Ah, giggle, ah, the food is good, give me some more, sir. Lin Feng was speechless when he saw it with its mouth open and an arrogant look on its face. You're not going to talk, huh? You like ambushes, huh? Go to the dark room then. Without saying a word, Lin Feng immediately built a small cage with wooden planks in the chicken coop and put the rooster inside. After a dizzying spin, the rooster found himself locked up, feeling both frustrated and miserable. This is how I used to beg for food. I've never been treated like this before. Unfortunately, Lin Feng couldn't understand it, he only found it noisy. However, even if Lin Feng understood, he wouldn't feel sorry for the rooster, he would only feel sorry for the old man. If you have a rooster in your house that only knows how to kill a 1,000-year-old chicken, whoever raises it will be filled with resentment. No wonder the old man thought this chicken was something special. That's so dramatic. As Lin Feng cooked, he listened to the rooster's mournful crowing and shook his head. Let's observe further. If it's not suitable for breeding, then we'll make braised chicken. Can a person be bullied by a rooster? The rooster had no idea that its life was hanging by a thread again. It watched the chicks and ducklings frolicking freely in the coop, happily eating their food. The aroma of food wafting through the air made the whole chicken feel uneasy. I'm not full yet, I need to eat. However, what responded to it was watching Lin Feng walk over and give the chicks and ducklings a spoonful of fragrant leftovers. Lin Feng watched the chicks and ducklings scrambling for food, chirping and chattering, and a smile appeared on his lips. Then, after turning around and meeting the rooster's resentful gaze, he grinned crookedly and tapped the large spoon on the chicken feed trough. The meaning is very clear. Yours, no drops. The rooster, enraged, raised its head and crowed loudly. Oh, damn it, the chicks and ducklings all got a share, but I didn't. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered, I'll fight you to the death. The rooster angrily rammed its head into the wooden plank blocking its way. Lin Feng heard a thud, turned around, and saw that the rooster had crossed eyes and was staggering. Tisk, what a piece of junk. Lin Feng shook his head and ignored the rooster. Based on its previous performance, it deserves to suffer. Lin Feng returned to his room in a good mood, turned on his computer, and began editing the video of his trip to the market that day. Since it was Lin Feng's first time creating an account, he didn't have much experience, so he just cut out the parts he thought were interesting and included them in the main video. The final product took about 4 minutes. Lin Feng uploaded it directly to his own account. when uploading videos. Lin Feng then realized that his account had grown from just over 1,000 followers to more than 1,600. There are also hundreds of comments. This is a very good result for a new account. The traffic generated by giant pandas is terrifying. Hopefully, videos of them going to the market will get a third of that traffic. Lin Feng's mindset remained very stable. After posting the video, Lin Feng drove his rotary tiller and tilled a few more acres of land. At dinner time, the rooster had already forgotten the impact of being bumped and continued to hop around energetically. Lin Feng didn't indulge it either. There are no delicious vegetables until it tames its unruly nature. All it has is coarse wheat bran and a dark room. Lin Feng was also happy while doing all this. Others train eagles, he trains chickens. That's a real life. After finishing all that, it was getting late. Lin Feng quickly washed up and went to bed. The rooster, whose dinner consisted only of coarse wheat bran, tossed and turned, unable to sleep. If you hold back for a moment, you'll only get angrier. If you back down, you'll only feel like you've lost out. You're not going to give us any treats, are you? Come on, let's fight. Who's afraid of who? A perfect plan was born out of anger. Lin Feng was completely unaware of this, simply embracing the soft blankets and sprawling comfortably in a big shape. Eating well and sleeping soundly, that's the life people should live. Lin Feng also dreamed that autumn had arrived and his farm was reaping a bountiful harvest. A giant pumpkin half the height of a person, corn as thick as an arm, potatoes as big as a rice bowl. It has everything. Lin Feng grinned from ear to ear, looking incredibly pleased with himself. Oh oh oh. A loud rooster crowed suddenly, echoing throughout the entire courtyard. Although the rooster was in a small, dark room, it could only stand up with difficulty. However, its indomitable will enabled it to produce the highest note of its life. Wake up, everyone. Let's get up and party. Lin Feng was suddenly struck by the demonic sound and jumped out of bed like a six-piece carp. Ah! He clutched his pounding heart, utterly bewildered. Oh woo-woo-woo. The rooster crowed once again. Lin Feng, wrapped in the blanket, fumbled for his phone in the darkness. Lin Feng turned on the screen and stared at the large 405 on it, his killing intent surging. What kind of rooster? I think braised chicken with yellow sauce is good, and so is chicken with green peppers. No, make it into spicy chicken with glutinous rice cakes. Grind this stuff and chili peppers together into a paste. Lin Feng pushed open the bedroom door and strode into the yard. Upon hearing the footsteps, the rooster immediately shrank its neck and began to play dead. Lin Feng, who was full of murderous intent, was so angry at the sight of the rooster that it seemed to be dozing that he couldn't help but laugh. Okay, ha ha ha, killing you like this would be too easy for you. Just you wait. Lin Feng turned and went to the kitchen. Turn on the fire, place the clay pot on the stove, pour in the spiritual water, glutinous rice, and white rice, and start cooking porridge. Then take out the minced lean pork that I chopped yesterday. Pour in light soy sauce, half a spoonful of cornstarch, and a little pepper, mix well, and then seal with cooking oil to marinate. Then take some of each vegetable and finely chop them into small cubes. Once the rice porridge is cooked, add the minced pork and cook until done. Before turning off the heat, add the diced vegetables and let it simmer for a while. Finally, add salt to taste. Lin Feng took a bite of the vegetable and lean meat porridge, and a confident smile appeared on his lips. No chicken could resist the deliciousness of this porridge. Even the reincarnation of Jesus won't work. I, Lin Feng, said it. Lin Feng carried the bowl and walked into the chicken coop. The chicks and ducklings could no longer resist the temptation of the delicious food and rushed forward to be fed. However, this time Lin Feng ignored them and went straight to the small dark room. Although the rooster's eyes were tightly closed, its saliva was already flowing like crazy. It smells so good. I really want to eat it. He swallowed hard, pretending to be asleep. Being a prostitute is really tough these days. Seeing its self-deceiving actions, Lin Feng smiled gently. Sweetie, get up and try it. Is this breakfast good? The rooster opened its eyes a crack. Then, it saw the gentle and harmless Lin Feng. Giggle giggle. So gentle? That guy really got all worked up. The rooster rolled over and, like a lapdog, stared at Lin Feng with its big, beady eyes. Lin Feng picked up a smear of porridge with his finger and brought it to the rooster's beak. With a whoosh, the rooster quickly snatched the rice grains and minced meat into its mouth. Then, its comb stretched out. I've never eaten anything so delicious before. Lin Feng looked at the rooster's bright eyes, curled his lip, and placed the bowl where the rooster couldn't reach it. You like it, huh? Then just you wait and see. Today, no, tomorrow, you won't have anything to eat. Let's see who can outlast whom. After uttering those harsh words, Lin Feng got up and went to have breakfast. After breakfast, he still had to rush to the city to adopt a dog. The rooster looked at the delicious meat porridge that was so close yet so far away, and its eyes gradually became incredulous. Let me know what it tastes like, but don't let me eat my fill? Damn it, I'm not human, you're a real dog. Oh, the rooster struggled desperately, trying to break free of its cage and get its meal. But how sturdy was the small dark house that Lin Feng built with wooden planks? The rooster could only watch helplessly as Lin Feng left without even glancing at it. Knock, knock, knock. The frustrated rooster banged its head against the wooden board to vent its frustration. If I had never seen the light, I could have endured the darkness. Damn it, come back here. Oh, a long, mournful cry came from the rooster's beak. But just as it finished barking, it found a black bear paw in front of it. The bear waved its paw, and a cute black and white head appeared with a ding. Hello, do you want to eat this? It turned out that Tuanzi and Tuanzi had already sneaked out of the yard while Lin Feng was cooking porridge. The aroma of the vegetable and lean meat porridge made both bears' mouths water. A series of drips soaked the hair on his chest. But Xiang Xiang could never forgive that man. No way. So, the big dumpling grabbed the whimpering little dumpling and ambushed it outside the yard. Just then, they saw Lin Feng get into the car and leave home. Big Dumpling led Milk Dumpling into the house. As soon as they entered, the two bears were attracted by the noise made by the rooster. When we got to the chicken coop, we found the rooster locked in a small, dark room, banging its head against a wooden board. With tiny, beady eyes, she stared longingly at the bowl of vegetable and lean meat porridge. The little dumpling's desire to help warmed up instantly. You wait here, I'll get it for you. With a push of its tiny bare paw, the porridge was delivered to where the rooster could reach. The rooster was so excited when it saw this cute little thing that it almost flew away and opened its mouth wide to crow. However, before the cry was even halfway through, the little dumpling pushed the bowl of porridge in front of her. The panicked scream was caught in his throat. Bear! Help! Let's not save it, this bear monster is perfectly fine. The rooster looked at the dumplings, then at the porridge, and with a slurp, buried its head in the bowl. A powerful gust of wind is being sucked in. Watching the rooster devour its food, the little dumpling swallowed hard. After climbing mountains and wading through rivers, and spending a whole day and night, we finally found it. I'm so hungry, I really want to eat. But Mom was still angry. The little dumpling sucked on the bare paw and turned its head to look at its mother with longing. The little dumpling was hungry too. Seeing the rooster devouring its food, its saliva was practically dripping. But if it forgives Lin Feng so easily, wouldn't it be letting him off too easily? Noticing the little dumpling's gaze, the big dumpling puffed out its chest. With great pride, he shifted his gaze from the porridge to the rooster. Hey, stop eating. Tell the bear how you got locked up here. The rooster remained silent, only eating. Only after it had eaten the last grain of rice did it look up at the big dumpling with lingering satisfaction. What did you just say? The big dumpling stared blankly at the empty bowl. How does this porridge taste? Oh no, how did you end up locked up here? The little dumpling, realizing it had embarrassed itself, looked away. Fortunately, it was still dark, and its dark circles provided perfect camouflage. However, the roosters didn't care. Their indignation was stirred up by the big dumpling's problem. After the rooster's explanation, the little dumpling understood. The poor rooster was tied up by its former owner and taken to the market, where it was sold to that man. But when they got home, the man refused to feed or give it water and locked it in a dark room. That's too much. It's even worse than what they did to the bear. The bear seems to be less angry now. No, Xiang Xiang was even more indignant. The big dumpling clenched its bare paws, its gaze fixed firmly on the rooster. Although chickens and bears are of different races, how about we form an alliance? Rooster. Holy crap, there's a story here. That really gets me excited. The rooster's drooping comb suddenly stood up, shining brightly red in the darkness. Come on, let him out. We'll talk this over. Poor Lin Feng suddenly felt his heart beating a little fast, and he felt a little panicked. However, he immediately attributed it to the fact that he hadn't slept enough. It's all because of that damned rooster. Lin Feng cursed it in his heart for the 108th time. Then, looking at the faintly bright single-color antenna in the distance, Lin Feng made a decision. He'll take a 2-hour nap this noon. The car entered the city. Since it was still early, Lin Feng went to the vegetable market to investigate the types of vegetables available. They also purchased some flour, rice, oil, and other daily necessities. After loading the truck to the brim, I went straight to a hardware store and bought a door lock. The door lock was broken by the big dumpling, and it hasn't been replaced yet. Although the villagers are honest and simple, there is no need to worry about theft. However, it still needs to be replaced, and it needs to be a sturdy one to prevent animals from coming down the mountain and into the house again. After buying the lock, Lin Feng headed straight to the police dog breeding base, following the address provided by Zhou Chang. We are approaching our destination. The destination is on your right. This navigation is now complete. With the navigation prompts, Lin Feng arrived at the dog training base. Before he even opened the car door, a series of increasingly loud barking dogs came from inside the high wall and reached Lin Feng's ears. It wasn't the well-trained formation he had imagined. The barking was noisy, you could tell some were just putting on an act, some were genuinely trying to intimidate, and others were just there for the fun of it. It's practically a miniature dog society. Lin Feng arrived at the large iron gate and, despite the loud noise, offered a cigarette to the security guard and explained his purpose. The security guard picked up the walkie-talkie and said a few words. Then, a familiar figure jogged out from inside towards Lin Feng. "Zhou Cheng? Shouldn't you be with the team?" Lin Feng shouted in surprise. There was no way around it, the barking of dogs was constant, and if you didn't bark loudly, you'd get drowned out. Zhou Cheng patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and shouted in response, "Don't even mention it." The new police dog in the team couldn't resist eating all the vegetables you provided the first time it had ever tasted them. We weren't familiar with its appetite, so we fed it food that caused indigestion, resulting in vomiting and diarrhea. The team sent me to bring it here for treatment. Lin Feng then realized that the cooperation agreement between the police force and this side also included projects such as treating police dogs. With acquaintances around, Lin Feng was happy to relax and let Zhou Cheng lead the way. "These are all new dogs, they haven't been trained yet, so they're quite noisy. Just go inside the enclosure," Zhou Cheng loudly explained to Lin Feng. After walking across the long training field, finally, it was much quieter. Zhou Cheng led Lin Feng to an office. "Uncle, this is the friend I mentioned to you, he's here to choose a dog." "Lin Feng, this is my maternal uncle, who is also the owner of this place." Lin Feng glanced at Zhou Cheng. "Little brat, no wonder you dared to make such a guarantee that day." With Zhou Cheng's introduction, the two sides greeted each other and exchanged a few pleasantries. Zhou Cheng's eldest uncle simply waved his hand dismissively. "Ah Cheng, since you know this place well, just take your friend and pick one out. Pick a good one for your friend." That's exactly what Zhou Cheng was waiting for. "Alright, thank you, uncle." After exchanging greetings, Zhou Cheng led Lin Feng toward the kennels inside. As they walked, he explained to Lin Feng, "The dogs that were returned this time are indeed all quite good. But you should also know that police dogs are divided into different police categories. Different police units have different focuses in training and selection. For example, when training a dog to identify its scent, the focus is on that, and its fighting ability is only average. It might not be enough to just look after the farm. Search and rescue dogs, patrol dogs, and security dogs would be good choices. They would be suitable for working on your farm. You can take your time and pick out some things here later." Lin Feng nodded and gave Zhou Cheng a grateful smile. "I see. However, I think it's not just about me choosing the dog, but also about letting the dog choose me. After all, the family we're taking back are the ones we'll be living with day and night. Let's see if we click." "That makes sense." Zhou Cheng understood. When police dogs arrive at the police station, some don't get along with their instructors. Moreover, police dogs are exceptionally intelligent. Other dogs, if they don't like someone, will at most bark a few times to scare them. Police dogs are different, they really will use any obstacle they encounter. "We can't bring back an enemy." Upon entering the kennel, one finds individual small rooms separated by iron fences. In each private room, whether sitting or lying down, there is a dog. Unlike the dogs outside that bark at everyone they see, these dogs are much more well-behaved. When they saw Lin Feng and the others come in, they merely glanced over. Apart from that, there were no other actions. This scene amazed Lin Feng. No wonder it was a dog that could pass the police dog test. Although I don't know why they were all rejected, but any one of them you take away could easily beat all the dogs in the village. Lin Feng hadn't even finished looking at all the kennels when he found one that caught his eye. He spotted a wolfhound lying on the ground at first glance. This wolfhound is quite large, about 1.2 meters tall, with thick, glossy fur that makes it look very energetic. Of course, these were not the reasons why Lin Feng valued it. Lin Feng liked it because he felt its eyes were human-like. It was a faint feeling, as if she wasn't interested in what was happening in the outside world, and had her own inner world. His rebellious yet steady demeanor makes him seem perfectly suited for farm work. Zhou Cheng, who was standing to the side, noticed Lin Feng's interested look, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "You don't actually have your eye on it, do you?" Why, was it retired?" Lin Feng didn't understand the selection principles for police dogs, but it seems unreasonable for such a handsome dog to be returned. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhou Cheng knew that he had taken it to heart, and couldn't help but scratch his head. He has loved animals since he was a child, and practically grew up playing in this kennel. "Even after I started working, I still frequently travel here." Therefore, Zhou Cheng actually knew a pretty good deal about the information on these dogs. "And this wolf gray one in front of us?" Zhou Cheng chuckled dryly and shook his head, saying, "Wolf green, it's more unique. Simply put, it means striving to be the best in everything during training. Even if other dogs surpass him in terms of talent, such as sense of smell or speed, it cannot be the first. It will also train itself to become number one. That's why Wolfhound became the kennel's star dog. It excels in olfactory identification, tracking, combat, and search and rescue. The all-around kind. Lin Feng was stunned by this introduction. I know people can curl their hair, but why do dogs curl their hair too? That's not right. It's a star dog, it's all-around capable, how could it fail the final test for police dogs? Lin Feng asked the crucial question. Speaking of this, Zhou Cheng shrugged and spread his hands, saying helplessly, they performed exceptionally well during training, but problems arose during their internship. Wolf Green is too smart. It does things out of its own will, not on the instructor's orders. This is where the situation of disobeying orders arises. You know, the most important thing for police dogs is to obey orders. Therefore, it also became the fastest discarded police dog in the kennel's history. After hearing the whole story, Lin Feng was speechless. Good heavens, is that even possible? However, he came to choose a dog so he could go back and guard the farm. Whether it can obey commands like a police dog seems unimportant. Let me try to communicate with it. As he spoke, Lin Feng approached Wolf Green, knelt down, and gently called to it. Your name is Lang Qing, right? Hello, my name is Lin Feng. My family owns a farm and we need a working dog to support ourselves. Would you like to come with me? At first, Zhou Cheng found Lin Feng's actions and words amusing. No matter how smart a dog is, it's still just a dog. Is it really necessary to have such a serious discussion? Besides, given Lang Qing's personality, he barely pays attention to the instructor, so why would he care about a stranger like you? Zhou Cheng had a lot on his mind, and his eyes darted around a few times. Then, it almost fell out. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Wolf Green actually stood up, walked to the fence, and stretched out its claws. Lin Feng took the opportunity to shake hands with Lang Qing and then stroked its head. In that instant, jealousy flared in Zhou Cheng's eyes. You know, he's known Lang Qing for so long, and he's never even touched Lang Qing's head. Never. How did Lin Feng manage to do that? Just because he spoke to Lang Qing as an equal? So Zhou Cheng also stepped forward and extended his hand. Hello, Wolf Green, I can. Before he could finish speaking, Lang Qing gave him a warning look. Zhou Cheng, I'm so frustrated. I've known you for so long, and I'm even the kennel owner's nephew. You don't give me any face at all? Damn it, why are you so popular with animals? The panda was popular before, and now the wolf is popular too. Filled with jealousy and with nowhere to vent it, Zhou Cheng could only direct his anger at Lin Feng. Lin Feng shrugged. He can't exactly say that the animals are so nice to him because he has some kind of cheat code, can he? Animals, like humans, are living beings. Moreover, they are not ordinary creatures, they possess sentience, memories, emotions, personalities, and thoughts. She even dreams. I always felt that there must be a soul in their little heads. I pay more attention to communicating with them, and that's how I earn their respect, you know. Lin Feng explained to Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng, completely bewildered, was speechless. It sounds impressive but I don't understand it. However, he also understood that Lang Qing had already made his own choice. Let's go then, I'll take you to complete the formalities. Zhou Cheng reluctantly took Lin Feng to his uncle to complete the formalities. In the office, Zhou Cheng's uncle was also very surprised to see that Lin Feng had brought Lang Qing. It pays attention to you? Uncle Zhou Cheng's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he watched Lang Qing obediently follow behind Lin Feng. Previously, it was Lang Qing who led the training with the instructors. Of course, the kennel staff at the time did not realize this. They only realized what was going on after receiving feedback that Lang Qing was completely disobedient in the police force. But that's all in the past, it doesn't matter. The important thing is, isn't this young man amazing? It's incredible that such a wild and unruly wolfhound can be made to obey commands so obediently. Could it be that this person is one of those legendary individuals who were born with a constitution that animals find attractive? Zhou Cheng's uncle was jealous. If only he had that kind of constitution, I don't know how great it would be to raise a dog. Unlike now, when we have to be fully armed every time we go to get dogs. I was afraid of being bitten by a dog whose true nature I didn't know. Damn it. Zhou Cheng's uncle had a lot of inner monologues, which puzzled Lin Feng, who was watching from the side. Why is this person typing on the computer, but their expression is gradually becoming ferocious? You'll miss it. But judging from how quickly the other person handled the procedures and documents, it didn't seem like it. Completely bewildered, Lin Feng obtained all the documents. Then, before they could even discuss the adoption price, Zhou Cheng pushed them away. Given our relationship, why would I charge you money? Given Lang Qing's personality, we don't know who could adopt him. You've solved a difficult problem. Go back, go back. Just treat me to dinner another day. And so, Lin Feng arrived with an empty car, but returned with a lot more supplies and a majestic big dog. But Lin Feng was happy, but he didn't know. At this very moment, his home is experiencing a catastrophe. So, after Big Dumpling let the rooster out of the dark room, the chicken and the bear hit it off immediately. The suffering animals must unite and fight against the forces of hunger. You're not going to give me any? I'll eat you out of house and home first. The two of them headed straight to the kitchen, and the rooster jumped into Lin Feng's casserole and started eating the vegetable and grain porridge. The little dumpling immediately spotted the smoked pork leg hanging from the roof beam. Just as it was tiptoeing, trying to reach out, a pair of furry paws gently pressed it down. Looking down, I saw the little dumpling blinking its innocent eyes, asking earnestly, "Mom, didn't you say that even if you starve to death or die outside, you would never eat a single bite of food from your godfather? What are you doing now?" The big dumpling was stunned and thought for a while. I was too embarrassed to say it. I was so angry back then that I said all sorts of stupid things. So, in a moment of quick thinking, it patted the little dumpling's head. "These foods weren't given to us by our godfather, so they're not his food." The little dumpling was stunned. "Something feels off, but I can't quite put my finger on it." The big dumpling rubbed its head gently, coaxing it patiently. "This is how we find food in the mountains and forests. What's the difference between now and then? No, these are all gifts from nature." The little dumpling felt like its CPU was about to burn out. "The food wasn't given by my godfather, I found it myself, and there's no difference now compared to then." The little dumpling understood again. Thank you, nature, for your bounty." Now, it stopped stopping the big dumpling and stared longingly at the meat on the roof beam with its bright eyes. A drop of crystal clear liquid fell from the corner of the bear's mouth, wetting the fur on its paw. "Mommy, I want to eat this too." Unfortunately, the meat was hanging from the roof beam, although the big dumpling was 1.7 meters tall when it stood up. However, even Lin Feng, who is 1.82 meters tall, needs a ladder to reach it. He doesn't know how to use tools. "I can't reach it even when I stand on tiptoe." I lifted the little milk ball, but still couldn't reach it. The big dumpling could see the food but couldn't eat it, so it kept whimpering in frustration, and the little dumpling in its hand also whimpered in frustration. Then, the big dumpling froze, holding the baby up in front of her to take a look. Kid, if I told you I'd throw you up there, could you?" The little dumpling covered its mother's mouth. "No, I don't really want to eat it anymore." Seeing that his brilliant idea had been rejected by his little one, the little dumpling tried to persuade him. At this moment, the rooster, having finished a pot of vegetable and lean meat porridge, came to its senses. Giggle giggle. "What are you two doing? Oh, you wanted the meat from the roof beam? You should have said so earlier." The rooster spread its wings and fluttered to the roof beam. Tap tap tap. The rooster aimed at the straw rope hanging the cured meat and started pecking at it. Lin Feng used a straw rope, which couldn't possibly withstand the bird's beak. A moment later, the pig's leg that Detuanze had been longing for landed on the ground with a thud. "Eek! Best friend!" The big dumpling cheered and prepared to eat. The rooster on the roof beam looked down at the little dumpling with a disdainful glance and corrected it. "I'm a real man. Wah-ah-ah. Bro, we're best friends." The little dumpling quickly changed its tune, grabbed a pig's leg, and started gnawing on it. The hard leg bone, in its mouth, was like sugarcane, disappearing in a single bite. "Rooster. Fine, sisters it is. Being sisters with a bear isn't shameful for a chicken. Oh, eat slowly, there's more here if you're not full." The rooster adjusted its posture, its beak aimed at another piece of cured meat. Tap 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 tap. In Lin Feng's kitchen, a rain of cured pork began to fall. However, that wasn't enough. The rooster flew to the top of the cupboard and aimed at the bottles and jars that Lin Feng had placed there. "One kick, one kill. Today, I'm the Kung Fu Chicken." Boom boom boom. The engine of a used car just sounds so powerful. Lin Feng sped off and parked the car outside the yard. I sneezed several times in a row as soon as I got off the bus. It made him question the meaning of life. "I just went out for a short while, and I caught a cold when I got back. Surely her physical condition can't be this bad?" With this question in mind, Lin Feng opened the carriage door and led Lang Qing out. "Wolf Green, we're home. Come on, let me show you around." Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, Lang Qing's tail wagged happily. "Woof woof woof, your farm is so big. I love it." Wolf Green's bright eyes swept over Lin Feng's farm, revealing a very satisfied expression. Although Lin Feng didn't understand dog language, Lang Qing's behavior was too obvious. This made Lin Feng unconsciously puff out his chest. Human praise may have ulterior motives and become hypocritical. However, the dog's praise was a genuine expression of appreciation, without any exaggeration. "Come on, I'll get you some delicious food. I guarantee you'll love it here." Lin Feng led Lang Qing into the courtyard. Wolf Green was also filled with anticipation for the delicious food Lin Feng was eating. For some reason, it was more willing to believe the man in front of it than it believed the instructor. The door lock was broken, and a person and a dog pushed the door open and entered. Then, Lin Feng was stunned. "No way, has my house been burgled?" In the yard, brooms, basins, dustpans were scattered all over the ground. The kitchen door was wide open, and chunks of cured meat could be clearly seen scattered haphazardly inside. The bottles and jars that should have been on top of the cabinet were not only rolled all over the floor, but some were also broken, and their contents were spilled out. This scene is more than just stolen, it's as if it's been bombarded by Italian artillery. Lin Feng felt his breath catch for a few seconds, and he opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. At his feet, Wolf Green raised its head and let out a howl. Lin Feng looked down and met Lang Qing's gaze, finding his eyes filled with disdain. Didn't you say your family was particularly well off? Why is it so messy? Your job, it can't be a DPP visa, right? Lin Feng fell silent. Lin Feng felt somewhat vulnerable. Lin Feng felt extremely angry. Ah, what on earth is going on? Lin Feng released Lang Qing and ran to the kitchen, which looked like it had suffered considerable damage, suppressing his urge to curse. He took out his phone and called the village party secretary. Uncle, my house has been burgled. Could you come and help me? In big cities, if you encounter something like this, you should definitely call the police. However, in rural areas, especially sparsely populated ones, asking people from one's own clan for help is much faster than responding to the police. Moreover, the police don't really know as much as the villagers do about those people's criminal records. Therefore, Lin Feng's first call was to the village party secretary. However, before he could finish speaking, Lin Feng discovered a blind spot. Something's not right about these footprints on the ground. These bamboo leaf-shaped marks, these round, plump oil stains. Is this a chicken and a bear? Lin Feng suddenly remembered the chicken that was still in solitary confinement. And those two guys who, after eating the food at home, couldn't get enough. Uncle, wait a minute. It doesn't seem like there's a thief, it's an inside job. Lin Feng went straight to the chicken coop, and sure enough, the wooden planks had been broken by external force, and there were only 2 chicken feathers inside. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng smiled and returned to the kitchen, starting to look for a knife. If you're so capable, don't let me find you today. As early as when I heard the rumbling sound of Lin Feng's second-hand truck, the rooster, the big dumpling, and the milk dumpling quickly left the crime scene. Because he was running too fast and didn't know where to hide, he knocked over some things in the yard. No way. They're not human, but they're not actually stupid. Right now, the adult and 2 children are hiding inside the warehouse, peeking out through the crack in the door. Hearing Lin Feng's loud sharpening sound, the rooster felt a little weak in the knees. No kidding, the worst time for poultry is when their owners are sharpening their knives. The little dumpling noticed that the rooster at its feet was trembling, and poked it in confusion. What are you doing? Why are you shaking like that? The rooster's comb drooped down to its neck, looking utterly dejected. This time we've had our fun. We want it cold, no, hot, the kind that's cooked through. The big dumpling nodded knowingly, raised its head, and looked back at the courtyard. Let me take a look at the JPG. The little dumpling followed its mother's steps, sticking its bottom out and trying hard to look outside. Rooster. Wait, aren't you all scared? The little dumpling scratched its head and gave a honest and simple smile. Even 2-legged creatures say I'm a national treasure, so they shouldn't kill me. The rooster was hit hard by the big dumpling's answer. So, the joker is actually myself. Damn it. Sister, what happened to your good brother? The big dumpling didn't speak, but simply hugged the little dumpling silently. The rooster spread its wings and silently hugged itself. The law of the jungle, it certainly doesn't lie. Wah! It couldn't help but let out a mournful cry from its beak. The commotion was immediately heard by Lang Qing, who was watching Lin Feng sharpen his knife outside the courtyard. Woof woof woof. It barked loudly at the warehouse. Lin Feng's hand, which was sharpening the knife, suddenly stopped. Good heavens, it's inside, isn't it? Lin Feng immediately grabbed a gleaming kitchen knife and strode menacingly toward the warehouse. With a whoosh, the warehouse door was opened, and as the cleaver flashed, the rooster spread its wings in a flash. Oh no, we've been spotted. Run! The rooster flapped its wings and flew over Lin Feng's head with a whoosh. The chase between the man and the chicken officially began in the courtyard. It fled, he chased, and it really did have wings and fly. If they only had 2 legs, Lin Feng was confident that he could kill the rooster with a single stroke while the wine was still warm. However, if a rooster grows a pair of wings, that would be quite a problem. After chasing it around several times, Lin Feng only managed to get a few chicken feathers. Unable to bear it any longer, he turned around and gave Lang Qing his first order upon arriving home. Wolf Green, go. Grab it. Wolf Green blinked, looked at Lin Feng, and then at the rooster. Then, it took a few steps back and, to Lin Feng's incredulous gaze, gracefully sat down. All the skills I learned were for catching bad guys. Now you want me to catch chickens? Moreover, when I joined the company, they said my job was to patrol the farm and drive away bad guys. Oh no, could this really be a scam targeting dogs? I need to seriously consider this job. Lin Feng watched as Lang Qing became engrossed in its own world. Now Lin Feng finally understood why Wolf Green was able to set a record for the fastest product to be returned by the police. Neither of them are easy to deal with. For the first time in his life, Lin Feng was filled with doubt about his own way of looking at animals. While he was still in a daze, the rooster also saw a glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, they ran towards the big dumpling and the little dumpling. "We got into this mess together, so why should they chase me instead of you two?" I refuse to believe that the title of National Treasure is so effective. But after running around the big dumpling and the little dumpling in a figure-8 pattern 10 times, the rooster gave up in despair. Yes, the title of National Treasure is really that effective. Lin Feng is the one who pursues it, not her good sister. Oh, as the rooster grew weaker, it let out its final, mournful crow. "Grandpa is going to die today." Lin Feng looked at the panting rooster and let out a sinister laugh. "Kill one to warn 100, kill the chicken to warn the monkey. I, Lin Feng, the farm owner, am going to establish my authority today. Otherwise, all the animals in the house would be flying away." Just as Lin Feng bent down, preparing to lift the rooster up, suddenly, a furry bear paw pinned the rooster down. Lin Feng's gaze followed the bear paw upwards and met the big dumpling's eyes. Lin Feng smiled and patted the big dumpling's paw. "Excuse me, how dare you reach out and stop me? Did I leave you behind?" Hearing Lin Feng's sinister voice, the big dumpling's paws went limp. However, when faced with its best friend's beady eyes, it felt it couldn't just stand by and watch. So, the big dumpling grinned at Lin Feng in a flattering way. Then, the bear paw slowly pried at the rooster, hiding it behind its back. He. Just now it was actually the cured meat in those bottles and jars that started it. It's not our fault, right? The big dumpling blinked its eyes, and its bare paws nervously drew circles on the ground. Seeing this, even the rooster was on the edge of his seat. "Isn't this forcing you, two-legged beast knife?" I saw they even raised the knife. "Aha!" Lin Feng raised his knife, drew an arc in the air, and threw it far away. Then, he grabbed the broom next to him and smacked it on the thickest part of the big dumpling's bottom with a smack. Not only did they commit bad deeds, but they also protected their accomplices, showing no remorse whatsoever. "You won't escape this beating, even if you're a national treasure." The big dumpling was being beaten and howled loudly, while the rooster on the side was stunned. If the master makes a mistake, you chop him with a knife. If the animal makes a mistake, you hit it a few times with a broom. Hey. Lin Feng, what are you doing? The village secretary, who had received Lin Feng's alarm call, arrived at that moment. The party secretary felt so sorry for Lin Feng when he saw him hitting a giant panda with a broom. "Hey, that's a giant panda." When the village secretary saw the pitiful look on the big dumpling's face, he couldn't stand it anymore and quickly stepped forward to stop it. De Tuanzi met the village party secretary. It remembered that the person had tried to feed it that day, but it had scared him. The little dumpling felt extremely guilty. "If I had known you were a good person, I would have eaten the food you fed me. Look at the mess this has made." The village secretary didn't notice that De Tuanzi's gaze towards him had changed. He was just desperate to stop Lin Feng. However, since the one being attacked was a panda, he didn't dare get too close, and thus failed to stop Lin Feng. All I could do was anxiously say from the sidelines, "Can't we talk things out properly? If all else fails, you could just kill a chicken to scare it." The rooster pointed at by the village secretary? Lin Feng turned to look at the village secretary and said angrily, "Uncle, do you remember last year when you spared me 100 or so pounds of local pork? I remember, didn't you smoke it into cured meat? This giant panda has ruined everything." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the village secretary was stunned for 2 seconds. Immediately, a look of heartache appeared on his face. Raising pigs in rural areas is not easy, especially for pigs raised for their own consumption, which require extra care. He wouldn't even give that big fat pig a shot when it was sick, for fear that antibiotics would affect the quality of the meat. "I brewed Chinese medicine for over 10 days straight, and it worked well for me. If Lin Feng hadn't been from the same clan as him, he would never have been able to spare more than 100 catties of meat. Now, is it true that everything has been ruined by giant pandas? Fight! We must fight!" The village party secretary took a few steps back and decided not to interfere in Lin Feng's affairs anymore. But when she turned around, she saw the big dumpling looking pitiful and disappointed. The village secretary's heartache over the food was instantly replaced by another kind of heartache. On the other hand, the panda probably didn't do it on purpose. "No, let's kill a chicken to scare it." "Rooster, why am I still in the story? Can't you just forget about me?" The rooster was filled with grief and indignation, experiencing for the first time in its life the difference between species. That's so unfair to the chickens. But the chicken was helpless against it, hoo. However, one thing is certain, the rooster was right about the bear. Despite being hit, De Tuanzi, upon hearing the village secretary's words, still bravely shielded the victim with his body. I really consider you a sister, no, a brother. That onlooker is really annoying. He not only didn't stop Lin Feng, but he also gave him a bad idea. Humph, the bear will never eat what you feed it again. The little dumpling thought angrily as it adjusted its position to be beaten. Oh, my butt, you're so fleshy, I guess I'll just have to make do with you for now. Wah-ah-ah. Wolf Green's eyes lit up when he saw Big Dumpling protecting the rooster. This bear is good, it has that feeling of mutual respect between comrades in arms. He's just a bit slow. In situations like this, where you could easily get away with just a little coquetry, you end up standing at attention and getting beaten instead. Tisk. Lang Qing silently shook his head and squatted down to the side, afraid of affecting Lin Feng's performance. However, its attention did not waver. Every time the big ball of fluff was hit, it would twitch its ears. Does it hurt that much? The farmer was clearly just swinging the broom loudly, but he held back when it came down. Wolf Green could understand Lin Feng's methods, but Milk Dumpling couldn't. It watched its mother being beaten and whimpering, then silently hid behind a bag of rice. A pair of paws covered its eyes, peeking through the gaps. May nature protect me, after I've hit mommy, she can't hit me anymore. The village party secretary stood to the side, his eyes darting around as he observed the animals' reactions, before falling silent. Why do pandas, dogs, and roosters all seem to have their own distinct personalities? Tisk tisk tisk, where did Lin Feng gather so many crouching dragons and phoenix chicks? This whole thing makes me feel like an outsider. I'm not sure, I'll think about it some more. The village party secretary stared wide-eyed, watching with great interest. Hey, this is even more exciting than watching a TV series. Lin Feng smacked the Big Dumpling several times, but his heart softened after hearing the Big Dumpling's whimpering sounds. Why is this giant panda so docile? Even after we beat it, it still obediently sticks its butt out. People used to say they were bears, not cats, but now it seems they are cats, not bears. Hey! Lin Feng moved to face the Big Dumpling, crossed his arms, and looked down at it, asking, "Do you realize your mistake?" The Big Dumpling covered its bottom and nodded. Xiang Xiang knows he was wrong, he shouldn't have caused trouble. Lin Feng's hands loosened their grip on its chest as soon as they met its wet eyes. If you had known this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? It's not like I'm not going to give you any. Upon hearing this, the little dumpling, who was still feeling sorry for its bottom, suddenly stood up. Even though the bear made a mistake, can't we still eat it in the future? The bear was right about you, you're a really great person. The rain has stopped, the sky has cleared, and we can continue to enjoy nature's bounty. The Big Dumpling covered its bottom and grinned. Then, its gaze fell on the little head behind the rice bag. Hey kid, come here, get a beating and you'll get a long-term meal ticket, it's a worthwhile investment. The Big Dumpling ran over to the rice bag and picked up the little dumpling that was huddled up. Then, with a soft smack, the Big Dumpling stuffed the Milk Dumpling into Lin Feng's hand. It patted the broom and poked the little dumpling's bottom. The meaning is very clear. Beat. The little dumpling was completely stunned, staring at its mother in shock. Wah-ah-ah. Mom, I'm your biological child, your biological child. Lin Feng's lips twitched as well. He realized that the Big Dumpling's maternal love was intermittent. I'm really impressed by you. Lin Feng looked at the shocked and frightened little dumpling and felt a pang of heartache. Quickly hold him in your arms and keep comforting him. Baby, you are a good baby, I won't hit you, I won't hit you. The moment before, Lin Feng was speaking to the Big Dumpling in a stern tone, but now his voice was strained. Big Dumpling, hey, you weren't like this just now. The bear is a little hurt. Beside him, the rooster blinked rapidly, seemingly discerning the flavor. It turns out that even national treasures have different levels, with the large dumpling having a significantly lower status than the small dumpling. That made me feel a little better. However, I still can't gloat. I need to keep a low profile and not let anyone think of me. The rooster curled its body into a ball, barely daring to breathe. For a moment, the only sounds in the warehouse were Lin Feng soothing the baby. At this point, the village party secretary, who had been watching from the sidelines, was finally able to chime in. He looked at the little dumpling with a pained expression and said, looking at her teary eyes, how is this any different from a child who's terrified after their parents fight? Tisk tisk tisk, poor thing, let me give you a hug. The village party secretary spoke while extending his hand. Then, he was scolded by the Big Dumpling. Woof, you bad person, get away from me. The little dumpling didn't like the village secretary and pushed him aside. The village secretary, who was pushed back by the Big Dumpling with its bare paw, was not afraid, but shocked at first. No, can't we try to reason with each other? Not only did I not hit you, I even tried to break up the fight. The village party secretary felt deeply hurt. Bear, you're not human, how can you apply human double standards so vividly? The sky darkened, and it started to rain. The village secretary decided to play a trick. Lin Feng, look at how the panda is laughing. It's obvious that it wasn't taught a lesson properly. Let me tell you, this bear is just like a child. In education, it is essential to ensure that the process is thorough from the very first time. Otherwise, they'll dare to do it again next time. As the village secretary spoke, the little dumpling's eyes widened, and finally, it barked angrily. Woof woof woof. I'm not human, you're a real dog. Wolf Green? Even dogs don't behave like that. The village party secretary, seeing the sharp glare flying towards him, took a few steps back and clasped his hands in a fist salute. I see that your family's affairs have been mostly resolved. I'm leaving now, goodbye. After saying that, he slipped away without a second thought. Lin Feng was amused by the village secretary's move and grabbed the big dumpling who was angrily trying to chase after him. Alright, he was just joking. Besides, why were you yelling at them just now? Don't you really realize your mistake? Big dumpling, human, I'll remember you. From now on, I won't eat anything you feed me. I won't even acknowledge you if I see you on the street. The big dumpling got so angry that it turned into a ball. Lin Feng was both amused and annoyed, and gave it a hard rub on the head. Just then, his stomach started growling. Alright, you guys are full, but I'm still hungry. I'm going to cook. Lin Feng noticed that when he said this, the rooster that was pretending to be dead in the corner silently curled up into a ball. Good, you've learned to be scared. Lin Feng was very satisfied. Picking up the cleaver, Lin Feng returned to the kitchen and began cooking. I rinsed the rice and put it in the steamer, then picked up a broom and started cleaning the kitchen. Sweep up the spilled grain and feed it to the chicks and ducklings. Cut off the gnawed parts of the cured pork and save them for the big dumpling's next meal. The edible parts are hung back on the roof beam. Fortunately, neither the rooster nor the dumpling realized that there was still food in the refrigerator. Lin Feng opened the refrigerator door and took out the beef he had specially bought to pick up the dog. Given Lang Qing's performance just now, Lin Feng felt that he should eat the meat himself. Pick up the knife you just sharpened and cut the beef into small pieces. Put the beef in a pot of cold water, add some knotted scallions and ginger slices, and give it a hot bath. After removing blood and droplets, add a few fennel seeds, about 10 slices of dried hawthorn, and angelica root, and start stewing. As steam rose from the pot, the aroma of beef wafted continuously from the kitchen. This made Lang Qing, who was pondering his new job in the courtyard, restless and uneasy. Woo! It smells so good, what is it? It flicked its tail a few times, walked to the kitchen door, and peered around cautiously. Lin Feng glanced at it and raised an eyebrow. Want some? Lang Qing paused for a moment, then immediately nodded. Lin Feng put his hands behind his back, his eyes filled with regret. You seem to look down on my job here, so why should I eat my food? Wolf Green was stunned. It really didn't expect this. No one had ever told him or the dog that dogs could eat anything other than dog food. It really had no idea that such delicious food existed in the world. I've suffered because I'm uncultured. Woof, woof woof. I didn't know back then that the meals here were good. I can do this job. Wolf Green started wagging its tail at Lin Feng. If Zhou Cheng were here, his eyes would definitely pop out in astonishment. Police dogs are different from ordinary dogs. They don't wag their tails at people easily. Especially that oddball, Lang Qing. Unfortunately, Lin Feng was unaware of all this. He simply attributed Lang Qing's tail wagging to an attempt to deceive the authorities. Don't whine, it won't work. We agreed on a work contract, and if you don't work, you won't eat. Lin Feng ruthlessly pushed Lang Qing into the yard. Go and reflect on your actions. For the first time in his life, Lang Qing felt that he had gone too far. Perhaps when Lin Feng asked it to catch the chicken, it should have acted without hesitation. Lang Qing turned his head and looked at the rooster in the yard. Rooster, the matter is over, let's not settle scores later. A photo of someone walking with their tail between their legs. Seeing the rooster's reaction, Wolf Green gave up and started racking his brains. Honestly, you can't get such good food in the police force. Was I too arrogant before? Just as Lang Qing was reflecting, Lin Feng slowly poked his head out of the kitchen. This beef was originally prepared to welcome you, but, sigh. Lin Feng shook his head, looking as if he felt sorry for Lang Qing. There's no other way. I'll take you home after I finish eating. Wolf Green, I was too arrogant before. Woof woof woof. No, I'll do this job, I'll do it. Wolf Green barked and rushed into the kitchen, nuzzling Lin Feng with its head. Forget about the visa, this is my dream job. Looking at the drastic change in Lang Qing, Lin Feng slowly curled up the corners of his mouth. He knew that there was no animal that the magical water couldn't handle. Lin Feng opened the pot lid with satisfaction and picked up a piece of beef. Come on, turn around, and show me. Wolf Green stared at the beef and nimbly spun around in place. Very good, Lin Feng blew on the meat and then put it in his mouth. It smells delicious. My cooking skills are really good. Lang Qing blinked, his Dao heart starting to crumble. Wah-ah-ah. Farmer, no, master, I really know I was wrong. Wolf Green lowered its head and tucked its hind legs down, its ears tucked in, and stared longingly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had watched animal documentaries and knew that when dogs acted this way, it meant they were submitting. Instantly, his mood improved. Communicating with a smart dog is so convenient. If it were a big dumpling, it would definitely get a beating. Sit still. Lin Feng gave the order to Lang Qing. After seeing Lang Qing sit down, he opened the cupboard and took out a stainless steel bowl. From now on, this is your personal job. Don't you dare cause any trouble, or I'll take it away. Lin Feng gave Lang Qing's head a hard pat. Woof woof woof. I will work hard from now on, master. Wolf Green happily stuck out its tongue. Forget about thinking about life. I, a dog, want to live in the moment, to live on my owner's farm. Lang Qing's performance greatly pleased Lin Feng. He was generous and filled Lang Qing's bowl with a large bowl of beef, along with washed vegetables and white rice. Wolf Green took a bite and was immediately overwhelmed by the aroma. Wah-ah-ah. It made guarding noises while eating. This live mukbang made even the little dumplings and the rooster, who had just eaten their fill, hungry. I want it, I want it. Without any hesitation, the little dumpling went straight up and hugged Lin Feng's waist tightly. The little dumpling followed suit, hugging Lin Feng's leg and whimpering. Lin Feng had no choice but to nod, as there was nothing he could do about them. All right, let me go get you 2 bowls. The rooster watched Lin Feng turn around to get a bowl, and then nervously scratched the ground with its claws. Maybe, probably, I shouldn't be one of them? I don't care. That's what I thought, but the rooster felt a pang of sadness in his heart. Not wanting to watch others eat, it walked slowly and deliberately towards the chicken coop. As Lin Feng came out with the bowl, he saw the rooster's lonely figure gradually disappearing into the distance. I've been aware of this for a long time. I can't just chase you for 800 meters with a knife. Lin Feng now feels both angry and fond of this rooster. Hey! Lin Feng called at the rooster. The rooster lowered its head and moved slowly, step by step. Hey! The rooster didn't stop walking, because it knew that this definitely wasn't its crowing. Lin Feng called out twice, but the guy didn't turn around, so he sighed. Back in the kitchen, I took out a piece of beef, shredded it into thin strips, and mixed it with some vegetables. Lin Feng walked quickly to the rooster. Who are you trying to impress with your dejected look? Here, take this. Lin Feng put down the chicken feed bowl and casually flicked the rooster's bright red comb. It's chubby and feels nice to the touch. The rooster looked at the fragrant food in the bowl, then looked up at Lin Feng. The whole chicken was completely bewildered. Me, I can get a share too. This is incredible. A trace of guilt involuntarily surfaced in the rooster's beady eyes. I'm definitely not a chicken. So Lin Feng saw that the rooster didn't rush to eat as he had expected. Instead, it rubbed its head against his shoes like a dog. Don't be like this. I still prefer your previous rebellious self. Lin Feng poked the rooster's head and pushed the bowl towards it with a smile. The rooster was deeply moved. Why, you're such a kind person, I won't let you raise me for nothing. Faced with the rooster's vow, Lin Feng covered his ears. It's too noisy, shut up, you're just asking for trouble. The rooster, with tears in its eyes, crowed and showed off its food. The big dumpling, holding its rice bowl, darted around with its eyes darting about, its bare paw secretly reaching for the little dumpling. The little dumpling was already prepared. She grabbed the bowl and moved to the side, leaving her mother with nothing. Wolf Green pressed its paws against the edge of its rice bowl, buried its mouth in the rice jar, and ate with its eyes shining. This is what dogs should eat. The person who invented dog food should be shot. Each animal has its own unique way of eating, but all of them are equally heartwarming and pleasing to the eye. Lin Feng smiled knowingly. Although 2 of the 4 animals were not their own. But what's the difference between this and a child coming home for dinner on their own? So cute and so heartwarming. So Lin Feng took out his phone and started recording a video. If this scene were posted on my own account, netizens would definitely love it. As Lin Feng had expected. As soon as he posted the video, he saw the notification bar filled with little red dots. Lin Feng was stunned. Following the message notification, Lin Feng opened the comments section and witnessed the madness of humanity. I'm dying from cuteness. Little dumpling, let EE have a suckle, just one suckle. Ever since I saw you last time, EE has been hooked. Haha, why is everyone only focused on the panda? Didn't you see the majestic big dog too? Chicken, feed me peanuts. Feed me peanuts. If you don't understand, how did the blogger manage to get pandas, dogs, and chickens to eat peacefully under one roof? Blogger, you managed to find the panda after sending it away? Confess, did you put ice in its food? Haha, this isn't the blogger's fault. It's clearly a glutton treating the blogger's house like a canteen. That makes sense. Lin Feng looked at these comments and didn't know what to say. No one was surprised at all that the giant panda that had been sent away would come back. They are truly a group of young people who have received education in the love of society. They have a really high tolerance for unreasonable events. However, to be fair, netizens are indeed very talented. He never imagined the reason why the giant panda had been so persistent in finding it. It's because they've turned their house into a cafeteria. Lin Feng walked over to the big dumpling and the little dumpling, and stroked them with both hands, one up and one down. Tell me, have you two been treating my house like a cafeteria? Faced with Lin Feng's questioning, De Tuanzi and Nai Tuanzi just blinked their ears, indicating that they did not understand. Stop joking. Nothing is more important than cooked rice. Lin Feng had no choice but to turn off his phone and start eating, but as he ate, he belatedly realized. Wrong. The panda he sent away found its way back. He even provided it with food, but forgot to report it. Lin Feng patted his head, took out his phone, and called Zhou Cheng. Hey, De Chinzi. When Zhou Cheng, on the other end of the phone, saw that it was Lin Feng calling, he felt a secret thrill. Brother Feng, what's wrong? Can't you handle Lang Qing? Hurry, tell them you can't handle Wolf Green. Otherwise, how embarrassing would it be for me, my uncle, and Lang Qing's instructor? Lin Feng felt that he was probably hallucinating. Otherwise, why would Zhou Cheng's voice sound like it carried a hint of schadenfreude and anticipation? How could Wolf Green not be able to handle it? Wolf Green is so obedient, it spins when told to spin and wags its tail when told to wag its tail. Lin Feng chuckled and teased Zhou Cheng. You'd better look forward to it. Otherwise, if you come to my farm again, I'll chase you for 2 miles. Zhou Cheng's eyes widened. Wow, a wolfhound that can spin around and wag its tail. How surreal. He couldn't help but say it aloud. 2 black lines appeared on Lin Feng's forehead as he said speechlessly. Wolf Green isn't magical at all. What's magical are those 2 giant pandas. They've been found again, can you believe it? Lin Feng recounted everything that had just happened to Zhou Cheng in detail. Zhou Cheng, on the other end of the phone, held his phone, looking bewildered in the wind. You mean, the giant panda has been found? Now, the giant panda lives in harmony with your chickens and wolfhounds, and they eat together. Is it becoming a trend to treat your house as a cafeteria? Lin Feng nodded. That's right, that's exactly what I mean. Zhou Cheng scratched his head in confusion, his tone filled with disbelief. Hey, did you know that my colleague drove over 100 miles, deep into the nature reserve, to find an auspicious spot to release the animals? It even managed to bring its cubs back. After a pause, Zhou Cheng sighed. If you still want us to handle it, we'll stick to the release the animals approach. But I feel that this won't solve the problem. Wait a moment, I'll report this to the Forestry Bureau and ask them to contact professionals to think of a solution. Lin Feng nodded. Okay, I'll wait for your news. Waiting for news wasn't something to do idly. Lin Feng saw that Lang Qing had finished eating and called out to it. Wolf Green, come on, let me show you around the farm. Lang Qing was fully aware of his current identity, so he immediately stood up and followed behind Lin Feng. When the little dumpling saw Lin Feng taking Lang Qing out, fearing they were going out for a snack, it immediately got up and followed them. As I passed by the baby, I casually picked him up. And so, a man, 2 bears, and a dog walked in a row on the farm. Springtime changes every day. Now, a few pale yellow flowers have begun to bloom on the grass. Bees buzzed low over the grass, collecting nectar. Hearing the buzzing sound, the little dumpling ran to the field, trying to play with the bees. The result was predictable. She came back with a droopy little face after a short while. Lin Feng chuckled inwardly, but pretended not to notice. He patted Wolf Green's head and gave it a few instructions. Have you memorized the route? Wolf Green nodded and barked, indicating that it remembered. Just remember that. Once you're familiar with it, you can go play in the village again. Lin Feng paused, then turned to look at the big dumpling. I'm talking about Wolf Green, not you. You can't run around like that. Big dumpling, am I some kind of clueless bear? Humph. Seeing the cat's resentful gaze, Lin Feng was satisfied. The change in expression meant that the cat wasn't too stupid. Let's go home. There's something else I need to do. In Linfen Village, there's a custom that families who keep cats or dogs must circle the corner of the table 3 times. This means that you have registered your household with the local earth god. From now on, kittens and puppies will have a home and divine protection. Lin Feng felt that such auspicious meaning must be taken into account. The table will be the large stone table in the yard, an old object that Lin Feng's grandfather's generation has had. It's perfect for this. Come on, Lang Qing, it's time to register your household. Walk around this table 3 times. Lang Qing didn't understand why they had to do this. However, it knew that Lin Feng was its master, and immediately carried out the order without fail. After finishing, Lin Feng patted its head, praising it repeatedly. Good dog, you have a home now. Home? The words touched the little dumpling's ears, making its heart flutter. When I grow up, I don't want to be a wild bear. So, the little dumpling ran to the stone table and, imitating wolf green, started spinning around. Lin Feng? Wait. Lang Qing is doing this to register the household registration. What are you doing? Despite saying that, Lin Feng did not stop the little dumpling. Earth God, Mountain God, may you bless the baby and its mother, ensuring their safety, health, and good appetite. Lin Feng prayed silently in his heart. In this way, they treat my house like a canteen and come to eat every day without any problem. When the Forestry Bureau staff received the notification, they rushed to Lin Feng's home to deal with the giant panda. Lin Feng is making a doghouse for Lang Qing. Now that we're all family, Lin Feng definitely wants to build a good house for Lang Qing. So, I specifically looked up blueprints online and also bought some solid wood from the villagers, half buying and half borrowing it. It started creaking and groaning in the yard. Lang Qing knew that Lin Feng was preparing a room for him, and his admiration for Lin Feng grew even stronger. It kept circling around Lin Feng, wagging its tail incessantly. Whether in a kennel or a police station, it lives in a shared dormitory with many other dogs. At Lin Feng's place, you're immediately greeted with a private single room. So how can life be the same no matter who you live with? Lang Qing once again inwardly condemned his previous behavior. It's said that people can't empathize with themselves in the morning, but actually, neither can dogs. When the village party secretary led the Forestry Bureau staff into the house, Lin Feng's yard was in a mess. The ground was covered with wood chips and there was a half-finished doghouse. Lin Feng, covered in wood chips, looked at the village secretary and his group with a puzzled expression. The village party secretary quickly stepped forward and introduced Lin Feng. This is Professor Sun Zhang, a specially appointed animal expert of the Forestry Bureau. This is Lin Feng. The giant pandas treat his home as their canteen. Hello. Lin Feng extended his hand and shook hands with Professor Sun, which could be considered a greeting. This is not the first time Professor Sun has dealt with the issue of giant pandas coming down from the mountain. However, when the giant pandas come down from the mountain to beg for food, they let the villagers pet them and hug them, not acting like outsiders at all. This is quite rare. So, Professor Sun didn't waste any more time with Lin Feng and spoke directly. Didn't they say the giant pandas came to your house? Where are they now? We need to examine them and determine the basic condition of the pandas before we can formulate an expulsion plan. Lin Feng understood this cautious attitude and immediately nodded. It thought the sound of me sawing wood was too loud, so it took the kids and ran to the backyard. I'm taking everyone there. After carefully tidying up the saw, Lin Feng led everyone to the backyard. Turning the corner, from a distance of more than 10 meters, everyone could see a huge black and white ball lying in the backyard. This guy was lying on his back, legs crossed, basking in the sun. He was munching on a pumpkin bigger than his own head, his eyes half closed, thoroughly enjoying himself. In a shady corner under the eaves, a cute little dumpling and a big rooster were having a great time. This scene, it looks surreal no matter how you look at it. The giant pandas didn't come down from the mountain, they came on vacation with their cubs. Just as everyone was stunned, the little dumpling raised its eyelids and saw Lin Feng and the others. No, it should be that they saw Lin Feng, but no one else. You've finished building your doghouse? Then hurry up and cook something, the bears are starving. The little dumpling rolled over and ran towards the crowd. When they suddenly saw a huge panda running towards them, Professor Sun and the others were a little scared. However, they were too hasty, because the big dumpling ignored them and ran straight to the front yard. Then, it happily ran to the kitchen door, lay down on the ground, and stopped moving. After confirming that the giant pandas hadn't spared a single glance for them, no one could figure it out. Well, how should I put it? They were afraid that the giant pandas would treat them like humans, yet surprised that the giant pandas didn't. Otherwise, how could he come down the mountain to make a living? He's got a very sharp mind. This panda is interesting because it's friendly to family, but not close to everyone. Professor Sun nodded and offered his assessment. Lin Feng glanced at the big dumpling's longing gaze fixed on the kitchen, and shrugged. It's not just interesting, it's incredibly clever. Right now, it's eyeing my cured meat. It really doesn't mind the saltiness. The little dumpling and the rooster were having fun when they saw their mom run away, so they wanted to chase after her. However, as they passed by Professor Sun and his group, Professor Sun made a move. I wouldn't dare stop your mom. But dealing with a little dumpling like you is a piece of cake, isn't it? The most invincible strategy in the animal kingdom, the treat trapping technique, let's go. So, Professor Sun deftly pulled a piece of food from his pocket and squatted down in front of it. Don't run away, here, have something delicious. As Professor Sun spoke, he tore open the bag. In an instant, an extremely enticing aroma wafted into the baby's nostrils. Originally, it didn't want to pay attention to Professor Sun, thinking that his smell was too complicated. But the alluring aroma made them stop in their tracks. However, the little dumpling was still wary, blinking its eyes and subconsciously looking at Lin Feng. The question in his eyes was very clear. Godfather, can Xion Xiong eat this? That questioning look stumped Professor Sun. He glanced at Lin Feng subconsciously and hesitated before saying, "Oh, excuse me, may I feed it?" Professor Sun and Lin Feng were both stunned when these words were spoken. They exchanged a glance and couldn't help but laugh. This panda is wild. Why ask this so solemnly? It's like they're making it seem like the little dumpling is Lin Feng's child. However, after laughing, Lin Feng still nodded seriously at the little dumpling. Professor Sun is a good person, you can eat it. With Lin Feng's permission, the little dumpling slowly approached Professor Sunday. However, no matter how Professor Sun tried to amuse it, it remained 5 steps away from him. Moreover, its hind legs were constantly kicking, ready to run away at any moment. Professor Sun had no choice but to give the snacks to the little dumpling. The little dumpling got the snacks, smelled the tempting aroma, and couldn't wait to stuff them into its mouth. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, the little dumpling was born with a wah-ah, woof woof woof. The little dumpling got so angry that it threw the snacks on the ground, barked, and buried its head in Lin Feng's arms. "Godfather, this thing hit my mouth. It hit my mouth." The taste of the additives overwhelmed the milk dumpling, making it completely disoriented, and it kept foaming at the mouth. Lin Feng was terrified. "Professor Sun, what are you feeding it?" Professor Sun was also startled and hurriedly explained. "This stuff is definitely not poisonous. It's a snack specially developed by the giant panda base to coax panda cubs into taking their medicine. At most, they just added a lot of palatability enhancers, it can't be that bad." Upon hearing Professor Sun's explanation, Lin Feng immediately understood. It turns out that they were used to eating all natural foods and couldn't stand the additives. It's like a child who eats a bland diet being suddenly stuffed with a handful of extremely spicy snacks. It's quite a blunder. "Come on, have some water." Lin Feng quickly took out the spiritual water and poured it down the baby's throat. Looking at the teary-eyed little dumpling, Professor Sun felt bad, but still felt that the snack shouldn't be treated like this. So he stepped forward and picked up the food that the little dumpling had thrown away. "Has it gone bad?" Professor Sun held the snack to his nose and smelled it, but found nothing unusual. Undeterred, he broke off a small piece and put it in his mouth. "Ha! No problem." Professor Sun was puzzled. The little dumpling was having a meltdown. Has this two-legged creature never eaten anything good before? How could it possibly eat this? The little dumpling struggled to get off Lin Feng. It ran over to the vegetable basket that Lin Feng had prepared for it, and its mother picked up a tomato and threw it to Professor Sunday. "Poor two-legged creatures, have something good to eat." The little dumpling clung to Lin Feng's leg, its paw pointing at the tomato, then at Professor Sunday. "Professor Sun?" He picked up the tomato, and following the little dumpling's instructions, put it in his mouth and took a bite. Then, Professor Sun's eyes widened in an instant. "These tomatoes are so delicious." As Professor Sun spoke, he couldn't help but stuff tomatoes into his mouth. They let the sweet and sour tomato juice drip down their lips without wiping it away. His eating habits didn't match his refined appearance. His assistant, standing nearby, was stunned and awkwardly tugged at him. "Professor? Is it really that delicious?" Professor Sun was pulled back to his senses by his assistant. His face flushed red, but he still didn't let go of the tomato in his hand. "You'll know once you try it." He couldn't bear to give the tomatoes he was holding to his assistant. After glancing around, he ran to the vegetable basket, took another tomato, and handed it to his assistant. "Come on, have some." He acted so quickly that Lin Feng didn't even have time to tell them that it was prepared for the panda. Remembering Detuanze's gluttonous nature, Lin Feng subconsciously looked at Detuanze. A stranger took its food without permission. This guy can't be angry, right? To Lin Feng's surprise, the first thing he saw in the big dumpling's eyes was pity. That's right, when the big dumpling saw this scene, it only made it feel sorry for these two-legged creatures. "You guys have never tried the things that bears eat every day?" Professor Sun was unaware that he had been pitted by a panda. He just kept urging his assistant. "Try it, it's really delicious." The assistant, still somewhat skeptical, said, "I'll try it." After saying that, he took a bite. Then, the abundant juice of the tomato instantly filled his entire mouth. The assistant could only feel the sour and sweet flavors of the tomatoes dancing on his tongue. Ugh, ugh. The assistant was speechless, her mouth full of tomato, and she kept jumping up and down. The big dumpling clicked its tongue and looked away. "I love how naive you two-legged creatures are." Lin Feng, standing to the side, took in all of the big dumpling's expressions, suppressed a laugh, and lowered his head. "Say nothing more, silence is golden." The remaining staff members who came with Professor Sun were also greatly intrigued by their appearance. "Is it really that delicious? Let me have a taste too." Everyone immediately forgot all about the giant panda and, one after another, went to the vegetable basket to get tomatoes. Unfortunately, these tomatoes weren't specially prepared for them by Lin Feng, so there aren't enough for one per person. The group didn't stand on ceremony, they picked it up, broke it apart, and evenly distributed the pieces. It smells very strongly of tomatoes. Hey, 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 the juice is dripping down. Slurp slurp. A brief silence. Then, Lin Feng heard a deafening holy crap. Now things are really messed up. Several close colleagues have started fighting over it. Yours has more petals than mine, let me take a bite. Get out of here, it's mine, it's mine. Ouch. You bit my hand. Watching the crowd arguing over tomatoes, Lin Feng wore the same expression as the two little dumplings who had been watching the whole thing. I've really opened my eyes today. To prevent everyone from arriving in one car but having to take two cars back, Lin Feng quickly stepped forward. I still have tomatoes in my field, I'll pick them for you, I'll pick them for you. Upon hearing Lin Feng's shout, everyone snapped out of their daze and realized what they had done, their faces turning bright red. We like to joke like that all the time. Yes, yes, this stuff tastes best when people fight over it. Yes, yes, yes. Seeing everyone's reaction, Professor Sun felt a little embarrassed and tried to make amends to Lin Feng. The vegetables we eat in the city are often picked days ago. It's really hard to find tomatoes this fresh. Moreover, to be fair, your farm is really doing a great job. The quality of your vegetables is much higher than that of other farms. Hearing Professor Sun's fair assessment, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Professor Sun, when it comes to planting in China now, it usually refers to specialized planting bases that follow a single production area route. Farms are not a concept that is widely known to the public, let alone compared to. Are you very knowledgeable about this? To be honest, I'm just starting out with my farm, and I don't really know much about the business models and quality of other farms. I really need information on this. Can you tell me about it? Lin Feng felt a mixture of anticipation and embarrassment. After all, you've only just met them, and to say all this is really a bit too hasty. But with spring planting just around the corner, he hasn't even sorted out the seed issue yet, and there's really nothing he can do. Professor Sun, seeing Lin Feng like this, was quite impressed and smiled. It's quite a coincidence that I have a good friend who is a plant expert and specializes in providing guidance to farms. The farm gives him more samples than he can eat, so they always send me the best ones. So, I just unconsciously compared your product with the product he gave me. Professor Sun thought for a moment, then said to Lin Feng, it's not easy for a young person like you to start a business. If you don't mind, could you give me some samples of vegetables from your farm? I'll send it to my friend so he can take a look at it from a more professional perspective. Lin Feng hadn't expected the Forestry Bureau's visit to see the giant pandas to bring him such a pleasant surprise, and he immediately nodded in agreement. No problem, I'll give you some samples in a bit. Could you please contact them for me? Of course, I had invited experts to inspect the farm before, and I knew that it would cost money. How much you want is negotiable. Hearing Lin Feng's magnanimous words, Professor Su looked at him with even greater respect and joked. You believe me so quickly? Aren't you afraid I'll swindle you? Lin Feng nodded. I'm a little scared, but doesn't the Forestry Bureau have its backing? At least you're a real expert. Upon hearing Lin Feng's honest and straightforward answer, Professor Sun burst into laughter. Haha, you're something else, kid. You've got my eye on you. I'm putting it this way today, I'm definitely going to help you with this. As for money, I still have some influence with my old friend, so let's not talk about it in the early stages. If it's really necessary later, you guys can discuss it yourselves. I'm not going to get caught in the middle. The two were having a great time talking, while the Tuanzi, who was waiting for dinner at the kitchen door, became impatient. It got up from the ground and slowly walked to Lin Feng's side, its bare paw patting the hem of his clothes. Are you done talking? Xiong is hungry. After spending so many days together, Lin Feng has gotten to know De Tuanzi. Just by looking at it, you can tell it's begging for food. Lin Feng quickly comforted the little dumpling. Hungry? Okay, I'll start cooking right away. After speaking with the big dumpling, Lin Feng turned to look at everyone. Please sit down, everyone. Have some water, and I'll cook for you right away. Upon hearing Lin Feng's invitation, the deeply ingrained Chinese etiquette immediately kicked in, and everyone naturally declined repeatedly. No need. We're here to solve the giant panda problem. How could we eat your food? Yes, why bother with food? It's too much trouble for you. No need. Two-legged creatures that waved their hands at the mere mention of eating. The big dumpling snorted dismissively. Shaw, what's so embarrassing about mooching a meal these days? Humans are even worse than bears. Although everyone refused in unison. However, just as Lin Feng resolutely picked up the vegetable basket, preparing to go down to the field to pick vegetables, everyone lowered their waving hands in unison. If tomatoes are so delicious, other dishes must be delicious too, right? All right, that's enough politeness. Any more would be impolite, but it's not good for your stomach. After exchanging glances, Professor Sun and the others blushed slightly and accepted Lin Feng's arrangement. Arriving at the vegetable garden, we picked the freshest vegetables, filled a basket with various kinds of vegetables, and divided them into 3 portions. One portion for cooking. One of them was a sample that Professor Sun sent to a friend. The last portion was for everyone to take home and eat. After dividing the dishes, Lin Feng began cooking. The pig's trotters are chopped into small pieces with a cleaver and placed directly into the spiritual water. This process not only removes the blood but also enhances the flavor of the trotters. That means the pig's trotters were bought at the market. If we follow Lin Feng's plan, this year I'm raising my own pigs, feeding them with grains and vegetables grown with spiritual water, so I shouldn't need to use spiritual water to enhance the flavor. While thinking about raising pigs this year, Lin Feng washed the vegetables. For this meal, he planned to make braised pork trotters, stir-fried vegetables with garlic, stir-fried eggplant, potatoes, and green peppers, and egg and spinach soup. The most time-consuming part is making braised pig's trotters. Because whenever the word braised is mentioned, it's impossible to avoid caramelizing sugar. Caramelizing sugar is a skill that requires expertise. If the heat is not right, the color won't develop properly. If the heat is too high, the taste will be bitter. However, this was no challenge for Lin Feng. In the 6 months since he returned to his hometown, he has only done one thing in his spare time: studying culinary arts. Make up for all the pent-up hunger and discomfort I've suffered from eating pre-cooked meals in the big city. Now, he's quite skilled at caramelizing sugar. Heat a small pot over low heat, pour in water and rock sugar in a 1:1 ratio, and add a few drops of oil. Let these ingredients slowly melt under the magic of the flames until the pot starts to bubble. At this point, the large iron ladle should be used to stir continuously to prevent the food from sticking to the bottom. Once the sugar syrup turns a deep reddish-brown color and the air is filled with the sweet aroma of caramel, add the blanched pig's trotters, turn up the heat, and start stir-frying. Once the pig's trotters have been evenly colored, pour in a large amount of spiritual water to submerge them. Then take a clay pot, transfer all the pig's trotters into it, and simmer over low heat. Glug glug. The lid of the casserole was pushed up by the steam and danced. The white mist, carrying an alluring fragrance, brazenly displayed its charm in the air. Does it smell good? Does it smell good? But if you want to eat it, you'll have to wait another 20 minutes or so. The big dumpling didn't understand the language of food, it only knew that it had been waiting for a very, very long time. The bear wants to eat, wants to eat. Lin Feng ruthlessly pushed its protruding head back, grabbed the creature by the ear, and dragged it out of the kitchen. Standing at the door, Lin Feng saw Professor Sun and the others holding teacups and drinking tea continuously. But, the teacup is clearly empty, so why is there still a swallowing motion? Lin Feng suppressed his doubts and quickly returned to the kitchen to continue cooking. The eggplant and potatoes in the dis-ancien dish need to be fried beforehand. The eggplant should also be coated with a layer of flour to prevent it from absorbing too much oil during frying, becoming greasy and ruining the taste. Lin Feng stirred the oil in the pan with a large ladle. Unsurprisingly, I heard the crunching sound of the eggplant, coated in flour and fried until crispy, being broken open. Pleasant to the ear, pleasant to the heart, and pleasant to the stomach. It's just a bit of a hassle to talk about. Professor Sun and his colleagues maintained the decorum of civilized people and were able to barely suppress their emotions. However, the little dumpling had already taken over the baton from its mother, who was urging it to eat, and hugged Lin Feng's leg. Wah-ah. Lin Feng looked down and, good heavens, his black scarf was soaked with drool. Originally, the milk ball was made of strands of slightly curled fluffy down. Now that it's wet with saliva, it looks exactly like a homeless person with dreadlocks. Tisk! Lin Feng was busy cooking and didn't have time for it. He could only pull out a towel and stuff the bear and towel together into the big dumpling's mouth. Clean your child up, and you'll get a bowl of pig's trotters as a reward. The little dumpling didn't know what Lin Feng was planning, but when it heard there was a reward, it grunted and started wiping the child. The force was so great that the little dumpling grimaced in pain. Mommy, be gentle, it's a bear. This scene of the human and the bear communicating without any barriers caught the attention of Professor Sun and his colleagues, and everyone stared wide-eyed. Is this the level of understanding a foodie has? No, there's also execution. Come on, take notes in your notebook. Let's see how hard wild giant pandas will go to get food. If I go clean the panda mask, can I get a bowl of pig's trotters as a reward? Get out! How shameful! Although everyone felt that the colleague who proposed this idea was shameful, but that didn't stop them from staring blankly with longing when they saw the food laid out on the table. The braised pig's trotters were a beautiful reddish-brown color. Just by placing them on the table and letting the bottom of the bowl tap against it, they bounced several times. In the dish de Sanxian, a classic Chinese dish, the potatoes are golden yellow, the eggplants are golden with a hint of purple, and they are accompanied by red and green peppers, all glistening with oil and soft and tender. Garlic-flavored vegetables, white garlic, green leafy vegetables. Even a simple egg and spinach soup is incredibly delicious. Professor Sun and the others picked up their chopsticks as if in a trance, reaching for the dishes they most wanted to eat. Professor Sun's favorite dish is eggplant, one of the 3 treasures of the earth, a dish made with eggplant, potatoes, and green peppers. One bite, and the soft, fluffy eggplant, with its own delicate fragrance and a hint of spiciness from the chili, fills your mouth. A bite of eggplant, a bite of rice. Professor Sun lamented that his mouth wasn't big enough and that the bowl in front of him was so small that it was gone in just a few bites. The assistant was a young man, at the perfect age to enjoy meat, so his first bite was naturally braised pig's trotters. The pig's trotters have been stewed until the meat and bones are easily separated. With a gentle suck, the skin and meat slide right into your mouth. So smooth was it that the assistant wanted to break into a waltz right there and then. The village party secretary is getting old, and before meals he craves a bowl of warm soup. Gently stir the soup with a spoon. Each spoonful contains golden egg flowers and vibrant green spinach leaves. Slurp. Before the warmth reached his stomach, it first invaded the top of the village secretary's head. Enough said, I'll drink this bowl of soup first as a sign of respect. So, after Lin Feng had arranged the meals for De Xiao Tuanzi and Lang Qing, he turned around and took a look. I was completely stunned. Aren't these Forestry Bureau staff members? People's income may not be very high, but it is definitely enough to afford to eat their fill, right? Why are they all looking like reincarnated starving ghosts? And hey, party secretary, what's with you standing up and fighting with the young people for pig's trotters at your age? Seeing everyone eating so voraciously, Lin Feng couldn't help but move away from the table. Fortunately, there was still some left in the pot, which was extra for the big dumplings and the others. However, for now, it belongs to me. Lin Feng returned to the kitchen and began to enjoy his meal alone with relish. After he finished eating, he prepared to go to the yard to clean up the dishes. Then I saw Professor Sun and the others slumped in their chairs, staring blankly into the distance. Lin Feng was numb. Heaven and earth bear witness that apart from using better ingredients and adding some spiritual water, there is nothing else to my food. I really didn't put any ice in it. Lin Feng cautiously approached the group and carefully inquired, "Hey, how's everyone doing?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, Professor Sun turned his head blankly and opened his mouth. Hiccup, hiccup. Now I finally understand why Officer Lin was able to find those 2 giant pandas even though he released them so far away. If I were in that situation, I would also demand the quality of this food. Hiccup. Lin Feng, I asked you, and you answered panda? However, the fact that he still remembers pandas shows that he is a true expert. Seeing Professor Sun hiccuping like that, Lin Feng smiled. You guys handle the panda issue. I'll go make everyone some digestive tea. Oh. Professor Sun watched Lin Feng's departing figure, his mind blank as it began to race. Besides pandas, what else is there? Then, he remembered. Holy crap, I was a guest at someone else's house, and they started eating before the host even sat down at the table. Not only that, they ate all the food on the table, leaving not a single drop of soup for the host. Professor Sun stared blankly at the spotless dishes on the table, feeling utterly numb. So when Lin Feng brought over the digestive tea, he was greeted by a chorus of apologies from everyone. I'm sorry, we were being rude. The food smelled so good that we couldn't resist. We're so sorry. Everyone apologized to Lin Feng repeatedly, leaving the big dumpling and the little dumpling standing to the side stunned. The world of 2-legged creatures is truly complex. Beside him, the rooster shook its head, touched the ground with its wings, and flicked its comb. This is nothing, and you're all completely stunned. Let me tell you, there are a lot of rules for 2-legged creatures. The big dumpling and the little dumpling's eyes lit up instantly. We haven't been down the mountain long, so we really don't know the rules of the 2-legged creatures. Come on, let's talk about them. Faced with the eager eyes of the big dumpling and the little dumpling, the rooster's vanity was greatly satisfied. The rooster's comb started shaking. Remember, if there are many guests at home, or if you see a very important guest arrive, you must hide immediately. Big dumpling and milk dumpling? The rooster flicked its tail feathers, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and sighed softly. Because 2-legged creatures will kill chickens to entertain guests. The big dumpling and the little dumpling looked at each other. That's all right, we're national treasures. The rooster was waiting for the big dumpling and the little dumpling to show fear, and he had already figured out how to casually share his years of experience in hiding with the 2 of them. As a result, when I turned my head, I met the sympathetic gazes of the big dumpling and the little dumpling. The rooster was slow to realize. They are national treasures and will never be in such danger. Sigh. The difference between a bear and a chicken is greater than the difference between a chicken and a dog. The rooster crowed in anger. However, the howl was caught in his throat as soon as it came out, because it saw Lin Feng leading the group towards it. Ha! Damn, the wind's getting strong, I'm outta here. Lin Feng watched the rooster suddenly tuck its tail between its legs and run away, wondering what had gotten into it this time. However, the rooster is not important. The important thing now is to give De Tuanzi and Nai Tuanzi a checkup. Come on, let's talk about something. You two be good and let Professor Sun examine you. The big dumpling and the little dumpling looked at Professor Sun and simultaneously wiggled their butts, wanting to run away. The next second, Lin Feng stepped forward and grabbed their ears. If you want to keep eating, you'd better cooperate, otherwise, humph. Although Lin Feng didn't say anything, De Tuanzi and Nai Tuanzi understood, so that there will be more delicious food in the future. For world peace. Xiang Xiang could tolerate these people touching her all over. The two little ones, with expressions that were hard to describe, barely managed to resist the urge to push Professor Sun and the others away and completed their physical examinations. The medical examination results were very satisfactory, both national treasures were in excellent health. However, before Lin Feng could feel proud of the two pandas, Professor Sun began to have a problem. So here's the question: when giant pandas come down from the mountain, there are only two possibilities. One reason is that they are not in good health and cannot survive in the mountains, which forces them to come down. In this situation, we can simply take the giant panda back to the base for treatment. Now, Professor Sun shrugged and pointed to the incredibly robust big dumpling and the chubby, round little dumpling. They are both perfectly healthy and obviously cannot be taken back. The second possibility is that the giant panda is healthy and came down the mountain simply because there is a lack of food in the mountains in early spring, so it came down to find food. In this situation, just send it deep into the reserve and release it into a place with plenty of food. But now, after eating your food, I feel that no matter how far away they are, they can find their way back. Lin Feng fell silent, scratching his head as he looked at the big dumpling and the little dumpling. Since neither of these methods works, what should we do now? Professor Sun thought for a moment, then started taking out his phone. Wait a moment, let me call the director and ask for instructions. When in doubt, one should consult a leader. Lin Feng knew this, so he immediately nodded to Professor Sun, indicating that he should do as he pleased. While waiting for Professor Sun to make a call, the little dumpling climbed up Lin Feng's trouser leg and into his arms. I was just touched from head to toe by those people. I want to smell my godfather's scent and cover up all the other smells. The little dumpling rubbed against Lin Feng's arms. The big dumpling immediately understood what the little dumpling was thinking when it saw the little dumpling's actions. Now, the scope has broadened. I want one too. I want one too. Lin Feng couldn't hug the big dumpling, but it could hug Lin Feng. So, when Professor Sun returned after making the call, he saw Lin Feng holding the baby, while the big baby was holding Lin Feng. The one person and two bears formed a stable triangle. Seeing the two pandas rubbing against Lin Feng and acting cute, Professor Sun didn't know what to say. How did they know that what they were doing was cute? If only all wild giant pandas knew they could make a living off their good looks. This might make the work at the giant panda conservation base much simpler. However, when she thought about how delicious Lin Feng's family's food was, and how delicious it must be to attract giant pandas, she couldn't help but think about how delicious it must be to attract giant pandas. Professor Sun also felt that the giant panda base couldn't do it. While dealing with the attack from the two little dumplings, Lin Feng also had to check if Professor Sun had finished his phone call. Then, seeing the complex expression on Professor Sun's face, he felt uneasy. Professor Sun, what did the leadership say? Are we going to forcibly drive the giant pandas into the mountains? Meeting Lin Feng's anxious gaze, Professor Sun smiled, knowing he had misunderstood, and quickly explained. The leader's idea is to temporarily keep the giant pandas on your farm. Let's wait a few days until the forests recover and food becomes plentiful and delicious, then we'll see if they leave on their own. Hearing this answer, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. That's fine, but what about the legality of me keeping giant pandas? Professor Sun nodded and said, you don't need to worry about that. We will send you a certificate to show that your actions are permitted by the Forestry Bureau. You have to keep the giant pandas under control and prevent them from crossing your farm and entering the village. It sounds absurd to ask a human to restrict the activity range of an adult giant panda. However, Professor Sun just felt that Lin Feng could do it. As expected, Lin Feng nodded. Actually, I specifically told you before you came that there would be no problem. Is there anything else you need to explain? Speaking of this, Professor Sun pushed up his glasses and looked at the big dumpling and the little dumpling. That's all the stuff I need to tell you. Now it's time to deal with the two of them. For their health, they need to be vaccinated later. Although the big dumpling and the little dumpling don't understand what getting vaccinated means. However, both of them saw an expression of watching a show on Professor Sun's face. Danger! 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 There are always two-legged creatures trying to take advantage of bears. Now, both the little dumpling and the big dumpling snuggled into Lin Feng's arms at the same time. The little dumpling is fine, it's already in Lin Feng's arms. If you cover its eyes, it's considered smart and cute. The big dumpling was enormous, and then it shrank back with force. Lin Feng was jostled backward a few steps, and only managed to stand still after letting go and grabbing the big ball of furry ears. Stop, stop, stop. Don't you know your own weight? Lin Feng estimated that, based on its healthy weight, it weighed at least 120 kilograms. That submissive, dependent look requires at least a powerful tyrant to handle, right? Big dumpling. Wah, I knew it. In your heart, I'm not as good as your baby. Seeing the big ball of fur protesting, Lin Feng perfunctorily rubbed its head, then looked at Professor Sun with concern and asked, Professor Sun, what kind of vaccine do they need? And why do they need to be vaccinated? Wild giant pandas in the mountains, surely no savages would vaccinate them, right? Hearing Lin Feng's half-joking remark, Professor Sun chuckled and waved his hand to explain. Do you know about canine distemper? Lin Feng shook his head. I don't know, but the name sounds like a canine disease, right? How is it related to giant pandas? Professor Sun patiently explained to Lin Feng. Canine distemper is indeed a highly contagious disease affecting dogs. But one year, after a tourist brought canine distemper virus to the panda base, the pandas at the base all fell ill. It was only then that we discovered that this virus was also deadly to giant pandas. We didn't discover it before because giant pandas living in the mountains generally don't have much contact with sick dogs, so naturally no cases have occurred. However, it looks like these two giant pandas will have to stay here for a while now. Not to mention your contact with the villagers and the village dogs, you also keep dogs on your farm. It is very necessary to get vaccinated at this time. As he said this, Professor Sun glanced at Lang Qing. Wolf Green suddenly puffed out its chest. Don't underestimate this dog, it has received all the required vaccinations. This little guy surprised Professor Sun for a moment. Why do Lin Feng's animals seem so intelligent? Lin Feng followed Professor Sun's gaze and smiled. Professor Sun, my dog has all his vaccinations done. Should we get Panda vaccinated too? By the way, did you bring the vaccines? Do we need to go back to get them? Yes, I brought it. Professor Sun snapped out of his daze and nodded at Lin Feng. He came here specifically to handle the panda descent incident, and he brought a special medical kit with a full range of medicines. As long as the giant panda doesn't undergo surgery on the spot, other issues can be handled to some extent. The assistant has already gone to the car to get the medicine. Normally, Professor Sun wouldn't need to handle this kind of thing. When his assistant arrived, Lin Feng was surprised to find out. The other party's medical kit was actually a small refrigerator. Your equipment is pretty good. Lin Feng watched as his assistant skillfully took out the frost-covered vaccine, warmed it up to activate it, and then drew the liquid into the syringe, and couldn't help but praise him. The assistant laughed. Hey, what can you do when vaccines need to be refrigerated? You have to buy a refrigerator. By the way, you'll definitely be raising animals on your farm in the future, so be careful when getting them vaccinated. Vaccines that are not transported via cold chain are unusable. Even if the vaccine is genuine, it will lose its activity at room temperature for a certain period of time, and it will be ineffective. Lin Feng quickly and silently wrote down the new useful knowledge he had gained. At this moment, the fluid was ready, and the assistant gestured for Lin Feng to bring the baby over. As the gleaming needle tip drew closer, the little dumpling let out a soft "oh" and turned to look at its mother. Help me, help me. This thing poking a bear must be really scary. This was the first time that the little dumpling had ever seen a syringe. However, it was also a bear that had been pricked by twigs and pebbles in the mountains. How could anyone not know the pain of this thing being pierced into their body? He immediately refused to cooperate and used both hands to pull Lin Feng away. The little dumpling knew what was going on, and it howled as it tried to stop the assistant. Lin Feng grabbed one of them with each hand, his eyes widening. This is for your own good. Whoever doesn't fight it won't be allowed to stay on my farm anymore. Upon hearing this, the baby stopped struggling instantly, and the motherly love of the older child vanished. Kid, did you hear that? If it's for something delicious, just poke it once. The little dumpling blinked its eyes, thinking about the delicious food it had just tasted, and then about the rough food from the mountains. Eek! It buried its head in Lin Feng's arms and remained still. The big dumpling also turned its head away. As long as I don't look, my baby won't feel pain. My child, this is all the help mommy can give you. The assistant could only laugh at the sight of the mother and daughter. Seizing the opportunity, I stepped forward, reached out, and pressed the back of the baby's neck to determine the injection site, and then disinfected it with an alcohol swab. Ah ha ha! The moment the tweezers holding the cotton ball touched the fur, the little dumpling let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. However, even though it was very scared, it was very obedient and didn't stick out any claws. She just closed her eyes even tighter. The big dumpling, who had been watching intently, patted the little dumpling speechlessly and whimpered several times. Sweetie, it hasn't even started yet, and you're already acting a bit timid. Let's keep going for the food. The little dumpling opened its eyes with a resentful look and glanced at its mother. Taking advantage of the baby's momentary lapse in attention, the assistant swiftly inserted the needle and quickly administered the medicine. When the needle was pulled out, the little guy was still blinking, not quite understanding what was happening. Following his assistant's instructions, Lin Feng gently massaged the injection site on the baby, softly soothing him. See? It didn't hurt at all, but I still have to praise you, baby, you're so amazing. The little dumpling puffed out its chest. The sky has cleared, the rain has stopped, and I'm back to normal. At this moment, the assistant looked at the big dumpling and told Lin Feng, the easy one is done, now it's this one. I'm a little scared, so you need to hold me down. Although the giant panda has not shown any aggression since it entered the house. But he's going to poke it with a big syringe later, what if? Lin Feng understood his assistant's concerns and gave him an okay sign. The little dumpling also silently prepared herself mentally. That thin needle doesn't hurt when it's used on a child, but how could it hurt me? The big dumpling touched the little dumpling, and its mouth tilted to one side. Kid, look how powerful your mom is. The assistant opened the medical kit again. Then, in full view of everyone, he took out a giant syringe. Not only was the syringe more than 4 times larger than the previous one, but the needle itself was also 4 or 5 times thicker. The little dumpling rubbed its eyes in disbelief and patted Lin Feng earnestly. It pointed with one finger to the syringe that had just been used to feed the baby, and then to the assistant, its shock barely concealed. No, the needle for that is so thin, why is the one for mine so thick? Lin Feng understood what the big dumpling meant and considerately asked it for it. Why does the needle used to prick the cubs thin, but it's changed to a thicker one when it's time to prick them? The assistant explained with a cheerful smile. Because the skin of an adult giant panda is too thick, a thin needle might bend and still not go in, so a thick one has to be used. The big teddy bear is exhausted. The price of growing up has arrived. The little dumpling, who witnessed all of this, pinched her lips to suppress a laugh, winked at her mother, and her eyes clearly showed encouragement. Mom, we haven't even started yet, you're acting a bit timid. Let's keep going for the food. The big dumpling remained silent. The big dumpling's eyes darted around. Lin Feng anticipated its prediction and reached out his hand just as the big dumpling was about to run away. Trying to run away? Are you still going to eat my food? The little dumpling chickened out, and when it saw the syringe, it chickened out even more. However, under Lin Feng's intimidation, it dared not run away and reluctantly let its assistant give it an injection. The assistant, holding tweezers with an alcohol swab, just touched its fur. Big dumpling, milk dumpling. Assistant and Lin Feng cut the Gordian knot with a swift knife, pricked the panda with a quick needle. The assistant moved at the fastest speed he had ever seen. Lin Feng gently massaged the spot where the big dumpling had been pricked, just like before. Alright, stop screaming like a pig being slaughtered. Does it really hurt that much? You're fine now. The big dumpling stared at Lin Feng with resentful eyes. You didn't use this tone when you were comforting the child. The big dumpling's gaze caught everyone's attention, and they couldn't help but chuckle. As expected of a silly national treasure, his thoughts are written all over his face. But what's wrong with Lin Feng favoring the little dumpling? Even cuter than national treasures are the national treasures from our childhood. The assistant smiled as he packed up the medical kit and then gave Lin Feng some instructions on precautions after getting vaccinated. Then everyone said goodbye to Lin Feng. Of course, Professor Sun didn't forget to take samples from Lin Feng's farm with him when he left. He had a premonition that the agricultural products from Lin Feng's farm would give his friend a little bit of a shock. Of course, Lin Feng was unaware of Professor Sun's ulterior motives. What he knew was that the matter of the giant pandas had come to an end. For a considerable period of time to come, it will still be legal to pet pandas. Feeling great. Over the next few days, Lin Feng devoted himself entirely to the farming work on the farm. The leveled farmland was quickly tilled and fertilized with base fertilizer thanks to the hard work of the rotary tillers. After the fertilizer has been composting in the ground for a few days, you can start sowing. After leveling the ground, the next step was to work on the sloping land that was giving Lin Feng a headache. These lands are on hillsides, where rotary tillers can't reach, so they can only be tilled using the traditional method of people and oxen. Just as dawn was breaking, Lin Feng led Lang Qing across the farm, preparing to go to the village secretary's house to fetch a cow. At this time of day, the grass blades along the road still have dew on them. A person and a dog passed by, inadvertently stirring the green leaves, causing dewdrops to fall and wetting the insects and ants foraging on the ground. This stirred up a chorus of insect chirps. Ugh, we insects get up early to eat, what are you two doing this for? Lin Feng breathed in the fresh morning air and listened to the lively chirping of insects, feeling relaxed and cheerful. Upon entering the village, a large yellow dog, belonging to someone, wagged its tail and came to sniff Lang Qing's rear end. The wolf felt uncomfortable and tucked its tail between its legs, running behind Lin Feng. Woof woof woof. Girl, please have some self-respect. Seeing Lang Qing's desperate attempt to avoid him, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, alright, go, Wolf Green, let's go. After chasing away Dewan, Lin Feng led Lang Qing through the winding paths and stopped in front of a courtyard with blue bricks and tiles. Knock knock knock. Lin Feng knocked on the door, which elicited several mooing sounds from the cows. Moo moo. Amidst the mooing of the cows, Lin Feng called out loudly at the door. Uncle Lin, are you up? It's me, Lin Feng. They're here, they're here. Footsteps approached from afar, and the gate creaked open, revealing the honest face of Village Secretary Lin Jun. I was just thinking of sending you the cow, why did you come in person? I've come to deliver some vegetables to you, and I'll also take the cow with me so you don't have to run around. Lin Feng held up the bamboo basket in his hand to the village secretary, who immediately beamed with joy. Oh dear! What are you carrying, child? The village secretary was polite in words, but he was very quick and efficient. He immediately carried the vegetables into the house, moving much faster than when he came out. Ever since that day when I had a meal at Lin Feng's house with Professor Sun and the others, the village party secretary found himself becoming picky about food. I've been craving this for so long, but I was too embarrassed to ask Lin Feng for it. Today, it's like a pillow coming to my head when I was sleepy. Being overly polite to Lin Feng would be foolish. I'll get you the ox, and then I'll teach you how to plow the land. The village secretary was overjoyed. He led the cow out of the pen and followed Lin Feng proudly to the slope of his farm. When you're plowing the land, you have to keep an eye on the ox the whole time and use a bamboo stick to correct its direction, otherwise the furrow won't be straight. Don't think it's a big deal that the furrows aren't straight. During the later harvest, if you can't find the right direction, one stroke of the hoe will ruin all the fruit. Then you also need to be careful when the plowshare encounters a rock. You have to put in a lot of effort to help the ox get over it. Otherwise, if the ox can't move, it won't move at all. Let me demonstrate for you. Now that the village secretary has accepted Lin Feng's vegetables, he is full of enthusiasm, fearing that his teaching is not good enough and that Lin Feng will not be able to learn. So he first ordered the oxen to plow 2 furrows back and forth across the land. Both eyes should take turns keeping watch to ensure the route is straight. When encountering rocks, one must push the plowshare vigorously to help the oxen. After descending the 2 gullies, a thin layer of sweat had formed on the village secretary's forehead. Lin Feng, standing to the side, watched the village secretary's actions and deeply felt that plowing the fields with oxen was hard work. No wonder farms in the south have never been able to develop. The biggest problem here is that the complex topography prevents agriculture from being fully industrialized. Lin Feng shook his head, watched as the village secretary finished demonstrating, and then stepped forward to take over. Let's go! Lin Feng urged the ox on, and the ox, receiving the command, started walking. However, the cows were incredibly docile in the hands of the village party secretary. In Lin Feng's hands, it either went astray or stopped moving as soon as it encountered a rock. Keep in mind, this is a hillside, covered with rocks, which means Lin Feng has to plow it flat himself. Lin Feng was so exasperated that he could only turn to the village secretary for help. The village party secretary could tell at a glance that it was his own old ox bullying a newcomer. Hey, you old codger, let's go! Once the village party secretary took charge, Niu diligently tilled the land, but as soon as he realized Lin Feng was behind him, he began to slack off. Lin Feng, animals are increasingly learning to discern which way people eat. I should have brought the big dumpling with me. With its big shoulders and thick waist, it's like the underworld of the animal kingdom. Does this cow still dare to bully people? As Lin Feng was indulging in his fantasies, the village secretary noticed his speechless expression and immediately felt a little embarrassed. He raised a bamboo stick, ready to whip Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly stopped him. No need, it just doesn't know how to cooperate with me. Let me talk to it. Ha, you can say that? The village secretary looked surprised, and Lin Feng nodded. Rapt. Just because old Niu is so unique, he doesn't believe it really doesn't understand anything. Lin Feng took out the fruit radish he had given Lang Qing as a treat from his pocket and placed it in front of the old ox's nose. Let's start with something more refined, okay? Plow the land properly, and this radish is yours to eat. The old ox had already smelled the aroma of vegetables on Lin Feng, but since it wasn't for it to eat, it couldn't accept them. But now, with the radish right in front of it, the old ox's eyes lit up. Moo! The old ox bellowed and tilted its head, ready to gnaw on a radish. Lin Feng didn't dodge, but instead broke off a leaf and gave the old ox a little treat. Come on, have a taste, it's delicious. The moment the radish leaves entered the cow's mouth, it was completely won over. I've never tasted such sweet and fragrant radish leaves before. If only radishes were used instead, how delicious they would be. Moo moo. The cow bellowed at Lin Feng a few times and pawed at the ground restlessly with its front hooves. Lin Feng smiled at it and tilted his head. Want some? Trade your work for it. The village secretary watched Lin Feng talk to the ox as if he were talking to a person, and thought he was just fooling around. In all his life, he had never seen anyone use a cow so politely. Before he could even speak, the ox actually moved. Even without Lin Feng's command, it can walk in a straight line on the ground with its 4 hooves. Moreover, when it encountered rocks, it didn't wait for the person behind to exert force as before, it simply pulled them over with a thud. Holy crap, I've lived this long, what haven't I seen? This is something I've never seen before. The ox walked ahead with a thud, and Lin Feng followed behind, only needing to gently hold the plowshare. Lin Feng was even more speechless. So you were slacking off with your former owner? What happened to the saying that cows are the most hardworking and dutiful animals? Elementary school textbooks lied to me. The village party secretary also felt deeply deceived by the old ox in his home. No, all that effort I put in before, I could have avoided it. Damn it, they want to sell cattle. The ox was working hard for the radish when it suddenly sensed a murderous aura coming from behind it. Its steps suddenly paused, its forehooves readjusted their rhythm, and it became leisurely again. The village party secretary laughed in exasperation, and Lin Feng started scratching his head. Uncle, I've already learned how to plow the fields, so why don't you go back first? I'll feed the cows tonight and then take them back to you. The village party secretary pulled out a pipe from his waistband, and with trembling hands, he tried several times to light it. He puffed a few times, then opened his mouth in an annoyed tone. Don't say anything, just bring it back to me while you're hungry. After saying that, the village secretary glared at his old friend, put his hands behind his back, and went home angrily. Lin Feng looked at his back and, for some reason, found him somewhat adorable. Is this the legendary, if you mess with me, I'll walk away in my furry body? Lin Feng chuckled, shook his head, and shook off the mess of things. He watched intently as the ox plowed the field. Because the oxen were so powerful, Lin Feng reduced the time it would have taken to plow the land from a full day to half a day. By midday, the sun was getting bigger. Even though it's still spring, the unobstructed sunlight is unbearable. Lin Feng finished work. They brought the cow to the vegetable field and generously cut more than 10 kilograms of vegetables for it. Because of the rapid effects of the spiritual water and soil, these vegetables will become too old if they are not eaten soon. Moreover, this land will need to be leveled for future cultivation. Therefore, Lin Feng was not stingy. Watching Niumaime eat vegetables, Lin Feng also felt hungry. So he found a shady spot, took out the boxed lunch he had packed in advance, and prepared to enjoy it. Since he wanted to eat cold food, Lin Feng prepared a chicken cutlet sandwich with a braised egg and lemon tea. I opened the lunchbox, moved the braised egg aside, and ate the sandwich first. This sandwich is the Chinese version, with a large white steamed bun as the base, and chicken cutlet, lettuce, and tomato sandwiched in the middle. With one bite, the lettuce and tomato are first cut by the front teeth, bursting out with sweet juice and filling the mouth with a refreshing aroma. Then my teeth touched the chicken cutlet. Lin Feng had specially pounded the chicken cutlet with the back of a knife, so there was no trace of meat fiber, and it was easily bitten off. The caramelized aroma of the fried protein, paired with the perfectly balanced spice flavor of black pepper. My mouth was watering. Lin Feng was thoroughly enjoying his meal, while Lang Qing was extremely anxious. Woo, woo. Lin Feng met its wet eyes and immediately slapped his head. You have one too, here you go. Wolf Green was finally satisfied, and with the sandwich Lin Feng had given him in his mouth, he was ready to savor it. Only then did they realize that Lin Feng had his own lunchbox, but hadn't brought his own rice bowl with him. Wah! I can't finish this bite, what if it falls down? Wolf Green kept scratching at Lin Feng with its claws, its eyes flashing with frantic cues. Lin Feng, if it were the big yellow cat we encountered this morning, it would have been sitting on the ground and feasting right now. You're the problem. Lin Feng poked Lang Qing's forehead hard with his finger, deciding to indulge it after all. Okay, I'll find you a place. Lin Feng put the half-eaten sandwich back into the lunchbox, stood up, and looked around. Then I had an idea. He plucked a few large, green vegetable leaves from the ground, walked to a flat stone, and laid the leaves out one by one. Come here, Wolf Green, this is your temporary food bowl, isn't it clean? Lang Qing looked at the food bowl Lin Feng had prepared for him and was satisfied. Let's have a picnic today. It carried the sandwich in its mouth, placed it on the lettuce leaf, and slowly began to savor it. Seeing its appearance, Lin Feng smiled and prepared to go back to continue cooking. However, upon turning around, his pupils immediately contracted. Hey, there's a cute little one drooling over my lunch. Looking at its slender body and golden fur, Lin Feng recognized it at a glance. Although it's only a Class 3 protected animal in China. However, its online fame is definitely no less than that of the national treasure, the giant panda. Its mystical aura even makes it more talked about than national treasures. That's right, the little guy who was eyeing Lin Feng's lunch was none other than the infamous weasel. Looking at the other party's silly and clever appearance, Lin Feng's brows furrowed, and a plan came to mind. Because the Forestry Bureau required him to protect the giant pandas. Now, it's not easy to upload videos of giant pandas online. This has resulted in a flood of complaints and frantic demands for more updates under the account. The little guy bumped into us, so patting him to appease the fans who were asking for an update isn't too much to ask, is it? For this, Lin Feng was willing to pay two hard-boiled eggs as payment. Thinking of this, Lin Feng pretended to watch Lang Qing eat, but actually kept an eye on Lang Qing to prevent it from making any noise and scaring the little cutie. He then took out his phone and began secretly filming the scene of the weasel stealing his lunch. After a morning of hard work in the fields, Professor Li, too tired to speak, noticed that the blogger he followed had updated his blog. Professor Li is a plant expert. However, he prefers animals to plants. Back then, he worked hard to get into university so that he could study a major related to animals. Unfortunately, he has no affinity for animals. Whenever you come into contact with animals, either the animal or you suffer bad luck. This meant that he was completely unable to pass his dissertation defense, which required animal data. In the end, I could only switch to studying botany. Despite the dire situation, Professor Li remained true to his original aspirations. If I can't interact with animals, I can watch animal videos and virtually raise animals, right? As a result, Professor Li's following list is full of various cute animal-related content creators. However, if you ask Professor Li which account he likes to watch the most recently, that must be that new blogger who posts about giant pandas. So when Professor Li saw that there was an update on his special attention list, his backache and leg pain had subsided, and he immediately clicked on it. As soon as the video started playing, Professor Li's heart skipped a beat. How can there be such large areas of out-of-season vegetables in February? Moreover, there was no sign of a greenhouse at all. But his doubts lasted only 2 seconds before his attention was immediately drawn to the cute weasel in the video. This guy looks like he's just been weaned. Even when it stands upright, it is only about the size of a palm. Coupled with that look of someone who doesn't know how to avoid people, just staring straight at the food with what seems like drool at the corner of their mouth, it's just too cute. The little weasel hid under a tall lettuce plant, half covering its body with the leaves, peeking out and staring at Lin Feng's lunch. Slurp. The glistening saliva slid down the corner of its mouth, only to be quickly sucked back in. This food smells delicious. My hamster really wants some. But, the little weasel looked at Lin Feng not far away, as well as that terrifying big dog, but dared not make a move. The entire rat is about to turn into a food-eating stone. Video speed up to 2. After what felt like an eternity, the cautious little weasel finally made its move. It took 4 steps, using the vegetable leaves as cover, and slowly approached the lunchbox. Professor Li thought it would eat the chicken cutlet inside the steamed bun, because weasels love to eat chicken. Moreover, even through the video, you can see that the chicken cutlet was fried perfectly and must have smelled delicious. However, unexpectedly, the little weasel simply stretched out its paw and carefully poked at the hard-boiled egg next to it. Mom said I can't steal food from humans, or I'll get beaten to death. But if human food falls on the ground, can't I at least pick it up? With a strong scoop, the little weasel scooped up the egg, and it rolled out of the lunchbox and into the vegetable garden. Wow, eggs have grown in the vegetable garden. Thank you, nature, for your bounty. The little weasel picked up the fallen egg, scurried several meters away, and hid the marinated egg under a leaf of vegetables. After making sure he had hidden the hard-boiled eggs, the little guy sneaked back again. There's still 1 egg left. With this, the little hamster, won't have to go out to forage for food for at least 3 days. At this age, focusing on development is the best strategy. The little weasel always keeps its survival wisdom in mind. Following the same method, I successfully obtained the second braised egg. However, before it could even rejoice in its success, a new problem arose. How can you carry 2 hard-boiled eggs back into the cave at the same time? The little weasel tried to pick up both eggs at the same time. However, its arms are too short. If you try to pick up one egg while trying to pick up another, the first egg will slide off its belly and fall to the ground. Despite its best efforts, the little weasel was unable to carry both eggs at the same time. The little guy is getting impatient, he's almost ready to talk. At that moment, a burst of cheerful comments appeared on the phone screen. Haha, short arms. Were weasels supposed to be very clever? And this is what they're like. Hilarious. What would happen if they took them away one by one? Of course, the weasel knows it has to take them away one by one. It's doing this to put on a circus act for us. Dojimoji. Weasel, I'm a super smart 2-legged creature, aren't you charmed by me? Seeing this, Professor Li felt his fatigue vanish instantly and burst into laughter. The person who filmed this video, like everyone else, clearly couldn't hold back any longer. Puffed. A soft chuckle came from off-screen. The little weasel in the video was so frightened that the fur on its tail stood on end. Squeak! Who's laughing at the mouse? The little weasel nimbly turned its head, then plopped down on the ground, baring its teeth and brandishing its claws. Me, you little mouse, I'm super fierce, don't come any closer. The little guy was hissing fiercely, but his body betrayed him, shrinking back little by little. However, when it realized that it was too far away from the hard-boiled egg, it mustered up its courage and moved forward a little bit. It's only a tiny bit. Should we take the braised eggs with us? Or should we run for our lives? A real struggle surfaced in the little guy's dark, bean-like eyes. Ah, so cute. It's just 2 hard-boiled eggs, right? Give them to me. Yes, the little weasel didn't steal a chicken, it just wanted a hard-boiled egg that humans didn't want. Give it to it. Has everyone forgotten something? This is truly an unwanted egg. I don't care, my values are all based on what I see. Little weasel, let me give you an idea. You won't scare him away like that. You should stand up and ask him if you look like a human. Haha, what a bamboo shoot snatching. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, a gentle voiceover rang out. Promising. Immediately afterwards, a long, slender hand appeared and flicked the little guy's head. Then he picked up a hard-boiled egg and put it in the little guy's arms. Look how greedy you are, take it. The little weasel held the hard-boiled egg in its arms, a hint of disbelief appearing in its beady eyes. Didn't Mom say that humans hate us? Why would he give me his testicles so willingly? The little weasel stared blankly at Lin Feng for several moments, not understanding, but able to comprehend. Then, its eyes blinked, and it looked at another hard-boiled egg. His small eyes were filled with longing. We've already given you this, so it's not unreasonable for the mouse to want another one, right? Professor Lee looked at the longing in the little weasel's eyes. I really wish I could jump into the screen, pick up the other hard-boiled egg, and stuff it into the little weasel's arms. The child looks like he's just been weaned. Is it easy for him to be out making a living at such a young age? It wasn't easy. Give it all to them, please. Professor Lee himself didn't even realize that he had gotten so worked up just watching a video of cute pets in the countryside. Just as Professor Lee was getting anxious about a hard-boiled egg, the gentle voiceover rang out again. Seriously, can you even hold both of them? Don't be greedy, little mouse. The little weasel blinked, looked up at the sky, and as if it understood, lowered its head dejectedly. I can't take both eggs. So, can the hamster really only take one? The little weasel was somewhat unwilling. Spring had just begun, and the rats in the fields, having been starving all winter, were extremely hungry and ferocious. It was no match for them. It had only been a week since it left its mother, and it had gone hungry for 3 whole days. 3 days. Who knows how many more 3-day periods will follow after those 3? Oh God, the mouse will starve to death. Wah-ah-ah. 2 tears slowly welled up in the little weasel's eyes. Ah, no, give it all to me. Blogger, I order you to personally escort the egg to its home. The hamster just wants them all, it hasn't broken any rules, please give them all to it, I beg you. Come to EE's house. EE has plenty of eggs. EE can even catch chickens for you to eat. Amidst the uproar in the live chat, that beautiful hand reappeared, accompanied by a helpless yet amusing voiceover. Oh dear, don't cry, it's all yours, it's all yours. Why don't you take the egg you're carrying back first, and then come back to get this egg, okay? I'll keep an eye on it for you, it won't get lost. The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and the little weasel felt he was back to normal. The bright tears welled up and were quickly swallowed back. The little guy circled the egg several times, squeaking incessantly, as if thanking the owner of that hand. Then, in the scene, the little weasel runs away carrying the hard-boiled egg. It hadn't even run a few meters before it came back. He rubbed the leftover braised egg vigorously up and down, trying to leave his own flavor on it. That looked like it was saying, "The mouse has marked it, and neither of us 2-legged creatures can go back on our word." This adorable appearance melted Professor Lee's heart. Everything has a spirit, this mouse is just so cute. He stared intently at his phone screen, eager to see when the little weasel would come to collect the hard-boiled egg. Just then, a phone call came in. "Ha, my package? I'm here, please bring it in." Professor Lee thought it was the test results for the vegetables that had been sent for testing earlier. Even though he was reluctant, he put away his phone and went to pick up the package. However, when he opened the package and found a bunch of various fruits and vegetables inside, he was speechless. "It's affecting my viewing of the little weasel." He shook his head and took out his phone, but before he could even start a video call, another call came in. "Hey, Lao's son, what do you want?" He was engrossed in watching his TV series and wasn't as patient with his old friend. Professor Sun knew his temperament and didn't mind, cheerfully opening her mouth. "My system shows that your package has been signed for. This is some good stuff that I sourced for you from our local farm. Try it quickly." Professor Lee scratched his head. "Ha, I'm a plant professor who spends all my time giving guidance to farms. What kind of delicious food haven't I eaten? Believe me, you've never eaten this before." Professor Lee was interrupted by Professor Sun before he could finish speaking. Professor Lee was speechless. He could only pick up a tomato, wipe it on his clothes, and then put it in his mouth. All sorts of off-season vegetables grown with various technologies, and you're the only one who treasures them. Ha, As the chewing sound began, Professor Lee's tone changed. Professor Sun is relieved. He knew it would turn out this way. "How does it taste? Tell me." Professor Lee had already forgotten about the little weasel and was only focused on asking questions repeatedly. Your farm? Which farm? I don't recognize it. Wow, just because you're an expert in this field doesn't mean all the farms in the country have to report to you, right? Professor Lee got anxious, but Professor Sun calmed down and started joking around. Call me Godfather, and I will tell you all the information about this farm. Professor Lee, get out. Professor Lee, hey, speak up. Professor Lee, are you mute? Professor Lee, Godfather. So, after Lin Feng returned the village secretary's cow, he received a call from an unknown number on his way back. Hello. Oh, Professor Sun introduced you. Oh, hello. Lin Feng was surprised by Professor Sun's efficiency. To everyone's surprise, Professor Lee, whom Professor Sun introduced, gave such a high evaluation of the fruits and vegetables from his farm. The other party even collapsed after hearing Lin Feng say that the seeds of these fruits and vegetables were just bought randomly from the agricultural supply station. That's impossible. I've tasted all these fruits and vegetables, and the original flavors of these varieties couldn't possibly be this good. That being said, Professor Lee did not think that Lin Feng would lie about this issue. After all, Old Sun had repeatedly told him that this young man was honest and that he admired him, so he asked him to help him out. He didn't trust Lin Feng, he had to trust his old friend of many years. After a moment of silence, Professor Lee cautiously asked, "Do you have any special planting methods?" Professor Lee blushed slightly after asking the question. "I'm an expert in this field, how come I'm not as good as a young person who just started out?" Lin Feng didn't see Professor Lee's expression, but his own face was also slightly flushed. Because the secrets of the sacred soil and sacred water cannot be revealed. So, I'm sorry. I don't have any special planting techniques. It's just like those normal off-season vegetables, seedling cultivation in greenhouses and planting in warm rooms. The reason they taste so good is probably because the low winter temperatures slow down plant growth, allowing them to accumulate more sweetness. That's a barely acceptable explanation. However, it is insufficient to fully explain the current situation. Because no matter how delicious it is, it can't exceed the upper limit of this variety. After careful consideration, Professor Lee added another bet. Have you conducted soil and water quality tests on your farm? Lin Feng nodded. When the farm was initially planned, a plan was made that showed that the soil and water quality here are excellent. I even thought that I could use this as a selling point to promote my agricultural products later. Then Professor Lee would know that all the values for the water and soil at Lin Feng's farm were within a reasonable range. Excellent. Which farm he has supervised is not excellent. However, under the same conditions, expecting them to grow vegetables of the same quality as those from Lin Feng farm. In any case, Professor Lee has never met him. Professor Lee's questions remained unanswered, and he was scratching his head in frustration. Then, a thought struck him. What if Lin Feng is in a new bee protection period, which is why he made up these things? It can only be said that the higher one goes, the more inexplicable phenomena one encounters, and the more one feels that metaphysics has some truth to it. Now, Professor Lee had a new idea. Hey Lin Feng, can I talk to you about something? It means I'll send you the seeds, and you're responsible for planting them. And how about giving me some samples so I can compare them with those from farms in the north? Professor Lee, fearing Lin Feng wouldn't believe him, emphasized. Don't worry, all the seeds are top quality varieties, verified at excellent farms in the north, and they are of high quality and have a market. Although there are differences between the north and south in my country's planting industry. But don't worry, I'm in this field, I'll do the screening, I definitely won't cheat you. Professor Lee was afraid that Lin Feng would refuse, but little did he know that Lin Feng was overjoyed when he heard the suggestion. I haven't even sorted out my own problem yet, have I? Now it's much better, a professional came in and solved the problem at its source. An expert in this field can obtain the seeds. It's definitely better than him buying things randomly from agricultural supply stations or farmers. Then I'll thank you in advance, Professor. Lin Feng and Professor Lee exchanged pleasantries for a long time before hanging up the phone. Professor Lee, who had just hung up, was quite satisfied. But then he remembered that he hadn't finished watching the video of the little weasel. I wonder if the little guy came back to get that braised egg. With this in mind, Professor Lee reopened the video. Then he realized, why does the voice in the video sound so much like Lin Feng's? With some doubt, I clicked on the video's homepage, only to find that the description section was completely blank. Professor Lee shook his head. What a coincidence. Let's watch the video first. Lin Feng was overjoyed after hanging up the phone. Just when I was dozing off, a pillow appeared. This farm has really had a great start. We must eat something good to celebrate. Lin Feng turned and began to walk towards the village secretary's house. Uncle, do you sell your chickens? Could you kill one for me? Carrying the slaughtered chicken, Lin Feng hummed a song as he returned to his own courtyard. Lin Feng tossed a few corn cobs into the stove, and the flames rose high. He then placed the chicken, which had already been plucked once, on the flames to roast. This step involves using flames to remove the fine feathers from the chicken. A crackling sound rang out, and a burnt smell filled the air. In the yard, the rooster was both happy and worried. The good news is that the owner has already bought chickens, which means that his life will be safe for a long time to come. The rooster's worry stems from his feeling that he truly has no status in the family. Who knows, he might just kick the bucket one day. The rooster looked on with envy at the little dumpling playing carefree under the eaves. This one wins because of being born into the right family, it's incomparable. The rooster's gaze then leisurely turned to Wolf Green, who was taking a nap in his doghouse. In rural areas, dogs and chickens are actually considered to have roughly the same status. However, since this animal had studied in a big city, its owners certainly wouldn't touch it. This is incomparable. The rooster gazes sadly at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Where is my way out? Just then, the chicks and ducklings came over, chattering, and gathered around the rooster, looking for food. The rooster looked at the little rascals, swishing its comb back and forth, and suddenly had a brilliant idea. What if I could expand the population? Will my master think more highly of me? Even if you don't think highly of me, if you have too many chickens at home, you should catch the other chickens first. Once this idea was opened up, the rooster was delighted. As for how to expand the ethnic group, the rooster turned its gaze to the mountains and forests not far away. Lin Feng was oblivious to the rooster's ambitions, his mind solely focused on tonight's feast. Place the chicken, after burning off the loose feathers, on the cutting board. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Feng cut the chicken in half. Remove the internal organs and set them aside. We'll use them for stir-fried chicken giblets tomorrow, so we won't need them tonight. Wash the chicken thoroughly, chop it into small pieces, blanch it to remove blood and impurities, and set it aside for later use. Heat oil in a wok, then pour in the chicken fat and render it into clear chicken oil. Add the chicken pieces and stir-fry. Watching the chicken gradually fade from pink to a golden brown and firm texture, the aroma of meat gradually began to spread throughout the kitchen. But that's not enough. Considering that free-range chickens are firm and difficult to cook, Lin Feng did not hesitate to pour in a large amount of spiritual water, cover the pot, and simmer. While the potatoes were cooking, Lin Feng took them from the warehouse and began peeling, washing, and cutting them into chunks. As time passed, the water in the pot gradually evaporated. Hearing the sizzling sound of the oil in the pan, Lin Feng knew that the time was right. Uncover the pot, add seasonings, put in potatoes, sprinkle with chopped chili peppers, cover the pot, and simmer. Smoke curled from the kitchen chimney, and Tuanzi, who was eating bamboo on the back hill, was summoned. He threw down the bamboo stick and ran home as fast as he could. As it ran, the big dumpling's two ears flew up and kept hitting its head. It's just like a happy pig. As it passed by the rooster, it didn't forget to nod to its best friend as a greeting. Rooster. Forget it, he's a pig-headed idiot. Just as Tuanzi arrived home, Lin Feng lifted the pot lid again. White steam exploded in the kitchen, forming a white mushroom cloud. The rich aroma directly assaulted the lungs of all the animals in the house. It smells so good. The big dumpling pushed aside the little dumpling by the kitchen door. Kid, do you even understand how to stand guard? You're just standing there? The little dumpling slurped up a mouthful of saliva and then stopped moving. Only Wolf Green retained a shred of reason, rushing quickly to the doghouse and retrieving his dog bowl. Master, come on, pour it into my bowl. Lin Feng managed to break through the encirclement of the two little dumplings and Lang Qing, carrying the pot into the courtyard. Don't worry, we have them all. After dividing the chicken among the three people, Lin Feng sat down on the stool and started showing off. Lin Feng picked up the large chicken leg he had specially saved for himself and stuffed it into his mouth, then squinted his eyes comfortably. Tender, bouncy, and juicy, this is what people should eat. Your perspective is too narrow, you should go back to your hometown and live that kind of life sooner. Lin Feng sighed for the 108th time in his heart. Then, he reached for the chicken wing. Beautiful. Would you like another 2 ounces? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, got up and went to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and took out a can of ice-cold beer. Drinking beer, eating chicken wings, and singing songs. Lin Feng was also learning for the first time that a person's mouth could do many things at the same time. Just as he was enjoying his meal, Lin Feng suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from the base of the wall. The commotion caused the wolf-like creature, which had been wagging its tail and eating, to abruptly stop and prick up its ears to become alert. Lin Feng followed Lang Qing's gaze and looked over. Then, he looked at the golden-haired, dark-faced guy and smiled. Hey little guy, how did you end up at my house? When the little weasel saw Lin Feng, its body, which had been tense due to the wolf's fur, gradually relaxed. Then, it raised its hands, rubbed them together, and began to bow to Lin Feng with a fawning expression. Squeak squeak. It smells so good. Can I give the hamster a piece of meat? Seeing the little weasel's waving gesture, Lin Feng remained silent for a second. No, little guy, what are you doing? can we please stop praying? Yesterday I listened to a novel before falling asleep, and the main character in it was always saying goodbye to weasels. Then a series of bizarre events unfolded. However, one should not venture beyond Shanhaiguan Pass. Wong Tai Sin should not be that evil in this area, right? Lin Feng was lost in thought when a rumbling sound from his stomach reached his ears. Lin Feng looked down at the little weasel. Hey, is that your stomach growling? The little weasel sheepishly withdrew its waving hand and pressed it against its belly. I was hoping those 2 eggs would be enough to sustain me for 3 days, but that egg was absolutely delicious. I couldn't resist, and it was gone in just a few bites. However, the hamster doesn't want to stay with you. Actually, the hamster wants to hide in its hole and sleep for a few days before coming out. The little weasel looked at Lin Feng with a mixture of pity and grievance. But your cooking smells so good that the aroma wafts into the burrow, and the hamster can't sleep. Lin Feng was dumbfounded by the little weasel's ever-changing expressions. Here comes another animal that looks very intelligent. But, being smart has its advantages. Lin Feng squatted down and poked the little guy's belly with his fingertip. It feels different from wolf green, big dumpling, and milk dumpling. When you poke a few of them, the flesh on their bellies is soft and bouncy, showing that they have plenty of fat reserves. But this little guy right now, if you poke him, it's just a layer of skin, and underneath that skin is bone. So pitiful. This time, instead of piggybacking on Wong Tai Sin's popularity, Lin Feng felt a pang of pity. Little guy, I want to make a deal with you. How about you stay on my farm and work there? I'll provide you with meals. In folktales, weasels are often portrayed as villains who steal chickens. But Lin Feng knew that weasels were actually excellent at catching mice. With spring approaching, your farm is bound to attract rats, so it's wise to hire a helper in advance. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the little weasel was overjoyed. Will the mice, like the cats and dogs in the village, officially join human households by guarding the house and catching mice? That's great. Squeak squeak squeak. I do. The little weasel, afraid that Lin Feng would change his mind, forcefully propped himself up on his hind legs, stood up straight, and then showed off his biceps to Lin Feng. Don't let its small size fool you, this little hamster is incredibly healthy. I'll definitely catch lots of mice for you in the future. Lin Feng looked at the little weasel trying so hard to show off and rubbed its head with his thumb. Okay, good mouse here, have a piece of meat. A fragrant piece of chicken landed in front of the little weasel, so delicious that the little weasel was completely overwhelmed. It picked up the chicken, took a big bite, and squinted its eyes happily. Mom, your son has made something of himself. He's working in the village now. For some reason, Lin Feng felt an inexplicable urge to ignite as he looked at the mouse. Am I hallucinating because I talk to animals too much? Lin Feng shook his head, sat back down on the stool, and continued eating. Just then, from a corner in the distance, a rat cautiously poked its head out of its hole. It smells so good. I want to eat it. Wolf Green and Weasel spotted the mouse that dared to peek out at the same time. Wolf Green let out a low growl, and the little weasel had already darted away with a whoosh. Upon seeing its predator, the mouse suddenly burrowed underground. The little weasel couldn't stop in time and crashed into the wall with a thud. Then, the little guy covered his head and walked out with drunken gait. Wolf Green. If that doesn't work, should I have my dog catch a mouse? Lin Feng. Okay, she's still just a baby. The little weasel finally woke up from its dizzy state. Then, he saw Lang Qing's disdainful look. The little weasel was now quite uneasy. She looked at Lin Feng with unease. The mouse didn't do it on purpose, the mouse just was separated from its mother when it was very young. Seeing the little weasel's guilty expression, Lin Feng couldn't bear it and waved to the little guy. Alright, come here quickly and have another piece of meat. Don't worry, I'll wait for you to grow up. Besides, you'll definitely be amazing when you grow up, I believe in you. The little weasel stopped crying from its eyes. Why, you're such a wonderful person, I'll love you forever. Because of Lin Feng, little golden flowers bloomed on the little guy's body. As the sun sets, warm sunlight streams into the courtyard. This made the little weasel's already golden fur even shinier. Looking at the warm and cozy little guy, Lin Feng's mood inexplicably improved. Black and white dumplings are certainly cute. However, this color doesn't react chemically with sunlight. However, the scene would be even more heartwarming if the rooster were there. Because its tail feathers, when refracted by the sunlight, were incredibly colorful. Oh right, where's the rooster? Lin Feng stopped his thoughts and went to the warehouse to scoop out a large spoonful of corn grits. Hey, time to go back to the hen house. Chickens and ducks are the easiest poultry to manage because they naturally have the habit of homing. Not to mention that Lin Feng also reinforced their habits with food. So, at this shout, the chicks and ducklings rushed into the hen house. With a whoosh, the food was poured into the stone trough. Lin Feng counted down the seconds in his mind, waiting for the rooster to rush over and start eating. However, as time passed, Lin Feng still did not see the rooster. That's not right. As it was getting dark, Lin Feng started looking for chickens. However, after searching all the places the rooster usually went, they couldn't find a single feather. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. My rooster is so beautiful, so someone wanted to steal it? Or perhaps it was caught by predators in the mountains because its home was too close to the forest? But then, Lin Feng dismissed his own idea. Because there are giant pandas in the village secretary has repeatedly warned the villagers not to approach them unless absolutely necessary. Even the worst person wouldn't risk their life for 6 or 7 pounds of meat. As for predators in the mountains and forests, that's even more unlikely. He personally witnessed the big dumpling marking everything on the farm. No wild animal would be so bored as to provoke an adult giant panda. Okay, then it's fine. The farm is so big, the rooster is probably hiding somewhere in the corner. I'll give it a good talking to when it comes home for dinner tomorrow. Lin Feng hummed a song as he began washing up and going to bed. After plowing the slope, he planned to plant pasture grass on the entire area to prepare for the farm's large-scale livestock farming operations. Sure enough, the head of the agricultural supply station informed him that there were new varieties of forage grass and asked him to take a look at the station when he had some free time. Lin Feng plans to go tomorrow. If it's suitable, just bring it back and plant it. Lin Feng's mind was full of calculations at this moment. How many cattle and sheep can this hillside be used to raise? Should they be kept together or in separate areas? There's simply no time to worry about the rooster that doesn't come home at night. However, even so, the next morning, when Lin Feng heard the faint crowing of roosters coming from a distant village, he still strained his ears to hear it. Is my rooster in here? It's a pity, I couldn't hear it. Lin Feng shook his head, got up, washed up, had a simple breakfast, and then drove to the agricultural supply station. After more than 6 months of contact, the head of the agricultural supply station and Lin Feng had become quite familiar with each other, and he personally received Lin Feng. Lin Feng, didn't you want the latest type of vegetable seeds? I specifically asked the suppliers in the province, and they said that a new batch of goods will arrive at the end of this month. Let me show you the list. Which ones do you want? The person in charge explained somewhat embarrassedly. As you know, most of the people who are still willing to farm are elderly people, and they are not very receptive to new things. New varieties are not popular in the countryside, so I dare not buy them rashly. Hearing the person in charge's explanation, Lin Feng slapped his forehead. Thank you for remembering me. However, I've already got my seeds sorted out. I hired an expert to plan and breed them for me. The matter was somewhat complicated, and Lin Feng didn't want to go into too much detail with the person in charge. However, the person in charge has already understood. That's great, you're quick-wit. The person in charge smiled, and also sighed. Nowadays, most people feel that farming is not as good as going out to work. I've only ever met one person who is willing to study farming and is willing to spend money to hire experts. Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand, too embarrassed to say that the expert hadn't cost him any money. Hey, all kinds of roads need people to walk them. If I can make this road through the farm, maybe more young people will come back. By the way, you said you wanted me to come and see the new variety of forage grass. Where is it? Lin Feng steered the conversation back to today's main business. Oh, right, I almost forgot the important thing. Come, let me introduce this pasture to you. It was supposed to be an introduction, but the person in charge actually took out an A4 sheet of paper and handed it to Lin Feng. This pasture is good, it grows in all 4 seasons, has a high yield, and is palatable. It's eaten by cattle, sheep, and rabbits alike. Before planting, you need to apply base fertilizer twice, and you also need to keep it warm before winter. Look, the amount of base fertilizer, the interval, the insulation measures, etc., are all in this column. Lin Feng hadn't expected that this kind of forage would be so complicated. So complicated? I thought grass was something you could just scatter on a hillside and it would grow. Hearing Lin Feng's feelings/reflections, the person in charge patted him on the shoulder. You've got it wrong. Pasture grass may have grass in its name, but it's a legitimate cash crop. Furthermore, the economic value of pasture is no less than that of corn or soybeans. Let me do the math for you. Even in top-tier producing areas, corn and soybeans can only be harvested 2 or 3 times at most. In most other places, they are harvested only once a year. And pasture, even on barren land, can be harvested more than 5 times a year. This new variety, for example, is advertised as being able to survive the winter, and that once planted, it can be harvested for 3 consecutive years, with a harvest every 25 days. So what if the initial investment is a bit troublesome? Everyone knows that corn and soybeans need to be planted properly, but when it comes to pasture, just because it has the word grass in it, it's not taken seriously. Is that reasonable? After calculating the economics, Lin Feng immediately found the A4 paper quite appealing. Although I have never grown pasture grass before, it is not impossible to do it by following the book. This time, Lin Feng was patient and continued reading. Then, at the end of the document, I saw a free model in cooperation with the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, which immediately piqued my interest. Tell me more about this. The person in charge scratched his head when he saw the line of words that Lin Feng was pressing with his finger. Isn't that unnecessary? The main thing is that you bought the seeds, so you have the right to decide what to do with them. You can plant them however you want. Plant it today, and we can uproot it and plant something else tomorrow, it's all fine. But to adopt the free model, we have to accept the guidance of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences and plant for 3 consecutive years. If you can't do it, you have to pay a penalty. Just in case. The person in charge wanted to say, what if your farm goes bankrupt before it even lasts 3 years? However, thinking that this was a bit too forward for someone I didn't know well, I didn't continue. However, Lin Feng understood what he meant and immediately smiled. With guidance from experts from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences and free seeds, I'm definitely getting a good deal. As for planting for 3 consecutive years, then let's plant for 3 years. Raising cattle and sheep is not something that can be done in 1 or 2 years. As for variables, I believe my farm will definitely succeed. With the jade bead in hand, there is a continuous supply of spiritual water and spiritual soil. It would be a loss not to run a farm. Seeing that Lin Feng was aware of the situation, the person in charge of the agricultural supply station stopped trying to persuade him. There are ready-made contracts available, Lin Feng can just sign them. Okay, let's go with the free cooperation model. Come and sign, and make sure you fill in the address and contact information correctly. An expert will come later. However, you're the only one planting here, so I guess you're mostly providing remote guidance. Under the manager's persistent nagging, Lin Feng quickly signed the contract and loaded the forage seeds onto the truck. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Feng took out a piece of paper and handed it to the person in charge. I saw some fruit trees online. Could you help me find out the varieties and quantities? The person in charge took the list and was dumbfounded. There must be at least 30 different kinds of fruit trees here, right? Lin Feng smiled and corrected, there are 45 kinds in total. The person in charge was speechless. Those who know you run a farm will think you're doing biodiversity research. Lin Feng scratched his head and laughed. It's alright, my farm is big, it would be a waste not to plant fruit trees. Just tell me if you can find them all. Yes, but it will take at least 2 weeks. Wait for my call. Lin Feng was relieved, waved his hand, and started the car. However, he was heading in the wrong direction, and the person in charge shouted from behind. There are surveillance cameras over there, you can't turn the car around. I know, I'm going to the cattle and sheep trading market to see if there are any suitable cattle or sheep. Lin Feng's shout made the person in charge laugh and shake their head. They started buying cattle and sheep even before the grass was even in seed form. They're young people, always so energetic and efficient. However, that's the kind of drive you need to have when starting a business. I miss my younger days. When Lin Feng came out of the cattle and sheep trading market again, there were 6 more sheep in the truck bed, in addition to pasture seeds. 1 ram and 5 ewes, 2 of which were pregnant. Looking at the sheep on the cart, Lin Feng suddenly had a wicked thought. Can a wolf learn to herd sheep? If it knew how, no one would have to worry about herding sheep until the pasture grew. Wolf Green, far away on the farm, suddenly sneezed loudly. Who is thinking of me from afar? Who? Soon, Lang Qing knew who was eyeing it. Of course, it was its unscrupulous owner. Lin Feng spends his days planting pasture on the mountain and his evenings showing videos to his wolf, Qing, at the dinner table, trying to teach it how to herd sheep. Life was incredibly chaotic. Oh no, there are no chickens anymore, only dogs jumping around. The thought of this made Lin Feng feel extremely distressed. The fact that the rooster hadn't returned home for several days made him realize, the rooster in our house must really be missing. This made Lin Feng somewhat regretful. He shouldn't have let the rooster go that day just because the big dumpling was blocking him. 6 or 7 pounds of meat, wouldn't it be delicious to make braised chicken? Wah, I feel so sorry for her. Lin Feng, why are you looking so gloomy? Just as Lin Feng was mourning the chicken he had lost, the village secretary's cheerful voice came from outside the gate. Lin Feng turned his head and quickly greeted them. Uncle, come in and sit down. The village secretary carefully avoided the large dumpling in the yard, resisting the urge to pet it, and walked over to Lin Feng. You haven't even told me what's troubling you yet. Let me see if I can help. Oh, it's nothing, it's just that my big rooster hasn't come home for a few days, I guess it's lost. Knowing that a chicken had gone missing, the village secretary was also disappointed. He remembered that chicken, it used to be so proud. Your house is near the mountains and forests. You might run into the woods and get eaten by something. In the spring, all the animals in the forest are hungry. That's what I think too. Lin Feng shook his head, picked up the kettle, and poured a glass of water for the village secretary. Let's not talk about this anymore, uncle, have some water. Okay, thank you. The village party secretary regretfully picked up his water glass, took a sip, closed his eyes, and slowly savored the taste. How come even the water here tastes better than the village's? Aren't we from the same water source? This isn't just any water source, it's spiritual water. However, Lin Feng didn't say that, he just smiled. I added some sugar to the water. By the way, uncle, is there something you need from me? When it came to serious matters, the village party secretary opened his eyes. Now that spring is here, the villagers all like to go up the mountain to celebrate the spring. To prevent accidents, the officers said they would organize themselves and act together. I came to ask if you're going or not. Lin Feng knew about the spring equinox. In the past, during this period of spring, new crops had not yet grown, and old food had been almost consumed, so people would ask the mountains for supplies. Back then, the men of the old villagers would go into the mountains to hunt wild game, and the women would go into the mountains to gather wild produce. Lin Feng still remembers it. It happened when he was very young. Every spring, if you're lucky, you can eat wild game such as porcupine and raccoon dog. Wild vegetables such as tune sprouts, wolfberry sprouts, prickly ash buds, and pear blossoms are enjoyed throughout the entire spring. However, with the improvement of animal protection laws, as well as the improvement of the planting industry and supply chain, the situation has improved. The killing of wild animals has been completely banned. Eating wild vegetables has also become a way to add variety to one's diet. Nowadays, welcoming spring is a social activity where villagers go up the mountain together to pick wild vegetables and exchange ideas with their neighbors. Even so, he was still very tempted. He returned to run the farm in the second half of last year, completely missing out on the bracken, pear blossoms, and prickly ash buds. I really want some of this. Lin Feng swallowed hard and nodded firmly at the village secretary. Go, we must go. When? Meet at the village entrance at 5 a.m. sharp tomorrow morning. Don't oversleep. The village secretary was also worried that Lin Feng, being a young man, would be sleepy, so he told him to set several alarms. Little did they know, Lin Feng now has an exceptionally healthy lifestyle. At 4:30 a.m., he easily opened his eyes. But just before leaving, he encountered a small problem. The big dumpling, carrying a milk dumpling in its mouth, blocked the front door, as if to say, "You can't leave the house without bringing us, mother and son." That's good now. Lin Feng originally wanted to bring Lang Qing along so that his fierce wife, De Tuanzi, could watch the house. Now the only option is for the whole family to take it with them, so that the door lock can serve its purpose. No, that's not right. The little weasel is still at home, and its burrow is not far from the front door. Lin Feng pulled it out of the cave. Little one, we're going out for a while, so we're leaving the housekeeping to you. Mainly those chicks and ducklings, don't lose them, okay? Lin Feng still couldn't get over the loss of the rooster, and gave special instructions. However, if you can't beat them, don't force it. Just remember where the bad guys came from. The little weasel vigorously pinched the fat it had gained over the past few days, indicating that it was very strong. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. As expected of Wang Tai Sin, he was indeed clever. Leading the little dumpling and the wolf, they crossed the fields and arrived at the village entrance. Lin Feng was still thinking about how to explain to everyone that he was bringing the giant panda up the mountain and would keep it under control to prevent it from hurting people. Surprisingly, no one was at all surprised by the addition of the giant pandas. The village secretary said that this giant panda is inseparable from you, and we didn't believe it at first, but now we do. Exactly, when he's eating an apple, he has to be facing you while he's eating it, as if he's afraid you'll run away. Were you a bamboo spirit in your past life? Why are you provoking a giant panda in this one? It's also possible that it was originally a bear spirit, ha 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 ha. Lin Feng. A reputation can be good or bad, the past is the past, and now it's a monster. Amidst a burst of laughter, the village party secretary stepped forward. Go away, Lin Feng is a college graduate who returned to the village to start a business. He's not as shameless as us old folks. Don't joke around. Lin Feng stepped forward and waved his hand. Uncle, college students are a thing of the past. I'm just like everyone else now, a genuine farmer. I know everyone means no harm, it's okay. Will having a giant panda with me bother everyone? The villagers were delighted by these words. This kid is very generous and easygoing, just my type. How could giant pandas affect us? We love them too much. Let's go together, this cat seems pretty well behaved. The village party secretary was so fond of the two children, De Tuanzi and Xiao Tuanzi, who were carrying baskets on their backs, that he immediately made the decision. As you take them along, you won't believe how active the wild beasts in the mountains have become in spring. We have a bear with us, and they will avoid us from a great distance when they smell it. Much more effective than any police officer. That made sense. Lin Feng completely let go of his burden and reached out to rub the cats' and dogs' heads. Alright, let's go. 2 bears, a dog, and a dozen or so people met up with Zhou Cheng and his group of forest rangers at the edge of the forest. Zhou Qingdu was stunned. I know that the people I'm escorting today are from your stone village. I knew there would definitely be familiar faces among them. But what's with bringing a giant panda? Fine, bring it along. But can anyone explain to me why giant pandas carry baskets on their backs like humans? It's rising rapidly. It's rising rapidly. Lin Feng followed Zhou Cheng's incredulous gaze. Then, it landed on the little dumplings. Well, today is the beginning of spring, and everyone here is carrying a basket on their back. Is there anything strange about that? Could it be because their baskets are different from everyone else's? That's true, everyone else's baskets are empty. Their baskets contain sugar cakes, tender bamboo leaves, apples, filling half the baskets. They don't look like they're going into the mountains to enjoy the spring scenery, they look more like they're having a picnic. But is it really necessary to be this surprised? Lin Feng was about to ask Zhou Cheng what was wrong. At this moment, Zhou Cheng spoke first. You're acting like two little kids. Lin Feng? Oh right, they are pandas, and it's strange that pandas carry baskets on their backs. He had just thought of a whole bunch of things, but he hadn't thought of this at all. Ha, ha ha ha, it seems so. Zhou Cheng was surprised to see Lin Feng like this. No, why are you suddenly feeling awkward? Stop talking, let's go into the mountains, let's go into the mountains, Wolf Green. Lin Feng turned away to avoid the awkward situation. Zhou Cheng then noticed that Lang Qing had also arrived. To be honest, he still misses the troublemaker from the dog factory a little. However, when Zhou Cheng met Lang Qing's noticeably rounder appearance, he was stunned for a moment. Wolf Green? You've gained weight. Ha 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 ha, I knew it. You won't be able to control your weight after you stop training. Hearing Zhou Qinming's blatant mockery, Lang Qing rolled his eyes. What? Do you know how much exercise I get every day when I inspect such a large farm? I haven't stopped training. Besides, I was eating dog food every day over there. How could I not lose weight? Looking at Lang Qing's bright, disdainful eyes, Zhou Cheng felt that familiar feeling return, and then teased. No, what's with that expression? Lin Feng brought you home so you could see the farm. Look at you now, all you've been thinking about is food. Are you even capable of doing this job now? Wolf Green couldn't take it anymore. It leaped forward, its front paws landing on Zhou Cheng, its mouth close to his ear. Woof 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 woof. I'm doing a great job looking after the farm. Moreover, my master will never despise me, never. Wolf Green was no light man, and was immediately pushed so hard he stumbled, his eardrums ringing. Oh dear, I can't even scold you. Wolf Green, woof 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 woof. I'm so angry. You're just taking advantage of the fact that dogs can't talk. Lin Feng never expected that a man and a dog could start arguing, it was quite childish. Alright, Wolfhound is doing just fine on my farm, let's not talk about it anymore. Lin Feng smoothed things over, and Lang Qing was satisfied. Wah-ah-ah. I knew you were the best to me, master. Wolf Green wagged its tail and rubbed affectionately against Lin Feng's feet. Zhou Cheng was stunned once again. Sigh. I still miss the unruly wolf-like wolf from before. Zhou Cheng was saying this to Lin Feng. Meanwhile, the village party secretary had already climbed onto a large rock to the side and was announcing the rules with a wave of his arm. Fellow villagers, the forest police officers have taken time out of their busy schedules to escort us today. We should thank them for respecting our customs. As soon as he finished speaking, a round of applause erupted from the crowd, along with words of thanks to Zhou Cheng and his team. Zhou Cheng stopped talking to Lin Feng and immediately became serious, transforming into the stern-faced officer Linear. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. To be honest, he does look a bit like Lang Qing. Now that the atmosphere was right, the village secretary continued. Today is the start of spring. Everyone should use their own abilities to fill their baskets to the brim and pack them tightly. Then, you can't go into the mountains without permission anymore. Last year, old Wang from the next village secretly ran into the mountains and almost lost his life. It also caused the forest rangers to search tirelessly in the mountains for 3 days. They're still writing self-criticisms in their village, and old Wang gets criticized every time he goes out. We can't follow their example. Also, this is a protected area. Everyone should know what can and cannot be moved. If you are unsure, ask the forest ranger. Don't end up like old Zhang's grandson 2 years ago, who dug up protected plants and ended up in jail for 3 years. Mentioning these two infamous unlucky guys brings laughter, but also a lingering sense of unease. They all patted their chests and gave their assurances to the village secretary and police officer Linear. With this, the mobilization work before the spring harvest can be considered complete. Led by the village party secretary and the forest police, everyone went into the forest. The reason why Wolong Nature Reserve got the name Wolong is because of this. It is because of this mountainous area, where the mountains are winding and towering, that in satellite aerial photography, they appear as if a dragon is leaping into the sky. So, once you get in, you're basically just climbing hills and hills. Moreover, the terrain is rugged and the trees are tall. Even if it were an organized group, these dozens of people going in would be like stones thrown into a pile of rocks, not making a ripple at all. Lin Feng's initial joy and dream of reaping great rewards turned into confusion. He has only one question now. Where are those wild trees and vegetables I love, such as prickly ash buds, wolfberry sprouts, pear blossoms, and so on? Oh, the tree over there looks like a Chinese tune tree. Let's go pick some Chinese tune sprouts. Lin Feng walked to the tree and realized that he was too late. The Chinese tune tree was already bald. Today's welcoming spring is indeed a unified activity. However, the outer perimeter of this mountain is interspersed with the villagers' fields, and the good things nearby have long been picked clean. Lin Feng stood there lost in thought under the tree. Villagers on the slope saw him and called out from afar. Lin Feng, don't just stand there, walk inside. If it's really too much, just think of it as a spring outing, and I'll share some things with you later. As soon as that sound rang out, laughter erupted from every nook and cranny. Haha, Lin Feng, come over here. This bracken fern is excellent. Let's dig it up ourselves and send it to him. This ground is too hard, he probably won't be able to dig it up. Lin Feng, give me the vegetables you dug up. I'll take a look at them for you. A few years ago, a young man mistook licorice radiata for garlic and ended up in the hospital after eating it. There were voices of concern for Lin Feng coming from all directions. Lin Feng was both touched and blushed. From college students returning to their hometowns to start businesses, to mountain spirits living alongside giant pandas, and to naive young people who need everyone's care. My identity today is truly ever-changing. However, Lin Feng also came to terms with it. Since it wasn't in his comfort zone, he might as well treat it as a spring outing. With that thought in mind, he decided not to go looking for wild vegetables anymore. The act of beating the green has evolved into treading on the green. Lin Feng leisurely enjoyed the mountain scenery. Even on the outskirts of the protected area, the trees have grown very tall due to the forest closure and afforestation policy implemented over the years. Moreover, there are many tree species. At a glance, there are at least 7 or 8 different kinds. Paulownia trees, tea trees, yellow locust trees, all lush and verdant. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled shadows on Lin Feng, creating a harmonious scene. The air was filled with the fresh scent of earth and flowers. Lin Feng took deep breaths, feeling his lungs fill out and the stale air being expelled. Few indeed, people should get closer to nature instead of staying in the cages made of reinforced concrete in big cities. Lin Feng, what are you muttering about? Behind Lin Feng, he heard footsteps and voices. Turning around, he saw Zhou Cheng. Although Zhou Cheng's main task today is to protect and restrain the villagers. However, he can also participate in the digging and picking of wild vegetables. Otherwise, who would be willing to take this job? Just then, Zhou Cheng, who had participated in the harvesting wild vegetables activity for many years and was quite experienced, came over carrying a bunch of wild vegetables in his hat. Lin Feng, you pack these dishes. Lin Feng was deeply moved as he looked at his old classmate who always thought of him. Oh, I can't possibly accept this. He was embarrassed to say it, but Lin Feng's hand was very honest and had already reached out. Zhou Cheng immediately stopped handing over the wild vegetables. Wait, you don't think I'm giving you these wild vegetables, do you? I just don't have a basket, so I'm storing them here temporarily. Lin Feng, oh well, all that emotion for nothing. Regardless of whether Lin Feng was speechless or not, Zhou Chenkei reached out and started to pull at his basket. Just then, a hairy black hand pressed down on Zhou Cheng's wild vegetables. It doesn't matter whose wild vegetables they are, since Xiangxiang has taken a liking to them, they belong to Xiangxiang. Zhou Cheng turned his head and saw Tuanzi, who was righteously grabbing the food. I forgot to mention, you brought help. Look, you're not even willing to carry my groceries for a little while. Lin Feng listened to Zhou Cheng's complaints, then looked at the big dumpling and smiled. Help me? Not sure, let me think about it. It was as if they wanted to verify how well Lin Feng knew Tuanzi. No sooner had he finished speaking than the little dumpling grabbed the wild vegetables that Zhou Cheng had carefully selected and stuffed them whole into its mouth. Let me taste it, chew, 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 let me see what this tastes like. Then, under the watchful eyes of Lin Feng and Zhou Cheng, the big dumpling's bare face scrunched up in a deep frown. It not only spat out the wild vegetables in its mouth, but also threw away the remaining wild vegetables in its hand. After casually dismissing the wild vegetables, Tuanzi looked at Lin Feng and Zhou Cheng with a shocked expression. That's it? Heavens above, have you two-legged creatures gone mad? What's with that expression? Lin Feng chuckled and ruffled the big, fluffy cat's head, patiently explaining to it. We humans eat wild vegetables precisely because of their unique flavor, you know. The big dumpling savored the slightly bitter taste in its mouth, its bear-like face looking bewildered. I don't understand, I'm in shock. Seeing its condition, Lin Feng could understand. Giant pandas are naturally picky eaters. Not to mention the little dumpling in front of him, who has been eating vegetables grown with spiritual water and soil at the farm every day recently. and has become even more picky about food. Lin Feng shook his head, squatted down, and picked up the still intact wild vegetables from the ground. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance to frugality. Oh, Big Dumpling, you can't go back. The bear was stunned to see Lin Feng still able to pick up these wild vegetables. You actually like these things? Watching Lin Feng carefully tidy up the wild vegetables and put them into his basket, De Tuanzi made up her mind. Although I don't understand, as long as you like it, I'll help you find it. In De Tuanzi's opinion, delicious meat, fruit, and vegetables are hard to find in the mountains. It's so big, and only Lin Feng's family has one like it. But aren't these astringent things everywhere? The reason it wanted to eat was because it had only seen it before but never tasted it, and it was curious about it. And then I happened to see someone who looked familiar had it, so I just took it. As a result, this thing slapped me in the mouth. Xian Xian felt utterly speechless. However, since Lin Feng has made it clear that he wants it, it's not that I can't help him. Thinking this, the big dumpling stretched out its paw and patted Lin Feng's shoulder, signaling it to follow it. Having spent so many days with De Tuanzi, Lin Feng could now guess the meaning behind some of De Tuanzi's actions. Although he didn't understand why the big dumpling suddenly wanted him to follow, Lin Feng still went along. Seeing Lin Feng move, Zhou Cheng didn't care about anything else and followed him. Wolf Green pressed back, assuming a defensive stance. Passing by the little dumpling who was engrossed in eating a cookie, she casually picked it up. Although it had good intentions, its height and strength were limited, so the little dumpling was dragged along. The little guy's leather case had been loosened by chewing. Wah-ah-ah. Mom, look at Wolf Green. The big dumpling walking in front blinked its ears, then completely ignored them. A real panda never looks back, kid. See how cool you are? The little dumpling gave in and raised its bare paw to signal a halt. Woof! They left on their own. 2 people, 2 bears, and a dog strolled casually past the villagers. Nobody had time to look at them. Instead, some bent over, others climbed trees, all picking their favorite wild vegetables. Although I was exhausted and sweat was beading on my forehead, I felt wonderful. Lin Feng also heard someone happily singing a folk song. When the flowers bloom, I come up the mountain, I see butterflies picking flowers, I'll wait for you. He had only sung 2 lines when he was interrupted by laughter coming from the other side. Ha ha ha, what era are we living in? Still singing folk songs? Let's have something more trendy. Although they were interrupted, the villagers who were singing were not annoyed. Instead, they called back. You decide what's trendy. The surrounding area also erupted in cheers and jeers. One more. One more. Haha, let's hear what true trendiness is. Come on then, listen up, cough cough. Let me clear my throat. This serious demeanor immediately piqued Lin Feng's curiosity. I quickly reached out and grabbed the big dumpling's ear, and slowed down my pace with him. Cough 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 cough, humph. Here it comes. Yara so I shy ah. The middle-aged tenor's high-pitched, almost cracking voice stirred up a whole flock of tits, which fluttered into the sky. Lin Feng stumbled. There should be no expectations. Big Dumpling, Milk Dumpling, and Wolf Green all manually closed their ears at the same time. Good heavens, the preferences of 2-legged creatures are truly terrifying. Thankfully, my master/godfather never does that. The village secretary was carefully avoiding the thorns of the prickly bud tree, standing on a branch and using a stick to knock down the tender buds. But when he heard that shout, he shuddered in fright. They immediately grimaced as they were pricked by the thorns on the tree trunk. Holy shit, ah. Hearing the commotion, Lin Feng noticed that the village secretary seemed to be unsteady on his feet, so he rushed over to help him. Uncle, it's all right. The village party secretary knew which was more serious, being pricked by thorns or falling from the tree, so he stubbornly clung to the tree trunk. His hands were covered in blood from being pricked. With Lin Feng's help, he climbed down the tree, and as soon as he stood still, he shouted, Zhang Lao-san, stop singing. Someone's going to die if you keep singing. As soon as he finished speaking, another burst of laughter erupted around him. The whole mountain forest was filled with joy. Lin Feng laughed along, but after laughing, he looked at the thorny bud in front of him and started rubbing his hands together. Uncle, I like to eat this, can you pick some? Yes, it doesn't have my name written on it, it's just that these thorns are too sharp. The village party secretary showed Lin Feng the hole in his hand. Be careful. Lin Feng nodded, wondering where to begin climbing. Suddenly, a black and white bear paw landed on his shoulder. Stop fooling around. Lin Feng thought the big dumpling wanted to play with it and was about to refuse when the big dumpling turned around and called to the milk dumpling. Kid, it's time to show your skills. The little dumpling nodded. Mom, you can do it. As soon as it nodded, the big ball rushed over, grabbed it, and forced it onto the tree. Milk dumpling. Mom, is the strength you're talking about my strength? This incredible move made the little dumpling bark several times in anger. You're not a real person, you're a real dog. Seeing the panda mother and daughter wrestling, Lin Feng was speechless and quickly stepped forward to stop them. Hey, 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 this tree is full of thorns, can't you see? And the little dumpling doesn't like it either. The big dumpling looked at Lin Feng, then at the tree, and then raised the little dumpling's palm. It has already raised its hand in agreement, and look at this skin, it can't be bandaged. Lin Feng silently hugged the little dumpling tighter and shook his head. It's my own child, don't mess with it. That won't do. The little dumpling remembered Lin Feng's longing look. After thinking for a while, it resigned itself to its fate and climbed up the tree, starting to shake and thrash it wildly. The tender shoots, which even the village secretary couldn't reach, fell to the ground with a rustling sound as the large dumpling pounded them haphazardly. Lin Feng nudged the stunned village secretary. What are you standing there for? Pick it up. Village party secretary. He looked down at the still damp bloodstains on his hands, his mind filled with one question. So what are these injuries I've suffered? Am I considered fragile? Zhou Cheng chuckled as he looked at the village party secretary. Haha, uncle, don't just stand there. If you can benefit from Lin Feng's influence, hurry up and do so. Oh, the village party secretary suddenly realized what was happening and quickly went forward to pick it up. The prickly bud is covered in thorns from head to toe, even its tender shoots. It's just the very tip of the sprout, it will soften after being boiled in water and then it's edible. Therefore, there isn't much edible part after a tree is picked. After Lin Feng and the village secretary divided it, only a small handful remained, which would probably be gone in 2 bites. Now, Lin Feng has also figured out a new use for the big dumpling, and he tentatively looks at it. Not enough, shall we look for more? The big dumpling snorted, poked the little dumpling in Lin Feng's arms, and pointed to itself. The meaning is obvious, why can it be held and do nothing, while I have to do everything? This little gesture made Lin Feng laugh. Seriously? You're jealous of your own child? Well then, I'll hug you too. Lin Feng rolled the big ball up and then reached out and squeezed its paw. You've worked hard, let me give you a little pinch. This feels so soft and bouncy, so comfortable. The little dumpling was pleased with itself and happily got up, starting to sniff around and search diligently. His adorable appearance made the village secretary and Zhou Cheng laugh. How is this any different from a man appeasing his wife? If I had a wife like that in my family, I would hug and coax her every day. Oh my god, I'm so envious. Lin Feng had no idea that the two of them were thinking of something completely different, they were only focused on following the big dumpling. Soon, the big dumpling led the group to the foot of a cliff with jagged rocks. See that over there? The big dumpling pointed to the top of the cliff, gesturing for Lin Feng to look up. Then he plopped down on the ground without a second thought. I'm exhausted, let me put my hands on my hips for a bit. Lin Feng looked up along the bare paw and immediately saw a thorny bud that was more than twice as thick as the one the village secretary had just found. Big dumpling has a great sense of smell. But, to be honest, this cliff is a bit too dangerous. Anyway, Lin Feng looked down at his hands and feet and thought it wasn't worth it for a bite to eat. Anything else? I can't reach this one. To make it easier for the little dumpling to understand, Lin Feng even pretended to climb a few times to show that he couldn't climb up. The big dumpling blinked its eyes, then turned its head and called out to the little one that had been following it. Kid, your godfather can't get up there, it's time for you to show your strength. The little dumpling engrossed in eating, it put the cookies back into its little basket, then ran angrily to the big dumpling, hands on its hips. Why me again? Just now, and now. The big bear stretched out its paw and supported its trembling body, which was squealing and yelling. Silly child, I was the one who picked it just now, so it makes perfect sense for you to pick it now, right? The little dumpling fell silent. The little dumpling put down its bare paws that were on its hips. The little dumpling has figured it out. It was indeed Mom who climbed the tree, so it's my turn now. Okay, here comes the bear. But before it could climb more than half a meter, Lin Feng grabbed it by the armpits and pulled it down. The big dumpling also got a flick on the forehead. This thing is your own child, your own child. This is a cliff face. You won't climb it, how can you expect it to? Big dumpling, look at you, so anxious again. For us bears, a 90-degree angle is called a cliff, while an 89-degree angle is called a slope. Since it's a slope, the little one can climb it. Don't worry about falling or anything, only the strong deserve to be my children. With a wave of its paw, the giant bear paw was unstoppable by Lin Feng and Zhou Cheng. The main reason was that the little dumpling also wanted to go up, and as soon as it left Lin Feng's embrace, it quickly climbed up the cliff. Under the terrified gazes of Lin Feng and Zhou Cheng, it quickly approached the prickly old tree and began to pluck it. Splash, splash. On the cliff, there were no other trees to block the view, and the little dumpling's movements were not gentle. This attracted the attention of the villagers who were looking for wild vegetables. We've run into pandas again? Is the ecosystem in our area really that good? Bullshit, that's Lin Feng's cat. Look at that basket. Holy crap. Previously, at the village secretary's place, not many people saw Tuanza's actions, and it didn't attract much attention. But now, there are more villagers to be seen. Zhou Cheng felt someone pat him on the shoulder. "Officer Zhou, what's going on? How did the kitten get up in the tree? I've never seen anything like this before." Zhou Cheng's lips twitched. "Actually, this is my first time seeing it too." "Oh, okay, let's take another look." When the little dumpling came saunter down the cliff with a bag of prickly thorns on its back, several people were already standing next to Lin Feng, Zhou Cheng, and the village secretary. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with admiration and gave him a thumbs up. "I thought you wouldn't get anything today, but it turns out you have a cheat code. How did you train this cat?" "It actually went to pick thorny buds. The key is this place, it's the only way up there, we can't get up there ourselves. I'd also like to train a panda to help me with chores. By the way, can I rent one?" Faced with everyone's strange questions, Lin Feng scratched his head and waved his hands. "No training, it's voluntary, you can't rent it out." While explaining, Lin Feng took the basket from the baby's back and took out a tissue to wipe the baby's hands. After climbing cliffs and picking leaves, the little bear's paws were covered in dirt. To better clean the milk ball of dirt, Lin Feng simply picked it up and rubbed its fur in his arms like a baby, belly up. To everyone's eyes, this scene resembled an elderly father holding his child while bathing. A tall father and a cuddly baby, so heartwarming. "No, this child isn't Lin Feng's." A very smart person raised their hand. "Hey, Officer Zhou, can I report Lin Feng for illegally employing child labor?" These words caused a huge stir. "Ha ha ha, yes, that's what it means to use child labor. Stop talking, report them. They're just too jealous. Officer Zhou, confiscate Lin Feng's panda and change the sentence to mine. A stepfather is still a father, I can accept him." The villagers couldn't accept it. The object of their pity 1 second ago had been crushed by a panda the next. Using pandas to pick wild rhizomes, how many people have actually eaten them? "Why, my eyes are all red, I've got conjunctivitis." Puff. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh as he watched the villagers making funny faces. He immediately received several angry stares. "What are you laughing at? Are you laughing at us for not having pandas? Then congratulations, you smiled correctly." Faced with such lovely villagers, Lin Feng waved his hand and smiled. "I wasn't laughing at you. I've come up with a better idea. Come on, give me all the wild vegetables you found." Although no one understood what Lin Feng was going to do, they still obeyed and did as he said. Lin Feng emptied out all the wild vegetables and handed them to Tuanzi and Tuanzi. "Come on, smell these wild vegetables, and then go find the same kind. Big dumpling and milk dumpling. I'm a little tired and don't want to move." Lin Feng looked at Tuanzi, who was clearly trying to slack off, and gave her a tempting smile. "You too like cookies, right? If you behave well, I'll make a whole batch for you when we get home, with lots and lots of sugar." The two little ones' eyes lit up at the same time, and they nodded in unison. Although Xiong was tired, but he said there would be plenty of cookies. Forgetting one's roots, JPG. The big dumpling and the little dumpling immediately changed their attitude and began searching actively in the mountains and forests. However, that wasn't enough. Lin Feng's gaze fell on Lang Qing, who had been following him like a guard. "Hee, Wolf Green, I remember you were an all-around star dog." Wolf Green watched as the little ball of fur, which had transformed into a dog in an instant, silently took a small step back. People cannot, or at least should not, but Lin Feng grabbed its ear and made a cheerful promise. Meat bones with lots of meat on them." Wolf Green stopped, then took a small step forward. On the other hand, serving the people is glorious and noble. Now, what was supposed to be a villager's game of picking green leaves has turned into an olfactory game between dogs and pandas. Under the leadership of the three of them, the villagers couldn't have had it easier. Lin Feng also garnered several admiring glances. A real man is someone you can date. The powerful cheat code made the already joyful event even more exciting. Everyone truly lived up to what the village secretary said. The basket was filled to the brim and packed tightly. The villagers, who had originally planned to only hunt for greenery on the outskirts of the reserve, unknowingly ventured deeper into the mountains and forests. Lin Feng was the first to notice something was wrong. "Big dumpling, milk dumpling, Wolf Green, stop. Stop. The vegetation around us is getting weird, we've gone too deep." Hearing Lin Feng shout, Zhou Cheng and the other officers who were engrossed in picking wild vegetables also came to their senses. "Quickly count the number of people." Thankfully, not a single one was missing. "We went too deep, so we'll be finishing later than planned. Fellow villagers, listen to me, it's time to head back. Otherwise, even with giant pandas around, it's not entirely safe in these mountains and forests." Everyone understood the principle, and the gains were sufficient, no one raised any objections. Organized by Zhou Cheng and others, they quickly rushed back to Stone Village, without the distraction of searching for wild vegetables. On the way back, Lin Feng heard everyone's stomachs making all sorts of protesting noises. "Fellow villagers, this is the shortest route back to my farm. I suggest you all come to my place, have a simple meal, and then go home." The villagers were overjoyed when Lin Feng took the initiative to request it. Ever since the village secretary had a meal at Lin Feng's house, he has been boasting in the village about how delicious Lin Feng's cooking is. However, none of them had ever eaten it before. With this opportunity presented to us today, wouldn't it be a shame not to take a look? Just as Lin Feng and the villagers were rushing to the farm, the little weasel leaned against the gate of the courtyard, gazing into the mountains and forests. "There are so many dangers hidden in those mountains and forests. I'm so worried about the farmer, sob sob sob." The little weasel, preoccupied with its own thoughts, didn't even have the appetite to eat the sweet biscuits Lin Feng left for it before leaving. Finally, the little weasel, who had been worried for who knows how long, saw a group of people surrounding Lin Feng as they walked out of the forest. The little weasel was a little scared and didn't know whether it should go forward. Just then, as the crowd drew closer, it smelled a familiar scent. Hunger. These people's stomachs were rumbling, and they were groaning that they were hungry. The little weasel darted into its hole with a whoosh. It can't even beat a hungry mouse, let alone a hungry two-legged beast, so it's best to stay out of the way for now. However, despite being somewhat frightened, the little weasel still secretly observed the crowd from inside its burrow. They seemed very polite to the farmer. The farmer is really something. Lin Feng was indeed formidable. Zhou Cheng, having completely changed his attitude, bowed repeatedly. "I was just joking with you. I'll give you all my wild vegetables, please, cook them for me." Lin Feng patted the heavy baskets on the backs of the two little ones, but they looked quite sturdy. "When you asked me to recite it for you before, why didn't you think of today? TCH, even a dog wouldn't want your wild vegetables." Lang Qing puffed out his chest and lifted his feet high. "Yes, even dogs wouldn't want that." The two were joking around when the village secretary chimed in. "When people go to your house for dinner, they all want to try your cooking. You can't be the one to provide the ingredients." "Alright, I'll make the decision. Let's all gather the ingredients and have a lively meal together." The village party secretary's words were met with enthusiastic responses from the crowd. "That's a good idea. I can also help out. I can wash and chop vegetables." "Me too," together. Unable to refuse their warm hospitality, and knowing the villagers' sincerity and honesty, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. The villagers, being experienced in life, arrived at Lin Feng's house, asked about the location of the pots, pans, and utensils, and then began to divide the work among themselves. Washing vegetables, chopping vegetables, rinsing rice, and starting a fire. Everyone is working hard to eat as soon as possible. Of course, since the goal is to experience Lin Feng's cooking skills, the cooking process is something no one can do for him. Because he picked a lot of wild vegetables today, Lin Feng plans to prepare an authentic local wild vegetable feast. Stir-fried broad beans with white flowers, cold mixed Houtunia cordata, stir-fried ham with prickly ash buds, stir-fried bacon with fern shoots, wolfberry sprout and egg soup, and so on. The villagers were knowledgeable, and seeing Lin Feng's skill in preparing the ingredients, they were immediately filled with anticipation. Wild vegetables generally have a natural astringent taste, which needs to be removed by blanching. Lin Feng was generous and offered spiritual water directly. Then, something happened that the villagers couldn't understand. "Why is it that when I blanch wild vegetables at home, they don't have that same aroma?" During this meal, the village secretary, who had intended to learn from others, watched from the sidelines, scratching his head in frustration. "I followed all the steps correctly, boiling water, adding vegetables, but why does it just not taste the same when I cook it at home?" Lin Feng laughed. "Secretary, why are you acting like a child, still playing the grass is always greener on the other side trick?" The party secretary fell silent, simply watching intently as Lin Feng cooked. As he stir-fried the vegetables, the snow-white oil melted in the pan, and Lin Feng began to stir-fry them one by one according to the pre-planned order. The golden yellow liquid of eggs was poured into the pot and heated over high heat, causing the egg flowers to instantly rise high into the air. Pour out the fried eggs. The bottom of the pan is shiny and not sticky at all. The remaining oil, infused with the aroma of eggs, is quickly used to add dried chili peppers, dried Sichuan peppercorns, and ham slices. The firewood inside the earthen stove crackled and popped. The aroma of chili peppers, the numbing sensation of Sichuan peppercorns, and the unique smoky flavor of protein burst forth from the kitchen like a nuclear bomb. It exploded on everyone's olfactory cells. Coo coo coo. Glug. The villagers' stomachs rumbled even louder. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought it was thunder. Meanwhile, De Tuanzi, Nai Tuanzi, and Lang Qing had firmly occupied the central position at the kitchen entrance, watching Lin Feng cook with great attention. If it weren't for the constant dripping of saliva from their mouths, gradually wetting the fur on their chests, everyone thought they had turned into plush toys. Otherwise, why were they not moving at all? In the end, Lin Feng carried the stir-fried dishes and forcefully pushed the three of them aside from the doorway. "Make way, make way." How am I supposed to serve the food if everyone's squatting here? Do you even want to eat? When it came to food, the three of them became incredibly eager, immediately grabbing their rice bowls and running to Lin Feng's side. Come on, pour it into my bowl. Lin Feng found it both funny and speechless. We have guests today, so be sensible. Then, the villagers received eye-sharp remarks from the Tuanzi. Why aren't there any milk dumplings or wolf-green ones? They both care a lot about their reputation. You've got guts. Lin Feng moved the large dumpling aside and prioritized serving the guests. The cold dishes have already been served, but the stir-fried dishes won't be ready so quickly. Only 3 dishes were served this time. The kitchen was still steaming, but people were already swallowing hard as they went to get bowls and chopsticks. To my surprise, when I reached for the cupboard and opened it, it was empty. Turning my head, I saw the village party secretary standing like a door god, protecting the bowls and chopsticks behind him. No kidding, if we took out the bowls and chopsticks in advance, these drooling villagers would devour a whole plate in a flash. They're all seasoned foxes, how could they not understand each other? Zhou Cheng, outside, swallowed hard, silently signaling to Lin Feng through the window with his eyes and the unspoken understanding between old classmates. Dude, please, hurry up and cook it, throw out all the sparks. Lin Feng lowered his head, pretending not to see. Finally, all of the dozen or so dishes were neatly arranged on the table. The pale white flowers contrasted against the emerald green broad beans. The unruly thorn bud had already softened under the embrace of ham. Nestled amidst cilantro and chopped scallions, Hautunia cordata boldly displays its tender white form. The sight of it made the villagers' mouths water so much that it formed a river. The village party secretary came over carrying a tall stack of bowls and chopsticks. Bowls and chopsticks have been distributed. Bowls and chopsticks have been distributed. A cheer immediately erupted in the courtyard. Amidst the joyful cries, the little weasel stealthily poked its head out from the base of the wall, but was instantly driven back to its den by the murderous aura. Actually, the murderous aura wasn't directed at it, but rather at the villagers' mutual wariness of each other. We're all from the same village. Going back 3 generations, whose family isn't related? Why won't you give way to me? In an instant, chopsticks flew across the table, a fierce competition ensued, and everyone devoured their food in a whirlwind. Lin Feng was serving food to the little dumpling and the wolf, and when he turned around and saw this scene, he was dumbfounded. When we hosted Professor Sun and his group last time, it seems that before he even sat down at the table, everyone started scrambling for the food, and then they kept apologizing afterwards. This time, it can't be the same, can it? As it turns out, they are both the same and different. After a good meal, the villagers, having eaten until they were about 70 to 80% full, realized that they were all related by blood if they traced their ancestry back 3 generations. So, the village party secretary took the lead, raising his glass with soup instead of wine. We haven't thanked Lin Feng yet. Come on, let's all raise a glass to him to thank Lin Feng for preparing such a delicious meal for us. Everyone stood up, looked left and right, and found that Lin Feng was at the same table as De Tuanzi and the others. They all blushed immediately. Ah, never mind, it's all in the soup. Let's drink to our heart's content. I'll punish myself with a bowl of rice. Yes, punish yourself. Lin Feng, I know you're embarrassed, but really, isn't there any suspicion of taking advantage of the situation to steal the soup? After drinking the soup, everyone's expressions returned to normal, and they started chatting. But after only a few words, they focused on the delicious food in front of them. Secretary, you really weren't lying to us. Lin Feng's cooking is absolutely delicious. Lin Feng, tell me, with this skill, why open a farm? Being a chef would be much better. Yes, do you know those chefs who specialize in catering weddings and funerals in rural areas? They can earn around 200,000 yuan a year. Lin Feng waved his hands repeatedly, saying, I'm doing fine running a farm. Lin Feng's refusal was quite a pity for everyone. You can only freeload a meal occasionally, but charging money is a different story. Every family has weddings and funerals sometimes. When the time comes, I'll treat Lin Feng to all of them, and we'll take turns eating. Tisk tisk tisk, what a pity. The villagers were disappointed, but Zhou Cheng had come up with a new idea. Even if you don't become a chef, isn't farm-stay tourism all the rage these days? Farm stays, isn't this just a side business? This meal, which would cost a city dweller 1,000 or 800, is pure profit. And Lin Feng, don't worry about not having customers, I'll help you promote it. As soon as Zhou Cheng said this, the other villagers echoed his sentiments. Haha, running a farm stay is great, I can be a guest too. Yes, and putting everything else aside, I dare say that city people have never tasted such delicious wolfberry sprout and egg soup. Isn't that amazing? Yes, it can't be that we country folks move to the city, and city folks move to our countryside. Give them a taste of delicious food. Lin Feng, standing to the side, heard everyone's words, shook his head, and smiled without saying a word. With the addition of spiritual water to every dish, how could it not be delicious? So, what if you opened a factory that didn't produce anything else but just sold bagged spirit water and named it Freshness Enhancer? Wouldn't that be a huge hit? Lin Feng was lost in thought, while the villagers were thoroughly enjoying their meal. In the end, everyone slumped in their chairs in the same position, staring blankly at the distant mountains and forests. It's so delicious it's intoxicating, that's exactly the feeling. Some people even said, how about we have another round of Spring Festival tomorrow? I want to eat another table like this. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. It's so delicious, I want more. However, Lin Feng didn't want to do it anymore. Spring harvesting is really hard work, you have to climb mountains, climb trees, dig up vegetables, and carry them back. Even with the help of the little dumpling and the wolf, he was still exhausted, with a sore back, aching legs, and cramps. Are we going again tomorrow? They wouldn't even go if they had to carry them in a sedan chair. After seeing the villagers off, Lin Feng thought for a moment, then boiled a large pot of spiritual water for himself and took a hot bath. Only then did I crawl into bed, turn off my phone, and go to sleep. It must be said that this spontaneous idea of taking a bath in the sacred water did indeed have remarkable effects. Awakened by the rooster's crow, Lin Feng moved his hands and feet, and felt no soreness whatsoever as he had imagined. That feels good. Lin Feng stretched lazily, thought about it and realized he didn't have anything to do today, so he was considering whether to stay in bed a little longer. Another rooster crowed outside the door. Lin Feng? A rooster crowed? Twice, and it sounded somewhat familiar. Could it be that my rooster has returned? Now that's good, Lin Feng doesn't want to stay in bed anymore, he's got 6 or 7 pounds of fat to lose. He jumped off the bed with great energy and ran to the chicken coop. The little weasel had already arrived at the chicken coop before it and was now peeking inside. The rooster immediately bristled when it saw the weasel. Natural enemy. Natural enemy. Alert! Alert! Seeing the little weasel's small size, the rooster crowed loudly, spread its wings, and rushed over. Oh woo-oo, what are you looking at? I'm nagging you. The little weasel had come to investigate out of curiosity, drawn by the unfamiliar scent. Seeing a gigantic rooster charging towards it, the rat was so frightened that it froze and forgot to dodge. Then, a big bump appeared on its head. Squeak! Before Lin Feng even reached the chicken coop, he saw the little weasel being pecked all over the place by the rooster. Lin Feng, this art style is off. Aren't weasels supposed to be chicken eaters? But looking at the rooster's body, which was more than 10 times larger than the weasel, he felt that he could understand it. Stop hitting! Stop hitting! Lin Feng stepped forward and separated the rooster and the weasel. With a bump on its head, the little weasel whimpered and snuggled into Lin Feng's arms. Squeak, squeak, squeak! I don't know where this rooster came from, it's so unreasonable, I only glanced at it. The little weasel squeaked and complained. Rooster! Damn, if you had just said you were the one who was the mouse, then nothing would have happened. The rooster stepped forward and poked the little weasel with its wing. Little weasel, you didn't even give me a chance to speak. Look at all the bumps on my head. Rooster, Smith Marseille. Little weasel, first time entering the village, can't understand. Rooster. The chicken and the mouse fell silent, which made Lin Feng scratch his head. What are you two whispering about? Are you not going to fight anymore? The rooster and the weasel both turned their heads away, ignoring each other. Very good, this aligns well with his understanding of natural enemies. If they don't want to talk to us, then they don't. It's good to live in peace. Lin Feng put the mouse down and casually flicked its rear end. Go play somewhere else. Then he looked at the rooster, but this time his gaze was much more dangerous. You haven't come home all night, and for several days now. Where have you been? Tell me. After resolving the dispute between the rooster and the weasel, Lin Feng finally had time to examine the rooster. Tisk, you haven't been doing too well these past few days. Not only are there fewer tail feathers, but the color of the plumage has also become much duller. It's quite tragic, but it warms my heart. The rooster tilted its head, glanced at Lin Feng, and inexplicably felt that it was being mocked. Then, the rooster got angry and grabbed Lin Feng's trouser leg, heading towards the chicken coop. Come on, come see my family, you'll be amazed. Lin Feng, alright, I know you're hungry, but I don't have any food on me right now. I'll go back and get some. However, before he could even pull his trouser leg out of the rooster's beak, he saw 6 pheasants squatting in a corner of the chicken coop. It should be a pheasant, right? It is relatively small in size, with a long beak and tail feathers, and gray plumage, but it has a very elegant temperament, which is obviously different from domesticated birds. The rooster was very pleased to see that Lin Feng had noticed his family, and it released its beak. Oh, look at this, this is the style I'm known for. From now on, I can't be the younger brother in this family. Seeing that smug little face made Lin Feng's heart race, and he could only silently take out his phone. Let me confirm my guess first with the photo recognition. It has to be said that technology changes lives. In less than a minute, Lin Feng knew all the information about the 6 pheasants in front of him. 4 red-bellied tragopans and 2 green-tailed mongooses. Although they are different species, without exception, they are all nationally protected animals. Lin Feng was completely numb. Lin Feng looked at the pheasant, then at his own ankle, and always imagined that he was wearing a pair of shackles. You know, he never had this kind of hallucination when the little ones were staying at home. Lin Feng shuddered, shook his head, and then he understood why. Because the big dumpling is a bear, and a violent yet adorable girl at that. With her baby, she was unlikely to encounter any danger on the farm. But pheasants are at the bottom of the food chain, with natural enemies all over the world. Not to mention anything else, his family keeps a weasel. If something happens on your own farm, you'll be in deep trouble and have no choice but to take the blame. Lin Feng's mind raced, and suddenly, a brilliant idea popped into his head. He looked around like a thief, making sure that there was no one else around. Then, he grinned wickedly at the pheasants. Since no one saw it, I'll just, wait, wrong channel, I'm going to kick you guys out. Anyway, I haven't fed you a single meal, so you can't come back just because you still miss my family's food, can you? Lin Feng strode towards the pheasants. Go away. Let's go. Lin Feng herded the pheasants out of the chicken coop. The rooster, waiting for Lin Feng's praise? Why is it different from what I expected? Just as he was about to chase the pheasant out of the coop, the rooster couldn't sit still and charged straight at him. Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing? If you chase them away, won't I become the younger brother of this family again? The rooster was determined to defend its position, spreading its wings and trying its best to drive the pheasant into the henhouse. Pheasants, should we go out? Or should we go out? And so, Lin Feng chased after the rooster, while the rooster protected him. Animated gif of an eagle catching a chick, playing on a loop. Lin Feng, I've never seen such a troublesome chicken before. Why aren't you in the woods? Ah, speak up. Of course, the rooster couldn't speak. All the rooster knew was that it had fought several battles with other pheasants in the past few days, lost so many feathers, and that the family it had brought back absolutely could not leave. This family can't afford to be at the bottom anymore. Lin Feng was so angry he was about to have a heart attack. It's reasonable to suspect that this rooster is the reincarnation of his previous unscrupulous boss who owed him money, ran away with his mistress, and was hit by a car on the way. Left with no other choice, Lin Feng could only dial Zhou Cheng's number. Zhou Cheng, who had escorted the villagers to harvest the spring crops yesterday and was granted a day off, spent the entire night playing video games. Hearing the phone ring, he fumbled around in bed for a long time before finally finding it, after Lin Feng called twice. Hello? Who is it? Zhou Cheng didn't even want to open his eyes, and asked in a daze. Dachinzi, why aren't you up yet? It's me, Lin Feng. I have some pheasants at my house. To be precise, there are 4 red-bellied tragopans and 2 green-tailed pheasants. Ha! What pheasant? Zhou Cheng felt he wasn't fully awake yet, otherwise why would he hear that the second-year and first-year students were both at Lin Feng's house so early in the morning? Are you sure you're not mistaken? These 2 things may be of the same kind, but they don't seem like they could be mixed together. Lin Feng glared at the rooster speechlessly. Perhaps it's because of love. To be fair, this rooster is quite handsome, so it's normal that it caught someone's eye. Otherwise, there's no way to explain all of this. Speaking of this, Zhou Cheng's sleepiness from staying up all night disappeared. Holy crap, love? There's some gossip going on. Tell me about it. Lin Feng, no, you listen to animal gossip too? Let's deal with the immediate problem first, otherwise my farm won't be able to operate. Zhou Cheng nodded sympathetically. Who's the kind person who runs a farm that has protected animals coming to eat every day? Even though I'm on vacation today, you're my brother, so don't worry, I'm coming right now. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng was still unsettled, so he searched online again. However, the search results told him that netizens had not encountered such a thing either. We can only wait for Zhou Cheng to arrive. The Chinese are quick to join in the fun. Zhou Cheng arrived in his car before lunchtime. Brother Feng, where are those pheasants? They're all over by the chicken coop. Go check it out yourself, but be careful. Big dumplings are over there too. Oh, Big Dumpling is here too. Zhou Cheng was a little flustered. He knew that giant pandas had a history of hunting birds, and there was no difference between pheasants and birds. Could they be kept together? Lin Feng could tell what Zhou Cheng was worried about just by looking at his expression, so he simply waved his hand. I can't explain it. You'll have to see for yourself. Zhou Cheng walked over to the chicken coop with a puzzled look in his eyes, and then his expression became indescribable. It rose too quickly. Otherwise, how could we have seen giant pandas feeding chickens? And, Big Dumpling, what's with you patting the rooster's head with such a pleased expression? Lin Feng, standing behind Zhou Cheng, shook his head and explained. Although I don't know how bears and chickens communicate, they are indeed good friends. Zhou Cheng shook his head. If he couldn't understand it, then he didn't understand it. Solving the problem was the priority. Your problem is easy to solve. Just put the pheasant in a sack and send it into the mountains. I didn't say it before because I've never seen a live green-tailed monal and wanted to come and see. The females all turned out to be dull and gray. Disappointing. Zhou Cheng shook his head, earning a glare from Lin Feng. Zhou Cheng was furious. He was perfectly justified. I've been a forest ranger for so many years and I've never even seen a green-tailed pheasant before. Your rooster lured it down the mountain, and you still have the nerve to complain? Lin Feng sneered and made a respectful pleas. Then please help me, Officer Zhou Dalan, get rid of this pheasant. I won't even remind you what the consequences would be if both a rooster and a panda protected their offspring at the same time. So, with Lin Feng's leniency, in less than 10 minutes, Zhou Cheng was pecked more than a dozen times by the rooster and had his sleeve torn by the big dumpling. Zhou Cheng, seeing Lin Feng's ambiguous smile, he realized. All right, you'll just wait for me here, won't you? He raised his fist, intending to punch Lin Feng, but the next second, the big dumpling pressed him down on his shoulder. The little dumpling tilted its head, its round face looking harmless. Zhou Cheng loosened his fist and eagerly patted non-existent dust off Lin Feng's shoulder. Hey, how come your clothes are still dusty? You're such a grown-up. Don't be fooled by Zhou Cheng's smiling face, he was already crying inside. Why, mommy, I want a giant panda like that too. Zhou Cheng's grand plan to herd chickens had now failed. He walked to the side and took out his phone. Wait, I'll call for reinforcements. After notifying the Forestry Bureau, Zhou Cheng stayed and asked Lin Feng to cook for him. So when Professor Sun arrived with his convoy, the courtyard was filled with the aroma of stir-fried dishes. Glug! Professor Sun suddenly regretted that he had eaten too early today. But then again, who knew that Lin Feng's rooster, with nothing better to do, would go out into the mountains to kidnap and sell chickens? Hey, Professor Sun, what brings you here? Lin Feng was somewhat surprised to see who had arrived. Aren't you a panda researcher? How come a pheasant would bother you? Upon hearing this, Professor Sun smiled. The green-tailed pheasant is the mythical blue phoenix, not just any ordinary wild pheasant. Besides, I'm an animal expert, not just someone who studies giant pandas. Don't be too surprised. Lin Feng scratched his head sheepishly and stepped aside to make way for him. Professor Sun, I'll take you to see it. No rush. Officer Zhou told me that with a rooster and a panda watching over it, the pheasant can't escape. Lin Feng laughed. Since the wild chicken thing isn't urgent, then what is? Professor Sun turned around with a smile and pointed to the car parked outside. Look over there. Even without the pheasant incident, I was still coming to see you today. Let's get in the car and take a look. Lin Feng was pulled into the car by Professor Sun without knowing why, and was surprised to see that there were bags and bags of seeds in the car. Lin Feng instantly understood what was going on. Did Professor Li bring all these seeds? That day, after reaching an agreement with Professor Li on providing seeds and conducting a control experiment, Professor Li told Lin Feng to wait to collect the seeds and sign a contract. Lin Feng estimated that people from that side would arrive in the next day or two. After all, spring plowing only takes this long, and we can't afford to delay it. However, he never expected that the other party would entrust Professor Sun with this matter. However, upon further reflection, Lin Feng could understand. According to Professor Sun, this Professor Li is a national-level agricultural expert who guides many large farms, even though they were very interested in his planting techniques. However, his farm was, after all, just a small farm that had just started. It's unlikely that he'll come in person. Entrusting a trusted old friend with this task already shows how much importance he attaches to it, especially since Lin Feng didn't pay a single penny in consulting fees. Have you looked it over? If you have, you can take a look at the contract now. Lin Feng readily agreed. No problem, where's the contract? Professor Sun gestured for another person in the car to get off and introduced them to Lin Feng. This is Professor Li's legal counsel, John Wei. Lin Feng immediately thought of a popular sitcom from before, Love Apartment. By the way, wasn't the lawyer in the movie also named John Wei? Thinking about it this way, Lin Feng's gaze lingered on attorney John Wei for a few more seconds. John Wei knew Lin Feng well, and upon seeing the look in Lin Feng's eyes, he immediately smiled. Hello, my name is John Wei. I studied for a Master of Laws degree for 7 years, passed the bar exam, and even opened a law firm. I have a very good relationship with Hu Yaifei and the others. It belongs to the group of people I know, but they don't know me. This introduction made Lin Feng burst out laughing, and he quickly extended his hand. Hello, my name is Lin Feng. What a coincidence, my relationship with Hu Yaifei and the others is the same as your relationship with Hu Yaifei. The two greeted each other in such an unusual way that Professor Sun, who was on a 2G network, was completely baffled. Do you have mutual acquaintances? Well, never mind, you two can look at the contract. Lin Feng smiled and invited them into his home. Let's talk while we drink tea. Boil the sacred water and throw the tea leaves in. Jiang Wei was somewhat taken aback by this rough tea brewing method. Don't people who do business usually pay attention to the rules regarding tea and alcohol? Or are young people starting to reorganize the business world? However, the aroma of tea that followed made Jiang Wei somewhat look forward to the tea. The tea he bought at a high price in the Weishan production area to entertain his distinguished guests was not even half as fragrant as this. Please have some tea. Lin Feng handed over the tea, and Jiang Wei eagerly took a sip. Then, he was both ecstatic and angry. To get good agricultural products, you have to look to these farmers. I was definitely ripped off when I bought that tea before. Attorney Zhang? Attorney Zhang? Lin Feng called out twice before Jiang Wei came to his senses. Ah, yes. Jiang Wei realized he had lost his composure and quickly opened his file folder to change the subject. You want to see the contract, right? Here it is. Take a look first, and feel free to ask me if there's anything you don't understand. Lin Feng opened the contract and began to read it carefully. The contract was very professional, clearly specifying the responsibilities Lin Feng would be responsible for, as well as the exchange conditions offered by Professor Li. Seeing this contract, Lin Feng finally felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. Professor Li did not dismiss his case simply because he had not received the money. They will provide Lin Feng with remote technical guidance throughout the process, and will send someone to conduct on-site inspections when necessary. Similarly, Lin Feng cannot take the seeds for granted just because they came for free. The entire process, from sowing to harvest, including crop growth and diseases, as well as yield per acre, must be recorded. If they can't do that, they should compensate Professor Li double for the seed money, etc. This kind of contract, with its equal rights and responsibilities, made Lin Feng feel very at ease. Attorney Zhang, where's the pen? I need to sign. Lin Feng readily signed his name on the contract. Although they had never met Professor Li before, the collaboration between the two was officially established with Professor Sun and Jiang Wei as witnesses. Professor Sun pointed to the car outside. Alright, we can move the seeds now. Okay, Attorney Zhang, the contract has details. I'll take this copy to check. That share was originally yours. Seeing Lin Feng getting moving, Zhou Cheng, who had been quietly cooking in the kitchen, quickly rolled up his sleeves to help. He understood very well the principle that if one meal is full, then every meal should be full. As soon as Zhou Cheng moved, Jiang Wei and Professor Sun got up. There are a lot of seeds, let us help. No need, no need. Lin Feng wanted to refuse, but Professor Sun had already started. I'm up. Ah, a bag of corn seeds caused this old professor to strain his back. Jiang Wei paused for a moment, looked at his small frame, and then reached out his hand to Professor Sun. Come on, let's lift it together. The two men, puffing and puffing, carried the corn seeds ahead of them. Zhou Cheng didn't say anything, but silently rolled up his sleeves to the highest point and showed off his biceps to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, childish. Seeing Lin Feng's disgusted expression, Zhou Cheng knew he had achieved his goal. He happily picked up a bag of corn and headed towards the warehouse. Lin Feng shook his head, bent down, grabbed both ends of the sack, and focused his energy into his dantian. Just then, a pair of bare paws landed on Lin Feng's shoulders. Turning my head, I saw the big dumpling come out. Are you moving some things? I'll do it. The little dumpling easily picked up 3 bags of corn, walked with a pigeon-toed gait towards the warehouse. Lin Feng, Zhou Cheng, Professor Sun, Jiang Wei, holy crap. He knew about the wild chicken. After all, he was in the same car as Professor Sun, so he couldn't just keep quiet. But how come there's a giant panda in this house? Also, why do giant pandas help carry things? Could there be a person inside the panda skin? Stunned, Jiang Wei lost his grip on the sack and it slipped from his hand. Caught off guard, Professor Sun was thrown off by the sack and strained his back again. Now Professor Sun has started shouting too. Holy crap! Can anyone explain why he was the one who got hurt? Professor Sun, I'm so sorry, I'm just too shocked. Jiang Wei apologized repeatedly. Having been a lawyer for so many years, what kind of situation hasn't he seen? I've never seen anything like this before. Professor Sun waved his hand, saying that now was not the time to argue with Jiang Wei, but with Lin Feng. He focused his energy in his dantian and roared. Lin Feng, what exactly did you do to this giant panda? Lin Feng paused for 2 seconds, then sincerely raised his hands, as if making a vow. Professor Sun, I swear, I didn't do anything. It did all of this willingly. After a flurry of explanations, Professor Sun accepted Lin Feng's explanation. This giant panda simply cares about him and doesn't want him to do anything. So giant pandas can feel affection too. This realization left Professor Sun feeling deeply distressed, because he remembered the pandas he had seen at the giant panda base. The bamboo shoots for the animals to eat had to be broken up by the caretakers and handed to them. When they're unhappy, they pretend to be lame or depressed and post pictures of their caregivers online. When have you ever looked so well behaved? It's true what they say, comparing bears is so much easier than comparing people. Professor Sun's autism continued until all the seeds were moved and Lin Feng checked and stored them. Professor Sun, let's stop thinking about it. Shouldn't we get down to business? Is this serious business? Yes, pheasant, mythical blue phoenix, have you forgotten? Upon hearing Lin Feng's prompting, Professor Sun suddenly realized, oh, right, we should go see it. The two walked together to the backyard, where the rooster was leading 6 pheasants on a tour of their new home. Oh, look how high this wall is. No wild animal can get in. We even have bears acting as our security guards, it's awesome. The pheasants were now completely relaxed and followed behind the rooster with admiration. Giggle giggle. This place is great, I sleep well and eat well. Looking at these innocent pheasants, the rooster laughed. The gifts bestowed by fate have already been secretly marked with a price. I'm sorry. The rooster, lost in thought, was incredibly enthusiastic when it saw Lin Feng approaching, and it dashed over to nuzzle him. Lin Feng nimbly dodged the guy, then turned to look at Professor Sun. The pheasants are all here, what do you think we should do with them? Professor Sun knew before he arrived that the 6 pheasants were protected by giant pandas and could not be driven away, so he didn't continue to drive them away, but instead moved closer to observe. Perhaps knowing that a bear was protecting them, the 6 pheasants all appeared very relaxed. They don't care as long as Professor Sun doesn't try to take advantage of them. Eat and drink as you please, just like you're at home. No, they have to be wary of predators that may appear at any time in the jungle, so they can't afford to be so relaxed. Professor Sun was quite surprised to see these relaxed pheasants. They seem quite comfortable here with you. How about you keep them like the giant pandas? Hearing this, Lin Feng was surprised, but not unexpected. However, he still wanted to try. Professor Sun, as someone who runs a farm, is it appropriate for me to keep so many protected animals at home? That giant panda is too strong in combat, plus it is very smart and can remember the way, so we have to keep it. The pheasant's brain is about the size of a peanut. I think it's feasible to release it back into the wild. At worst, we can just go deeper. Professor Sun waved his hand and explained. Adult giant pandas have almost no natural enemies in the wild, so you can release them as far away as you want, they will establish their own territory. But these pheasants have natural enemies all over the mountains and forests. If you're not careful, you might just end up as food for other animals. Let's take it easy with both National Standard I and National Standard II. Lin Feng remained silent for 2 seconds, then caught a glimpse of a small weasel leisurely sunbathing by the base of the wall out of the corner of his eye. I quickly took a few steps and scooped the little guy up in my arms. My family also has natural enemies of pheasants, look, a weasel. As Lin Feng spoke, he frantically gave the little weasel meaningful glances. Come on, be fierce. The bewildered little weasel looked at Lin Feng, then at Professor Sun, and after a long while, opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth. Ha! I'm a really fierce mouse. Professor Sun looked at the adorable yet fierce little weasel and found it incredibly cute. Then he pointed to the rooster. Keep an eye on this little weasel, I'm worried it'll get pecked to death by the rooster. Lin Feng? Little weasel, I'm really fierce. After a pause, Professor Sun spoke again. According to the latest animal protection law, weasels are now classified as Class 2 animals. You don't have the necessary permits, do you? Lin Feng immediately let go. What weasel? Did I keep a weasel? Little weasel, rubbing its hands obediently. JPG. Seeing the tense expressions on the faces of the man and the mouse, Professor Sun smiled. Then it's settled. I'll get you the necessary paperwork later so you can register both the pheasant and the weasel. Lin Feng sighed. Alright, but let me make this clear first, I'm not a professional, and I can't watch over these pheasants 24/7. If anything goes wrong, don't blame me. Professor Sun replied cheerfully. As long as you didn't eat it, there's no problem. Hey, don't talk, I still trust you that much. Lin Feng opened his mouth and then closed it again. Thank you so much for your trust. However, he kept these words to himself and didn't say them aloud. The decision was made that the pheasant would stay at Lin Feng's house. After seeing Professor Sun and his group off, Lin Feng thought it wasn't quite right to keep these 6 pheasants in the chicken coop with his ordinary domestic chickens. So, the leftover planks from building the house for Lang Qing came in handy. Taking out his tools, Lin Feng began sawing, can. The rooster was initially quite pleased with himself, thinking that he now had 6 younger brothers and was no longer the only one in the family. As a result, after all 6 pheasants were given their own coops, the rooster bristled. Why don't I have a detached villa? Faced with its questioning, Lin Feng simply waved his hand, telling it to go away. The rooster got annoyed and set its sights on the smallest pheasant, preparing to lure it out. As soon as he squeezed in, Lin Feng grabbed the rooster by the wing and pulled it out. Who do you think you are? trying to take over someone else's place. Come, let me teach you to recognize it. It's the green-tailed pheasant, a Class I protected animal in China, and the prototype of the mythical blue phoenix. Go look in the mirror and behave yourself. Rooster. What about the others? I remember they weren't from the same litter. Lin Feng pulled it out again. This is a red-bellied tragopan, a Class II protected animal in China. It's not something you can bully. The rooster staggered back several steps. Seeing its incredulous little expression, Lin Feng smiled. Ha, clown. The rooster has completely shut down. After years of fighting away from home, he returns still the same younger brother. Brother, no, sister, let me hug your thigh and absorb some good luck. The rooster abandoned his little brothers and turned to the big dumpling for comfort. Lin Feng watched the rooster and the big dumpling snuggling together and remarked that the rooster knew how to find a backer, so he stopped paying attention to it. Now that the seeds have arrived, he has been busy with breeding for the next few days. There are 2 ways to use this land. One method is to sow the seeds directly after the land has been tilled and prepared. Once the seeds have grown into seedlings, the weak seedlings are pinched off manually, leaving only the strong ones. This method wastes seeds and will greatly increase costs. But its advantage lies in its simplicity and efficiency, which saves a lot of work time. Lin Feng observed that since most of the farmers in the village are elderly and lack the energy, this method is the most common. Another method is the breeding method that Lin Feng is currently using. A small greenhouse was set up to plant the seeds collectively, and fertilization and watering were carried out uniformly. Once the seedlings have grown strong and thick, they can be transplanted into the ground. This method basically guarantees that every plant will grow, with no waste, but it requires a lot of effort in the early stages. While others sow seeds and eat and drink as usual, you have to keep a close eye on the seedlings every day and adjust the water and fertilizer accordingly. However, for Lin Feng, whose seeds are precious but who has spiritual water and spiritual soil, this is actually the best choice. The seeds thrived when they encountered the spiritual water and fertilizer. In less than 3 days, it had grown to the height of my little finger, lush and green. That day, after getting up, Lin Feng went to check on the seedlings as usual and watered them. I also took the opportunity to check out today's temperature. It's a bit chilly, and the air is thick with moisture. It looks like it's going to rain. Lin Feng hesitated, wondering if he should take advantage of the time before the rain stopped and quickly plow the remaining bit of land. Just then, my phone beeped with a text message. Upon opening it, I found a notice from the Agricultural Bureau stating that there might be hail today, reminding farmers to move their seedlings indoors in advance. If seeds are sown in the open air, there must be countermeasures. You can cover the seedlings with wheat straw or corn stalks to prevent them from being damaged by hail. Putting away his phone, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh at how technology changes lives. In the past, experienced farmers relied entirely on their own judgment of the weather. One mistake could render all their efforts since the beginning of spring futile. Moreover, the government is now paying more and more attention to agriculture. Science and technology revitalize the nation, and agriculture stabilizes the country. With both combined, life will surely flourish. He cultivates seedlings in a greenhouse, so he doesn't need to do anything special. He had just let the chicks and ducks out of habit, so he had to bring them back in to prevent them from getting hit by the hail. Oh, and we also need to call the little dumplings that are eating bamboo on the back mountain home. It's not that I'm afraid they'll get damaged by hail. Lin Feng was worried that Tuanzi's silly wife would put Tuanzi on her head to avoid the hail after she found out it was hailing. Lin Feng could imagine the scene. Mommy, I'm your biological child. The little dumpling shivered from the hail, but was held in place by the big dumpling and couldn't move. The big dumpling, however, remains calm in the face of the child's struggle. My little one, I know you're my biological child, that's why I've been holding you like this the whole time. I wouldn't hold someone who isn't my biological child. The little dumpling thought about it and found it to be very reasonable, so she accepted it. Finally, covered in bruises from being hit by hail, she came to him for comfort. Sigh. This mother and daughter are just so interesting. Day after day, it's like watching a silent film. Lin Feng took his umbrella and went out to the back mountain to find Xiao Tuanzi. Because of the overcast weather, a thick layer of white mist hung over the back of the mountain, like a beautiful belt wrapped around its waist. The closer you get to the mountain, the lower the visibility becomes, which is visible to the naked eye. The sounds of cattle mooing, people shouting, and wheat stalks scraping against the ground could be heard in the air. It was clear from the sound that someone had seen the warning and was taking protective measures for their seedlings. The wind was getting stronger and stronger. Braving the wind, Lin Feng found the dumplings of various sizes that had been blown into different shapes by the wind. Hey, stop eating, let's go home. He grabbed the big dumpling's ear, and the little guy fell over, causing Lin Feng to sit on the ground with a thud. Goodness, all that bouncy flesh, every bite is thanks to him. After Lin Feng brought the big and small dumplings home, he also caught the pheasants and brought them back to their nest. White lightning exploded on the horizon. The thunder roared, carrying the force of a thunderbolt, drowning out the cries of people calling to go home. In the vastness of the universe, humans and animals are as insignificant as floating creatures. Soon after, hailstones the size of ping-pong balls began to fall, clattering down. Some crashed to the ground, while others landed on top of the wolfhound and pheasant nests. Wolf Green didn't think much of it, because it had never experienced the hardships of living outdoors. The pheasants, on the other hand, revealed a deep sense of fear and happiness in their eyes. If they were still in the mountains, they would be covered in bumps and bruises, and might even be killed. Even if you don't get hit, once you get through this ordeal, the forest is full of water, which will wet your fur and make you very cold. It might even make you sick. Unlike now, we're huddled in a secure nest, completely unafraid of being hit. Once the hail stops, someone will bring you delicious food and water, so you don't have to worry about anything. Thinking about it this way, the 6 pheasants looked at the rooster with even more tenderness. If it weren't for you, none of us would be living such a good life. Life is pretty good, so why don't we? When the rooster saw 6 pheasants surrounding him, he immediately spread his wings. Giggle. Go away, she's so ugly, yet she's so expensive, I can't stand looking at her. Lin Feng has something to do again. Hey, how could you bite someone like that? The rooster that had been hit on the head looked at the big dumpling. For my peanuts. The big dumpling, munching on bamboo, hugged its cub and silently turned its head away. These hailstones are really hailstones. How did Lin Feng know it would hail? That's amazing, I admire him so much. The hail came quickly and went quickly. It leaves only a pitted landscape on the ground, also known as a place covered with the remnants of grass and trees. The animals, unable to dodge in time, continued their activities with bumps all over their heads. People also took advantage of this abundant rainfall to begin farming. To this end, Lin Feng specially bought a drone to film the farming situation of the entire village from the air. After editing, I uploaded it to my own account. Although he only creates content sporadically, each of his videos has its own unique highlights. Combining cute pets with farming has opened up a new avenue on the internet. The data shows very good performance across the board. Merchants have been approaching Lin Feng, asking him to promote their products. However, Lin Feng prepared this account for his own farm, and if he were to sell products, he would only sell products from his own farm. Therefore, we politely declined all the business orders. Even though he could reduce this part of his work, farming, taking care of the protected animals at home, and making videos still kept Lin Feng extremely busy. Based on the principle that things don't come one by one, but rather in clusters, Lin Feng received a call from the head of the agricultural supply station. The dozens of varieties and hundreds of fruit trees he had ordered would arrive in 2 days. To ensure a high survival rate, it is best to dig the pits before the fruit trees arrive. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng was completely numb. Buying fruit trees is a great pleasure when you place the order, and it's also a great pleasure when you eat the fruit in the future. But can we skip the intermediate steps? Uncle, you must help me think of a way. Lin Feng, carrying a bottle of wine, went to the village secretary's house. Upon hearing Lin Feng's predicament, the village secretary tapped his pipe against the sole of his shoe and laughed heartily. I thought it was no big deal. I just waited and shouted over the loudspeaker, and the villagers came with their own hose. Lin Feng scratched his head. Uncle, on my way here I saw everyone busy in the fields. Spring planting time is precious. How could they have time to come to my house to help plant trees? The village party secretary smiled without saying a word, then went to the broadcasting room and turned on the microphone. Hey, folks, great news. Lin Feng's family needs a few workers to plant trees. Go help them out, and they'll provide meals. Lin Feng? In rural areas, it's an unwritten rule that you have to be provided with a meal no matter what kind of help you are doing. Party secretary, your shouting was as good as not shouting at all. You might as well say I pay too much. However, before Lin Feng could finish complaining in his mind, someone had already come over. Meals provided? Will Lin Feng cook for us himself? The village party secretary chuckled and stepped aside to let Lin Feng stand behind him. Whether he does it personally or not is up to you to decide. Then, Lin Feng was surrounded by enthusiastic villagers who kept coming. I'll cook for you even if you don't pay me. Can I order food? If so, I don't need to take any wages. I've been craving your cooking ever since I had it last time, so I absolutely have to be part of the team this time. Lin Feng never expected that everyone would remember his cooking so fondly. Just as I was about to speak to everyone about the wages, the village secretary's voice drifted in from outside the circle of people. Lin Feng, according to the rules, helpers only need 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and 1 soup, but we want to eat something better. Can we deduct the cost of the food from our wages? Lin Feng was completely bewildered. Since you all say it's okay, how can I not? It's my money that's being saved. This meant they had agreed, and a cheer erupted from the crowd. Great! We can eat something good again. Long live When Professor Sun revisited Lin Feng's farm, he found it to be quite different from before, because the air was filled with a lively atmosphere. Upon closer listening, it was discovered that the sound originated from a distant hillside. Professor Sun considered himself an old acquaintance of Lin Feng, and since the farm wasn't his home and he didn't have any burdens, he curiously walked towards the noisy direction. As a result, they bumped right into Lin Feng, who was carrying 2 loads of fresh vegetables. "Lin Feng, what's wrong with you?" Professor Sun pointed to the crowd in the distance, who were busily wielding hoes, and then to Lin Feng's vegetable basket. "Oh, please help me dig tree pits, folks. I'll provide meals, and I'll pick some vegetables for you." Oh. Professor Sun nodded, suddenly feeling incredibly lucky today. He rubbed his hands together, looking hesitant and uncertain. Since you're providing meals, then what about me?" Lin Feng, understanding the implied meaning in the music, nodded. "It is a great joy to have friends coming from afar. We must make arrangements to welcome them." Professor Sun cheered inwardly, and unconsciously clenched his fist and waved it slightly. "Lin Feng." He paused for a moment, then looked helplessly behind Professor Sun and asked proactively, "By the way, Professor Sun, who is this person behind you?" "Oh dear, I almost forgot." Professor Sun slapped his forehead, somewhat embarrassed. How can people forget their business just because they hear about food? Come, let me introduce you. This is Zhang Ming, Professor Li's apprentice. Zhang Ming, this is the owner of this place, Lin Feng. Lin Feng put down his load, shook hands with Zhang Ming, and took the opportunity to look him up and down. With a round face and round belly, fair and clean cut, and a kind and honest appearance, he makes people feel close to him. He just doesn't seem like someone who studies agriculture. Lin Feng felt that he had gotten much darker after working in the fields for only half a year. However, after exchanging greetings, Zhang Ming took the opportunity to grab the lettuce from Lin Feng's basket. He wiped it on his clothes and then put it in his mouth. It's sweet to the taste, very crisp, with no fibrous texture, and has such a wonderful aroma. "Is this the glass lettuce from Tianjin Agricultural University?" Lin Feng gave a thumbs up in surprise. "How did you figure it out?" Even Professor Li couldn't tell. Zhang Ming smiled shyly. "I've had an unusual sense of smell and taste since I was a child. I can taste and smell flavors that ordinary people can't distinguish. In addition, I have been dealing with all kinds of plants for many years, so I know a thing or two about what varieties they are and what they taste like." Lin Feng nodded admiringly. "What kind of chosen police dog is this? Shaw, you've got the wrong idea." Impressive. "May I ask what brings you two here today?" Lin Feng had hit the nail on the head, and Professor Sun laughed and produced a document. "The documents proving you raised pheasants and that weasel have been issued, so I came to deliver them. As for Zhang Ming, come on, you can say it yourself." Professor Sun looked at Zhang Ming, who smiled and explained, "I'm here today mainly on Professor Li's instructions to see how you cultivate seedlings." Ah, Lin Feng was a little confused. Isn't seedling cultivation all about covering the soil, fertilizing, watering, and controlling the temperature? What's so interesting about this? He couldn't believe that an agricultural expert wouldn't understand this. Seeing his surprised expression, Zhang Ming smiled and whispered, "The seedlings you casually grow at home are better than those Professor Li grows in the laboratory. So, Professor Li asked me to come here to see if we can learn anything from this experience." Hearing this, Lin Feng was puzzled. "I only watered it with some spiritual water and covered it with some spiritual soil. Surely that's not more than what an agronomist's laboratory can do?" Seeing Lin Feng's confused expression, Zhang Ming smilingly, "Your expression of disbelief that Professor Li's seedling cultivation is inferior to yours is exactly the same as Professor Li's disbelief that you just casually cultivated the seedlings." There was nothing more to say. Lin Feng picked up the load and made a pleased gesture. "Seeing is believing, so come home with me and take a look." Upon arriving home, Zhang Ming went straight to Lin Feng's greenhouse. Seeing the lush, thriving seedlings, he picked up some soil to smell it and asked Lin Feng all sorts of questions. Lin Feng opened his big eyes and answered with a serious expression, "That's how the farmers here all do it. I don't know why either." "Really? Is it that amazing?" Finally, Zhang Ming confirmed that Lin Feng was indeed in the novice protection period, just as Professor Li had said. Seeing Zhang Ming's sullen face, Professor Sun stepped in to lighten the mood. "Hey, stop bothering Lin Feng with all these questions. It's almost lunchtime. Let him cook." Zhang Ming? For some reason, this composed Professor Sun seemed very excited when it came to food. Professor Sun put his hands behind his back, looking very serious. "So many villagers who helped are waiting for their meals, we can't hold Lin Feng back, can we?" Oh. Zhang Ming let Lin Feng go to cook, and inwardly felt sympathy for Professor Sun, who was drooling. Those who study animals are simply not as good as those who study plants. They can get so cravings for a little bit of out-of-season vegetables. Wow. although he admitted that the vegetables Lin Feng grew had reached the pinnacle of flavor for that variety. But it's not that bad, it really isn't. Jiang Ming's idea completely collapsed when the lingering aroma wafted from the kitchen. Why does it smell so good? Jiang Ming's nose kept searching for fragrances in the air. You should know that, under extreme circumstances, his nose can distinguish what raw materials were used to ferment the organic fertilizer in the ground. But he couldn't even smell what seasonings Lin Feng had put in his cooking, which made him completely bewildered by the aroma. Glug glug. Jiang Ming started swallowing. Professor Sun, who witnessed everything from the sidelines, smiled. Hey kid, don't think I didn't see the look of disdain on your face when you said I was greedy. Now it's your turn. The villagers who were diligently digging holes and planting trees on the hillside lost their enthusiasm after seeing the smoke rising from Lin Feng's kitchen. Well, it's lunchtime. Are you hungry? I feel a bit weak and want to eat. Shall we go take a look? I don't know who started it, but anyway, everyone stood close together and headed towards Lin Feng's house. Then, as Lin Feng was concentrating on scooping fried pork ribs from the pot, he suddenly noticed that shadows were being cast in front of him. When I looked up, I was almost scared to death. The villagers jostled each other, pressing against the windows and staring intently at the pot. This scene is directly reminiscent of the moment in Train to Busan when the zombies were crawling at the door. Digging tree pits, does it take that much physical exertion? Look how hungry you are. Lin Feng could only speed up the cooking process. We had 8 tables booked today, and there were already some empty seats. Even though there are 2 more people now, there's still room. Before the food was even served, Professor Sun had already picked up his chopsticks and started practicing how to eat the dish furthest from him. Seeing Jiang Ming standing there in a daze, he nudged him with his elbow. We can start the drill now, but be careful you don't end up not getting anything to eat. Jiang Ming, as it turns out, ignoring the advice of elders can lead to regret. He truly witnessed that Sun Tzu's art of war could be applied even at the dinner table. Feinting to the east while attacking in the west, besieging Wei to rescue Zhao, openly repairing the plank road while secretly crossing Chenkang. He, a newcomer fresh out of school, looked like a greenhorn. Lin Feng, brother Feng. Jiang Ming, holding a bowl, looked to Lin Feng for help. I ate too fast, I didn't even get to taste anything before the dish was gone. Lin Feng, forget it, you can go to the same table as the big dumpling and the others. Now, the big dumplings no longer fight over food. The big dumplings and their kind not only don't steal food, they even show disdain for the two-legged creature's behavior of stealing and protecting their food. TCH. Lin Feng made arrangements for Jiang Ming, ignoring Jiang Ming's shocked expression upon seeing the large dumpling and the weasel, because he was going to find Lang Qing. This guy, since learning how to herd sheep from watching videos, went from being reluctant at first to being enthusiastic now, all in just a few days. That's why he hasn't been coming home on time for meals these past few days. I have to make him go find him. After greeting everyone, Lin Feng slowly walked towards the grassy slope. After this period of hard work, the entire farm has undergone a complete transformation. The fields are no longer covered with weeds, instead, they are covered with tender but vibrant crops. However, the seedlings could never compete with the pasture planted earlier. From a distance, the grass had already reached up to the sheep's ankles. They didn't seem to like the grass very much, huddled in a corner, staring at the wolf-like creature and its companions. Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he saw the dog, which was only slightly smaller than Wolfhound. This dog is unusually black. Not only was there not a single stray hair on its body, but its black fur shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. This reminded Lin Feng of a nonsensical adjective, a multicolored black. Wolf blue. Lin Feng waved to Lang Qing from afar. No wonder you didn't go home for dinner, you've made new friends. Hello, tisk tisk tisk. The second half of the sentence was spoken to the big black dog. Since Lang Qing came to the farm, many dogs in the village have wanted to befriend him and often come to play with him. However, Lang Qing never paid them any attention. In addition, the dogs were terrified after being bumped by the big ball of fur several times, and they dared not come back. Wolf Green became a lonely, isolated dog. Big Dumpling still has her good buddy, Big Rooster, so Lin Feng is genuinely worried that Wolf Green might become depressed because it has no playmates. After all, the dogs he'd seen growing up all liked to move around in packs. Seeing that Lang Qing had finally made friends, Lin Feng was naturally happy. I don't know whose dog this is in the village, I've never seen it before. However, this did not dampen Lin Feng's enthusiasm. Hey, want to come home for dinner with Lang Qing? Lin Feng believed that with the jade bead in his hand, the animals were very friendly towards him. With Wolfhound also there, this dog will definitely go home with him today. However, to his utter surprise, after shouting those 2 times, the large black dog glanced in his direction and then turned and ran towards the mountains and forests. Seeing his good friend run away, Lang Qing just watched without giving up. Lin Feng? He walked up the hillside, puzzled, and looked at the wolf-like creature lying dejectedly in place. He then patted its head. You don't even try to stop your good friend from leaving? Is that how you treat someone, Wolf Green? Woof woof woof. We're not good friends, we just find it pleasing to the eye. Lang Qing found Lin Feng's question strange. However, Lin Feng didn't know what it was saying, but after thinking about it, he understood. Oh, you're not familiar with your friend and I, so you scared it away. It's okay, I'll give you a big bone later to appease it. Wolf Green? I want to talk, but I want to eat big bones even more. It flicked its tail, stood up with a whoosh, grabbed Lin Feng's trouser leg, and started to walk back. Lin Feng, wait, the sheep haven't been herded yet. This area is close to the mountains and forests, and there hasn't been time to build a fence yet. Without supervision, they can run into the woods and never be found again. Lin Feng turned back to herd the sheep, only to see that several sheep were trembling and walking around the wolf. You're doing a pretty good job herding sheep. Lin Feng patted Lang Qing's head encouragingly. I've changed my mind. Here are 2 big bones for you. Keep one for yourself and give the other to your friend. When Lin Feng returned with Lang Qing and the flock of sheep, the villagers all had protruding bellies and looked very satisfied. However, upon hearing a noise from the kitchen, they all turned to look at Lin Feng. After realizing that Lin Feng was holding a meat bone, he burped regretfully and continued to stare blankly. Lin Feng, thank goodness, if I had taken food, I might have been robbed. Wolf Green, here, give it to me. Wolf Green, carrying a meaty bone in its mouth, ran back to its den and began to gnaw on it. Lin Feng, aren't you going to give them to your friends? However, before Lin Feng could ask, he was patted on the shoulder. When he turned around, he saw Jiang Ming's face, which was flushed from eating. Brother Feng, Professor Li and I have applied to stay at your farm for a while to conduct research, . Could you arrange a place for me to stay? It's not free to stay, there are subsidies. It's best if meals are provided and subsidies are given as well. Professor Sun cast envious and jealous glances at them from the side. He had just heard how Jiang Ming had used his silver tongue to persuade his advisor to let him stay. Lin Feng was unaware of this, he simply remembered that the contract did indeed state that Professor Li's team would send someone over to provide guidance if necessary. It makes perfect sense for Jiang Ming to stay. I saw you reaching for the big dumplings food while you were eating, so you're probably not afraid of bears. How about I clean out the room next to the pandas for you to stay in? This is good. Jiang Mingju wholeheartedly agreed. But I can't check in today. My luggage and everything are in a hotel in the city. I have to go back to get them. I still need to purchase some things, and I'll probably come over the day after tomorrow. Brother Feng, you can take your time to clean up. Lin Feng nodded, then looked at Professor Sun with a sincere smile. Professor Sun, it's better to arrive early than late. Could you do me a favor? Professor Sun was unexpectedly called upon and was immediately overjoyed. We're like family, just tell me, I'll help if I can. From that tone, Lin Feng knew that the 2 meals had completely won the man over. I want to buy a few pigs to raise at home, but the nearby farms only sell imported large white pigs. You know, although these pigs are big and grow fast, the meat quality is very average. I'm looking to make something niche, something with a meaty flavor. Do you have any connections? You've come to the right person, Professor Sun patted his chest confidently. Then why don't you raise pigs that live in pockets? Although it doesn't grow very big, the meat is incredibly fragrant. Most importantly, there are few farmers raising it, so it can fetch a high price, over 100 yuan per kilogram. It perfectly aligns with your farm's strategy of operating a small but beautiful business. Lin Feng gave Professor Sun a thumbs up, saying that he was truly an expert who had grasped the essence of Professor Sun's business strategy after only 2 visits. I'm willing to buy a pork belly, a type of pork snack, but where can I buy it? Professor Sun smiled. Let me contact you. How big is your pigsty, and how many pigs can you raise? Lin Feng thought for a moment, then cautiously said, my pigsty originally covered 2 acres and could easily house dozens of pigs. But I'm just starting out and don't have much experience. I'm worried about things going wrong, so can I start with 5? Professor Sun thought about it and made the decision. In this way, if you can raise 5 piglets and 1 adult so, they can reproduce on their own. This way, we won't need to make frequent external purchases, which can save a lot of costs. Lin Feng immediately adopted Professor Sun's suggestion. Okay, whatever you say. Professor Sun and Lin Feng finalized the quantity and immediately took out their phones to start making contact. Lin Feng, I've made the arrangements. The pig farm will bring the pigs over directly to you. You just need to wait to receive them. Hearing Professor Sun's strong and resonant voice, Lin Feng smiled. Thank you, Professor. Lin Feng's gratitude to Professor Sun was undoubtedly heartfelt, and his smile was exceptionally bright. But in Jiang Ming's eyes, it suddenly made him feel a sense of crisis. Professor Sun ate Lin Feng's meal, but he actually did things for him in a real way. So far, he has not shown his true strength. If it's worthless, will you be too embarrassed to serve food in the future? Recalling the delicious food just now, even though my stomach is full, my mouth is still watering. Jiang Ming honestly raised his hand. Brother Feng, there are so many people at your house today, are you planting trees? Would it be convenient for you to take me to see them in person? I can help. It has to be said, professionals are professionals. Lin Feng and his fellow villagers planted trees, digging deep holes and watering them thoroughly. Whether they survived or not was up to fate. If they died, they could simply pull them out and replace them with new ones, just like planting crops. When Jiang Ming made a move, he arranged everything clearly: what tree species to plant in what environment, what kind of base fertilizer to use, where to bury it, and how much to bury. I never knew there was so much to learn about planting trees. I'm so grateful today. Lin Feng sincerely thanked Jiang Ming. Seeing the same thank you emoji, Jiang Ming felt a little smug, but also a little puzzled. Lin Feng has no agricultural background whatsoever, so how did he come up with the idea of going home to start a farm? Oh well, he'll have to keep a closer eye on things from now on. Without realizing it, Jiang Ming developed a sense of mission. Brother Feng, there's no need to thank me. Just cook me lots of good food when I'm at your farm. Jiang Ming touched his nose, very frankly. Because my sense of smell and taste are different from ordinary people, it is really difficult for me to find food that suits my taste. Lin Feng, dude, why don't you take a look at your physique before you speak? Of course, he could only think about it, he would never actually say it. No problem, I promise I'll cook all 3 of your meals from now on. With Lin Feng's assurance, Jiang Ming was happy. Then I'll have a lot more energy to work. By the way, Brother Feng, I was too embarrassed to ask earlier, are you doing some kind of comparative experiment with these 40+ kinds of saplings? I didn't realize you had such an agricultural spirit. Lin Feng's smile froze instantly, and he scratched his head. What comparative experiment? I just want to eat this and that. The awkward situation was successfully shifted to Jiang Ming. Haha, it would be good to plant more fruit trees on the farm, since we have a large business. It's because you planted too many fruit trees in too many different varieties. You'll need to manually pollinate them later, otherwise they'll easily produce deformed fruit. Lin Feng was stunned when he heard Jiang Ming's words. He never thought of this before buying the fruit trees. The thought of the fruit trees in bloom, with thousands upon thousands of flowers covering the mountains and fields, requiring him to be like a little bee, flitting among them, pollinating them one by one, made Lin Feng want to run away. Jiang Ming realized what was happening and honestly raised his hand again. If you're too busy, there are alternative solutions. That's beekeeping. Jiang Ming looked around the woods and counted on his fingers. 40 beehives should be enough for this hilltop. Bees help you pollinate, and you can also harvest honey. The labor cost is just to keep the bees warm in winter and provide them with food for the winter, which is still worthwhile. Lin Feng immediately changed his mind about running away. That's a good idea. I'll go online and learn how to make beehives. I can take advantage of the spring season when bees have the habit of moving house, and bring in beekeeping talent at zero cost. After settling the fruit tree business and seeing Professor Sun and Jiang Ming off, Lin Feng returned home and began sawing wood again. Crunch, crunch. To prevent the introduced bees from being wasps, Lin Feng made beehives suitable for small honeybees. It has to be said that netizens these days have all sorts of tutorials available, saving Lin Feng a lot of trouble. Little did Lin Feng know that while he was making beehives by lamplight in the courtyard, a dark creature with longing eyes was lying in the woods behind the courtyard. Why isn't this family asleep yet? Those 2 horrible bears have gone out for a midnight snack. If you go back to sleep, I can go in and find my good brother, right? Why yeah, I wonder if my dear brother is waiting for me. Just as the black creature was lost in thought, the pheasant it was carrying in its beak began to struggle violently. The next second, the black creature bit through the pheasant's neck without hesitation. I was originally going to send someone alive, but you've chosen to die, so I guess I'll just have to grant your wish. Even if the pheasant is dead, my brother will still eat it, right? The dark-skinned fellow stared longingly at the courtyard, thinking of Wolfgreen. Meanwhile, Lang Qing, with the large bone Lin Feng had given it to chew on, was grinding its teeth in its luxurious villa while watching Lin Feng build beehives. My master is so amazing, he can do everything. I admire him so much. After making 3 beehives in one go, Lin Feng checked the time and realized it was getting late, so he washed up and went to bed. Before going to bed, I made a special check of the front door, leaving a crack for the little dumplings to go out for a late-night snack. Lin Feng's intentions were good, but he didn't expect that what came in wasn't a black and white dumpling, but a completely black guy. As soon as the black guy entered, he smelled the complicated smells in the yard. Although he was a little afraid of the big ball of fur, wasn't the bear not home right now? The black guy, carrying a pheasant in his mouth, followed the scent and headed towards Wolf Green's detached villa. Woo woo. It called out softly to the wolf, and nudged the pheasant in front of the wolf. Wolf Green looked at the lifeless pheasant, then at the black creature that had been coming to the hillside to play with him every day for the past few days, and was somewhat puzzled. No, how did you find your way home? Interesting. Before, all those girls who came to visit him would cower at the smell of the big dumpling, but this girl is quite bold. Wolf Green admitted that the black guy had successfully caught his attention. Woo woo. I don't eat pheasants, but you can have this bone. Wolf Green generously offered up the snacks. The black guy's eyes lit up at Wolf Green's overtures. It picks up the bone, gnaws carefully, and is instantly captivated by its delicious taste. Things my brother gives me always smell so good. The black guy wanted to get close to Wolf Green, but Wolf Green refused. We're dogs with principles. Don't put your quack in front of me. Don't take a single needle or thread from the people, understand? Black guy, I don't understand, but you're different from the ones in the mountains. I like you. Just as it was about to get even closer to the wolf, the sound of footsteps from the big and small balls of fur came from outside the yard, along with the rustling sound of bamboo being dragged. The black creature's tail bristled instantly, and it turned and ran towards the lower part of the wall. In order to find Wolf Green, it had scouted the route many times in advance, knowing exactly where to enter and where to run. It ran, and the wolf chased after it. Take your gift home. But it was too late. The dark creature nimbly leaped and disappeared into the night. Big Dumpling and Milk Dumpling also pushed the door open and came in at this moment. The little dumpling sniffed the air through its nostrils. Mommy, it smells weird. The big dumpling chewed on bamboo leaves, while the bear patted the cub's head with its paw. Hey kid, your little nose isn't fully developed yet. What can you smell? Give me some bamboo. The little dumpling looked at its mother, then at the bamboo leaves that were gradually decreasing on its side. It's okay, I love mommy. The little dumpling's attention was completely diverted. The next day, Lin Feng was naturally awakened by the gentle sunlight. I stretched and got out of bed. After a quick wash, Lin Feng went to the courtyard, gazing at the distant scenery while also stretching his limbs to activate his body. As the sun rises, the verdant mountains reflect each other's beauty, and the sounds of birdsong and the fragrance of flowers brighten one's mood. Moreover, Lin Feng had something even happier to do today. Thanks to Professor Sun's connections, the person delivering the pork pouch is already on their way. New farm achievement, got it. Good things will happen today. The morning sunlight shines through the window, and a melody of hope surges in my heart. Every moment is full of possibilities. Lin Feng hummed a song he had heard online by chance, then turned around to go to the kitchen to make breakfast. But as he turned around, he caught a glimpse of some scattered gray feathers out of the corner of his eye. Lin Feng took a closer look and saw that it was indeed pheasant feathers. Were the chickens fighting last night? Lin Feng's good mood vanished instantly, and he immediately turned and ran towards the chicken villa area. Then he saw 6 adorable pheasants, looking at him sleepily. Lin Feng looked at the others' fluffy, smooth feathers, scratched his head, and went back to the base of the wall to take another look. This time he noticed that there were some faint plum blossom footprints around the feathers. The case is solved. It must have been a fight among the pheasants, and Wolf Green came to mediate, so that's how things ended up. But, did I really sleep that soundly last night? I didn't hear such a loud noise. Lin Feng was puzzled for 2 seconds, then felt relieved about his good sleep. Going back to the village to farm is great. Insomnia disappears without a trace. Excellent, excellent. Inside the dog villa, Wolf Green cautiously peered into its owner's room. I hope they won't find out I'm accepting gifts in private? Then he saw Lin Feng shake his head and smile, which made Lang Qing breathe a huge sigh of relief. At this moment, Lin Feng turned his head and looked over, and Lang Qing's breath, which he hadn't finished exhaling, was lifted up again. Good dog, good dog. Lin Feng praised Lang Qing several times before happily going to the kitchen to cook. Wolf Green, watching Lin Feng's retreating figure. Lin Feng, oblivious to Lang Qing's confused expression, happily began making breakfast. The stove fire is lit, the sacred water is poured in, and while waiting for the water to boil, a large porcelain bowl is taken out, with some dried shrimp and seaweed placed at the bottom, and then a spoonful of pure white lard is scooped on top. When the water starts bubbling, pour a spoonful of boiling water into the bowl. The seaweed unfurled in the steam, the shrimp's fresh aroma was activated, and the lard turned into transparent oil droplets, playfully rolling around on the water's surface. A chopstick of noodles, 2 drops of soy sauce, 3 blanched greens, and a pinch of salt. A bowl of heartwarming and comforting noodles is ready. Lin Feng picked up his chopsticks and began to eat heartily. Unsurprisingly, the aroma also attracted the sleepy-eyed little dumpling. It rubbed its eyes and groped its way into the kitchen, only to find Lin Feng eating noodles, and was somewhat disappointed. I'm hungry, I want to eat meat. The little dumpling clung to Lin Feng's leg, acting all cute and affectionate. You're always the most enthusiastic about eating. Lin Feng reached out and gently pinched the little dumpling's nose, then smiled and said, Okay, let go, I'll get you something else to eat. Yesterday, because he needed to make a rich bone broth for the banquet, he had quite a few large bones left over. Of course, it's the kind that's all bones and no meat. Don't ask why, the answer is that the villagers can't chew the bones. Here, have one. A whole cow leg bone was stuffed into a large bare paw. Even a wolfhound can only use this thing to grind its teeth, but the big dumpling is different. It picks up the bone and eats it piece by piece, like eating candy. Only at this moment could Lin Feng clearly realize that this thing was a bear, not a cute pet. Watching the big dumpling crunching away at the bone, thinking that someone would be coming to deliver the pig later, Lin Feng rubbed the big dumpling's head. Someone's bringing a pig over today, so stay out of the way and don't scare them. Of course, scaring the pig isn't good either. Big dumpling. Bears are so cute, how could they possibly scare people? As for pigs, humph, man, you've changed. The little dumpling rolled its eyes at Lin Feng and then reached out to grab a thigh bone. When Xiang Xiang gets angry, he wants to eat a lot. Here you go. Seeing such a large dumpling, Lin Feng, never mind, it probably didn't understand. Meanwhile, a pickup truck was traveling on a winding mountain road. Drivers need to take out their phones to check the map every now and then. Then they discovered that there was no signal. Wow, Professor Sun, where did you find this farm? It's so remote. The car owner had no choice but to keep asking around as he drove. Fortunately, it is spring planting season, and you can still see a few farmers working on this hillside. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare drive on this road, for fear of encountering highway robbers. Before raising pigs, he was a truck driver, and he had a lot of experience. The driver was muttering to himself as he drove. Finally, the car drove into Lin Feng's farm, where lush crops lined both sides of the road. The car owner breathed a sigh of relief. It looked like a legitimate farm. Amidst the grunting of pigs on the pickup truck, the driver finally arrived at the gate of Lin Feng's courtyard. Excuse me, is this Lin Feng's, Mr. Lin's, home? The car owner jumped out of the car and strode over to knock on the gate. The door was only slightly ajar, and it was easily opened with a gentle push. Then, the car owner's eyes widened in surprise, because a giant panda, carrying a white bone in its mouth, leisurely came over to greet him. Big dumpling, what's up? Chewing version. The car owner swallowed hard, feeling his legs go weak. No way. A giant panda that stands up to be half a head taller than him and has a waist that's two people's arms thicker than his. The impact of such a head-on collision is not as harmless as it may seem when viewed through a fence at a zoo. The sense of oppression is even greater when it holds a white bone in its hand and crunches on it. A bear panda. For a moment, the driver wondered if he had taken the wrong turn. The little dumpling saw the fear in his eyes and immediately remembered Lin Feng's earlier instructions. Don't scare people. So, the big dumpling smiled at the car owner in a friendly manner. It just forgot that it had been chewing on a bone, and when it opened its mouth, the car owner could clearly see the bits of food stuck in its mouth. Violence, gore, so impactful. The car owner took out his phone and, trembling, dialed Lin Feng's number, but there was no signal. Screw your iPhone. Is anyone there? The car owner spoke softly, but there was no response. The little dumpling took another bite of the bone. Crunch, crunch. The car owner was stunned. In that instant, a multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind. The door was open, no one answered when called, and there was a panda eating a big bone. Oh no! A panda has broken into our house and is eating people. A piercing scream pierced the courtyard. Big dumpling. Lin Feng, who was still making honey boxes for Kangkai in the backyard? The big dumpling was the first to react, since it was closest to people. Seeing that the person was about to run away, it realized that it had really scared the person. That won't do. Lin Feng just told it to stay away. What should we do? Without hesitation, the big dumpling chased after them. Wah-ah-ah. Look at me, I'll give you a smile. Little did the man know that the way it ran towards him with its teeth bared was even more frightening. That's terrible. I could run just now, but now my legs are weak. You stay away. I hit you. The car owner looked left and right, but found that he couldn't even find a wooden stick. Just as he was about to wet himself in fear, Lin Feng rushed out from the backyard. Hey, it's a misunderstanding. Pandas eat cow bones, not human bones. Lin Feng felt that he had made his point clear. However, the man became even more frightened the moment he saw Lin Feng rush out. No one in the world can live with a man-eating adult giant panda without protection, unless they train the panda themselves. Wow, using giant pandas to kill people and then eating their corpses, that's so perverted. This is terrible. Mom, I've never encountered anything like this in all my years of driving big trucks, but I did while delivering a pig. The car owner was sweating profusely. The man realized for the first time that he could vomit under extreme panic. What is this physiological reaction called? Are we cleaning up the food in advance for this man-eating panda? Whoa! The man burst into tears, and snot streaming down his face. Brother, please let me go. I have an 80-year-old daughter and a 3-year-old mother. I can't die. Lin Feng? I'm just a pig seller, I don't know this family, please let me go. Lin Feng looked at the man, then at the pig in the pickup truck, and understood. Professor Sun contacted the pig seller, who arrived. Brother, don't panic. I'm Lin Feng, the one who bought your pig. Professor Sun acted as the middleman, right? The man sitting on the ground, shrinking back step by step. He knows Professor Sun, so I really misunderstood. The man's almost frozen blood gradually warmed up in his body. However, when he saw the large ball of flesh crunching bones behind Lin Feng, his fear couldn't be contained. Then what's the deal with this panda? We're just dropping by, let's go inside and talk. I'm not going in. The man stared at the door with a mournful face and a wary look on his face, as if it were a monster that could devour people. Lin Feng, I can't explain it anymore, my house is really safe. Now that's a problem. Even though Lin Feng repeatedly assured him that his giant panda wouldn't bite, it's no longer a problem. But she found that the more she explained, the more wary the man became. Lin Feng couldn't force him any further, so he had no choice but to compromise. If you're not coming in, then you're not coming in. I haven't even asked your name yet? The man's face was pale, and he forced a smile. My surname is Li, and I'm the second oldest in my family. You can just call me Li Er. Alright, brother Li, look, shall we herd the pigs into the pig pen first? Lin Feng pointed in the direction of the pigsty and smiled sheepishly. To prevent the smell of the pigsty from affecting their lives, Lin Feng's pigsty was built downwind of the farm and was not adjacent to their living yard. The path leading from the yard is a narrow path, cars can't drive directly through it, they can only put the pig down and chase it over. Li Er took a deep breath, supported his weak legs and stood up, but his hands were still in his pockets, pressing his phone. Just chase the pig over there. You go ahead of me. Li Er would never turn his back to Lin Feng, and when chasing the pig, he would keep watch with both eyes, one on Lin Feng and the other on the big dumpling. Lin Feng, why don't you check where the pigs are? They've run into my farmland. Lin Feng was utterly exasperated, unable to get the pigs into the pig pen no matter how hard he tried to block them from the east or west. All I could do was take out my phone. Brother, I think it's going to be tough for the two of us to herd this pig. How about we call someone over to help? You don't mind, do you? In this situation, who would mind if there was a third person present? Li Er breathed a sigh of relief. These pigs are so hard to herd, we need to call more people. Lin Feng smiled, walked to the side, and took out his phone. Secretary, could you come and help me? The pigs I bought have arrived, but they're not behaving properly and I can't get them into the pen. Okay, I'll wait for you. On the other end of the phone, the village secretary's gaze fell on the bowl of noodles on the table, his expression showing some disdain. What are some ways to eat this plain, watery noodle soup? After handing the contents to the old ox at home, the village secretary chuckled and got on his electric scooter. A delicious breakfast. No, Lin Feng, uncle's here. So, not long after, Li Er saw the party secretary and his electric scooter come into view. When his gaze fell on the party secretary's simple face and rough hands, Li Er's straight back finally relaxed a little. Now we should really be safe. After the three of them worked together to drive all 6 pigs into the pig pen, Lin Feng explained to Li Er again. I'm so sorry, I startled you just now. This giant panda came down from the mountain in search of food, wandered into my house by mistake, and stayed there. The Forestry Bureau couldn't do anything about this, so they just let me keep it for the time being. As you know, Chinese people are very enthusiastic about giant pandas, so please keep it a secret that my family has a giant panda. Otherwise, I'm worried that people will come to take photos or watch, which will affect the normal life of my farm. Li Er's complexion finally returned to normal. He nodded and forced a smile. Have you ever heard of Lord Yes Love of Dragons? Ah, no, it's nothing. I've delivered the pig, so I'm leaving now. Li Er took his leave immediately, but Lin Feng tried his best to persuade him to stay. You're here so early, haven't you had breakfast yet? Come on in, let's go inside and have something to eat. Li Er looked at the enormous black and white ball of a creature with its back to him in the courtyard and shook his head like a rattle. No, I'm leaving. The village party secretary watched Li Er's car exhaust fumes disappear into the distance, somewhat puzzled. Why do I feel like he's afraid of the big dumpling? The dumpling is so cute. Lin Feng. It seems the party secretary has forgotten how trembling he looked when he was refused when he offered the big dumpling to him. Forgetting one's roots, JPG. The village secretary, not hearing Lin Feng's reply, deliberately turned to look at him. Why aren't you saying anything? Oh, he was scared by the big dumpling. Here's what happened. Lin Feng told the party secretary about how Li Er was terrified by the big dumpling. The party secretary was laughing so hard he almost fell asleep. Ha ha ha. No wonder he ran so fast. They're even shouting pandas are entering homes and eating people, what an imagination. By the way, he was so worried about you, he didn't think the panda was trained by you to kill people and dispose of corpses, did he? Lin Feng thought about it and felt that the party secretary might have told the truth. Uncle, stop laughing. We should be glad that Brotherly doesn't have a heart condition, otherwise he would have been scared out of his wits. We need to think of a way to let unsuspecting people enter the farm, so that they can be mentally prepared. Lin Feng's words made sense. The village secretary stopped smiling and stroked his chin. What other options are there? The party secretary couldn't come up with an idea, but after Lin Feng's gaze wandered around the house, it settled on the wooden boards used to make beehives, and he immediately had an idea. How about we put up a warning sign by the roadside that says there are giant pandas on the farm? Upon hearing this, the village party secretary nodded repeatedly. That's a good idea. If you ask me, we should just make the sign bigger and clearly state where the panda came from and whether it will attack people. What should I do if I encounter a panda but not its owner? As the village party secretary spoke, another thought came to mind. Can you draw? Draw the big dumpling on it, just like the information sign at the zoo. If other pandas have the same prestige, our big dumpling should have it too. Seeing the party secretary's defiant look, Lin Feng smiled. Warning signs are fine, but please skip any images or descriptions. This is a farm, not a zoo. Most importantly, the strangers who come back to my farm are either delivering goods or hauling cargo. Everyone's driving by in a flash, who has time to stop and look at a sign covered in writing? No matter how reasonable this argument was, the party secretary abandoned his previous thought. Keep it simple. Alright, I won't stand on ceremony with you. Make some breakfast for your uncle, and I'll make this brand for you. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and went to pick up the tools, gesturing as he asked Lin Feng, "Do you have any paint?" Lin Feng shook his head and smiled at his energetic appearance. Yes, I'll go get it for you, uncle. Keep the explanation simple, you can read it at a glance. The village party secretary didn't even look up. Uncle, don't worry about me. Hurry up and make breakfast, I'm starving. With the village secretary's assurance, Lin Feng felt relieved and went to the kitchen to start cooking noodles. But when he came over with the bowl of noodles to call the village secretary to eat, he saw the sign and stumbled. Bear sighting. Lin Feng looked at the big dumpling, Xiongda. Let's take another look at the little dumpling, Xiong Er. Look at myself again and again, bald Xiang. Wait, I have hair. The village party secretary trembled at Lin Feng's shout. Why are you yelling like that? We haven't finished writing yet. After saying that, he picked up the paintbrush and continued writing doesn't bite. Then, the party secretary was satisfied and clapped his hands. Okay, look, hey, give me the bowl of noodles. Oh. Lin Feng handed the bowl of noodles to the party secretary, resisting the urge to add "no cutting down trees" to his list. The village secretary was extremely disappointed when he saw that Lin Feng was also making fresh oil noodles. What's the difference between this and the bowl of noodles he pours for the cow at home? Slurp. There really is a difference. He, it smells so good. The village party secretary's facial expressions were incredibly varied. Lin Feng shook his head at the sight. Uncle, you eat up. The new pig has arrived. I'll go cook some pig feed. The new pig has just arrived home, so we must treat it to a good meal for its first meal. Make sure these pigs never have to leave this farm again. Lin Feng set up a large pot, poured in a full amount of spiritual water, and started a fire. Once the water was boiling, he happily opened the warehouse and took out ingredients such as pumpkin, sweet potato, and corn stalks. The corn stubble was collected in a large vat, completely clean, so it didn't need washing. It could be poured directly into the pot and simmered. Pumpkins and sweet potatoes inevitably get a little dirty after being stored all winter. Lin Feng patiently rinsed it clean with a high-pressure water gun. This left the village party secretary speechless. No, Lin Feng, is there such a thing as being particular about pig feed? Hey, uncle, you have to be a little more careful when putting things in the kitchen. Besides, I haven't been that particular. I haven't even peeled the skin yet. The village party secretary gave a thumbs up, saying, no wonder the food is so delicious. The attention to detail is in the cooking. Lin Feng didn't exchange many pleasantries with the village secretary. He carried the washed pumpkin and sweet potato into the kitchen and placed a long wooden board on the pot as a cutting board. Then, with a swift motion, the knife fell. Chop, chop, chop. To the rhythmic beat, pumpkins and sweet potatoes are chopped into pieces. Lin Feng chopped as he pushed the food into the pot. As the firewood crackled and steam rose, it carried the aromas of corn, pumpkin, and sweet potato, giving the kitchen a natural sweetness. The village party secretary put up a warning sign, intending to just say goodbye to Lin Feng and leave. However, upon seeing the golden corn porridge in the pot, I suddenly felt too weak to move. Uncle? Lin Feng stirred the bottom of the pot while turning his head to look at the village party secretary. Glug! The village party secretary couldn't help but swallow hard. As Lin Feng moved, the thick corn porridge clung to the large iron ladle, slowly flowing from top to bottom. Its golden color, combined with the sweet aroma of the ingredients, was incredibly tempting. How about, we have a bowl of porridge before we leave? No, no, Lin Feng is cooking pig feed. The village party secretary was torn between his conscience and his will. Finally, he made a certain decision. The pot is clean, and the pumpkin and sweet potatoes are also washed. This is corn, pumpkin, and sweet potato porridge. What's wrong with me eating a bowl? Lin Feng. Before the village secretary could finish speaking, De Tuanzi and Nai Tuanzi rudely squeezed past him, interrupting him. I want to eat. I want to eat. The mother and daughter clung to Lin Feng, one holding his thigh and the other his calf. Lin Feng tried to pull his leg out, but found he couldn't. This is outrageous. This is pig slop. Do you understand what pig slop is? The village party secretary, who was halfway through his sentence, remained silent. This is pig feed. This is pig feed. Stop thinking about it. Stop thinking about it. After scolding the two children, Lin Feng turned to look at the village secretary. Uncle, what were you about to say? And nothing, I've put up the warning sign. I'll be going now. Oh, thank you, uncle. Take care. Lin Feng wanted to see the village secretary off, but he was held tightly on both sides and couldn't free his legs. He could only watch as the village secretary walked to the gate, turning back every 3 steps. What's wrong? Lin Feng was about to ask a question when the little dumpling's face suddenly shot over, blocking his view. Why are you looking at him? Look at me. I'm a pig. The little dumpling was silent for 2 seconds, then let out a soft "Hmm." I'm a pig too. Lin Feng looked down at the two whimpering creatures and mercilessly grabbed their ears. Stop trying to be cute, it won't work. Big Dumpling and Milk Dumpling stared incredulously at Lin Feng, who had chased them out of the kitchen. Wah, a real man can bend and stretch, so what's wrong with us being pigs for a while? You have no heart. Humph. Looking into their eyes, Lin Feng could tell they were still up to no good. So, seeing the unfinished layer of pig feed at the bottom of the pot, he decisively covered it with the pot lid. If I come back and find there's less pig feed, humph. Lin Feng made a throat-slitting gesture and threatened. Whether you want to have a full meal once or every meal, I believe you two will make a choice. After saying that, ignoring the pitiful looks in the eyes of the little dumpling, Lin Feng picked up the pig feed bucket and went to feed the pigs. He had just arrived at the pigsty when another car pulled up in front of his house. Zhang Ming and Professor Sun carried large and small bags as they walked into the courtyard. Brother Feng had corn, sweet potato, and pumpkin porridge for breakfast today. It smells so good. Zhang Ming excitedly winked at Professor Sun. I told you it was right not to eat breakfast in the city, didn't I? Professor Sun was rather reserved, only nodding slightly, then eagerly shouting, Lin Feng, Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally couldn't hear it. As soon as he stood still, the pigs, smelling the aroma of pig feed, began to grunt loudly, making the stone trough rattle and clang. Lin Feng's ears were hurting from the noise, so he quickly poured the pig feed in. With a whoosh, the 6 pigs neatly buried their heads in the trough and ate with great relish. Lin Feng chuckled and tugged at the pigs' ears, poking their heads. Before, it took 3 people to block me from entering the pig pen. Now you know how good my farm is, right? The pig doesn't talk, all the pig knows is to eat. In Lin Feng's kitchen, Zhang Ming and Professor Sun each held a bowl, seemingly only interested in eating. Slurp, slurp. Professor Sun was scalded and jumped up and down, but he didn't slow down at all. Oh my god, it smells so good. How can these sweet potatoes and pumpkins be so sweet? Could they have added sugar? Zhang Ming took a moment to speak. Impossible. I can't taste any sugar. This is the natural flavor of the ingredients. I really envy Brother Feng, he eats so well every day. Seeing how heartily these two were eating, the big dumpling and the little dumpling became even more craving. After thinking it over, the two of them took out their rice bowls and handed them to Zhang Ming. Begging for food, JPG. If everyone acts like a pig, there shouldn't be much of a problem, right? The two little dumplings' eyes were filled with a resolute determination to take the gamble. Zhang Ming was already engrossed in the temptation of the food and completely missed the complicated looks in their eyes, so he filled their bowls to the brim. So, when Lin Feng returned home carrying the empty pig feed bucket, he saw Zhang Ming, Professor Sun, and 2 little ones sitting neatly on the steps, leaning against each other, slurping their pig feed as soon as he entered the door. Lin Feng? When Professor Sun and Zhang Ming saw him, there wasn't a trace of embarrassment in their eyes. Zhang Ming licked his lips and said with a grin, Brother Feng, how come your cooking is so good? It smells so good that I'm dizzy, so I just got a bowl and served myself. Don't mind. Lin Feng was silent for 3 seconds, then took a deep breath. What could I possibly mind? It's you and Professor Sun who shouldn't mind. Ha, the two of us. Zhang Ming pointed to himself, then to Professor Sun, indicating that he did not understand. Lin Feng closed his eyes and nodded heavily. Yes, it's you two, don't mind it, because you're eating pig swill. Zhang Ming and Professor Sun both burst out laughing. The little dumplings, big and small, instinctively protected the bowl, turned around neatly, and continued slurping. What's wrong with the pig feed? It's so delicious. Seeing the two of them spewing out their porridge, Lin Feng knew that this meant they minded. Sure enough, after spitting out the porridge, Jiang Ming licked his lips and cried out in despair. Brother Feng, how could you do this? Lin Feng, no, how can this be my fault? I ask you. Before Lin Feng could explain, Jiang Ming's voice rang out again. Why should pigs eat so well? This is unreasonable. You can't do this. Now, please tell me, this is corn, pumpkin, and sweet potato porridge. After shouting, Jiang Ming sat up straight, picked up the bowl, took another sip along the rim, and said contentedly, "Oh my god, this porridge smells so good." Beside him, Professor Sun covered his face and silently took another big gulp. As long as Jiang Ming and I don't admit it, this bowl of food isn't pig feed. It smells so good. Seeing their behavior, Lin Feng silently hid the pig feed bucket behind his back and spoke firmly and sincerely. That's right, I cooked corn, pumpkin, and sweet potato porridge. At this moment, the three of them reached an agreement. After the two had finished eating, Lin Feng sat down next to them and asked, Jiang Ming, weren't you supposed to come tomorrow? And Professor Sun, what brings you here? Jiang Ming patted his round belly and chuckled. I've taken care of everything, so I came over right away. Spring plowing waits for no one. As for Professor Sun, he saw that I had a lot of luggage and no car, so he offered to give me a ride. Upon hearing this explanation, Professor Sun adopted the demeanor of an elder caring for a younger generation, nodding kindly. But the next second, his loud hiccup ruined the atmosphere. Lin Feng maintained a friendly smile in response. Both explanations are perfectly reasonable. I really don't know what you two came here for. Brother Feng, what's with that expression? I'm really here for spring planting, I can start working right now. Jiang Ming rolled up his sleeves, showing off his muscular arms. I believe you, I believe you. Yesterday you only saw the orchard, today I'll show you the whole farm, okay? Lin Feng smiled and gestured for Jiang Ming to visit the farm. Standing in the field, Jiang Mingren was dumbfounded. Outside of Lin Feng's farmland, crops were sparse and barely covered by yellow soil. However, in Lin Feng's farmland, the corn, wheat, peppers, and eggplants were all over 10 centimeters tall. Shocked, Jiang Ming blurted out a question that required absolutely no technical skill. Brother Feng, how do you farm this land? Lin Feng scratched his head and started secretly covering the soil with spirit soil and watering it with spirit water every day, but he couldn't tell anyone about it. That's all I can say. Hey, it's just about being hardworking. Jiang Ming gave a thumbs up, asking his pointless, haha. However, Jiang Ming believed that Lin Feng wasn't unwilling to tell him, but rather genuinely didn't know. He could tell from the orchard. Lin Feng is a very curious person, and he'll grow anything he can buy. If it weren't for the fact that this year's seeds were provided by his teacher. Right now, the ground must be full of all sorts of different varieties of plants. Basically, they rely on luck to make a living. Thinking about all this, Jiang Ming felt a surge of sense of mission. In order to live with Lin Feng in the future and be able to eat all kinds of delicious food, Lin Feng's farm absolutely cannot go out of business. Therefore, he must do a good job. This farm depends on Jiang Ming. Lin Feng looked at Jiang Ming with surprise for several times, feeling that this person had suddenly become passionate. After visiting the farm, we returned to the courtyard, where Professor Sun, who had stayed behind, greeted us with a cheerful smile. Lin Feng, I just checked the health of your pets, and they are all in excellent condition. Especially those pheasants, they've all laid eggs. Professor Sun held a wild egg in his hand and waved it in front of Lin Feng. How about we add some stir-fried wild eggs to the meal later? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately took 2 steps back, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle drum. Professor Sun, you don't need to test me. These wild eggs can hatch into pheasants. Eating them is practically the same as eating pheasants, isn't it? Even if my rooster is a domestic chicken, its offspring are still second-generation wild chickens, and they still have some status. This is absolutely unacceptable. I know what I'm doing. Lin Feng had known for a long time that the pheasant had laid several eggs, but he hadn't bothered with it and just left it in the henhouse. Professor Sun is quite the expert. He found out directly and then pulled the stunt. Seeing Lin Feng's expression, Professor Sun chuckled. Oh dear, it's my fault for not explaining it to you clearly before. Although both pheasants and domestic chickens are chickens, they belong to different breeds. Domestic chickens belong to the order Galliformes, family Shortinidae. Their ancestor was the jungle fowl, which was derived through continuous artificial breeding and hybridization. Both the red-bellied tragopan and the green-tailed monal belong to the order Galliformes and family Phasianidae. The two subjects are different and there is reproductive isolation between them. These wild eggs cannot be fertilized and have no value in themselves. They are just eaten. If they don't leave, you can raise them like laying hens. Professor Sun spoke very professionally, but Lin Feng's thoughts wandered far. He looked sympathetically at the rooster that was wandering around in a corner of the yard looking for insects. Tisk, all that effort to bring back so many pheasants, only to find they're all different breeds and can't reproduce. How pathetic. The rooster noticed Lin Feng's pitying expression and looked up warily. What are you looking at? I haven't done anything wrong lately. Professor Sun's gaze followed Lin Feng's and landed on the rooster. He smiled. Is this a breeding chicken? Then you bought it too early. Perhaps. Before Professor Sun could finish speaking, the rooster, sensing the murderous aura, flapped its wings, jumped onto the wall, and strode away. Oh, Big Dumpling, where are you? Someone's eyeing my body again. Watching the rooster flee in disarray, Professor Sun raised an eyebrow. Wow, this chicken seems pretty smart, but it's a shame it's a bit of a troublemaker. Lin Feng waved his hand. Let's not talk about it. I'm going to cook. I'll take this opportunity to try what these wild eggs taste like. When Lin Feng cracked the eggs into the basin, he noticed that these wild eggs were different from the eggs he bought at the supermarket. The egg white is golden yellow with a healthy orange hue, the egg white is also very clear, and there is no eggy smell, but the size is a bit small. However, the supermarket eggs had pale yolks, cloudy egg whites, and a fishy smell. Lin Feng felt that this shortcoming was nothing at all. When my hens grow up and lay eggs, I'll compare them. Lost in thought, Lin Feng tossed the supermarket eggs aside. It wasn't that he was wasting food, it was mainly because he had fed Zhang Ming and Professor Sun pig feed before, so Lin Feng decided to treat them better this time. Heat oil in a pan and pour in the egg mixture. With a sizzling sound, Lin Feng tosses the large ladle with fluid, effortless movements. Under his iron spoon, the golden egg mixture and rice grains in the pot were completely blended together. The egg coats the rice grains evenly, golden in color, and each grain is distinct. Then add various yellow, red, and green side dishes, and as the iron spoon stirs, the pot looks like colorful gems dancing. The best part is that after frying the rice, the bottom of the big iron wok is spotless, so you don't even need to wash it. Lin Feng was very satisfied with his craftsmanship. However, Professor Sun was somewhat dissatisfied when he saw the fried rice with egg. He put his hands on his hips. Didn't you say you'd make something nice for us? Is this all you're going to do? Smelling the aroma, Zhang Ming happily prepared to get the bowls and chopsticks. What's wrong with that? I'll eat it. Professor Sun kept giving him meaningful glances. Silly child, pretend to be dissatisfied first, then you can ask for more food. Who would complain about not having enough food? Zhang Ming was now completely absorbed in the unique aroma of the fried rice, his brain wrinkles smooth as a board. Professor Sun, is your eye twitching? Professor Sun. When people are speechless, they really want to call the police. Lin Feng watched their interaction intently, and he tried hard to suppress his laughter. There's still food. How can we let you two just eat fried rice? Finally, the meal ended with a base of egg fried rice, topped with stir-fried bok choy and stir-fried pork slices, and accompanied by a cup of white tea with tangerine peel. The large and small hamsters, wolfhounds, and little weasels all have the same configuration. The little dumpling held its own rice bowl and ate with gusto. The little dumpling and the weasel miraculously adopted the same eating posture. Holding the rice in its tiny paws, it savored each bite slowly. Of course, eating like this means you can't keep up with the speed at which the big dumplings are eaten. So, after the big dumpling finished its own rice bowl, it naturally set its sights on them. The little dumpling anticipated its movements and snatched the food bowl away with a whoosh. The little weasel was quick-witted and simply let out a stinky fart. I'm used to this taste, big dumpling, you don't mind, do you? The little weasel smiled at the big dumpling and eagerly pushed the bowl towards it. Big dumpling. Ha! Bears and mice really don't get along. I'd better go find Wolf Green, it probably hasn't finished eating. The little dumpling trotted over to Wolf Green's dog villa, stuck its head inside, and just in time saw Wolf Green carrying a piece of wood in its mouth, covering its food bowl. Seeing the big dumpling's eyes, Lang Ching immediately pressed his paws down on the wooden board. There aren't any left, not a single one. Big dumpling. Nonsense, I just saw that there was still more than half a bowl left. However, under the silent gaze of the wolf, it eventually withdrew its head. Fine, I won't give it to you then, whatever. The big dumpling rolled its eyes, took a few steps, and walked away. But as it walked along, it felt like something was not quite right. Wolf Green wasn't like this before, was he? Something's wrong, absolutely wrong. The big dumpling's eyes rolled 8 times in 1 second. Fortunately, Lin Feng, who was engrossed in eating, did not see its thoughtful expression. Otherwise, he would definitely quote a classic saying from a famous person. When pandas think, humans laugh. After finishing the meal, I saw Professor Sun off, settled Zhang Ming in, and did some other miscellaneous things. Before we knew it, the sky had darkened. Lin Feng tidied up and prepared to go to sleep. Although it was Zhang Ming's first day here, he had previously worked on a farm in the north, so his work-rest schedule was quite healthy. After saying goodnight to each other, they went to bed. As the lights went out, the chirping of the insects became even more rampant. The Milky Way hangs high in the sky, its starlight reflecting off the earth, creating a silvery white scene. This provides great convenience for animals that want to travel at night. The big dumpling opened its eyes and patted the little dumpling next to it. "Hey kid, come here, I have something to tell you." Under the cover of the croaking of frogs, the two round heads huddled together, whispering to each other. After a long while, the door creaked open and a black and white ball of fluff walked out. In the grass under the cover of night, a pair of green pupils blinked excitedly. "That horrible bear has finally gone out, and I can go find my brother again." I tiptoed, lifted the hem of my skirt. Oh, no skirt, I was carrying a bunny in my mouth. An elegant figure, completely blending into the night, walked gracefully through the door. However, as soon as it stepped through the door, it realized something was wrong. Whose 24K titanium alloy eyes are those at the bottom of those steps? The little dumpling stood upright on its legs and rolled up its non-existent sleeves. "I noticed something was off about the smell in the yard last night, and it turned out to be you." The dark-skinned guy blinked, a bad feeling creeping over him, and immediately turned around. But it was too late. Behind them, a pair of 24K titanium alloy eyes appeared as well. The big dumpling sized up the black creature in front of it and snorted disdainfully. Faced with the overwhelming presence of the adult giant panda, Black Wolf's elegant body tensed up. At that moment, Lang Ching also smelled the scent of Black Wolf. "Is the little girl here again?" It was somewhat happy, yet felt it should remain composed. So, after grooming his fur, Wolf Green slowly came out of his den and went out to greet them. Then it saw the Black Wolf, sandwiched between two balls of varying sizes, anxiously pawing at the ground. Not good. Wolf Green knew that if they went head-to-head, that girl would definitely be no match for him. Moreover, it wouldn't be good to wake up the owner. The little girl said that her survival principle is to avoid contact with humans. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sneaked over at night. If the owner sees this, the owner won't mind, but the little girl will definitely be unhappy. Wolf Green was anxious but couldn't make a sound, so he could only run desperately towards the big ball of fur, hoping it would understand his signal. Never lay a hand on a girl. However, the big dumpling that had blocked the Black Wolf was extremely excited at the moment, and it didn't care about the wolf's expression. The big dumpling huffed and puffed as it walked toward the Black Wolf. "Hee, tremble, scream, give it to me." The big dumpling reached out and snatched the rabbit from the Black Wolf's mouth. This thing is incredibly fast and cunning, it can barely catch a few throughout the year. But now, a wolf has conveniently come knocking on its door. Originally, the Black Wolf was extremely panicked when he saw the bear he feared walking towards him. However, they were soon stunned by the big dumpling's daring act of snatching the rabbit from the wolf's mouth. Seriously? Just as the Black Wolf was stunned, the Blue Wolf rushed over and shielded it behind him. But soon, Lang Ching realized that he didn't need to protect her anymore. Because the big dumpling and the little dumpling were eating the rabbit, taking turns biting off pieces. Wolf Green? It walked up to the big dumpling, poked it with its paw, and before it could say anything, the big dumpling hid the rabbit behind its back. "You don't share any food with me during the day, so I won't share any with you now either." A flock of crows flew over Lang Ching's little head. "Hey, is this the important point?" The big dumpling nodded. "Food that I fought for with my own strength is mine, and I won't accept any arguments against it." Wolf Green lowered its head, remained silent, and returned to Black Wolf's side. "Alright, let's go. I saved some good food for you. Let's go." As Big Dumpling watched Wolf Green and Black Wolf walk away, it scratched its ear with its foot. "I enjoy your relationship, and that feels pretty good." The chirping of insects started again all around, and along with the chirping, Wolf Green placed the egg fried rice that he had hidden in front of Black Wolf. The Black Wolf sniffed, its eyes gleaming. "It smells so good, it tastes so delicious." Seeing the Black Wolf eating with relish, Lang Ching tried to negotiate with it. "How about you stay and help me look after the farm?" Black Wolf shook his head. No, Mom said that humans are cunning and scary, and we absolutely cannot live with them. I think things are fine as they are now." Wolf Green let out a soft sigh. What to do? Love is both sweet and sour. Wolf Green and Little Black Wolf nestled in their little villa, cuddling and licking each other's fur. As long as they don't mention staying behind, they still have endless whispered conversations. The moon rises above the willow branches, and the dog makes its rendezvous after dusk. The veteran and the fairy girl from the mountains finally fell asleep with their heads touching. As dawn broke, the sound of Lin Feng getting up and opening the door startled the Little Black Wolf. "Woo woo. Oh dear, how could I have fallen asleep?" Little Blackie hurriedly got up, and in the chaos, several footprints were stepped on Wolf Green's head. Then Lin Feng saw that familiar black figure dash forward and leap onto the low wall of his house. After a few leaps, it disappeared into the white mist of the early morning. Wolf Green stared at the plum blossom footprints on his head, looking at himself with a resentful expression. "Lin Feng, wait, don't look at me like that. I didn't mean to break up this couple." Lin Feng chuckled and opened his mouth to Lang Ching. Whose dog is this in the village? The owner will send you a betrothal gift. With such a large farm, including guarding the territory and herding livestock, Lang Qing was clearly overwhelmed. Lin Feng would still be happy to raise a few more dogs. Even if the black dog doesn't come, it can still have a few puppies, and Wolf Green can take care of them. Lin Feng had very optimistic ideas. To his surprise, the next second he saw Lang Qing shake his head and return to his den with a dejected look on his face. Lin Feng? Something's not right, something's really not right. Lin Feng's puzzled gaze fell once again on the direction where the little black wolf had disappeared. Then, Lin Feng's pupils contracted, and he quickly stepped forward and squatted down. These footprints. Lin Feng pulled Lang Qing out of his den. After comparing the results, Lin Feng finally solved the case. The plum blossom-shaped footprints I saw the day before yesterday must have been left by the little black dog. As for those pheasant feathers, they were probably a gift for Lang Qing. Whoa! This realization made Lin Feng think more highly of Lang Qing. You can do it. Wolf Green silently returned to its den and blocked the entrance with its rear end. No, I can't. Just then, the door opened again, and Zhang Ming walked out yawning. Brother Feng, what's okay? Wolf Green is in love. Lin Feng turned his head and told Zhang Ming about his discovery. Zhang Ming's eyes widened. I'm still single, and you, Wolf Green, already have suitors? You're worse off than a dog. Zhang Ming was shocked, while Lin Feng was worried. All the other animals were very friendly to him, but this little black guy would run away as soon as he saw him. At this rate, when will Lang Qing be able to bring his wife home? No, at this crucial moment, how can I, as the master, stand idly by? So, a hastily drawn abstract painting of a black dog was sent to the village secretary's phone. Lin Feng, uncle, could you please help me find out who owns this black dog? I need help urgently. After sending the message, Lin Feng examined his painting again. Yes, it has a nose and eyes, and its body is completely black. The characteristics of that black dog have been accurately captured. Next, it's time to find a suitable match and propose marriage. Perfect. Lin Feng put away the painting with satisfaction. Just then, his phone started ringing. Upon seeing the phone call, it was the village party secretary. Lin Feng immediately replied, Uncle, you have news so quickly. The village party secretary on the other end of the phone was on speakerphone, his brows furrowed so deeply they could trap a fly. If you hadn't told me, I really wouldn't have been able to tell it was a black dog. It looked like a moldy rag. Lin Feng fell silent, quietly crumpling his masterpiece into a ball. So why did you call me back so quickly? Oh, I saw you looking for a dog, and it was a completely black one. I was wondering if you wanted to breed wolfhound, so I asked if someone in the village had taken a liking to wolfhound and was offering to breed it for a fee. Would you take it? When it comes to matchmaking, even for dogs, the village secretary feels a sense of satisfaction. Let me tell you, black dogs are good, they can ward off evil spirits and bring good luck, but they're really hard to find. At least no one in our village keeps one. If you insist on this breed, you might delay Wolf Green's development. The big yellow dogs in our village are all pretty good, we can consider them. Lin Feng glanced at Lang Qing, who was still blocking the doghouse with his buttocks, and decisively shook his head. Uncle, animals have animal rights too. We don't want to take over this whole thing. Besides, Lang Qing already has a dog he likes. The village party secretary was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly became very curious. Even dogs have feelings for other dogs, what about you? It's not that I'm being nosy, but as an elder. Uncle, my signal is bad, I'm hanging up now. After instantly answering the call, Lin Feng also achieved the feat of instantly hanging up. Dating? Doesn't that smell better than farming? Lin Feng put his phone in his pocket and prepared to make breakfast. He hadn't walked more than a few steps when his phone started ringing again, which gave Lin Feng a headache. Can't it still be the party secretary? Is it really necessary to get to the bottom of this? Lin Feng picked up his phone and immediately grinned, answering the call with a wide grin. Professor Sun, look at my memory. I haven't properly thanked you for buying me the pig yet. At home. What? After understanding Professor Sun's meaning, Lin Feng hung up the phone in a daze. What kind of people are from a pheasant breeding center? They want to come and ask me how to raise pheasants. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at the pheasants who were familiar with the way, leading their chicks and ducklings out to find food, and scratched his head. It seems like raising, but it's not really raising. Actually, most of them are just doing odd jobs, right? However, since the people from above want to see it, then let's see it. After Professor Sun finished his call with Lin Feng, he happily climbed into the SUV next to him. It's all arranged. Lin Feng is at home. We can set off now. However, the young man driving didn't say anything, but just looked at Professor Sun suspiciously. Uncle, aren't you always busy when I try to reach you? Why are you being so proactive today? You're helping me make connections and even want to come with me? After a pause, the young man gasped. Just to confirm, is the farmer a man? Does he have any sisters or brothers? Upon hearing his nephew's words, Professor Sun scoffed dismissively. Sun Mingchen, don't worry, I've given up on you, and I absolutely won't play matchmaker. I was just worried that the farm was remote and you might get lost. Also, if you drive faster, we might be able to freeload lunch. Sun Mingchen, uncle, it's been months since I last saw you, and you've become a stranger to me. Noticing his nephew's gaze, Professor Sun awkwardly adjusted his seatbelt. Actually, I don't want to keep going to Lin Feng's farm. However, the food he cooked was so delicious that it was unforgettable. Young man, you simply don't understand. Sun Mingchen truly didn't understand, nor did he want to understand. After confirming the situation of the pheasant in the back seat again, he returned to the car and fastened his seatbelt. Uncle, sit tight, we're off. Hey, hurry up and go, your chickens are all wilted. With a tap of the accelerator, the car shot off like an arrow toward Lin Feng's farm. Knowing that guests would be visiting today, or perhaps to seek advice, Lin Feng was somewhat distracted while working. If I don't know anything when I ask later, wouldn't that be a bit much? In the end, Jiang Ming even started to dislike him. Brother Feng, you go and rest. I can handle things here myself. Lin Feng could only shake his head and go home. As noon approached, the roar of cars grew louder as they drew nearer, and Lin Feng came out to greet them. He was initially a little nervous, but after the roaring car stopped and he saw that familiar head, Lin Feng smiled. Professor Sun, you've come too. Here you are, come here, let me introduce you, this is Sun Mingchen from the Pheasant Breeding Center. Lin Feng followed Professor Sun's introduction and looked over, then saw that the young man's face bore a resemblance to Professor Sun's. Several guesses began to form in my mind. No wonder you've been coming so often, it can't be just for food again this time. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow at Professor Sun, who coughed. What should we eat for lunch today? Lin Feng. Just as he was speechless, Sun Mingchen came over carrying an animal carrier. After stopping in front of Lin Feng, he extended his hand in a friendly manner. Hello, forestry manager, I'm Sun Mingchen. I'm sorry to bother you. Oh, it's nothing, just call me Lin Feng. The title owner of the venue sounds really strange. Sun Mingchen smiled, no longer bothered with the form of address, and went straight to the point. Okay, Lin Feng, take a look at this chicken first. As he spoke, he deftly opened the flight case. Seeing his swift movements, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled. Aren't you afraid the chickens will run away if the door is opened? All the chickens in his house, whether domestic or wild, would rush out as soon as the door opened. They disappeared in a heartbeat. However, the flight case door was wide open, and Lin Feng waited for a while, but the curled-up creature inside remained motionless. Lin Feng? He crouched down and peered inside. Then, we saw a male pheasant with brightly colored feathers but dull hair and a listless appearance. Noticing someone looking over, the pheasant slightly lifted its eyelids, then drooped them again. The live chicken is slightly dead, please don't mention it, thank you. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze and looked at Sun Mingchen. What's going on? Sun Mingchen was at a loss with this pheasant that was willing to live or die, and shrugged. That's right, the forest rangers found this injured Cavit's tragopan during a patrol a while ago and brought it to our base for treatment. I never expected that because of its injury and weakened state, it would be severely ostracized and bullied by the other chickens at the base. Even after it was discovered, it was isolated in time, but it seems to have developed a psychological trauma. Even though its injury has healed, it refuses to go near the flock of chickens no matter what. I only heard from my uncle and Professor Sun by chance that there was a situation in your family where domestic chickens, red-bellied tragopans, and green-tailed pheasants were living together harmoniously. So I came to see if there's any way to help this chicken rejoin the flock. At this point, Sun Mingchen gave a wry smile. The Cavit's tragopan is an endangered species, and the existence of each one is extremely precious. If it can successfully reintegrate into the flock, it will be of great benefit to the reproduction of its species. Lin Feng nodded. I know that, but you've been rambling on and on. After hesitating for a moment and sighing, Lin Feng shrugged. I can't help it. Upon hearing this, Sun Mingchen exclaimed, But oh, my rooster might have a way. Lin Feng quickly added. Sun Mingchen breathed a sigh of relief. Could you please not breathe so heavily next time you speak? Etc. Sun Mingchen's relaxed breath returned, and he scratched his head. What do you mean your rooster has a way? Is it the kind of rooster I'm thinking of? Yeah, I guess so. Lin Feng thought for a moment. My rooster must have some skills to lure so many wild chickens out of the mountains, right? It's hard to explain in just a few words. Let's go inside and talk. Lin Feng turned around and made way for him, then quickly glanced at the inner courtyard. Great, the rooster is sunbathing. The rooster noticed Lin Feng's gaze, then looked at the unfamiliar guest who followed him in, and the familiar person who had once coveted its body. Great, the wind's getting strong, let's get out of here. The rooster tucked its tail between its legs, spread its wings, and pushed off the ground with its legs. Jump and charge up, JPG. Then, he heard his master's call. Come here, squat down, and do me a favor. Rooster. Sun Mingchen? This farmer is acting strangely, I'm not sure. I'll observe him further. Seeing Sun Mingchen standing there in a daze, Lin Feng patted him on the shoulder. Hey, stop standing there, let this yellow-bellied tragopan out. In nature, males of the same species fight each other. Your rooster is big, I'm worried. Before Sun Mingchen could finish speaking, the rooster, having regained its senses, flapped its wings and ran over, landing with a thud in front of the flight case. Let me see what's going on. The arrival of the rooster clearly made the cabbot's tragopan inside feel uneasy. It shrank back into the flight case, only to find that there was no more space for it. Oh, don't come any closer. This cowardly behavior greatly disappointed the enthusiastic rooster. As a strong male who has tasted blood on the edge of a knife, survived 3 or 4 years, and even has a panda cub, it has no interest in bullying cowards. Giggle giggle. Tisk, I'm not playing with you. The rooster retracted its wings, stood up, and prepared to leave. But it never expected that its words would deeply sting the nerves of the cabbot's tragopan. Ouch! It spread its wings and crowed loudly at the rooster. It's not that you don't want to play with me, it's that I don't want to play with you. I'm going to isolate all of you chickens, all of you. Rooster. The next second, Lin Feng's voice rang out. Hey, I told you this rooster was good, wasn't it? Your rooster is so energetic. Sun Mingchen also perked up. When we were at the base, this chicken always looked like it couldn't live, but it perked up when it saw your rooster. Yes. Sun Mingchen seemed to see a glimmer of hope. However, his hope lasted only 3 seconds before he saw Lin Feng's rooster give him a strange look. Then, the rooster leisurely flapped its wings and prepared to leave. As the rooster walked, it suddenly felt its body lighten and the whole chicken took off into the air. Turning her head, she met Lin Feng's gaze. I already asked you to do something for me, but look at you, you didn't even take it to heart. Rooster. A picture of someone with downcast eyes. Ha, with the big dumpling gone, those who know when to yield are the wise ones. The rooster's comb slowly pressed down and rested on Lin Feng's body. Master, please feel free to give me your orders. Lin Feng was quite satisfied with the rooster's performance. He flicked the rooster's comb, straightened it, and then pointed to the flight crate on the ground. This chicken is unhappy. Let's find a way to cheer it up, okay? The rooster pondered for a moment. How can we help this guy resolve his inner conflict? This is something I'm good at. Forget about emotional knots, I can untie even intestinal knots. The rooster, having landed, rolled up its furry trousers and strode proudly into the flight crate. I hit. Hey. The menacing rooster was dragged out by Lin Feng, who pulled it by its tail feathers. Why did you hit it? Rooster. Lin Feng sighed and said, give it some advice, understand? Rooster, you're being so fussy, I don't understand. Lin Feng, if you can calm it down, I won't kill you anymore. The rooster folded all its feathers in a flash. Master, I will obey you. Watching the rooster repeatedly leaping back and forth between defiance and subservience, Sun Mingchen thought, holy crap, looks like I made the right choice. Hearing Lin Feng's promise, the rooster was now full of fighting spirit. It plunged its head into the flight case. Ding! Your psychological counseling expert has arrived. Inside the crate, the listless yellow-bellied tragopan shrank back in fear. What? How did you get in here again? The rooster slowly straightened its feathers and draped its wings over the yellow-bellied tragopan. Giggle. Hey bro, come on, let's have a chat. Cabot's tragopan? The rooster diligently groomed the yellow-bellied tragopan's dull feathers and sighed softly. Look how beautiful your feathers are. Unlike me, when I was born, I was completely bald, terribly ugly, and couldn't see anything when I closed my eyes. The rooster crowed loudly, leaving the yellow-bellied tragopan stunned. Sun Mingchen glanced at Lin Feng, and Lin Feng nodded. We've started chatting. Wait a minute, I'll get them some more water and food. Sun Mingchen was stunned for a moment. I brought my own. Wait for me to go get it from the car. This chicken is fussy, it won't eat anything other than specially formulated chicken feed. Lin Feng remained silent, waiting for Sun Mingchen to fetch the special chicken feed. Today, let's also wish the rooster in our house a good life. Soon, Sun Mingchen came over with a beautifully packaged bag of chicken feed. At this moment, the cabot's tragopan was completely absorbed in the world of the rooster. Giggle. You mean, all your friends are worthless? They didn't even come to see you when you were still a baby and your life was incredibly fragile? The rooster nodded vigorously. Yeah, young master. I'm having such a hard time. It wasn't just when I was a kid that it was hard, it's still hard now. When I'm thirsty, I can only drink water. When I'm hungry, I can only eat. When I'm sleepy, I can only sleep. I have absolutely no other choice. The yellow-bellied tragopan suddenly felt that the rooster in front of it looked just like itself. It was also taken to an unfamiliar place, and then it met a bunch of bad friends. Chickens, too, have no choice in life. Oh no, oh no. The two chickens held hands, tears welling in their eyes, speechless and choked with emotion. Just then, Sun Ming-chen sprinkled in his specially made chicken feed, which smelled delicious. The yellow-bellied tragopan used its wings to gather the food and pushed it in front of the rooster. Eat something good to soothe your soul. The rooster didn't hold back and pecked at it with its beak. Then, its neck stretched for 2 miles. I'm so choking. The rooster stared furiously at the yellow-bellied tragopan, questioning its behavior. How can food taste so awful? The yellow-bellied tragopan shed a tear of sympathy. He gets so excited about food. What does this guy usually eat? The rooster finally managed to swallow the mouthful of food and turned to look at the Cavit's tragopan. Come on, I'll take you to eat something a real man should eat. So Lin Feng and Sun Ming-chen saw the timid and listless yellow-bellied tragopan follow the rooster toward the chicken feed trough. Wow, the flight case is out so quickly. Your rooster is amazing. Lin Feng nodded, as if he had grasped the correct use of the rooster. The two men stared at the two guys, each with their own thoughts. Then, a loud cry was heard. Ouch! These things are so delicious. The Cavit's tragopan has changed its previous habit of being picky about food and is now eating heartily. It's alive! It's alive! Sun Ming-chen knew he had it in the bag just by looking at how they were eating. Brother Feng. Sun Ming-chen's expression was humble and his attitude sincere. How about we leave this chicken on your farm to help it recover? Lin Feng? Wait a minute, isn't it enough to just come and take a look? Do I have to stay? Upon seeing Lin Feng's expression, Sun Ming-chen immediately added, the foster care fee is 3,000 per month. Lin Feng immediately dropped his resistant expression. It should be noted that the monthly subsidy the Forestry Bureau gave for those 6 pheasants was only a fraction of what Sun Ming-chen had given them. We still need a few chickens to lay eggs to supplement our household income. And now, isn't it just a matter of scattering a handful more beans? However, there are some things that still need to be confirmed. Lin Feng cautiously began to speak. Well, I'm raising another pheasant anyway, but there's the safety issue. I can't watch over it 24/7, you know? Sun Ming-chen nodded. As long as it's not a man-made death, our base can accept it. After all, its ultimate fate is nature, and it must still follow the basic law of natural selection. Lin Feng nodded to Sun Ming-chen, indicating that he had no further questions. It's a pleasure to work with you, etc. Sun Ming-chen smiled at Lin Feng. There's one more thing. Do you think it's okay? If it is, I'll contact the base right away and send the contract over. Is it that formal? Lin Feng looked at Sun Ming-chen with some confusion. The Forestry Bureau had only given him a certificate and asked for a bank card number. Why are we signing a contract now? Sun Ming-chen turned his head and stared at the rooster. Your rooster is quite impressive. It can lure other breeds of chickens back from the mountains and even manage to keep that yellow-bellied tragopan in line. Therefore, I would like to sign a cooperation agreement with your farm. We send over any chickens that we can't raise well to our base so that the rooster can take a look. This request made Lin Feng hesitate. To be honest, he wasn't sure if today's events were a coincidence or if the rooster was truly capable. What if, after the contract is signed, it turns out the rooster is useless? Seeing Lin Feng's hesitant expression, Sun Ming-chen smiled. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Our base isn't just sitting around doing nothing. If we can't handle a chicken, we won't have more than a few in a year. It's nothing more than you collecting our consulting fees, and when you need us, we'll just step on the gas and show up. Lin Feng nodded, then paused, stunned. Wait a minute, why am I charging consulting fees again? We can't exactly sign a contract with a rooster, can we? Sun Ming-chen laughed. But that means you'll have to take good care of this chicken. Lin Feng nodded, too embarrassed to say that with the Tuanzi protecting him, he couldn't very well not raise the chicken. After remotely contacting Zhang Wei, the only lawyer he had ever worked with, and reviewing the contract to ensure there were no issues, Lin Feng signed it. After finishing their meal and seeing off Professor Sun and Sun Ming-chen, who both looked satisfied, Lin Feng hugged the rooster. Little brat, I never thought I'd get to benefit from your kindness in my lifetime. Rooster. With that attitude, does that mean my life is guaranteed? The rooster shook itself and started walking with a crab-like gait. Lin Feng didn't look at him, but instead started calculating in his mind. We currently have long-term orders for supplies to the forest police, thanks to subsidies from the Forestry Bureau for raising wild animals, as well as cooperation brought about by the rooster. Although the overall investment in the farm has not yet been recouped, it has already started to generate income and cash flow. Moreover, after about 2 months, the chickens and ducks are ready for market, and you can sell eggs, duck eggs, and chickens and ducks, which will bring in another source of income. Returning to his hometown to start a business can be considered to be on the right track. In autumn and winter, they can also sell grains, fruits, pigs, sheep. It's all money. Lin Feng was in a great mood after calculating the bill. Jiang Ming, stop pulling those weeds. Come help us out, we'll have something nice to eat tonight. Jiang Ming, who was struggling with the weeds. All right, but wasn't the lunch we served the two experts lavish enough? We'll have to have something good tonight too. We have guests tonight, and their status is distinguished? Respected? No, important. Lin Feng smiled at Jiang Ming, but he was thinking about something else entirely. Indeed, after seeing the guests off, Lin Feng's attention returned to Lang Qing's desire to find a wife. According to the village secretary, no one in the village keeps a completely black dog. Considering the farm's location, this dog that has come for 2 consecutive days might be a stray. Yes, there are stray dogs in rural areas too. However, they are usually abandoned by the villagers when they are young, left at the edge of the forest to survive on their own. This type of dog is very wild and doesn't like humans, which is why it runs away as soon as it sees him. But it's okay, child, your childhood trauma can be healed by my delicious food in my farm. He. Lin Feng laughed loudly, looking up at the sky. Jiang Ming, who was standing nearby and hadn't even had time to put down his basket, was confused. Bro, what's with this sudden villainous turn of yours? The rest was simple. Jiang Ming chopped up the weeds, cooked them into pig feed, and fed them to the pigs. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was busy marinating the meat and making the sauce. To ensure the delicious food for dinner would reach the nostrils of the guest he wanted to invite, Lin Feng decided to make barbecue. As night slowly fell, the pork belly on the grill gradually softened. The white fat gradually turned transparent, and drops of oil fell onto the charcoal below, instantly igniting it, bursting forth with sparks and a smoky aroma. A large purple eggplant was cut in half and filled with meat sauce, sizzling under the magic of the fire. Of course, these two aren't the only main characters on the barbecue website. Sliced beef tenderloin, homemade sausages, potato slices, chives, zucchini. Smoke rose from the chimneys and drifted away on the wind. The villagers, who were cooling off in their own courtyards, all stood up straight and took a deep sniff. Does anyone have a barbecue at home? It smells so good. Meanwhile, in the mountains and forests, the little black wolf carrying a wild rabbit was also irresistibly drawn to the aroma. Oh woo! As soon as the little black wolf opened its mouth, the rabbit fell out. Even with injuries, the hare runs incredibly fast. Little black wolf, rabbit thief, don't run. The little black wolf ran through the jungle, causing nearby frogs to jump and birds to fly. At Lin Feng's house, chaos reigned just as fiercely. Big and small hamsters, wolfhounds, weasels, and even the yellow-bellied tragopan that just joined the family. They all clung to Lin Feng, who was grilling meat. I want to eat. The little guys were drooling so much that their fur was all wet. Lin Feng was already used to this scene. He blew on the roasted meat in his hand and divided it into their bowls. However, the other little ones were happily devouring the meat they received. Wolf Green, meanwhile, stared at Lin Feng with his wet eyes tilted to the side. Woof woof woof. Master, I don't have enough, have some more. This sight caught Lin Feng's attention. Looking at the pile of pork belly and beef tenderloin in Lang Qing's bowl, Lin Feng only added some vegetables to it. Stop looking at me and eat. Lin Feng rubbed Lang Qing's head. Pretend not to understand its longing gaze. Without a doubt, Wolf Green would definitely save a portion for his little wife. Lin Feng went to check the place where Lang Qing usually hid the big bones and toys today, and sure enough, it was empty. Is it appropriate to have 1 job and 2 dogs? Not suitable. Therefore, we must take down the little black dog today. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. Seeing his master's expression, Lang Qing knew he wasn't going to get any food. After a moment of silence, he picked up the food bowl and ran to the doghouse. It was the same wooden board that was placed over the bowl. This is the first time I've ever seen food like this, and the little girl has probably never eaten it before either. I'll save it for her. Lang Qing swallowed hard. The big dumpling who witnessed everything. What magic does love possess? Turning his head, he looked at the little dumpling who was eating without even lifting its head, and the big dumpling scratched its head. I was so out of my mind back then. The little dumpling suddenly felt a chill, and when she looked up, she met her mother's gaze. Wah-ah-ah. You can't take my food. The little dumpling used its body to block its own rice bowl. It understands the lessons learned: fire prevention, theft prevention, and protection from mom. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming was excitedly rubbing his hands together at the barbecue. Brother Feng, after you've finished distributing them, is it my turn? Let's eat slowly. Go get 2 bottles of beer from the fridge. Let's have a drink for a while, but don't get drunk. Lin Feng smiled and pointed to the discarded wooden planks he had specially found nearby. After we finish eating, I'll need your help to raise that low wall a bit. Ha! Why do you need to raise the wall? And with wooden planks, it'll look awful. Ahem, send a message saying that Wolf Green is listening. Lin Feng waved his phone at Jiang Ming. So, after the meal, Lang Qing was called into the house by Lin Feng. Wolf Green, you can sleep at my house tonight. Lang Qing, who had followed Lin Feng and completely bewildered, became excited upon hearing this. Woof woof woof. No, master, this is not appropriate. However, the refusal was ineffective. Lin Feng knew that Lang Qing was very principled. If he left it outside, the little black dog might run away as soon as it entered the door. If Lang Qing could bring his girlfriend to him, he definitely wouldn't hide it from him, Lin Feng was certain. So, it has to be him. Lin Feng forcibly embraced Lang Qing and turned off the lights. In the courtyard, the embers of charcoal were still burning slowly, and Lin Feng deliberately left the remaining meat and vegetables untouched. Of course, the big dumpling and the milk dumpling had already been kicked out beforehand. What if they scare the little girl? Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh when he thought about the resentful expressions on the little dumplings' faces when he threatened them so he couldn't go home today. But don't worry, we'll give them extra food tomorrow and coax them a bit, and they'll be fine. Little foodie, you've got to handle this. With a mix of thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Feng pressed down on Lang Qing and closed his eyes, feigning sleep. The moon rose high in the branches, frogs croaked and insects chirped. Lin Feng waited and waited. Finally, hard work pays off. Lin Feng heard a slight sound of the front door opening. He deliberately added a piece of scrap cloth under the door. When the door is pushed open, the cloth rubs against the ground, making a sound. Almost at the same time, Lang Qing, who was also pretending to be asleep, suddenly jumped up. Lin Feng knew it would react this way, he had predicted it. With one hand holding down the wolf, the other hand naturally pinched its muzzle. Wolf Green? Lin Feng ignored its resentful expression and winked at it. Silly child, you'll thank me someday. After subduing Lang Qing, Lin Feng tiptoed to the window and peered out. Then he saw the big dumpling walk in with the little dumpling. Didn't I tell you two not to come back? How am I supposed to entertain that young lady now? However, before he could finish his lament, Lin Feng quickly bit his lip. Because, behind the little dumpling, that familiar figure followed them in. Not only did it come in, but it also had a wild rabbit in its mouth. And upon entering, it was immediately offered to the big dumpling. The big dumpling sat down on the ground with practiced ease and started sharing the rabbit with the little dumpling. Lin Feng, look at the big and small dumplings, then look at the little black dog, and finally look at the wolf-like blue dog. Very well, so you only kept it from me. Yes, there is indeed a boundary between two-legged creatures and four-legged creatures. Lin Feng felt uneasy. What should I do if I suddenly don't want to deal with it anymore? I need help urgently. Of course, although Lin Feng was frustrated, he wouldn't just ignore it. He held Lang Qing's muzzle in one hand while looking around at the situation in the yard. The little black wolf was clearly attracted by the food he had left in the yard. The little guy walked up to the grilled meat and vegetables and stretched his neck to sniff them. This is exactly the taste. The little black wolf's mouth started watering as soon as it smelled the fragrance that had lasted all afternoon. I want to eat it, but wouldn't that be considered stealing someone else's food? Doing this in the mountains and forests, at worst, will result in a fight. But this is Lang Qing's owner. Won't this put Lang Qing in a difficult position? The little black wolf and the heavenly wolf fought. Little did they know, Lin Feng in the room was thinking to himself, eat up, eat up. Once you eat my meat, you'll be my dog. However, Lin Feng was soon disappointed, because the little black wolf swallowed hard a few times and then walked away. It should go find Wolf Green, perhaps Wolf Green has already left it some good food. Lin Feng was somewhat disappointed when the little black wolf turned its head, but then he was happy again. He rubbed the Wolf Green dog's head and whispered, "Your wife is quite something, she has a very good dog-like character." Wolf Green, master, why don't you let go? Lin Feng did indeed let go, as he quickly walked out and closed the door. If there's noise when the door opens, there's bound to be noise when it closes. The little black wolf had no other options and, frightened, shrank into the doghouse, intending to wait for people to come in before coming out. To everyone's surprise, the next second, Lang Qing ran over. Woof woof woof. Little girl, I'm sorry, my master has cornered you. Little black wolf? Before it could even react, Lin Feng was already standing in front of it. The little black wolf's eyes practically popped out of their sockets. Mom was right, humans really are cunning. Oh woo. A deep roar echoed in the courtyard. Jiang Ming jumped out of bed, grabbed his clothes, and went out of the house. What's wrong? Aren't we supposed to be catching dogs? I heard a wolf howling. Lin Feng didn't even turn his head. Wolves and dogs are inseparable. Alaskan Malamutes howl like that too. Alright, go back inside and don't bother me. Jiang Ming looked at the large, shiny black wolf, scratched his head, and said, oh. When the little black wolf saw that there was another person, the fur on its tail stood on end. Lin Feng wasn't afraid, he still had the jade bead. However, while we may not be afraid, we still need to have a strategy. Lin Feng did not approach the big black wolf rashly. Instead, she took off her coat, crumpled it up, and carefully tossed it in front of the little black wolf. "Come on, smell me, and you'll know I'm a good person." Dogs have a very keen sense of smell, so letting the other person get used to their scent is the fastest way to build a bond. Seeing that Lin Feng wasn't pressing him too hard, and with Wolf Green staying by his side, the little black wolf calmed down a bit. Then, it peeked out and sniffed Lin Feng's clothes, finding the smell quite well. It didn't smell the cunning that Mommy mentioned. On the contrary, some of them make wolves want to get close to them. Unsure, let's think about it some more. The little black wolf was momentarily stunned, and Lin Feng seized the opportunity to immediately turn around and pick up a few pieces of meat. "Come on, have a taste, and you'll know I'm a good person once you've tasted it." Lin Feng laughed in a worthless manner, while the little black wolf remained skeptical. "Really? I'm coming over then." Watching the little black wolf cautiously approach him, Lin Feng felt a great sense of accomplishment. "I knew it. No animal could resist meat that I'd soaked in my sacred water." He patiently watched the little black wolf approach him step by step, and then, just as it was about to eat the meat in his hand, the little guy swung its tail and charged straight toward the low wall. Resist temptation, start by becoming a wolf. I jumped. Wait. The little black wolf, which had already assumed a jumping posture, scratched the ground with its 4 paws, leaving long marks. Brakes! The little black wolf stared at the wall made of nailed-up wooden planks, and the whole wolf felt terrible. "Lin Feng!" He called out to Wolf Green, gave it all the meat, and gestured for it to take it to the little black wolf. "Since you're already here, and it's not easy for anyone, why don't you have a meal before you leave?" Lin Feng crouched down, softened his voice, and gently soothed the little black wolf. "If you still don't want to stay after you've eaten, I'll let you go." Wolf Green also nuzzled the little black wolf with its head. "Woof. My master is very nice. Perhaps you could try to get to know him?" Seeing the expected look in Wolf Green's eyes, the little black wolf's body slowly went limp. "Eat it!" The little black wolf howled and snatched a piece of pork belly. Chew. The little guy's eyes slowly brightened. "I knew Lang Ching ate well, but I didn't know it could eat so many different things." After finishing the pork belly, the little black wolf picked up the beef tenderloin. A happy humming sound came from its mouth. Lin Feng's lips curled slightly. "There's potential." At this moment, Wolf Green saw that little black wolf was eating heartily, and very cleverly ran back to the doghouse and brought out his water bowl. "Eat slowly, don't choke." Little black wolf, so thoughtful, "Yah." My heart fluttered again, JPG. This time, the little black wolf put down the meat and gulped down water. Seeing that Lang Ching drank ordinary water but outperformed the meat he had carefully cooked, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "You think you're so great about caring? Watch me." It has to be said that this competitive spirit sometimes comes out of nowhere. Lin Feng returned to the kitchen and took out the bone broth made with spiritual water. He didn't give any to the little dumplings today, intending to save them for making soup dumplings. But that doesn't matter now, just give it to me. Before giving it to you, you need to add some pure spiritual water. Lin Feng carried the stainless steel food bowl and slowly approached the little black dog. "How about trying this?" The little black dog cautiously took 2 steps back and stood behind the wolf. "No, I want what Brother Lang Ching gives me." Lin Feng laughed. "Hey, don't back away, come on, have a taste." Little black wolf, it smells so good. While gulping down bone broth, the little black wolf carefully observed Wolf Green's expression. There was no dissatisfaction in Lang Ching's eyes, only doting affection. "If you like it, drink more." Seeing the little black wolf's eyes gleaming from drinking, Lin Feng cleared his throat and tempted it. "Isn't the food here pretty good? How about you consider staying and watching the farm with Lang Ching?" Little Black remained silent, all it knew was to drink the soup. For Lang Ching's happiness, Lin Feng increased his stakes. "How about this, you stay here, and I'll give you bone broth every day, okay? Do you guarantee at least 2 meat dishes at every meal? Hey, can you lift your head a little? We can talk this over." Wolf Green? Wait a minute, when you first approached me, you didn't offer so many good terms. Woof. Although I have a good relationship with the little girl, master, shouldn't you consider my working conditions? Wolf Green was not convinced. Lin Feng ignored its gaze and simply waved his hand. "Wolf Green, your wife and I are discussing this. What's your name? Stop messing around." Zhang Ming, standing a few steps away as an outsider, saw it clearly. "Brother Feng, are you offering better benefits to your new employees than to the long-term ones?" Lin Feng? Zhang Ming shook his head. "How about learning about the secret salary system?" Lin Feng understood, looked at the little black wolf, then at the Wolf Green wolf, and lowered his voice very much. "Stop messing around, there's another person who pays to work behind us." Zhang Ming. "Brother Feng, what did you say?" Lin Feng coughed. Nothing, we're still negotiating, aren't we? Ha. Zhang Ming scratched his head, feeling that something was wrong. Wolf Green, however, felt relieved after hearing Lin Feng's explanation. Human happiness is when one's income is 15% higher than that of one's brother-in-law. Dogs are no exception. Wolf Green looked at the little black wolf who had finished drinking a whole bowl of bone soup and nuzzled it affectionately. Woof woof woof. I wasn't lying to you, was I? My master is very kind, and the food is delicious. Would you like to stay? A conflicted look appeared on the little black wolf's face. The two guys huddled together, talking back and forth. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly gave Jiang Ming a series of meaningful glances. All the previously grilled meat was placed in a bowl and served. Wolf Green, I've done this much for you, keep it up. Wolf Green understood Lin Feng's unspoken hint, quickly turned the meat over, and gave it to the little black wolf. The little black wolf had a good appetite and ate with great satisfaction. Seeing the little black wolf's tail wagging contentedly, Wolf Green felt reassured. Without saying a word, he went over and pushed the little black wolf into the doghouse. Little black wolf, it's more comfortable sleeping in this den than in the mountains. But once it got back to its nest, it burrowed out again. No, Mom said we can't trust humans. Just a few steps away, I saw giant pandas eating bamboo back to back. Mom also said that if you encounter a bear, you should run away quickly because they are very fierce. But this bear isn't fierce at all. My head is so itchy, I need to grow a brain. JPG. For the first time in its life, the little black wolf didn't know what to do. Lin Feng understood the struggle on its face, smiled, and went to open the courtyard gate. Little one, I closed the door so I could have a chance to talk to you, not to catch you. Now the door is open, you are free. And that's how we got to know each other. From now on, please use the main entrance. After saying that, Lin Feng urged Jiang Ming to go to sleep. Leave the space to Wolf Green and Little Black Wolf. The little black wolf took a step and walked to the front door. Go out. Come in. Go out again. Come back in. It stared at Lin Feng's door, but the door didn't open again. This human is really different from what Mommy said. The little black wolf's eyes revealed confusion. Wolf Green walked over at this moment and touched the little black wolf's nose with its own. Since we're already here and the door's open, why don't we have a private chat before we leave? Just like yesterday. That's a good idea, the little black wolf said without hesitation, and walked closely with the wolf-like wolf towards the doghouse. Even while the little dumpling is eating bamboo, it can hear everything around it. It had been anxiously wondering whether its new friend would stay. Seeing the little black wolf and the green wolf go into their den, the curious little dumpling secretly followed them. Let me hear it, is it going to stay or not? The little dumpling stood up with its ears perked up, completely absorbed. Little did it know, there were other animals in the family who shared the same curiosity. The golden weasel climbed up the baby's leg, onto its shoulder, and squatted down. Let me hear it too. The little weasel pricked up its ears and scooped out a handful of pumpkin seeds for the little dumpling. Eating melon seeds, image. Before they could hear any useful information, a dark shadow gradually enlarged under the moonlight, eventually enveloping them both. The two little ones turned their heads at the same time. The big dumpling smiled at them and then stretched its paws. Wah-ah-ah. Seeing this at such a young age, aren't you afraid of getting a sty? The big dumpling reached out and lifted both little ones up with a single motion, using both hands. Milk dumpling. Little weasel? Wolf Green and Little Black Wolf rushed out of their den at the same time. Woof woof woof, we're not what you think. The big dumpling paused for a moment, then nodded. Yes, you're both right. The little black wolf's body gradually warmed up. Woo, I'm not playing with you anymore, humph. The little black wolf took off running, whimpering as it went. Wolf Green, helpless, it could only chase after it. Hey bear, I'll talk to you about this later. So, under the cover of night, a wolf ran ahead, and a dog chased after it. Seriously, it's like trying to win back your wife in a funeral pyre. Lin Feng and Jiang Ming, on the other hand, had nothing on their minds and slept soundly until dawn. Brother Feng, where are Lang Qing and that little black dog? Jiang Ming was eating heartily, still having time to ask questions. Lin Feng shook his head. I don't know either, but don't worry about it, just leave them some food. Eat slowly, no one will take it from you. Jiang Ming maintained his speed. I can't delay. I need to send samples to Professor Li today. The courier will arrive at noon, so I have to hurry down to the field to collect the samples. Okay, I'll help you. Facing the rising sun and stepping through the morning dew, Lin Feng and Jiang Ming arrived at the wheat field first. Jiang Ming took out his phone and tapped on a picture. Brother Feng, come take a look and see if you can figure anything out? Lin Feng took the phone and zoomed in. Whose wheat field is this? Why is it so sparse? Jiang Ming smiled. Professor Li's experimental field. Lin Feng. Jiang Ming added, he personally mixed the soil and planted the plants himself. Lin Feng looked up into the distance. Some words are better left unsaid. Seeing his expression, Jiang Ming sighed, squatted down seriously, and began collecting data. During this time, he also realized that Lin Feng was a complete novice when it came to farming. But strangely enough, these naturally grown wheat fields are better than the experimental field that Professor Li carefully cultivated. There's simply no way to reason with this. Lin Feng looked at the withdrawn Jiang Ming, said nothing, and squatted down to help measure the height and thickness of the seedlings. Hey, Jiang Ming, do you think there's any possibility? What's possible? So, your farming skills are actually better than Professor Li's. Jiang Ming looked like he'd seen a ghost. Lin Feng, however, had his own set of insights, presented in a very serious manner. Look, ever since you came, you've been the one doing all the weeding and fertilizing in this wheat field. Then these wheat seedlings grew better and better every day, even surpassing Professor Li's experimental field. Tell me, isn't this all you're doing? Jiang Ming stood up and pointed to the corn in the distance. That cornfield was under your care, and it's better than Professor Li's experimental field. How do you explain that? Lin Feng, Professor Li, you're quite the grower. Well, before I contracted these lands, they were all barren. They hadn't been planted for many years, so they were very nutrient-rich, and whatever you planted grew well. Lin Feng smiled, forcing himself to find a reason. Jiang Mingfu squatted down again, grabbed a handful of soil, and sniffed it carefully. There are so many secrets about soil. Under experimental conditions, the nutrient soil they prepared may not necessarily be truly nutrient-rich soil. Professor Li did not lose to Lin Feng, but to the wonders of nature. Jiang Ming paused for a moment. Hey, a single rhyme. Lin Feng looked at Jiang Ming, who had suddenly become happy, and was completely baffled. Jiang Ming, why are you suddenly laughing? It's nothing, it's nothing. Jiang Ming snapped out of his reverie about his single rhyme art and waved his hand. Brother Feng, can I collect some soil from your farm and send it back for testing? The data collection for seedlings was specified in the contract, but the soil wasn't mentioned. Jiang Ming had followed Professor Li for many years and knew that if Professor Li couldn't find the reason why the seedlings were growing well, the next step would definitely be to look at the soil. It would be better to get it all done today. Lin Feng had no objection to this. Take it if you want it. As long as it's related to farming, you don't need to be so careful. Although Lin Feng would definitely not reveal the secret of the jade bead. However, Lin Feng would be happy if agronomists could glimpse the secrets of the spiritual soil in the laboratory through samples from the farm. After all, agriculture is the foundation of national stability. If the country can make good use of this secret and completely solve the problem of feeding 1.4 billion people, it would be a great blessing. What happens after the secret is discovered? Lin Feng had already made up his mind. I don't know either, I was just so lucky to have rented this land. Hey, do you guys think the spiritual energy revival described in novels is real? This novice's question will surely leave the expert speechless. Just thinking about that scene made Lin Feng want to laugh. So Jiang Ming called him. Brother Feng, why are you suddenly laughing? It's nothing, it's nothing. Lin Feng snapped out of his reverie and waved his hand. Are there any other samples to collect? That's all, but you have to come with me to the orchard to take care of something. Something's not right with your orchard. Lin Feng, seriously? I was just daydreaming for a little while and you already noticed something was off. Seeing Lin Feng's bewildered expression, Jiang Ming scratched his head. Brother Feng, don't you usually go that way? Your orchard has a lot of birds. Jiang Ming pointed in the direction of the orchard. You can see it even from this far away. Lin Feng turned his head to look over. He didn't realize it until he was told, and once he did, he saw that something was wrong. Most of the saplings in the orchard were planted this year. The saplings are not very thick, and in fact, they are rather sparse. But, compared to these small trees that can't provide enough shade, there seem to be far too many birds. Black, white, colorful, all different varieties, yet they all flutter and rest in the orchard. They mingle together without disliking each other. This. Lin Feng didn't know what to say. Perhaps it's because he also covered the orchard with a layer of sacred soil, which caused the grass underneath to grow well and attract a lot of insects? Then, the insects attracted so many birds? My farm is right next to a nature reserve, so it's normal to have more birds, right? Besides, having many birds is also good, as it helps with pest control. Lin Feng was still thinking about how to explain this abnormal phenomenon. Jiang Ming, however, had something else on his mind. Hearing Lin Feng's explanation, he clicked his tongue. Tisk, I knew it. This farm depends on me. It's a heavy responsibility. Brother Feng, haven't you ever thought that with so many birds now, when it's time for the fruit to ripen, the fruit will be eaten before you even have a chance to harvest it? Besides, these birds are very clever, they only eat sweet things, and they'll peck you until your skin is all pockmarked. That's good now. Lin Feng thought about how he had secretly and diligently covered the orchard with spiritual soil and watered it with spiritual water, so that they could eat the fruit in the first year. As a result, when autumn came, all the fruit he had been longing for was eaten by birds, and he immediately became angry. Let's go take a look. By the way, do you have any ideas? Let's set up a few scarecrows first and see if that works, Jiang Ming and Lin Feng discussed. If scarecrows don't work, then there are only 3 options: bagging the fruit, laying bird netting, and figuring out which birds come most frequently and planting plants they don't like to drive them away ecologically. However, each one is extremely labor-intensive and time-consuming. Lin Feng fell silent. It's not just about wasting manpower and time, it's also about my money. I feel like my wallet is about to suffer a major blow. Seeing Lin Feng's pained expression, Jiang Ming patted him on the shoulder sympathetically. Brother Feng, let's always try to look on the bright side. What if the scarecrow works surprisingly well? Lin Feng nodded, and was about to say I hope so when he was interrupted by several loud eagle cries from the sky. Chirp, chirp. Upon hearing the call, the birds in the orchard fell silent and fluttered into flight. Husbands and wives are like birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly away separately. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up at this sight. Hey, that should be an eagle, right? This eagle is great. That noise scared all the birds in the orchard away. What need is there for a scarecrow or bird net? Brother Feng, it seems we don't need to overcomplicate things. Unlike Jiang Ming's joy, Lin Feng pointed solemnly at the small black dot in the sky. Don't get too excited yet. Could it be that it's taken a fancy to our chickens and ducks? Most importantly, it's impossible to tell what kind of eagle it is. Weasels might also be on its menu. Jiang Ming, Lin Feng put down all the baskets on his back. Don't be shocked, let's hurry home and check, we still have pheasants at home. Although both the Forestry Bureau and Sun Mingchen said that it's survival of the fittest and that no one would be held responsible unless the death was caused by human intervention. However, after raising them for so long, compared to wild animals, you definitely have a stronger bond with your own pets. The two of them finally thought of the same thing and hurried home. Lin Feng's guess was correct. The eagle circling in the sky had indeed set its sights on his chickens and ducks. In fact, it had been circling and observing in the sky for several days. I don't know what these chickens and ducks usually eat, but they're much fatter than the other chickens and ducks in the village. When it walks, it's but sways back and forth. It looks incredibly fat and delicious. The eagle's mouth watered at the sight. I'll catch one and take it home so my wife and kids can have a taste. After circling a few times in the sky, the eagle quickly locked onto its target. In the courtyard, the chickens, ducks, and pheasants panicked upon hearing the calls of their natural enemies. Giggle! Help! 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 The chickens and ducks were in complete chaos, scrambling for cover all over the yard. It's no longer safe to stay in the chicken coop, because eagles can fly in. You need to find a small hole, preferably one that can completely cover you up. Several pheasants tucked their rear ends in and buried their heads in the cracks in the wall. The world is shrouded in darkness, I have hidden myself well. The rooster stared wide-eyed at the big guy's rear end sticking out. Sometimes, it's quite embarrassing to be like you. When it really matters, you have to rely on me. The rooster casually adjusted its woolen trousers, then pretended to be nonchalant as it continued digging in the dirt in the yard looking for insects to eat. When the little weasel heard the chickens and ducks crying for help, it also ran out of its burrow. The little guy was taken aback when he saw the different behaviors of the chickens and ducks, then quickly went to push those guys whose butts were hidden outside. Squeak, squeak, squeak. You didn't hide well. Run! Pheasants, domestic chickens, and domestic ducks, please don't mention them, thank you. The little weasel was getting really anxious when the rooster came over and gave it a wink. It's no use. Master, Wolf Green, and the 2 little dumplings are all away now. This family is in our hands. Little weasel, why am I suddenly filled with a sense of mission? At this moment, the eagle circling in the sky is also filled with a sense of mission to let its wife and children try something new. It folded its wings slightly, adjusted its posture, and swooped down toward Lin Feng's courtyard. Lin Feng. Oh no, I wonder which chicken or duck is going to suffer. Jiang Ming. You idiot, run. The black dot in the sky grew larger and larger, and its speed increased. The little weasel pushed off the ground with its hind legs, its biceps bulging. However, while it was still waiting for the eagle to land, the rooster, relying on its status as an Air Force member, took the lead and acted first. The eagle was less than 3 meters from the ground, already within its attack range. The rooster spread its wings like a rock and took flight, using its excellent core strength to perform the difficult maneuver of a hawk doing a somersault. Ouch! Take this flying kick from me. The rooster kicked the eagle in the stomach. Using the force of that kick, he flipped his body right side up again and landed steadily on the ground. The rooster was already quite strong when it arrived at Lin Feng's house. In addition, Lin Feng nourished her with delicious food and drink, and ran around in the mountains with her good girl, Tuanzi, which made her muscles tight all over. Those thighs were incredibly strong. Caught off guard by the sudden kick, the eagle lost its aim and flew in an arc, rolling several meters before landing right in front of the little weasel. Before the eagle could recover from its shock, the little weasel shrieked and swung its fist at him. Squeak dash. Mommy, I'm going to beat you up. Eagle? Holy crap, why are prey so ferocious these days? Chirp. The eagle, having been hit on the head several times, roared in anger. It wasn't afraid of a mere weasel or a chicken. Let's do it. The eagle tried to get up, but suddenly saw 8 hairy legs in front of it. Eagle? It slowly raised its head and saw the wolf, Green Wolf, and the little black wolf sticking out their tongues at it. When the little weasel saw that it was Wolf Green and little black wolf returning, it immediately complained. Squeak squeak squeak. Bad guy, catch the chicken, beat it. Wolf Green exhaled a puff of white breath from its nostrils. So, you're trying to steal from my house while I'm away? Woo! A menacing growl rang out, and the eagle was completely paralyzed. This domestic chicken is fierce, the weasel is fierce, and the dog is even fiercer. And his family even has wolves. Is that correct? This isn't right. Just as the eagle's CPU was about to overheat, a series of thumping footsteps approached. Wolf Green paused for a moment, and then 2 black and white balls squeezed in next to him. The menacing little weasel, hey, take it easy. It silently retreated a few steps, completely handing the battlefield over to the newcomers. I'll sit at the same table as the rooster. Eagle, would you believe me if I said I was just visiting? It retreated step by step. The 4 ferocious beasts pressed forward step by step. At this moment, Jiang Ming, who had finally run home. What happened to the promise that I can fly? You'd better fly already. Lin Feng, the chickens and ducks don't need saving, please save this eagle. Lin Feng was also dumbfounded as he watched this scene. It's unimaginable what happened before. How did an eagle, whose cry could scatter all the birds in the forest, end up surrounded? And, is it appropriate for you to show such a weak and helpless expression? The king of the sky, so frail? The eagle stared in fear at the wolf, dog, and 2 bears in front of it, wondering if it had stumbled into some kind of cult hideout. Giggle giggle. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Hearing that a majestic eagle had actually startled a chicken, Lin Feng shook his head with amusement. It was quite obvious that the eagle's crowing not only pleased Lin Feng, but also the 4 creatures in front of it. He, go ahead and scream, the more you scream, the more excited I get. The 4 guys, rubbing their hands together and licking their lips, approached the eagle, and the encirclement gradually tightened. Thump thump, thump thump thump. The eagle's heartbeat grew louder and louder, and its anxiety increased. Wolf Green now knows how to show off, and directly pulled it under the little black wolf's mouth. Wife, get it, and you'll be a wolf who has defeated the king of the sky. The little black wolf sniffed the eagle, opened its mouth, and revealed its sharp teeth. King of the sky, you smell so good. At this moment, the big dumpling placed its paw on the eagle. As usual, divided into 4 equal parts. Eagle, ah! Upon hearing the 4 guys' plan to dismember him, it rolled its eyes and promptly fainted. Honey, don't bother preparing dinner for me tonight, I'm not coming home. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng's interest in watching the spectacle vanished instantly. Hey, stop playing. Stop playing. You can't eat this. He pushed past the 4 guys and picked up the eagle. The first thing to do is to listen to your heartbeat. Great, it's still beating, nothing's wrong. Lin Feng shook him again, but he still couldn't wake up. Oh no, eagles are usually protected animals. Hopefully, these ones are going to cause trouble. The 2 little dumplings are fine, they're not afraid of anyone because of their rank. Wolf and the little black dog, you 2 go back to your hideout and lay low for a while. Lin Feng herded the 2 guys into the dog kennel. Then, he took out his phone and called Professor Sunday. Professor Sun, an eagle has come to my house. It was so frightened by the big little creatures that it fainted. Can you take a look at it? Professor Sun agreed very readily. No problem, let's do a video call and see. As soon as the video call connected, Professor Sun was delighted. You really don't even take in ordinary animals. Crested goshawks are a Class 2 protected animal in China. Lin Feng, oh no, I feel like I'm about to become the lowest ranking animal on the farm. No, there's also Wolf Green and Little Black Dog. I'm getting it right. Professor Sun, stop laughing, how can we save him? Professor Sun stopped smiling and said seriously, if you're sure the big dumplings didn't violently attack it, put it in a warm place and let it calm down. If there's no sign of him waking up within 2 hours, contact me again and I'll come over and check on him. No problem, Lin Feng said, hanging up the phone with peace of mind. Then, even in the evening, Professor Sun still came over. Because from morning until dusk, more than 10 hours had passed. Guess what? Hey, he's not awake. Professor Sun arrived at Lin Feng's house carrying large bags of medical equipment. Lin Feng was deeply moved. At this level, they come at the drop of a hat, not caring if it's a small matter. What kind of spirit is that? This is the spirit of serving the people. Professor Sun, after you see this crested goshawk, cook me some midnight snacks, okay? Lin Feng instantly suppressed his emotion and silently stepped aside. The crested eagle is in my room, come and see. Professor Sun took out his stethoscope and first checked the heart rate, finding nothing abnormal. A second check of the body temperature showed it was still normal. Unconvinced, he picked up the eagle again and tried to make it look like it hadn't broken any bones. In the end, Professor Sun had no more options. Well, I'll take it into the city after I finish my late-night snack. I need to get a CT scan and a blood test, there aren't the facilities here. Lin Feng clicked his tongue in surprise. Was it that serious? All right. Just as he was about to go out to cook a late-night snack for Professor Sun, the eagle in the cardboard box moved. It rolled over and smacked its lips. His feet kept kicking in the air. Professor Sun? Wait, why does it look like it's asleep? Lin Feng, wait a minute, I'll go cut some strips of meat for you. Lin Feng ran to the kitchen, cut 2 thumb-sized strips of pork, and placed them next to the crested eagle. In its drowsy state, the crested eagle smelled an extremely fragrant aroma. Chirp, honey, have you made dinner? It couldn't even open its eyes, but it still knew to open its mouth so its mate could feed it. Lin Feng, with utter disgust, it stuffed the strip of meat into the crested eagle's beak. The guy smacked his lips, swallowed it in big gulps, and indicated that he wanted more. The case is solved. Professor Sun suppressed a laugh and said to Lin Feng, it's true that I was scared to death at first, but then I fell asleep. Lin Feng expressed his incomprehension. No, how could a wild crested goshawk be so unguarded? Professor Sun thought for a moment and explained. That's right. Based on our observations, the crested goshawk is an animal that is extremely loving towards its parents. They take meticulous care of their young. Even after the cubs leave the nest to become independent, they will still bring food to their offspring out of concern that the cubs will not have enough to eat. This results in a very heavy burden on each crested eagle parent during the breeding season. Judging from its age, this crested goshawk is old enough to take care of its young. So, it's very likely that it's just tiring. Upon hearing Professor Sun's explanation, Lin Feng suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for the crested eagle. But doesn't that sound a lot like a two-legged creature? After the children grow up, you still need to buy them cars and houses, help them get married, and help take care of their children. Ha! Lin Feng got goosebumps all over his body. Life is tough, even eagles sigh. Professor Sun, I'll go cook. Please wait a moment. Lin Feng went to the kitchen and made a bowl of shredded pork noodles for Professor Sun, while also tearing a large plate of shredded pork for the crested eagle. Hey, wake up, it's time to eat. This time, Lin Feng didn't feed the crested eagle, instead, he hung the shredded meat in front of it. The crested eagle, in its sleep, smelled an extremely fragrant aroma. There was also a gentle voice calling it to eat. Wife? Is that you, wife? Chirp. In my dream, a crested eagle soared in the sky, happily flying towards home. As soon as it got home, it saw its wife holding a rabbit in her mouth, calling it to eat. But it was still a little uneasy before eating it. Chirp, honey, where's the baby? Has the baby eaten? The crested eagle's wife gently told her that the chicks were already good at hunting and that she didn't need to worry about them anymore. But the crested eagle was still worried, flapping its wings as it prepared to go find its young. Before it could even take flight, a bear as big as the sky slapped it with its paw. The slap was so big it covered everything, leaving no room to hide. Chirp, honey, run. I'll hold them off. The crested eagle swooped down at the palm, and then felt a dizzying sensation as the world spun around it. Hey, why are you screaming so pitifully? Wake up, wake up. Lin Feng used his fingers as a slap, slapping the crested eagle one finger at a time. Crested eagle, where did that slap come from? It opened its bewildered eyes, looking left and right. Lin Feng silently poked its beak into the meat plate. Let's give our brains a boost. Crested eagle, oh my god, it smells so good. Now it doesn't care where it's cooked anymore, it just keeps cooking. Lin Feng was somewhat startled as he watched the crested eagle wolfing down its food. Don't let yourself get choked to death here instead of being killed by a bear. Fortunately, Lin Feng's worries did not come true. The guy ate half of it and carefully held the remaining shredded meat in his paws. I can't eat this anymore, I can't eat this anymore. I don't know if my wife and kids have anything to eat. I have to take this back with me. I don't know why, but after listening to Professor Sun's explanation, Lin Feng seemed to understand the crested eagle's behavior. Hey, are you missing your wife and kids back home? The crested eagle stood there stunned for a long time, staring blankly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng cleared his throat. If you don't say anything, I'll assume you're concerned. Well then, don't keep these shredded meats, eat them all. You'll have the strength to go home if you eat them. Then, I'll pack up a big, whole piece of meat for you to take back to your wife and kids. Go and discuss moving with your wife and kids. How about living in my orchard? Lin Feng patiently guided the crested eagle, describing its new home to it. I will build you new houses, with roofs, shelter from the wind and rain, big enough to live in, very big enough. Lin Feng paused for a moment, then turned to look at Professor Sun. How many offspring does a crested goshawk typically have in a nest? Professor Sun stared blankly and said, 3 or 4, I guess. Lin Feng snapped his fingers and smiled at the crested eagle. A big house that can accommodate a family of 6. Little guy, think it over. Professor Sun, holding the bowl, took 2 steps back and asked Jiang Ming, who was silently observing from the side. How long has Lin Feng been acting so strangely? Jiang Ming suppressed a laugh. You didn't think anything of him talking to pandas before, so what's wrong with him talking to crested eagles now? Professor Sun scratched his head and slurped his noodles. Who can resist talking to a giant panda when they see one? But what about a crested eagle? Anyway, Professor Sun felt that he couldn't do it. Moreover, with a brain the size of a finger, can a crested eagle understand Lin Feng's words? It can only be said that Professor Sun underestimated Lin Feng's vision, because Lin Feng had already proactively stuffed the meat into the crested eagle's claws and made the decision. Okay, taking my meat means you've agreed. Go ahead, I'll be waiting for you in that orchard. The crested eagle soared into the sky with a whoosh, and Lin Feng waved goodbye, feeling incredibly happy. Professor Sun realized this too late. Jiang Ming, why does Lin Feng insist on having the crested eagle live in his orchard? Jiang Ming suppressed a laugh. You should know about cost reduction and efficiency improvement, right? Ah, Professor Sun was completely baffled. Jiang Ming laughed out loud and told Professor Sun about the strange things he had seen in the orchard during the day. Professor Sun gave a thumbs up. Wonderful. Whether it's bagging the fruit, spending a lot of money on bird netting, or using ecological methods to drive birds away, nothing compares to letting a crested eagle live there. With a family of crested eagles around, what foolish bird would dare to steal fruit from the forest? The money spent on bird protection suddenly went from hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of yuan to 4 worthless wooden planks. Young people are quick-witted. Professor Sun took a sip of noodles and chewed. I just hope that the crested goshawk can understand. Just as he was feeling sentimental, the door quietly opened, and Wolf Green appeared in front, followed by Little Black Wolf, all sweet and affectionate. At first, Professor Sun didn't think there was anything wrong with it. He hasn't been here in a long time, so it's perfectly normal for the farm to have an extra dog. However, the Little Black Wolf was completely exposed to his watchful eye, and after clearly seeing the shape of its claws, ears, and tail, Professor Sun spat out a mouthful of noodles, sending them flying far away. Puffed. Cough 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 cough. Lin Feng, what's going on? Lin Feng was looking up at the sky when he turned around in surprise and saw Jiang Ming, who had been splashed far away by the soup, and Professor Sun, who seemed to have been electrocuted. Following Professor Sun's finger, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Are you that surprised? Lang Qing found himself a wife. She's Lang Qing's wife? You agreed to that. Professor Sun was completely numb. Just spoil it. This left Lin Feng speechless, and he scratched his head, asking, Wolf Green is so old, what's wrong with him finding a wife? What does that have to do with whether I spoil him or not? Professor Sun paused for a moment, then suddenly realized. You don't know that this black guy is a wolf, do you? A double negative is equivalent to an affirmation. This time it was Lin Feng's turn to jump up. What? Little Black isn't a dog, it's a wolf. Jiang Ming also jumped along. Xiao Hei is a wolf, not a dog. Professor Sun, don't have a heart attack. Everyone has their own expertise. Let me slurp up a bowl of noodles first. Professor Sun felt a little sorry for the noodles he had just spat out, so he quickly took a big slurp, chewed, and said, Ah, Xiao Hei is a wolf, not a dog. Your Wolf Qing has a cross-species romance. Lin Feng remained silent. Lin Feng broke through the defense. Haha, a wolf? If I remember correctly, it's also a nationally protected animal. Professor Sun nodded. Level 2. Lin Feng recalled the time when the crested eagle fainted, and how he protected Lang Qing and the little black dog. No, the little black wolf. So, actually, they don't need it at all. I don't know how to say it, let me have some peace and quiet. Lin Feng silently sat down under the eaves, and after a moment of quiet reflection, looked at Professor Sun, who was nonchalantly slurping his noodles. Wait, Professor Sun, something's not right. Ah. Professor Sun slurped up another mouthful of noodles and looked at Lin Feng with a questioning gaze, asking what was wrong. I understand your surprise when you saw the little black wolf, but why are you so calm now? Lin Feng pointed in the direction of the little black wolf. Aren't you scared? Don't you want to get rid of this black wolf as soon as possible? Professor Sun found it strange. If you're not afraid, why should I be? And what's the point of dealing with it? You already have a giant panda, so isn't it normal for a wolf to come along? Even if a leopard comes along one day, I'd be fine with it. Lin Feng stood up, respectfully took Professor Sun's hand, and pushed the bowl of noodles to his lips. Professor Sun, don't curse me. Come on, have some noodles. Professor Sun smiled slightly. Don't worry, I'll get you the certificate. Lin Feng, Xuan Q. After a long silence, Lin Feng walked over to Wolf Green and quietly called it aside. Come on, let's talk about something. Let's find you a new wife. Before he could finish speaking, Lang Qing jumped up and pressed his paws against Lin Feng's mouth. SHH Master, you can't say that. Do you know how hard it was for me to coax at home? Lin Feng took a few steps back and saw the little black wolf happily pawing at its wolf green toy in the doghouse. He resigned himself to his fate. Professor Sun, do you think there's any reproductive isolation between wolves and dogs? Professor Sun thought for a moment. Wolves and dogs belong to the same genus, family, and order. Moreover, the mainstream view in the market now is that dogs were domesticated from wolves. So it's really hard to say whether they have formed reproductive isolation. Professor Sun's eyes lit up when this was mentioned. Lin Feng, I remember Lang Qing was a police dog, right? Lin Feng nodded. What's wrong? Professor Sun stroked his chin. If Little Black Wolf gives birth to a cub, it will have a soldier as its father and a gangster as its mother that's incredibly powerful. I'm sure no one will dare to mess with your farm in the future. Lin Feng gave Professor Sun a thumbs up, expressing his admiration. Professor Sun, do you have enough noodles? If not, I'll go make you some more. Professor Sun, okay, you want me to shut up? TCH. I've had enough noodles, but I'd like some more shredded meat, he. Professor Sun's expression changed in an instant. After seeing off Professor Sun, who had eaten and drunk his fill, Lin Feng earnestly bowed towards the sky. Thank God, the farm really can't have any more protected animals. Jiang Ming, who witnessed everything. Garlic bird, Brother Feng has had a tough time too, time to sleep. For the next few days, Jiang Ming waited for the sample test results. Lin Feng, on the other hand, focused solely on building nests for the crested goshawks. It's uncertain whether the crested goshawk understood. However, the difference between leaving the nest unoccupied and having an eagle arrive only to find the promised nest missing is significant. Let's do it. Lin Feng wasn't afraid of doing something futile, since he still had online accounts, so he could just use them as material. After filming the nest building process, I posted it online. Lin Feng was also surprised, as this directly triggered a small frenzy among his fans. The missing person has finally returned. Hey blogger, you finally remembered you had an account, huh? I've practically worn out your old video archives. Where am I? Why are there so many birds? White-throat laughing thrush, yellow-breasted weaver, blue-throat sunbird, wedge-tailed green pigeon. Wow, I'm a bird photography enthusiast, and I haven't been able to collect all these birds even after years of honing my skills, and here they are in one video, in one shot. The key question is, how can they coexist peacefully when they belong to different species? Answer me. Sobbing, the blogger even made such a big nest, it must be to give them a home, so touching. Lin Feng took a moment to read the comments, then scratched his head. Fortunately, the video description didn't mention that it was for building a nest for crested eagles. Even more fortunately, no one tried anything malicious with these birds. Those weird and wonderful names, every single one of them sounds like a death sentence. It's still more effective to use magic to counterattack. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head, putting away his phone. He noticed it was getting late and it was time to cook. Just as she stepped into the kitchen, Jiang Ming rushed in from outside. As he ran, he waved something at Lin Feng. Brother Feng, the test results for the sample I sent last time are in. So fast. Lin Feng quickly wiped his hands on his apron and strode towards Jiang Ming. What was the result? Lin Feng looked at the package in Jiang Ming's hand with great anticipation. If this test can uncover even a trace of the secret of the spiritual soil, then these samples will not have been given away in vain. Jiang Ming, also filled with anticipation, wiped his hands again and again before carefully tearing open the package seal. 5 top domestic laboratories worked on this urgently. Now we should have a clue about the secret to how strong and healthy the seedlings are, right? As the report was opened, the two heads huddled together, carefully reading it. Lin Feng didn't care about anything else, all he cared about was where the spirit of the spirit land lay. As a result, he was very disappointed. According to the soil test report, it only shows that this area of land is rich in inorganic substances such as potassium, phosphorus, sulfur, and iron. Its organic matter content is comparable to that of black soil in the north, but that's about it. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze and pondered to himself. The spiritual energy and other such things described in novels may still be too advanced for current scientific understanding. Jiang Ming, who was more concerned about the condition of the rice seedlings, exclaimed in surprise. Brother Feng, according to the report, the growth rate of our farm's crops far exceeds the upper limit of this variety, which may indicate a mutation. Mutations. A slight smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. If we could supply the market with mutated seeds, wouldn't that be a form of patriotism in a roundabout way? Jiang Ming nodded, already envisioning the future. According to Professor Li's calculations, our farm's crops may mature half a month to a month earlier than the market. Do you know how much more money the farm can make from this time difference? Not to mention they can also sell seeds. Brother Feng, you've struck it rich. Jiang Ming looked at Lin Feng with a jealous gaze. For others, starting a farm is a life or death struggle, but for Brother Feng, starting a farm was a completely accidental success. Sure enough, when someone is incredibly lucky, money comes chasing after them. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming immediately bowed respectfully to Lin Feng. Brother Feng, if you become rich and powerful, don't forget me. Lin Feng found Jiang Ming amusing, but still nodded in agreement. Yeah, Jiang, keep up the good work, I'll never forget your contributions to the farm. Jiang Ming nodded his head vigorously, like a pecking motion, while Lin Feng opened his mouth steadily. Oh, right, there's something I need you to do right now, what do you think? Jiang Ming, in a dramatic display, nodded obsequiously. Please speak, please speak. The work on the farm is almost over, it's time to tidy up the house. I bought some flower seedlings and put them in the backyard. Plant them in the yard and make the yard look nicer. Jiang Ming clapped his hands on his sleeves. Yes, sir. After saying that, the two smiled at each other, and Jiang Ming immediately found something for Lin Feng to do. I'll clean the house, so please don't complain. Take advantage of the current off-season for farming, and carry some seeds in your pocket, such as common medicinal herbs, flowers and grasses, or even weeds. Just as you stroll around the farm, you sprinkle it on the ground. This is called artificial propagation of soil-covered crops. Increasing farm biodiversity can effectively reduce water loss from the land surface and provide a variety of food for the animals at home. Jiang Ming pointed in the direction of the chicken coop at home. I saw that the chicks and ducklings at home have started laying eggs, so I'm giving them some extra nutrition. Lin Feng had no problem with this and immediately gave an okay sign. He knew that the chicks and ducklings had laid eggs. 2 more food items were provided to Officer Lin and his team, and they were well received. They say that their eggs, whether chicken or duck, have no fishy smell at all and have a very delicate texture. They simply handed the eggs to Lin Feng. As a result, Lin Feng could only eat wild eggs sporadically. We don't even have enough eggs from our own chickens and ducks to eat, we can only eat wild food. I'm worried. Also, I haven't seen Zhou Cheng during the last few deliveries, and I miss my old classmate a bit. Lin Feng was just like Cao, who appeared out of nowhere. Just as he was wandering around the farm, scattering seeds everywhere, Zhou Cheng walked towards him. Lin Feng, doesn't your family have a lot of protected wild animals? You must have a lot of experience in raising protected animals, right? Lin Feng paused in his act of welcoming his old friend, turned around, and groped in front of him with both hands. Why am I sleepwalking? I need to go back. Zhou Cheng, haven't seen you for a few days, my friend, you've changed for the worse. Lin Feng, brother Feng. Zhou Cheng caught up with him, flashing a standard 10-tooth smile, and forced a fawning grin. I have no other choice but to beg you. Take a look at this peregrine falcon first. Zhou Cheng lifted the cover of the cage in his hand and placed it in front of Lin Feng. Now Lin Feng has no choice but to look. What's wrong with it? The peregrine falcon in Zhou Cheng's hand was perched on the cage bar, curled up like a ball, although its beak is hard and not upturned. But for some reason, Lin Feng felt that it was like an angry human child, with an oil bottle hanging from its mouth. Lin Feng smiled. Why does it seem so angry? Zhou Cheng covered it back up with the cloth and sighed. You should know that the peregrine falcon's signature move is its swooping attack, right? Lin Feng nodded. Of course he knew. The peregrine falcon was a renowned aerial bomber, with a dive speed reportedly faster than a high-speed train. No prey can escape its high-speed collision. Lin Feng once watched a documentary about a goose, the tyrant of a village, which was killed instantly when a peregrine falcon rammed its neck into it. It even dared to provoke the eagle. Anyway, he's just a reckless brute who thinks he's so tough, but he's the kind of guy who'd try crashing into something and see what happens. So this is? Zhou Cheng was stunned and then laughed. He messed up. It originally intended to run over the goose our team bought to stew, but it didn't know the glass was there and just crashed into it. The glass broke, and it became dizzy. Lin Feng's mouth gradually opened wider. Poor peregrine falcon, so, it crashed and got into trouble, and needs to be brought here to recuperate? Zhou Cheng shook his head vigorously. If that's what you're saying, then haven't I tricked you into coming here? Don't worry, we took him to the hospital for a checkup right away. He wasn't injured at all, he was just knocked unconscious. Lin Feng was now at a loss. If that's the case, why don't you just release them on the spot? Zhou Cheng sighed. That's what the doctor told us at the time, and that's exactly where the problem lies. After we released it, this guy held a grudge against our team's glass and started hitting it every day. Sigh. Now the team has switched to paper windows. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but burst out laughing. Haha, is this guy really that mean? Zhou Cheng shrugged. We had no choice but to catch it and lock it up, but once it was locked up, it stopped eating and drinking. I had no other choice. I remembered that you have all kinds of animals here, and they all eat with great gusto, so I came to beg you. Brother, please help me. As he said this, Zhou Chengdu was on the verge of tears. Let it go. This wretched thing keeps hitting glass. They can't just stop using glass, can they? It's not that we can't afford to replace it, glass isn't a rare commodity these days. However, transporting glass in the difficult mountain roads of the protected area is a technical job. The problem lies with their driver, a former soldier who drives with a wild and efficient style. If you bring back a truckload of glass, you'll be lucky to get even 3 usable pieces. Replacing the glass didn't work, so they suggested arresting it, locking it up for a few days to scare it. Well, it just stopped eating and drinking. They seemed determined to take the forest police brigade down with them. This is a Class 2 protected animal in China, and part of the duties of forest rangers is to protect animals. This bug was also caused by a bird getting stuck. Seeing Zhou Cheng's tearful expression, Lin Feng suppressed a laugh. Come back with me first, and let's try feeding you some meat. The two returned to the courtyard, where Lin Feng sliced a plate of meat strips, dipped them in spiritual water, and served it. The peregrine falcon's cage was covered with cloth, but the cloth couldn't hide the smell. The peregrine falcon's eyes lit up at the smell of the ling shui meat strips, and it began to fidget restlessly in its cage. What does it smell like? It smells so good. However, as soon as Zhou Cheng lifted the cloth, the peregrine falcon immediately resumed its sullen appearance. So what if it smells good? Our motto is, nobody should have a good time. Let's see who can outlast whom. Humph. Zhou Cheng clearly noticed that the peregrine falcon was being lured by the food, but when he lifted the cloth, it was still in this dead state. What's wrong with you eating something? You're just being selfish and hurting others, you know? I'll just keep insulting you to death. The peregrine falcon that heard the insults. Come on, my head's right here. Go ahead and kill me if you dare. It tilted its head and crashed into the birdcage post. Zhou Cheng was shocked. No, no, no. I'll open the cage for you, please open the cage, okay? Daddy. When the cage was opened, the peregrine falcon collapsed inside, its eyes rolling back in its head. Hey, I'm just messing around, I'm not going outside. Zhou Cheng broke down. Lin Feng held him down. Alright, I'll try to communicate with it. As he spoke, Lin Feng moved the plate of meat in his hand closer to the front. Little one, come here, look at this. The peregrine falcon rolled over and stared at the meat on the plate. It's just meat, right? Even dogs don't, huh? The next second, Lin Feng quickly stuffed a strip of meat into the peregrine falcon's mouth. It would have been fine if they hadn't tasted it, but once they did, the peregrine falcon couldn't help but swallow it. Eat it. If the dog won't eat it, I will. Chewing, I must say, this stuff, chewing, smells pretty good. As the meat strip slid smoothly down his stomach, the peregrine falcon couldn't help but stand on tiptoe and look at Lin Feng's plate. They're all yours, might as well eat them. Lin Feng smiled and piled the meat from the plate under the peregrine falcon's feet. Peregrine falcon, hesitating for even a second, is disrespectful to the food. Let's show off. Watching the peregrine falcon wolf down its food, Zhou Cheng gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. I knew you had a way. I was so scared, I was really afraid it would starve to death. Judging from its appearance, it should be fine. As he spoke, Lin Feng reached out and touched the feathers on the peregrine falcon's head, feeling the smooth texture, and smiled. Hey kid, for the sake of the food, don't break his windows again, okay? Peregrine falcon, you think you can just say you won't fight and then you won't? Lin Feng, if you hadn't broken the glass, you could still eat this meat later. Peregrine falcon, you say we won't fight, so we won't, bro. The peregrine falcon affectionately nuzzled Lin Feng's fingers, leaving Zhou Cheng dumbfounded. I have a feeling it agreed to your request? Lin Feng smiled. I also feel like it has agreed to my request. As he spoke, Lin Feng picked up the birdcage and hung it under the eaves, the cage door still open. Let it stay with me and observe it for a few days. Zhou Cheng nodded, showing great understanding. The feeding fee will be deposited into your account on time until it returns to the forest on its own. Lin Feng waved his hand. No rush, let's see how many days it can stay with me. It is a bird of prey, it belongs to the sky, it's hard to say how many meals it will get here. Zhou Cheng didn't argue with Lin Feng on this point and nodded. Hey, just remember the time, we'll settle everything then. Oh, right, there's one more thing I need your help with. Upon hearing the last sentence, Lin Feng instantly became alert. What, are there other birds? No. Zhou Cheng shook his head vigorously, a fawning smile on his face. I heard you have wild eggs here, can you sell me some? Lin Feng, your team has bought up all the chicken and duck eggs from my farm, and now you're even eyeing my food rations. That's going too far. Don't I deserve to eat an egg? Zhou Cheng, brother, I'll pay 5 yuan each. Lin Feng, actually, it's not that I can't eat factory-farmed eggs. After smoothly selling the wild eggs to Zhou Cheng, Lin Feng hummed a song as he watched him leave the farm. Looking back, I saw the birdcage swaying under the eaves. The peregrine falcon was flapping its wings inside. Let's stop pretending, we want to live more comfortably. The peregrine falcon's home renovation plan is not much different from the human's home renovation plan. The first thing to do was to transform that hard bedboard into a comfortable and soft one. Should we find something to put under our feet? The peregrine falcon looked left and right, then set its sights on the little dumpling sitting obediently in the yard eating fruit. Wow, what a big fluffy ball. I'll get some fluffy pads for it. With a flap of its wings, the peregrine falcon swooped down and landed silently behind the little dumpling. Let the falcon observe. The peregrine falcon's eyes darted around. The little dumpling chewed away without realizing it. The peregrine falcon relaxed and stealthily approached its target by alternating its hooves. The peregrine falcon tentatively stretched out a foot and grabbed the feathers on the baby's rump. I'm kidding. The peregrine falcon effortlessly tugged at a tuft of feathers from the little ball of milk. Okay, do the same with the other claw. Having received 2 large handfuls of fluffy peregrine falcons, I happily flew back to my cage. Of course, 2 claws alone are not enough, so the peregrine falcon began its arduous collection activities. Bear fur +1 +1 +1 +1. Lin Feng saw the peregrine falcon's behavior through the window. Considering the recent hot weather and the fact that the kittens were shedding their fur, he didn't intend to stop them. Let's just think of the peregrine falcon as a diligent groomer. Lin Feng defines the peregrine falcon as hardworking, but the peregrine falcon itself doesn't think so. After going back and forth several times, it got annoyed. No, we need to take more at once. This time, the peregrine falcon no longer tentatively tried to grab it. Instead, it forcefully inserted its left foot and kicked hard with its right. They looked like they wanted to pick up a bear and stuff it into a cage to make a bed. Suddenly, the little dumpling felt a pain in its bottom, barked, and jumped up, clutching its bottom. Who pecked my butt? The little dumpling, clutching a bamboo leaf in its mouth, turned around and saw the peregrine falcon it had thrown away. Feeling guilty, the peregrine falcon kicked away the feathers in its claws, pretended to look at the sky, and slowly moved away. The little dumpling blinked its eyes and rubbed its bottom. Wah-ah-ah. Hey, what do you want my fur for? The peregrine falcon lowered its head. We didn't hear anything or see anything. It was sneaking towards the eaves when it was suddenly blocked by a black bear paw. The peregrine falcon was taken aback. At this moment, the bear paw opened, and in the palm was a large tuft of white bear fur. Looking up along the bear's fur, you see the baby's smiling face. I don't know what you want my hair for, but here you go. The peregrine falcon's eyes slowly widened. Hey, there are such kind, cute, smart, and intelligent bears in the world. I want to be with you, falcon. So, when the big dumpling returned, a strange scene unfolded in the house. The little dumpling sat under the shade of a tree, a large rooster perched on its shoulder, leisurely watching the clouds drift across the sky. The little dumpling sat behind its mother, a peregrine falcon perched on its shoulder, also looking at the blue sky and white clouds, its little feet twitching. His playing with birds, isn't that one of the ways that wealthy young men squandered their fortunes in ancient times? Lin Feng stared at the 4 figures' backs for a moment, then suddenly realized. Oh, modern times aren't ancient times, and pandas aren't people. Wait, people are even less intelligent than bears. Humans are indeed inferior to bears. Bears can play with birds and daydream. And people also need to manage the farm. Lin Feng and Zhang Ming were busy searching for the treasure. The crested eagle that accepted Lin Feng's gift has already moved into the orchard with its family. With their addition, they successfully drove away the dense swarms of birds from the orchard. After the flock of birds left, the beehives placed in the orchard slowly began to stir. The buzzing little bees diligently shuttle through the orchard, tirelessly pollinating the fruit trees. With their help, every branch of the huge orchard is full of small, green fruits. With the work in the orchard finished, the rapeseed and pasture on the farm are now blooming in profusion. The fields of golden rapeseed flowers and pale purple wildflowers dazzled the little bees. The bee colonies shuttled among them, collecting honey endlessly. Some of the little ones were so tired that they fell asleep right there in the flower stamens, weighing down the flower branches. Every time Lin Feng saw him, he would go up and help him up, afraid that the sleeping guy would fall. Thanks to the hard work of the bees, the honey harvest was bountiful. After selling 2 batches of local honey, which filled my pockets, the harvest season for the farm's crops has arrived. The first crop harvested was potatoes. Lin Feng contacted a team online that specializes in harvesting potatoes. According to the team's product showcase, they work using potato harvesters. As soon as the machine passed through the ground, the round potatoes buried underground were neatly turned up. All you need to do is follow behind the machine and pick up the food with a basket or backpack. Before making the contact, Lin Feng had a perfect plan. He could harvest his 2 acres of land in an afternoon. They even turned over the entire plot of land, ensuring that the subsequent planting on these 2 acres wouldn't be delayed at all. However, after making the contact, Lin Feng was completely numb. People complained that there wasn't enough land and the journey was too long, so they didn't come. Looking at his 2 acres of potatoes, Lin Feng used his hoe as a walking stick, feeling that his back was about to give out. In crucial moments, we still have to rely on Jiang Ming. Brother Feng, look how worried you are. Go back. My juniors are already on their way. Lin Feng blinked, hesitating. Is it what I think it means? It means exactly what you think. How much? It's free. Wouldn't that make us the wicked landlords who exploit our junior classmates? Looking at Lin Feng's innocent face, Jiang Ming smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Have you forgotten the test report? Most of the crops on your farm are suspected of mutation. My junior classmates are racking their brains for their graduation projects. Now they're begging to come here, just to get first-hand information. At this moment, Lin Feng also recalled the time when he wrote his graduation thesis until he went bald. For the sake of your juniors, I shall respectfully accept your offer. 2 days later, more than a dozen graduate students from agricultural universities arrived at Lin Feng's farm. The students gathered at Lin Feng's house watched with excitement as the giant panda leisurely ate bamboo in the yard. Wow, giant pandas, such cute creatures. Even eating bamboo leaves is so cute, it melts my heart. The whispers reached Lin Feng's ears, bringing a knowing smile to his face. He knew that giant pandas could rule over humanity. But the next second, the style changed. It looks so relaxed, I really want to catch it and use it to write a paper. Not only do we have to write papers, but we also have to do experiments, constantly chasing after the results, making its dark circles grow infinitely larger. He, do you think a panda that's so anxious about its studies that it's going bald can still be cute? Lin Feng almost choked on his own saliva. Giant pandas still cannot rule over humanity. Because humans are truly terrifying. Finally, Jiang Ming's appearance interrupted everyone's conversation. Everyone, get to your positions, grab your hoes, and let's go. There's not much land, just 2 acres. I'll try to finish it in 1 afternoon. Then, please remember to record which data you need. Jiang Ming, the senior, is quite influential. As soon as he speaks, the students all get moving. This was their own land, and Lin Feng was very concerned about it, so he picked up a hoe and went to help. Harvesting potatoes by hand is completely different from harvesting them by machine. Machine harvesting is a miracle of sheer force. As long as you plow deep enough, all the potatoes will obediently come out. However, manual harvesting involves turning over the soil with a hoe, furrow by furrow, to uncover the potatoes buried underground. If you use brute force, you might not be able to turn it over completely even if you work yourself to death. It requires experience and skills. Fortunately, all the students who came were agricultural students. They might not have enough experience in other areas, but their experience in farming was excellent. Once they arrived at the field, everyone got to work in an orderly manner. Lin Feng was not to be outdone and charged straight to the front. Then, with a hoe strike, a crisp crack was heard, and with another forceful stroke, half a potato was pulled out. The dirty mud from the field was directly smeared onto the cut surface. Although the potato was bigger than Lin Feng's palm and looked very good, Lin Feng knew it wouldn't sell. No one buying potatoes would pick out potatoes that are broken in half, or even those with torn skin. Classmates, let's add potatoes to our dinner tonight, ha ha ha. Lin Feng chuckled a few times and swung his hoe again. Click! The familiar sound of digging up a potato rang out again. It's okay, it's okay. Lin Feng comforted himself in his heart. It's just a few spoiled potatoes. There are over a dozen of us, can't we even finish these potatoes? It's my first time harvesting potatoes, so I'm still a bit clumsy, but I'll get used to it. Lin Feng didn't dare to look at the eyes of his classmates and muttered to himself. Jiang Ming cleared his throat, silently grasped Lin Feng's hand as he wielded the hoe, and said with a sincere expression, "Brother, there are more than a dozen of us who need to eat. Why don't you go back and prepare? Leave this place to us." There was something Jiang Ming didn't dare say. If you dig one up and destroy it, it will affect the statistics work of the younger students. What are we going to do then? Jiang Ming started giving winks to the students around him. The students were very quick to agree and chimed in. "Brother Feng, we're here, you can go back now. I heard from senior brother John before I came that you cook exceptionally well. I'm really looking forward to it. You should go back and prepare. We promise to keep all the potatoes safe for you." Lin Feng nodded and readily put down his hoe. Everyone has their own area of expertise. Those who are not experts should not instruct those who are. As soon as Lin Feng stopped, the students naturally raised their hoes. A true expert skill is immediately apparent. There was no crack sound from the field, only one round potato after another rolling out. Jiang Ming was the first to dig up a big one. Looking at the potato that had broken through the soil and landed at his feet, its size 42 feet, almost the same as his own. Jiang Ming clicked his tongue in amazement. "Oh my god, come here, look at this, he. Jiang Ming nudged the classmate next to him with his elbow and then moved his foot. As the students next to them turned their heads, their hoes were not idle either, and another big guy was dug out. Senior brother, this one is even bigger, as big as your head. Jiang Ming." At this moment, a chorus of sounds also rose from the side. "Holy crap! I almost ruined it, this potato looks like an eggplant. My body is round, like a plate. Isn't this Feng's first time running a farm? He's not even good at digging potatoes, how did he grow such big potatoes?" While the students were puzzled, their gazes turned to Jiang Ming, who had been staying on the farm. "Senior brother, could it be that Brother Feng couldn't have used growth promoters? If we use that thing, all our hard work will be for nothing. Yeah, when the test results come out, we'll all be crying our eyes out in the bathroom." Faced with questions and doubts stemming from a lack of understanding, Jiang Ming's voice was resolute. Absolutely no growth promoters were used, or rather, absolutely no chemicals were used. I swear. Looking at Jiang Ming with his 4 fingers pointing upwards, everyone was silent for 2 seconds, then their enthusiasm suddenly surged. "Damn! Whether we can find a research topic depends on this. Let's go for graduation." Amidst the fervor, Jiang Ming put down his hoe and made a phone call to Professor Li. "Teacher, it's a real loss that you didn't lead the team this time." Professor Li on the other end of the phone? Jiang Ming looked at the huge potatoes scattered on the ground and sighed. "Because I think Lin Feng's potatoes might break the record for yield per acre." Professor Li suddenly perked up. "No, judging from the timeline, you should have just arrived at the farm, right? How can you say such a thing? Are you confident? Just so you know, this year's record potato yield per acre is a whopping 13,500 jin. It caused a sensation throughout the entire Academy of Agricultural Sciences." Hearing this, even though he knew Professor Li couldn't see him over the phone, Jiang Ming still nodded seriously. "Teacher Li, although I am a bit greedy and playful, you know I never joke about serious matters." Squatting down, Jiang Ming deliberately picked out a smaller potato and weighed it in his hand. "I estimate that the potatoes in Lin Feng's family weigh no less than 3 pounds each on average." After a pause, Jiang Ming took the initiative to emphasize. "Teacher, I meant 3 jin, not 3 liang." Professor Li was completely numb on the other end of the phone. "I was just curious and helped a farm. Could this farm be the highlight of my career? I do regret not leading the team this time. Lin Feng's family only has 2 acres of potatoes, and it's too late to fly over there now. Jiang Ming, keep a close eye on things. Next time, I'll lead the team myself." Jiang Ming nodded before hanging up the phone, leaving Professor Li scratching his head and running around the office in a panic. Meanwhile, the students in the field made a new discovery. "Wu Yang, you also participated in the potato harvest on Professor Li's side, right?" A boy with a buzz cut squatted down, picked up a potato, wiped the dirt off his clothes, and then took a juicy bite. After taking a bite, he showed the cut surface to the skinny boy next to him. "Look at the core of this potato. Isn't it much yellower than the core of Professor Li's potato?" Wu Yang, a student with a slender build, nodded after careful observation. "That's right. This means that the starch content of these potatoes is higher than that of the potatoes in Professor Li's experimental field. That's strange, aren't they the same species?" At this moment, Wang Li, the man with the buzz cut, took a bite of a potato and tasted a sweet flavor on his tongue. "The taste is different too, this one is sweeter." Wu Yang paused for a moment, but without disliking Wang Li, he opened his mouth and took a bite of the potato, chewing and chewing. "Yeah, hey, good news. Although we haven't submitted it for testing yet, it seems like we have a research topic." The 2 classmates smiled at each other and shared the potato, taking turns eating it. Jiang Ming witnessed this scene from the side, and tried to hold back, but finally couldn't help himself. "Students, when you plant potatoes, you use only farmyard manure, that manure, poured in baskets, and you don't wash it off? Is that really okay?" Wu Yang and Wang Li, seeing their faces gradually turn pale, Jiang Ming smiled. "Oh, it's not as smelly as you think. You know about Panda Qingtuan, right? It has a bamboo leaf fragrance." It would have been better if they hadn't explained. Once they did, both Wu Yang and Wang Li blurted out their surprise. "It's not that I have a problem with the Qingtuan, a type of glutinous rice dumpling, made from giant pea. But once this description comes out, I can't help but think about how feces are formed. And Lin Feng is too honest. He really doesn't use any fertilizer at all." Jiang Ming explained that chemical fertilizers damage the land, and those who don't run ecological farms wouldn't understand. After this little incident, no one wanted to touch the sweet potatoes anymore. Basket after basket of potatoes were being carried into Lin Feng's warehouse. After drying in a well-ventilated, dark warehouse for 2 days, they can be sold to passing vegetable vendors. The hard work of the past few months is about to turn into a bountiful harvest of money. However, looking at the potatoes scattered all over the ground, Lin Feng was somewhat worried. These potatoes are huge. They were so big they didn't look like normal potatoes. They looked like they'd been injected with some kind of hormones they shouldn't have. Will the buyer be able to pay? Brother Feng, why are you frowning even though it's a bumper harvest? Jiang Ming, who had returned carrying a large basket of potatoes, poured the potatoes on the ground and, wiping his sweat, asked Lin Feng, I'm afraid I won't be able to sell them. Lin Feng pointed to the potatoes on the ground and told Jiang Ming about his concerns. Finally, he tentatively sought Jiang Ming's opinion. I asked the village secretary, and he said that in previous years, the purchase price of potatoes here was around 60 cents. What do you say? If the situation I'm worried about happens, I'll lower the price and sell it for 4 cents, how about that? This year we've built up the farm's reputation, and next year I'll sell at the normal price. Only then did Lin Feng truly understand the hardships of farming. Agricultural products really aren't fetching good prices. If Professor Li hadn't provided the potato seeds for free this year, we would have lost money. If I had known that this spiritual soil and water would be so effective, I should have been more careful with how much I used. Lost in his frustration, Lin Feng didn't notice Jiang Ming's ghost-like expression. No, Brother Feng, I beg you, please don't. These potatoes all need to be sent for testing. Let's wait for the test results before we talk about selling them, okay? Jiang Ming was completely baffled by Lin Feng's lack of expertise. What's the difference between this and a handsome man saying he's not good enough for a woman like Dong Shi who imitates Shi? No, Brother Feng, I absolutely will not allow you to degrade yourself like this. Jiang Ming patiently explained to Lin Feng. Brother Feng, there's a testing agency in our industry that specializes in connecting farms and consumers. As long as your agricultural products pass their tests, then don't even mention 5 or 6 cents. The selling price can be more than 10 times higher than the ordinary market price. At that time, these potatoes can easily sell for 5 or 6 yuan each. All you need to do is provide a small sample and wait patiently, okay? Lin Feng gave Jiang Ming a thumbs up, and his brow completely relaxed. When it comes to running a farm, you need professionals like you. I don't have that kind of connection. Jiang Ming, bro, I didn't feel like I was being praised at all. On the contrary, I felt extremely insulted. Lin Feng didn't notice Jiang Ming's complicated expression. Having just resolved a major burden in his heart, he was somewhat impatient. What's the name of that organization? Just tell me, I'll send the samples there. Life is tough, Jiang Ming sighed. Brother, that testing agency charges a lot. So what happened? Lin Feng was puzzled. If you want to sell it for a good price, you can't skimp on the testing fees. Jiang Ming took a deep breath and whispered. When Professor Li gets your sample, he will naturally send a copy over. So, Professor Li will pay for the testing, right? Lin Feng, Professor Li, you have a good student. Okay, then I won't contact any buyers anymore. I'll just wait for Professor Li's news. Lin Feng squatted down in front of the potatoes, picked out some that didn't look very appealing, and said to Jiang Ming, It's getting late, I need to start cooking. I can't help with digging potatoes, but I'll make sure you eat well. When it came to food, Jiang Ming swallowed incredibly loudly. What should we eat tonight? Local specialty braised potatoes, plus braised pork and spinach and tofu soup. Jiang Ming was already sore all over from carrying potatoes back and forth, so he was chatting with Lin Feng to relieve his fatigue. Hearing the menu immediately filled me with enthusiasm. Brother Feng, people who do manual labor eat a lot, so do more. Jiang Ming happily skipped out, while Lin Feng shook his head and went to the kitchen. Freshly dug potatoes don't need a peeler at all. If you rub it with a loofah sponge in water, the skin will come off, revealing the yellowish body inside. Lin Feng looked at it again and again, and was extremely satisfied. Heat oil in a wok, add locally fermented soybean paste, and stir-fry until fragrant. Add a few bunches of chive leaves and a few fresh Sichuan peppercorns, then stir-fry for a few seconds. It has the aroma of soybean paste, the rich flavor of chives, and the fresh numbing sensation of Sichuan peppercorns. Now throw the potatoes into the pot, stir-fry them a few times with a spatula, and fry them for a while so that each potato is coated with sauce. Finally, add enough water to cover the potatoes, cover the pot, and start stewing. This dish is so good that even local children can make it perfectly. Lin Feng focused on the braised pork. Place the pork belly in a pot of cold water, add ginger slices and knotted scallions to remove the fishy smell, and blanch it to remove the blood foam. After rinsing and cleaning, cut the pieces into mahjong tile sizes and set aside. In a separate pot, pour in oil and rock sugar, and let them slowly blend together under the magic of the flames, transforming into a smooth and delicate mixture. Then add the prepared pork belly, stir-fry, and add scallions, ginger, and spices. Stewing pork belly is not as easy as stewing potatoes. You must use a clay pot. Glug glug glug. In the kitchen, the lids of the clay pot and the iron pot were being pushed around by the steam, making them dance. The aroma of potatoes and meat is irresistible. Big and small dumplings, Wolf Green, and Little Black Wolf squatted outside together, all drooling. The aroma travels through them and, carried by the wind, reaches the fields. What's that smell? It smells so good. Judging from the direction of the wind, it seems to be coming from Lin Feng's house. Holy crap, I want to eat this. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Jiang Ming raised his arm and shouted, "Classmates, this is the last bit. Roll up your sleeves and get to work. We'll eat when we're done. Yay! Do it! Do it! Do it!" The aroma visibly boosted everyone's work enthusiasm and speed. Those weighing, filling out forms, taking photos, and tidying up samples were all bustling about. Holding a handful of data, Jiang Ming was the first to return to the courtyard. He struggled to squeeze through the four animals to reach Lin Feng's side, and with a thud, he slammed the documents face down on the table. Jiang Ming spoke smugly. "Brother Feng, do you know how many potatoes you got from 1 acre of land?" In Jiang Ming's imagination, his move was dashing and handsome. Unfortunately, due to excessive saliva production, his speech became somewhat slurred at the end. So much so that Lin Feng didn't even notice the smugness in his tone. The potatoes that were sent back all look pretty good. There should be around 3, 4, 5, 6,000 caddies. Since it was Lin Feng's first time harvesting potatoes, he wasn't sure what to do and could only vaguely describe the process. "You're really cautious." After making a sarcastic remark, Jiang Ming revealed the correct answer. 16,100 jin per mu, 16,800 jin per mu. "Oh." Lin Feng nodded, casually walked past Jiang Ming, lifted the pot lid, and stirred the pork belly. As soon as the pot lid was lifted, the aroma bomb exploded directly in Jiang Ming's nostrils, leaving him speechless. "Oh, smells good. Wait, what was I going to say?" After swallowing hard several times, Jiang Ming managed to turn his thoughts back to the potatoes. Brother, why are you so calm? Before your potatoes were harvested, the highest potato yield per mu this year was 13,500 jin, and you exceeded that by 3,300 jin. Lin Feng nodded. "As expected, I lacked experience and gave too much spiritual soil and water. I'll have to be more careful next year. We need to be careful with the crops that are about to ripen." Jiang Ming was dumbfounded when he saw Lin Feng's calm expression. "Oh, no, you're making me seem very ignorant." Lin Feng uncovered another pot. "Jiang Ming, when shall we eat?" Lin Feng pointed outside. "Dinner is ready. Let's set up the table." Jiang Ming, "Okay." The table was set up, and Jiang Ming directed the students to wash their hands and take their seats. There were fewer than 20 people, but Lin Feng still divided them into 2 tables, serving dishes and rice to both sides in large bowls. The moment the lid was lifted from the pot, the atmosphere of hunger instantly reached its peak. Everyone's stomachs were rumbling loudly. "Wow, senior brother Jiang, do you usually eat this well? You've truly embodied the saying, make a fortune quietly. Senior brother Jiang, you're a real scoundrel. By the way, there aren't any spots available for those staying behind?" Those who don't understand are still lamenting, while those who do understand have already gotten started. As one person made the move, the others shouted beast, and the chopsticks were immediately put to the test. Clang, clatter, crash. Lin Feng had anticipated this scene, so he served the food he had saved for himself and sat down with the big dumpling and the others. The little dumplings are the best, they don't steal food or swear. A short while later, Jiang Ming also came over with a bowl, which was overflowing with meat and potatoes, showing that he was also experienced. "Brother Feng, your potatoes are so delicious, there's no need for testing. I feel there must be a mutation, it's just a matter of finding out which gene sequences have changed." As he was speaking, Wu Yong and Wang Li also came over with bowls, flanking Jiang Ming on either side. Wu Yong spoke first. "Talking about mutations? Brother Feng, senior brother Jiang, we both feel that we've got a direction for our thesis." Wang Li nodded seriously, gesturing in the air with his hand. "Professor Li also harvested this variety, but it's only this big. Feng's is this big." Jiang Ming's gaze was drawn to the movements of Wang Li's hands. In the blink of an eye, Wu used his chopsticks to snatch a piece of braised pork from Jiang Ming's bowl. Lin Feng, who silently witnessed everything. After succeeding, Wu Yong spoke in an exaggerated tone. "Wang Li, you missed a point, the taste is different too. Professor Li's potatoes not only lack the creamy texture of Brother Feng's, but also lack a certain aroma that I can't quite describe. Senior brother Jiang, everyone says you have an exceptionally keen sense of smell. Tell me, what does this taste like that I can't describe?" Jiang Ming looked at Wu Yong and thought about it seriously for a moment. In that brief moment, Wang Li's chopsticks appeared with lightning speed. Jiang Ming's braised pork in his bowl. 1. Lin Feng silently picked up the bowl and walked away. "If a fight breaks out later, don't let the blood splatter on me. After taking a couple of steps, Lin Feng realized something was wrong. If the blood can't be splattered on me, then is it okay if it splatters on Big Dumpling and the others? Unfortunately, he didn't have time to go back and save the Big Dumpling and the others. Zhang Ming's roar had already begun. Wu Yong, Wang Li, I will never forgive you too. The sound was so loud that it startled a flock of birds in the woods behind the courtyard. The Big Dumpling and the Little Dumpling barked and ran towards Lin Feng in unison. Two-legged creatures, how terrifying. After a chaotic scene, Zhang Ming slumped into a chair, tears welling in his eyes, staring at the sky. It was as if they were bearing a weight that life could not bear. If it weren't for his swollen belly being so obvious, Lin Feng would have thought that a beggar had been robbed and had gone through 3 days of begging and countless hardships to finally get 2 pieces of braised pork. The other students weren't much better off. One by one, they collapsed on the ground or under the eaves, completely losing their composure. If Lin Feng hadn't personally prepared this meal, there wouldn't be a single problem. He even thought the food had been poisoned. All the words I could say in the end can be summed up in one sigh. These students are suffering so much. It's like they've never had a full meal. However, that's not all. Lin Feng's sympathy reached its peak when he learned that everyone was sleeping in tents on the farm that night. Why sleep in a tent? There are enough beds for 5 or 6 people at my house. I'll go to the village and find some relatives. I'll make sure everyone has a bed to sleep in. Lin Feng stopped everyone from taking the tents. Wang Li and Wu Yong were the fastest to escape. Brother Feng, we're in agriculture, we've slept in the fields a lot. The temperature is just right in June, so sleeping in a tent is no big deal. Wang Li is right, and we can't sleep in a bed wherever we go, the subsidies won't be enough. More importantly, my tent is portable, so I don't have to worry about being assassinated at night. The two of them slipped away incredibly fast. With these two leading the way, the other students also declined Lin Feng's offer. This is how we are during the busy farming season, so don't feel sorry for us. Everyone has a tent, which is much better than several people squeezing into one bed at a villager's house. Zhang Ming also advised Lin Feng, forget it, let them go. Sleeping in a stranger's house is not as good as sleeping in a tent. Your farm has such good air quality and plenty of space, let them build whatever they want. Since everyone was saying that, Lin Feng couldn't insist anymore. Alright, do as you please, but don't stay too far apart. This is on the outskirts of the reserve, and I'm worried about wild animals at night. Okay, no problem. The students readily agreed and headed out with their makeshift tents on their backs. Watching everyone's happy figures as they walked away, Lin Feng still felt uneasy. Wolf Green, Little Black Wolf, Big Dumpling, Milk Dumpling. Lin Feng waved to the several beasts. Thank you all for your hard work. Don't sleep too soundly tonight. Keep patrolling the farm and keep an eye on everyone. Wolf Green and Little Black Wolf nodded vigorously, it was their duty. Big and Small Dumplings. Lin Feng grabbed their ears and smiled. Don't pretend you don't understand. The Little Dumpling's ears twitched, but it couldn't pop out of Lin Feng's hand. Eek. Fine, I really can't do anything with you. The Big Dumpling pushed Lin Feng's hand away and silently led the Little Dumpling out. Perhaps it was heaven congratulating Lin Feng's farm on its first bumper harvest, because the temperature today is particularly comfortable. Especially the evening breeze, gentle and unhurried, brings a warm and gentle feeling and the fragrance of flowers. The students, feeling quite full, strolled around Lin Feng's ecological farm, supporting their backs. While digesting our food, we also wanted to find a scenic spot to pitch our tent. Despite Lin Feng's instructions, students are naturally active, curious, and playful. One by one, they set off on Lin Feng's farm. Tents, like mushrooms after the rain, are scattered across the farm's fields. Wang Li and Wu Yong were the first to leave, and naturally, they also traveled the farthest. Wu Yong, look over there. Wang Li pointed to the pasture slope of Lin Feng's house and raised an eyebrow at Wu Yong, the meaning of which was very clear. Wu Yong, who shared his wicked ways, returned the look with a glance. Walk. The two rushed to the top of the hillside, found a relatively flat spot, and began to set up their tent. The hay at Brother Feng's place is growing really well, it's thick and soft. You can sleep on it with just a moisture-proof mat, no need to inflate an air mattress. Yeah, just thinking about how other students have to work so hard blowing up their mattresses and then deflate them and put them away tomorrow makes me want to laugh. It's this sheep, why does it keep causing trouble? Doesn't Brother Feng accept sheep? Lin Feng had previously bought 6 sheep, 2 of which were pregnant and had already given birth. Lin Feng felt he had hit the jackpot by having triplets in one birth. After all, the price of a ewe at that time was calculated based on 1 lamb per litter. Of course, these are all digressions. Now, a dozen or so sheep were on the vast hillside, not particularly noticeable, but their curiosity got the better of them, and they kept coming closer to Wang Li and Wu Yong. Wang Li waved his hand to herd the sheep. Wu Yong, hurry up and put it on. When the time comes, we can just zip it up. Hey, go away. He was pressing down on the sheep's head, arguing with the lead sheep. Just then, a gust of wind blew by, bringing with it a faint, indescribable fishy smell. Wang Li twisted his head, sniffing carefully in the wind. Before he could even figure out what was going on, the lead sheep retreated and bleated impatiently. Wang Li suddenly lost his opponent and fell to the ground with a thud, getting a mouthful of grass in his mouth. Tui, tui, tui. Wang Li spat out the hay in his mouth, just about to settle accounts with the leader of the flock. The lead sheep pawed its hooves a few times, then turned and ran down the hillside. The flock followed with a whoosh. Wang Li, Wu Yang? After exchanging a glance, the two scratched their heads and then looked away. The animals at Brother Feng's house never play by the rules. Good thing you're gone, good thing you're gone, let's focus on setting up the tent. Wu Yang turned around and continued to fiddle with the tent. Just then, another gust of wind came, and Wu Yang sniffed. Wang Li, can you smell anything? As soon as Wu Yang finished asking the question, he felt Wang Li forcefully grab his arm. Before he could turn his head, Wang Li's trembling voice came first. I smelled it, and I saw it too. Noticing that something was wrong with Wang Li, Wu Yang slowly turned around. As far as the eye could see, a South China tiger, bathed in the glow of the sunset, stood 10 meters in front of him. The tiger's orange-yellow skin with black stripes was even more dazzling than the sunset. Wu Yang froze for 3 seconds, then stammered as he spoke. Wang Li, Brother Feng didn't mention that his family keeps tigers, right? No, it's probably wild. Now things are really complicated. The two looked at each other, their minds filled with the same thought. Why did tigers come to Lin Feng's farm? Wang Li recalled the flock of sheep that had run away at the slightest provocation, and realized, could this tiger have been attracted by the flock of sheep? Out of the corner of his eye, he couldn't help but follow the flock of sheep. Upon seeing the white sheep already running down the hillside, Wang Li's lips moved weakly. You guys should have made a sound when you ran away. The sheep don't squeak, they only bleat. Meow, 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 meow. As the bleating of the sheep faded into the distance, Wu Yang and Wang Li were forced to confront the tiger directly. Wah! The tiger's body twitched, and a low growl came from its throat, causing Wu Yang and Wang Li to shudder. Is it about to hunt? But its belly is so swollen, and there are dry dark bloodstains on its body. It must have just eaten. Just because you're full doesn't mean you can't bite us. You can't. Unable to withstand the pressure of facing the tiger head-on, Wu Yang burst into tears. If God gave me another chance, I would definitely not covet this pasture. I'd blow up an inflatable mattress. If I had to give a number, I'd blow up 10,000. The two, consumed by endless regret, didn't notice that the tiger's body twitched again at that moment. The stench of blood in the air grew even stronger. Wah-ah. Two more tiger roars were heard, and Wang Li and Wu Yang embraced each other. They're going to attack us. It's over. Just when they both thought they were doomed, a frantic barking sound came from afar. Woof 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 woof. Warning! You have entered someone else's territory. Please leave immediately. Warning! Please leave immediately. At the critical moment, Lang Qing appeared like a divine soldier descending from the sky, rushing towards Wu Yang and Wang Li. Wu Yang and Wang Li. Great, it's Wolf Green, we're doomed. Just as the two were in despair, a bear roar echoed across the hillside. Wang Li and Wu Yang turned around at the same time, tears streaming down their faces. Great! It's a Big Dumpling. We're saved. Big Dumpling, the farm's strongest fighter, led Milk Dumpling and Little Black Wolf, and charged up the hillside with incredibly fast pigeon-toed steps. With reinforcements, Lang Qing was no longer standing in front of Wu Yang and Wang Li as a guard. Instead, it bravely walked towards the tiger, which was more than twice its size. Woof 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 woof. Second warning. You have entered someone else's territory. Please leave. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Wolf Green arched its body, assuming a pouncing stance. However, even so, the South China tiger did not take it seriously. Its gaze went straight past the wolf-like creature and landed on the large ball of fluff that was about to rush towards it. This territory belongs to the giant panda, and the tiger knows it, because it had already smelled the panda markings. However, after suffering from stomach pain for many days, it simply didn't have the strength to continue migrating. I originally planned to grab the lead sheep and leave, without necessarily alerting this guy. Looking back now, we were careless. However, the tiger will bear the consequences of its poor decision-making. Bear, let's fight. Despite his discomfort, the South China tiger adjusted his posture to face the large ball of fur. Big Dumpling had come after hearing the sheep's cries for help and Wolf Green's warning. However, as it got closer and closer to the tiger, and the smell became stronger, the little dumpling suddenly came to a stop. His weight of several hundred kilograms left 4 long green tracks on the grass with his limbs. Grass clippings flew everywhere, and finally, the big ball of fur stopped 3 meters away from the South China tiger. The large dumpling stopped and stared at the tiger in front of it with a puzzled look. The tiger's belly twitched again, and a stream of murky, sticky fluid dripped onto the grass. The big dumpling and the little bird's eyes widened in disbelief. Woof, sister, you're about to give birth, and you're still out fighting. You don't take care of your body at all. The big dumpling got so angry it barked like a dog. South China Tiger? Roar! If you want to fight, then fight. Tiger will never admit defeat, not even if it means death. The big bear paw pressed against its head, pretending to have a headache. Wah-ah-ah. Screw it, sister, listen to me, you should have a baby now. South China Tiger? Roar! The bear and the tiger started barking and howling. Wu Yang and Wang Li, embracing each other. After confirming and ascertaining that the two had communicated, Wang Li opened his mouth in disbelief. They started chatting? Wu Yang's brain was practically spinning, then he slapped Wang Li's thigh hard. I understand. The documentary mentioned that animals know they will die if they are injured, so when they encounter an evenly matched opponent, they will not rush into battle. Instead, they will try to drive away the enemy by roaring and showing off their physical strength. Wang Li winced as Wu Yang slapped him, but he still endured it. Hiss, but I feel like this big dumpling, it looks like the village aunties gossiping. Wu Yang, maybe the big dumpling has been around people for a long time and has become a bit human? But look at its body, look at its gestures, it is still very intimidating. The moment the word deterrence was uttered, the big dumpling swung its arm around. Wu Yang and Wang Li jumped backwards in unison, covering a considerable distance. Warning! Warning! This is a battle that humans cannot intervene in. But the next second, both of their jaws dropped. Then, the big dumpling used its bear-style tiger hug to lift the South China Tiger up in one go. Then he turned around and ran towards Lin Feng's courtyard. Wah-ah-ah. Sister, I'm not going to argue with you anymore. It's scary that you're bleeding so much. Come on, let's go find a human to treat you. Wu Yang, Wang Li, the two looked at each other, and both saw the shock and confusion in each other's eyes. Are you sure you're not seeing things? A giant panda carried a South China Tiger away? I saw it too, and the direction they were running was towards Lin Feng's house. The two were silent for a moment, then jumped up in unison. Quick, quick, tell Brother Feng. Big Dumpling is carrying a live tiger over there. I don't have Brother Feng's contact information. Jiang Ming, find Jiang Ming. The two frantically rummaged through their pockets for their phones. Milk Dumpling, Wolf Green, and Little Black Wolf all passed by them. Wolf Green and Little Black Wolf were all right, but Little Milkball quietly covered her face. Look how surprised these two are. Sigh. Having a mom who doesn't play by the rules can be really helpless sometimes. Jiang Ming is writing a report on his computer. Today's potatoes really shocked him, he had to shock the teacher too. As I was writing, my phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID showing Wang Li, and remembering the braised pork he had lost, he was furious. How dare you call me? Senior brother John, hurry. Big Dumpling is carrying a South China Tiger and is rushing towards the courtyard. Jiang Ming? What nonsense are you talking about? Wang Li had the phone on speakerphone, and Wu Yang, hearing Jiang Ming's clearly disbelieving voice, became anxious. It's true. Senior brother John, a South China Tiger appeared on the farm. After Detuanza chatted with it for a few minutes, it picked up the tiger and ran away, heading straight home. It would have been better if he hadn't heard Wu Yang's voice, but as soon as he did, Jiang Ming laughed, and then got angry. Ha ha ha, you two not only teamed up to steal my braised pork, but now you're playing a prank on me? I'm supposed to be your senior, right? Do you really think I'm some kind of Japanese person? Fine, you two can mess with me, but at least make up something reasonable. I'm truly impressed. Wu Yang and Wang Li, we were wrong, we really know we were wrong. If God gave us another chance, we would definitely not be greedy for those 2 pieces of braised pork. Both of them were in tears. Finally, Wang Li had a flash of inspiration. Senior brother John, if I lied to you about this, then let me postpone my thesis graduation. Wang Li's vow was quite weighty, which surprised Jiang Ming. Really? But why would pandas and tigers be mixed up together? Wang Li shook his head vigorously. If I knew, would I have needed to swear a solemn oath? Besides, that tiger was covered in blood, it was definitely not a friendly beast. Anyway, you'd better hurry up and tell Brother Feng to get ready. At least we can't let the tiger trap us in the house. Wang Li was still considering the safety of Jiang Ming and Lin Feng. However, Jiang Ming realized an even more important problem. Lin Feng and I are at home, protected by a high wall. There were more than a dozen college students scattered around the farm. What if the tiger suddenly turns a corner halfway through? Wouldn't that mean it's a self-service restaurant? Brother Feng. Jiang Ming let out a howl and tried to rush out. But the next second, he slammed back into his chair. Damn it. Jiang Ming's expression twisted. This is ridiculous. Upon hearing the news, Lin Feng arrived and saw Jiang Ming covering his private parts, his face pale. with an open computer in front of him. People cannot, or at least should not. Lin Feng took a few steps back. Jiang Ming. He closed his eyes briefly, then weakly opened his mouth. Quick, call the police. There's a tiger on the farm. Help me, I need to evacuate my classmates. Lin Feng. He quickly pulled out his phone, dialing Zhou Cheng's number while helping Jiang Ming up. Zhou Cheng, help. A tiger has come to my farm. Zhou Cheng on the other end of the phone? No, Brother Feng, it's only just getting dark, and you're already dreaming? A tiger has come to the farm. Zhou Cheng couldn't help but roll his eyes and laughed. Do you know how many South China tigers there are left? Even the zoos in this area can't keep up with one per household, and you think your farm can have one. Dreaming really doesn't require logic. You even have giant pandas at home, have you forgotten? These two things can never appear at the same time. Just as Zhou Cheng finished speaking with unwavering resolve, a loud bang was heard from the other end of the phone, as if a door had been kicked open. Then came the roar unique to felines. Zhou Cheng. The last time I heard this sound was in a documentary. However, he was certain that none of the sounds in the documentary were as clear as the sound coming through the microphone. I'm coming right away, Brother Feng, hang in there. Zhou Cheng jumped up and rushed towards the playground. Assemble. Emergency assembly. Before he could hang up, his voice, transmitted through the receiver, struck Lin Feng's eardrums. Lin Feng hung up the phone, took a deep breath, and looked at the big dumpling carrying the tiger. Now, the most urgent task is to figure out, why did the big dumpling carry a tiger back? Big dumpling. Lin Feng had barely opened his mouth when De Tuanzi hurriedly placed the South China tiger in front of him. Look at it. It looks like the baby can't be born and is going to die. Lin Feng followed the large bare paw and looked over, his gaze landing on the South China tiger's belly. Then, his pupils contracted. The tiger's belly was unusually swollen and twitching, it was either sick or about to give birth. No matter what the situation, he can't handle it. Lin Feng was stunned. The South China tiger, which had been put down by the big ball of fur, has now finally regained its freedom. Their first instinct was to look warily at Lin Feng and Jiang Ming. Roar! It tried to intimidate the two-legged creatures with its roar, but was interrupted by the big dumpling halfway through its roar. I told you I'd saved you, Can't you understand a good word? South China tiger. The little dumpling stepped forward and hooked its arm around Lin Feng's waistband, looking extremely anxious. This tiger isn't very bright, don't bother arguing with it. Lin Feng was brought back to his senses by the sudden movement. He silently took out his phone and made another call. Professor Sun, a tiger has come to my house. I don't know if it's sick or about to give birth. Please come and save me. Professor Lee, driving home from get off work? Your house? Tiger? Help me or the tiger's life. Lin Feng looked at the sky speechlessly. Bro, I really don't have time to mess around with you. In short, you must come immediately with emergency medication. Professor Sun turned the car around, stepped on the gas, and sped towards his workplace, while simultaneously making a phone call. Gather. Prepare according to the standards for rescuing giant pandas. After making 2 phone calls, Lin Feng felt a little relieved. He turned around, pushed Jiang Ming back into the house, and closed the door. He turned around and looked at the South China tiger that was being held down by the big ball of fur. Lin Feng didn't miss the tension and wariness in the South China tiger's eyes. Touching the jade bead on his chest, he decided to take the initiative. After all, it will take some time for both Zhou Cheng and Professor Sun to arrive. We can't let this stalemate continue indefinitely. Are you hungry? Lin Feng took a piece of beef from the kitchen, filled a basin with spiritual water, and slowly approached the South China tiger. I don't know how to entertain you, but would you mind having some food and drinks? As Lin Feng slowly approached, the South China tiger also smelled his scent. Why does it smell so inviting that tigers want to get close to it? The tiger's vertical pupils slowly opened up, becoming a little rounder. Seeing this, Lin Feng boldly walked to the side of the big dumpling and placed the meat in water where the South China tiger could easily reach it. The tiger ignored the beef and looked directly at the spirit water. Its intuition told it that this thing was very good for its body, even better than meat. The tiger poked its head out and began to drink the spiritual water in large gulps. Then, it realized that its strength was rapidly recovering. As Lin Feng watched the tiger lower its head to drink water, he tentatively reached out his hand towards its head. Yes, I touched it. Lin Feng had an indescribable feeling in his heart. So this is what tigers feel like. This was the first time the South China tiger had been touched on the head by a human, and its body immediately stiffened. However, after seeing that Lin Feng did not make any further moves, its stiff body slowly relaxed a little. Then, the South China tiger figured out a different feeling. 2-legged creature's paws, so warm. It's a bit like a mother's caress. The South China tiger itself is about to become a mother, but it can't remember when the last time its mother touched it was. So, reluctant to leave this warm place, it nuzzled against Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng was somewhat flattered. After all, this is a super big cat. Just as he was about to rub the cat's head, suddenly, the South China tiger's stomach twitched. The pain caused it to let out a low growl and collapse to the ground in agony. Lin Feng remembered, it was a patient. Jiang Ming, come out here for a second and get me a mat. Jiang Ming, who had just been pushed back into the house by Lin Feng. Seriously, bro, you didn't need to push me like that. Where is the mat? Jiang Ming went out for a walk, but couldn't find anything suitable. The size of the South China tiger speaks for itself. After thinking for a moment, he went back to his room and took out his sleeping blanket. Big cat, I've offered up my personal belongings. If you're not going to express gratitude, just don't bite me. Jiang Ming muttered to himself as he cautiously approached the South China tiger. He didn't believe that animals that showed kindness to Lin Feng would also be kind to him. It's like a big dumpling and a milk dumpling. It took him a long time to get to know them. As Jiang Ming had expected, the South China tiger's pupils flashed with a menacing glint as soon as he approached. Jiang Ming decisively retreated. Brother, here's the blanket, you can use it. Lin Feng nodded, grabbed the blanket, and was about to put it under the South China tiger. After sniffing the blanket, the South China tiger turned its head away in disgust. Jiang Ming, I don't think it's feeling too uncomfortable. Lin Feng coughed lightly. Hey, could you go get my blanket? Jiang Ming turned and left, going into Lin Feng's room and taking out his blanket. We're both men, how can your blanket smell better than mine? As it turns out, it seems so. After smelling Lin Feng's blanket, the South China tiger was very satisfied and obediently lay down on it. Jiang Ming, no fucks to say. While comforting the South China tiger, Lin Feng took out his phone and searched for information online. Then, his world collapsed. According to Baidu, if a South China tiger's belly is twitching, it means it has cancer and is about to die. What a jinx. Lin Feng closed the webpage, ran to the kitchen, and poured another basin of spiritual water into the South China tiger. Hang in there a little longer, the person who can help you will be here soon. Roar! The South China tiger nuzzled Lin Feng's palm, then rested its head on his knee. Seeing that he couldn't get involved, Jiang Ming stomped his foot and ran out. You don't need me, but my juniors do. At this time, I need to stay calm and not rush over here. Everyone is busy with their own things. The first to arrive were Zhou Chang and his fellow forest rangers from the nature reserve. Last time I came to try the big dumplings, there weren't this many people. Looking at the police officers whose feet were covered in grass clippings and mud, Lin Feng mentally gave them a thumbs up. Don't all rush in at once, this tiger is a bit nervous. Let people with some medical knowledge come in first. The police officers had all assumed that someone in Lin Feng's family would get hurt this time. However, seeing Lin Feng sitting on the ground, holding a tiger, and still able to talk to them with ease, they were all shocked. After a long pause, one person in the line silently raised their hand. I raised pigs in the army and learned a little about postpartum care for sows. Can I come in? Although it's not related to her major, she's still much better than someone like him who knows nothing. Lin Feng nodded. Come in. Just as Officer Lin entered, Lin Feng clearly noticed that the tiger in his arms tensed up. He quickly held its head and gently soothed it. He's a good person, he can help you, let's not attack him. Under his reassurance, the tiger gradually relaxed. This young soldier also bravely approached the South China tiger. At that moment, the South China tiger's body twitched again, and the bloodstains on its lower body expanded once more. As expected of someone who studied postpartum care for sows, Officer Lin recognized it at a glance. She's about to give birth. Having received a definite answer, Lin Feng actually breathed a sigh of relief. Then you'd better think of a way to help deliver the baby. Officer Lin shook his head. I don't know how. Lin Feng, didn't you study postpartum care for sows? Officer Lin nodded. You said it yourself, it's postpartum. Lin Feng was speechless, feeling that both he and the South China tiger had a rather unfortunate fate. Fortunately, Professor Sun and his team arrived at that moment. Officer Lin, you've all arrived. Yes, no need for pleasantries, Professor Sun, please go in quickly. Experts are experts indeed. As soon as Professor Sun and his team entered, they immediately and skillfully opened the medical kit and began to disinfect themselves. Only after disinfection was completed did they approach Lin Feng and the South China tiger. Alright, young man, you can step aside now. Lin Feng, hold on to the South China tiger tightly, I need to give it a checkup. Lin Feng gave Professor Sun a thumbs up for his professionalism. As expected of someone who has been through countless trials on the farm, they got into the zone in a second and didn't ask a single unnecessary question. Moreover, it shows no fear whatsoever when facing a tiger that's impressive. Lin Feng, the South China tiger is probably having a difficult birth. After examination, Professor Sun concluded. but there are no surgical facilities available at the moment, and it's too late to send her to the county town. We can only try to assist with the delivery first. Lin Feng nodded. Okay, you decide. Professor Sun, with a solemn expression, instructed Lin Feng. For a natural birth, the dosage of anesthesia cannot be too high, to prevent the baby from losing consciousness and being unable to push. So you must be very careful not to get bitten by a tiger. Okay, I'll be careful. Lin Feng then poured another bottle of spiritual water into the mouth of the South China tiger. We're here to help you, don't bite. Roar. The South China tiger roared, as if in agreement, or perhaps unable to bear the pain. Professor Sun took action, pressing down on the South China tiger's belly and slowly applying pressure. Push harder, little guy. Another roar erupted, much louder than the previous one. The birds in the dark forest were startled and flew about in panic. Beside them, the big dumpling covered the little dumpling's eyes and pushed it out of the yard. Children shouldn't look at this stuff. The two bears went outside and nodded to the forest rangers who were waiting there. Everyone, oh right, wasn't it you idiot, who brought the South China tiger here? I'll settle the score with you later. The roars of the South China tiger echoed through the farm. Zhang Ming's juniors were so shocked they trembled with fear. Wait, where did that tiger's roar come from? It's so realistic. I never heard Brother Feng mention that there were tigers on the farm before. I heard from the older generation that a tiger's roar can scare away the soul, but I didn't believe it. Now my legs are really a little weak. Wu Yang and Wang Li, carrying the tent, had just walked over when they heard everyone's discussion and immediately started trembling. Ahem, you guys don't have first-hand information, do you? Everyone turned around and looked at the two of them in surprise. What first-hand information? What do you two know? Tell us quickly. Wu Yang and Wang Li straightened their backs, their expressions nonchalant. Call me Godfather so I can hear it. There was not a moment's hesitation on the spot. Godfather, Godfather. Amidst the rising and falling calls, Wu Yang opened his mouth. That tiger wanted to snatch Brother Feng's sheep. Just then, Wang Li and I were there setting up our tent. Wang Li, the straight man, said, "Guess what?" Someone in the crowd chimed in, "It matches up?" Wu Yang nodded. "That's right, it matches." A gasp of surprise rippled through the crowd. Wu had his hands behind his back, his expression extremely serious. "Do you think we should let that tiger succeed?" Wang Li and I pounced on the sheep and drove them down the mountain. Then, a fierce battle ensued with the tiger. Wang Li, yes, fight. Wu Yang, you don't know, this tiger is very fierce, it specializes in biting people's necks. Several times, those sharp teeth grazed right past my neck. Wang Li glanced at Wu Yang sideways. Wu Yang, luckily, Wang Li pulled me back several times in time. Wang Li, yes, several. Wu Yang, the scene at that time. The two of them, like a comedian performing a stand-up comedy routine, completely fooled their classmates. Among the crowd, some of the more timid ones had already started covering their necks. This scene reached the ears of Zhang Ming, who had come over to count the number of people. He was stunned. If a tiger wanted to attack you too, how could you both escape unscathed? And, junior students, could you please not look so innocent in your eyes? Cough cough. Zhang Ming made a sound. Wu Yang and Wang Li immediately stopped using their supernatural powers and looked at Zhang Ming with embarrassed expressions. Zhang Ming, don't panic, everyone. That tiger attacked the farm sheep because it was having a difficult birth and lacked food. The big dumpling noticed its predicament and took the initiative to bring it to humans for help. Don't go near Brother Feng's courtyard anymore, just wait for further instructions. This explanation was deduced by Officer Lin and his team based on the information they already knew, so Zhang Ming simply told the students the truth. While everyone was still immersed in Wu Yang and Wang Li's wonderful crosstalk, they were suddenly taken aback by Zhang Ming's straightforward narration. "Senior brother Zhang, is that all?" Wu Yang and Wang Li were at the scene, but they didn't mention the big dumpling. Yes, what exactly happened? Some people were still asking questions, while others had already noticed that Wu Yang and Wang Li had secretly slipped out of their encirclement. "Hey, you two, stop right there and give me back the Godfather I called. You two, after messing with senior brother Zhang Ming today, are now messing with us. That's so mean, let's all beat them up." A group of students started playing around and roughhousing. Zhang Ming, who witnessed everything. "I often feel out of place with you because I'm not stupid enough." Zhang Ming remained silent, gazing silently in the direction of Lin Feng's house. It seems that the painful roar of the tiger can no longer be heard. The tiger has indeed stopped roaring, it's Professor Sun who's roaring now. They're coming out. Assistant, get ready. Okay, Professor. The assistant picked up a disposable sterile towel, stood by, and quickly picked up the tiger cub that had just been placed on the ground. My goodness, this little tiger is overweight. The assistant also has a background in animal science. Even though it was her first time delivering a South China tiger cub, the assistant still knew a thing or two about what a normal South China tiger cub should be like. The moment he picked up the little tiger cub, he knew it was overweight. Professor Sun glanced at the adorable tiger cub, then touched its mother's belly, and he understood. The first baby was too big and got stuck in the birth canal, causing a difficult delivery. Now that the oldest one has been born, the rest should be fine. Hearing this conclusion, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Honey, did you hear that? It'll be ready soon. Here, have some water. Professor Sun hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped. Seriously, ever since he came in, Lin Feng has done nothing but feed the South China tiger water. Are they mistaking a tiger for a water buffalo? But this South China tiger was also willing to act as a water buffalo, drinking water non-stop. What? This water is as potent as Red Bull? As if to confirm Professor Sun's complaint, the South China tiger's stomach started to stir again right after it drank the Red Bull. During the twitching, the second tiger cub emerged. Lin Feng felt that having twins in one pregnancy was enough. Professor Sun, the tiger should be done giving birth by now, right? The mother tiger should be out of danger by now, right? Professor Sun pressed on the tiger mother's belly and shook his head. I can still feel the baby moving, the baby hasn't given birth yet. As he said this, his expression became somewhat solemn. The ultrasound equipment couldn't be brought over, and no one could say for sure what was inside the South China tiger's belly. They could only rely on experience to feel it. Moreover, these two tiger cubs that just came out haven't made a single cry yet. They are very weak. Those who haven't come out yet are holding on even longer, and their situation may be even more dire. Lin Feng, hold tiger mom's head tight, I'm going to rub it hard. Lin Feng nodded seriously and poured another bottle of spiritual water down his throat. Tiger mom, I don't have anything else good. You can drink as much of the magic water as you want. You must hold on. Seeing Lin Feng's worried expression, and knowing that he had indeed drunk enough spiritual water and replenished his strength, Tiger Mother noticed something. This time, it actually began to cooperate with Professor Sun's movements and tried to give birth. Another tiger cub has been born. After the placenta was expelled, Professor Sun pressed on her abdomen and listened to it with a stethoscope for a while. Then, taking a breath, he announced, they should all have given birth by now. This time, Lang Qing took Zhang Ming's blanket out and handed it to the assistant who was holding the tiger cub. The assistant glanced gratefully at Lang Qing, then placed the three children on the bed, half covering and half cushioning them. Brother Feng, your dog is so well behaved. Lin Feng, that's right. He glanced guiltily at the tiger mother. If I remember correctly, tiger mom used to dislike the smell of Zhang Ming's blanket. However, the current tiger mother seems to have forgotten what happened before. It didn't show any disgust towards Zhang Ming's quilt, but instead stared blankly at the three little creatures on the quilt. Roar! Children, it's so good to see you. The South China tiger looked at the cub with incredibly tender eyes. Those present felt a warmth in their hearts. But that's not all. After gazing tenderly at her cubs, the tiger mother unexpectedly looked at Professor Sun and the others. His eyes were filled with gratitude, glistening with tears. Tiger knows that you saved my child, thank you. Professor Sun, his assistant, and Officer Lin, who was helping out, all widened their eyes in an instant. That look in its eyes, could it be thanking us? It seems like they're thanking us. Not sure, let's see. Just as the group was about to take another look at the tiger mother, she turned her head away. She's a bit arrogant. Professor Sun and his colleagues smiled knowingly when they saw the tiger mother. We may be a little arrogant, but we're actually quite proud too. We rescued 4 South China tigers today. That's amazing. The tiger mother couldn't understand why she could make several two-legged creatures laugh with just a glance. It dragged its tired body and struggled to its feet. Don't look, I'm going to feed the baby. This time, the tiger mother no longer disliked Zhang Ming's blanket and took the initiative to lie down on it, exposing her soft breasts to her cubs. As it approached, the little ones, smelling the aroma, excitedly moved their paws and cried out loudly. Meow, meow, meow. If Lin Feng hadn't witnessed the cub's birth with his own eyes, he would have thought it was a kitten. Meow, meow, meow. The kitten's cries grew louder and more urgent. At this point, the tiger mother also became a little anxious and kept adjusting the position of her belly. Woo! It tried its best to bring its nipples closer to the baby's. It was only then that Lin Feng realized that the kitten could smell the scent, but because it couldn't open its eyes, it couldn't find the nipple for a long time. Lin Feng smiled slightly, picked up the little cub, and helped adjust its position. This action startled Professor Sun and his assistant, who were standing nearby. Don't! You should know that at this moment, the tigress has extremely strong maternal instincts. You can move it and it's fine, but that doesn't mean that if you move it, your child will be fine too. This isn't because the tiger is bad, it's just its nature. Some pets might even attack their owners because of this. But once again, it proved that they had underestimated the extent to which the South China tiger mother trusted Lin Feng. The tiger mother did not move as she watched Lin Feng grab her cub. After Lin Feng helped her cubs find a nipple, the tiger mother even affectionately rubbed against Lin Feng's hand. After only a few rubs, the mother tiger let out a loud roar. Lin Feng was startled. He looked down and found the culprit. The eldest son, the biggest one, bit down hard on his mother's nipple, sucking loudly. Starting from that nipple, the tiger mother's muscles were twitching from the pain. Hey, you, this. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment before remembering a serious question. Professor Sun, I forgot to ask the children's genders. Professor Sun looked at his assistant with a blank expression. His entire focus was on the birthing process. He had his assistant take the baby away as soon as it was born without even checking the gender. Fortunately, there are no bad people here who would switch children, and there won't be any medical disputes with the tiger mom. The assistant received 2 bewildered looks and suppressed a laugh. The eldest and the third are girls, the second is a boy. Oh right, this eldest, this second, and this third. Lin Feng quickly nodded, I can tell the difference. After saying that, Lin Feng gently tapped his boss's forehead. You naughty little sister, how could you bite mommy so hard? The eldest brother doesn't speak, all he knows is how to eat. Professor Sun patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. It's okay. The pain from vigorous sucking can stimulate the production of breast milk. Although I feel sorry for you, this is a step that you can't skip when you're a mother. Just be nicer to Tiger Mom from now on. Lin Feng nodded, then suddenly his eyes widened. No, what do you mean by I'll be nicer to Tiger Mom from now on? It's like the tiger mother gave birth to my cubs. Professor Sun smiled and subtly took a step back. You can't expect me to take the mother and her 4 children to the city right now, can you? Where will they be placed? Lin Feng tried his best to persuade him, then I. Professor Sun suddenly stepped forward and sincerely shook Lin Feng's hand. I will report this to my superiors and will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Lin Feng was speechless. Who hasn't been a beast of burden before? Do you think I didn't know that was official jargon? But just as he was about to complain, the South China tiger mother let out a soft call at Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned around and saw the tiger mother's fur, which was now a mess from the hardship of childbirth and the stains on it. The words of refusal stuck in his throat. What supplies did you bring this time? Leave me everything usable. Professor Sun snapped his fingers happily. You don't need to tell me, I'll move it for you right away. Fearing that Lin Feng might change his mind, Professor Sun immediately called his assistant and went out. Lin Feng shook his head, went to the kitchen, boiled some water, and brought a hot towel to wipe the blood off Tiger Mother's body little by little. With the help of his assistant, he built a simple large cat house for the South China tiger. After finally settling the South China tiger family in, Lin Feng realized that his clothes were soaked with sweat. Looking at Professor Sun and his assistant, they weren't much better off. It was covered in blood and some parts were scratched, but thankfully the skin underneath was unharmed. Lin Feng pointed to the bathroom in his house. Go take a shower? Okay. Several people took turns showering and tidying themselves up. At this moment, the police officers waiting outside finally had a chance to ask Lin Feng about the situation. After discussion, a consensus was reached. Starting tomorrow, all students will be prohibited from sleeping in tents on the farm and will be moved to the village. Unless absolutely necessary, you should not come to Lin Feng's courtyard anymore. Those who wish to come must come in groups of 3 or more, and must inform Lin Feng and Zhou Cheng in advance. That's right. In order to protect wild animals and ensure the safety of the students, Zhou Cheng submitted a report to his superiors and was approved to stay. When the notice reached the students, they were disappointed that they wouldn't be able to see the tiger. However, it's understandable why this decision was made. There were almost no opinions. Why almost? Because Wu Yong raised a brilliant question. How will we manage our meals while we're helping out at the farm? As soon as he opened his mouth, all the students remembered the meal they had eaten that day, and they immediately started making a ruckus. Despite the pressure from everyone, Jiang Ming went back to Lin Feng to discuss the matter. What else could Lin Feng say? I could only agree to provide meals for everyone. However, we can no longer have a feast like today. From now on, we will switch to a cafeteria-style meal service, serving 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and 1 soup per meal. Once this arrangement was announced, all parties fell silent. Handle matters properly with all parties involved. They then saw off Professor Sun and his group, as well as the Lin police officers who were not required to stay behind. Lin Feng dragged his tired body back to the bedroom and collapsed onto the bed with a thud. Sleep, 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 wait, I haven't put a blanket on yet. Lin Feng looked at the empty bed, feeling utterly exhausted. His spare blankets are all on the top shelf of the wardrobe. Not only are they not covered, but they've been stored for so long that they might even smell musty. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then decisively took out a coat from the closet and covered himself with it. At this moment, his eyelids felt like they were glued shut, and he didn't want to do any extra housework. However, in his daze, Lin Feng felt as if someone was touching him. John Ming, do you need a blanket? It's in the closet. Lin Feng mumbled in a daze. Aha! Two panda sounds rang out in the dark room. Lin Feng? He barely opened his eyes, and in the dim moonlight streaming through the window, he met the big dumpling's gaze. Ha! Why aren't you sleeping? There are too many of us, are we disturbing you? Lin Feng was always patient with the big dumpling. He propped himself up and gently stroked its head a few times to comfort it. Actually, when he saw the South China tiger before, he really wanted to curse at the big dumpling. Others may be real tigers, but you are a real tiger too. However, now that he has successfully rescued a family of 4 South China tigers, he feels a great sense of accomplishment and naturally cannot bring himself to scold the bear. The little dumpling rubbed against Lin Feng, then tried to push him to the inside of the bed, rolled over, and squeezed onto the bed. Bear knows you gave your blanket to Tiger Mom, so Bear will be your blanket instead. The little dumpling reached out and hugged Lin Feng. It felt very considerate, but Lin Feng was terrified when he heard the bed beneath him creak under the weight. Hey, my bed is going to collapse. The big dumpling covered Lin Feng's mouth. Stop arguing, you've had a long day, go to sleep. Lin Feng, forget it, there's no point in reasoning with this guy. Lin Feng tilted his head to the side and drifted off to sleep. John Ming was currently sharing a bed with a junior student, covered by the junior student's portable sleeping bag. Before drifting off to sleep, John Ming's mind was filled with thoughts of, luckily, I'm smart and have connections, otherwise I would either be without a blanket tonight or covered in a hard cotton quilt that hasn't been aired out for years. Brother Feng, I'm sorry, you'll have to suffer in silence. Wahaha. For the next few days, Lin Feng spent his time taking care of the child and cooking. Sometimes, he was even in a daze. Am I going back to my hometown to start a farm? He went back to his hometown, married 2 wives, and opened a canteen along the way. The big dumpling remained silent, only offering to sleep with the child, and sleep with the child again. The South China tiger is silent, it simply eats, eats, and recovers. What, you said you forgot to take care of the kids? Isn't that what Lin Feng brought? And so, the reluctantly appointed stay-at-home dad waited anxiously, finally receiving definite news from Professor Sun. This afternoon, relevant leaders from the Agriculture Bureau will come over to help Lin Feng resolve his issues. Now things are really messed up. Lin Feng, carrying his bowl, even has to go to the door to take a look. Finally, around 3 p.m., a large group of 5 off-road vehicles drove into Stone Village. The village secretary, who came out to pick up the person after receiving the notification, was completely dumbfounded. What? Provincial leaders are here. No kidding, this is the highest-ranking leader to have ever visited Shida village since its founding. The party secretary almost walked with his arms and legs moving in unison. After bringing all the leaders to Lin Feng's house, the party secretary introduced everyone to each other and then slipped into a corner. Wah, our village has produced some promising young people, but I hate that it wasn't my son. The village party secretary inwardly screamed like a groundhog. Lin Feng had no idea what the village secretary was thinking. Although he was surprised by the large number of leaders present, he remained composed and maintained a good demeanor. After exchanging pleasantries, Director Li, who was in charge, took the lead in making a request to Lin Feng. Director Li, would you like to see my farm first? Lin Feng looked at the bureau chief from the province and confirmed it again. Wasn't the purpose of this trip to resolve the South China tiger issue? Why are you interested in my farm? In response to Lin Feng's question, Director Li smiled. Yes, not many college graduates return to their hometowns to farm. Let's see your experience and see if it can be promoted throughout the province. This request wasn't unreasonable, and Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry, so he led everyone on a tour of the farm. This stroll took up an entire afternoon. Lin Feng also heard many compliments praising him as young and promising and hardworking and pragmatic. However, Director Li asked about crops, the weather, and every blade of grass and tree he saw, but he didn't ask about wild animals like the South China tiger. Lin Feng found it a bit strange, and seeing that everyone had almost finished touring the farm, he simply brought it up himself. Distinguished leaders, shall I take you to see the South China tiger and its cubs? Although everyone had entered the house, they hadn't even gone to see the South China tiger's den, which was located in the backyard. It's almost our turn. Director Li looked at Lin Feng with a smile. There's no rush. We've already discussed this before we came. Based on our research, there is a very high probability that the wild animals in your home will come back on their own after you release them. We can't take them to the zoo either. So, you will continue to look after these animals as before. Lin Feng, then what are you all doing here? Just to say a few words of praise to me? Chief, this task is too difficult. Director Li knew Lin Feng had something to say to him and smiled. The organization is aware of your difficulties, so we have coordinated with the forest police. Zhou Cheng will be stationed at the farm from now on to help you take care of the animals and provide protection. Furthermore, the Forestry Bureau will regularly deliver supplies to you, and all expenses for wild animals will be covered by the public account. Lin Feng was completely numb. The leaders came in a grand procession, but acted as if they hadn't come at all. Seemingly sensing Lin Feng's inner thoughts, Director Li patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Before you kept these wild animals, the County Forestry Bureau only issued you a certificate proving that these animals were kept on your farm and that you did not break the law. As you probably know, this proof isn't very valuable. I brought this for you this time. As soon as Director Li raised his hand, his secretary immediately handed him a folder. Director Li handed the folder to Lin Feng, indicating that he should open it and read it himself. Lin Feng opened the folder, puzzled, and then his eyes widened. Inside the folder was a permit for the breeding and sale of wild animals. Of course, the wildlife here is definitely restricted. Lin Feng definitely cannot sell the milk dumpling and the South China tiger. However, common local wildlife is included within the permitted scope. Lin Feng felt his hands were somewhat heavy. What kind of license is this? This is the passport to becoming a millionaire. No, it's a passport to becoming a guaranteed millionaire. Seeing Lin Feng's expression, Director Li knew he understood the significance of this permit. He patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Young man, work hard and make our province a shining example. It also paves a new path for those young men who are wandering and feeling lost in the world. Lin Feng solemnly accepted the license and nodded seriously. Thank you, Director Li. I will do my best. After seeing Director Li and his group off, Lin Feng did not hesitate and immediately dialed Professor Sun's number. Professor Sun, I can now engage in the breeding and sale of wild animals. Can you give me some advice? Where should I start? Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you for free. I'll pay you a consulting fee. Professor Sun laughed on the other end of the phone. You should ask Sun Mingchen instead of me. It's not that I don't want to help you, but wild chickens are actually the easiest to sell, and you don't have to worry about finding a market for them. By the way, don't mention consulting fees to that kid. Don't forget, you're the consultant for their base. Lin Feng, 666, Professor Sun, you truly live up to your reputation. Strike while the iron is hot. After hanging up with Professor Sun, Lin Feng immediately dialed Sun Mingchen's cell phone. On the other end of the phone, Sun Mingchen was looking at the pheasants in the insulated box, frantically pulling at his hair. Damn it, the temperature was right, the food was right, the water was right. How did I end up in the ICU overnight? As he dragged her, strands of hair left her. So much so that when Sun Mingchen saw that the caller ID showed Lin Feng, he panicked even more. I can't even handle things here, and if your quacks cause problems too, I'm going to die. Hey, brother Feng, how are your pheasants doing? Lin Feng was puzzled when he heard the voice on the other end, which was clearly weak. Looking back, we saw the Cavats Tragapan, led by the rooster, peering out from afar to observe the South China tiger. Lin Feng was relieved. The pheasants are all great, they're very curious, energetic, and incredibly fearless. Sun Mingchen, what kind of adjective is this? Then why did you call me? Lin Feng cleared his throat. I've obtained a license to breed and sell wild animals. I'd like to ask you, which wild animals would be the most profitable to start raising? Sun Mingchen's hand was already on his head. Hearing this, he paused for a moment and subconsciously tightened his grip. Hiss! His scalp ached so badly he was jumping up and down, and looking at the hair between his fingers, his heart ached too. This is unbearable. Lin Feng, hey, what's that noise on your end? Sun Mingchen forced a smile. No, it's nothing. What certificates did you tell me you had? Licenses for breeding and selling wild animals. Sun Mingchen looked up at the sky, tears streaming down his face. No, this kind of certificate simply cannot be obtained without going through a 3 to 5 year process. Lin Feng's farm has only been open for about 6 months, at most. Which wild animal is it that helped Lin Feng get through this back door? Is there no justice left? Brother Feng, tell me in detail. Sun Mingchen originally wanted to ask Lin Feng how he obtained the certificate, but Lin Feng mistakenly thought he was asking about the details of the certificate. So, Lin Feng took the license and began to recite it in detail. Business license scope: raccoon dog, silver fox, arctic fox, mink, civet cat, wild boar, hybrids only, sika deer, red deer, excluding tarum subspecies, African ostrich, rhea, emu, mute duck, mallard, ring-necked pheasant, turkey, guinea fowl, rock partridge, blue peacock, blue-breasted quail. Stop. Sun Mingchen felt something was off as he listened, and quickly said, I understand what you're saying. What I want to ask is, under what circumstances did you obtain this certificate? To put it bluntly, has some new animal arrived on your farm again? Lin Feng smiled sheepishly. A South China tiger has arrived and given birth to 3 super cute babies. Sun Ming-chen, I knew it. Oh no, other people run farms and get rich by farming, but you're just an animal that comes to rely on you, bringing your own food, right? Lin Feng, hello? Why aren't you saying anything again? Is the cell phone signal bad? Sun Ming-chen was weak and listless. I'm listening. It's hard to explain over the phone. I'm coming to your farm now. I'll just bring you a wild pheasant. Lin Feng, seriously? My farm is going to get another baby. Sun Ming-chen added. It's a guinea fowl, the kind you can raise with your license. You can practice on it, and once you've raised them to a high level, you can start selling them in large quantities. Lin Feng switched to a smile in a second. Welcome, that's a good option. That being said, however, after seeing Sun Ming-chen and another unfamiliar young man take a half-dead guinea fowl out of the trunk, Lin Feng took 2 steps back. What happened? If I had known, I wouldn't have sent it here. Sun Ming-chen looked behind Lin Feng and saw that the yellow-bellied tragopan that Lin Feng had brought earlier, which had been on the verge of death, had become much fatter. Even so, despite being chased by the little dumpling, it still nimbly flew onto the gate. Brother Feng, please, tell me how you raise pheasants, and I'll get you 20 guinea fowl chicks. Upon hearing this, the young man next to Sun Ming-chen immediately pulled out his notebook. Looks like they're about to take notes. Lin Feng scratched his head. I swear, I raised it like a domestic chicken. We let them out to eat insects and grass in the morning, and also bring them food and water. We bring them back in the evening. By the way, if they come begging for food when we're eating, just scatter a few grains of rice. If they don't come, that's fine. That's all. Sun Ming-chen and his colleagues are somewhat withdrawn. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then said weakly, if you ask me what makes it different from other brands, it seems like it does have some differences. Sun Ming-chen and his colleagues' eyes widened simultaneously, looking at Lin Feng expectantly. Lin Feng said, my little dumpling and the weasel love to chase chickens and play, so they get a lot of exercise. I think this is somewhat similar to the sardine effect. If that doesn't work, why don't you try releasing a weasel into the base and see? Sun Ming-chen smiled. So you know how to use the giant panda to make things difficult for us? Thank you so much. Lin Feng smiled as well. Then I need 20 guinea fowl, no less. Sun Ming-chen gave a thumbs up. I'm convinced. Sun Ming-chen now realized that relying on Lin Feng was useless, and he waved his hand helplessly. I will study and learn by myself. Lin Feng nodded. Alright, the main group of pheasants should be on the grassy slope now. I'll take you there to take a look. The pasture slope belonging to Lin Feng's family is truly lush and green. Aside from accommodating that flock of sheep who don't share loyalty with Wu Yong and Wang Li, the chickens at home have also unlocked a new map. Led by a brightly colored rooster, the pheasants and domestic chickens gathered together, strolling and catching insects on the lush green grass. Upon seeing this scene, the guinea fowl that Sun Ming-chen brought also perked up from its listless state. It kept flapping its wings in the cage, looking like it really wanted to get down. Sun Ming-chen and his colleague exchanged a glance, feeling a touch of emotion within them. Lin Feng's farm has the openness of nature, the safety that nature lacks, and food that can be found without much effort. It would be strange if someone couldn't take good care of animals. Brother Feng, there are some things that can't be compared, so I won't compare anymore. You wait for the guinea fowl, it'll be here in a week. Also, our cooperation should continue as usual. No matter how busy you are in the future, you can't ignore me. Sun Ming-chen smiled. From now on, any chickens that aren't doing well will be fed here. My farm spends money, and I want it to be worth every penny. Lin Feng glanced at Sun Ming-chen. I believe that with your expertise and the facilities at the base, there aren't many chickens you can't handle. Sun Ming-chen, that's well said, brother, you don't need to say any more. After seeing Sun Ming-chen and the others off, Lin Feng was in a good mood. Then, something even better happened to him. Holding up a test report, Jiang Ming excitedly shouted to Lin Feng, Brother Feng, remember that organization I told you about before? The potato test results are in. Lin Feng could tell from Jiang Ming's expression that good things had come in pairs. Of course I remember, it's the company that connects farms with customers, isn't it? What does this report look like? Let me see it. Upon receiving the test report, a large special grade label immediately caught my eye. This is the level classification. Turn over and take a look. There are detailed explanations of the level ratings at the back. Guided by Jiang Ming, Lin Feng jumped directly to the back. He quickly figured out that the organization classified crops into 4 levels, from highest to lowest: premium, superior, good, ordinary. Lin Feng also learned from Jiang Ming that even the lowest grade of ordinary vegetables meets the national standards for organic vegetables, which are free of pesticide residues, fertilizer residues, and pollution, and have high nutrient activity. However, this organization does not cooperate on this type of vegetable. Only when the fruit is rated as good or above will the organization provide the report and farm address to its partner retailers. Lin Feng thought for a moment and asked Jiang Ming, "In other words, right now, my farm's potato report is lying on those retailers' desks. So, all we have to do is wait for the purchasing agent to come and buy it?" Jiang Ming nodded. "That's right, that's exactly it. You'd better think carefully before you quote a price this time. If you're going to sell it for 4 or 5 cents a pound again, I'll have a heart attack from anger." Lin Feng thought for a moment, then held out a hand. "I'll price it 10 times the original price and sell it for 5 yuan a pound." Jiang Ming boldly showed his contempt for Lin Feng. "Brother Feng, you're such a loser. Do you know how much the potatoes from the farm I worked at last year were graded superior, and that's how much they were sold for?" Lin Feng withdrew his hand and cautiously extended his thumb and little finger. 8 pieces. Jiang Ming nodded. "About that, 8 yuan and 50 cents a pound." Lin Feng clicked his tongue in amazement. "My goodness, these potatoes are top grade, then the price will have to be raised. Jiang Ming, can you give me some advice? How much money would be appropriate?" Jiang Ming hesitated for a moment, feeling a little embarrassed. "Brother Feng, the best I've ever seen is premium grade. I've never actually seen the special grade, I've only heard of it, but I don't know much about it." After a pause, Jiang Ming took out his phone. "But don't worry, Brother Feng, we still have outside help. I'll call Professor Li right now." Lin Feng held down his hand as he made the call, and smiled. "No rush, we can wait for buyers to come to us and they can bid against each other. Anyway, there's definitely more than one company coming." Jiang Ming's eyes gradually widened. "Wow, you're amazing. It's rare to see someone so quick-witted. Don't look at me like that. Last time you said you were selling it for 4 cents a pound, it scared me." Lin Feng withdrew his disdainful gaze, looking somewhat embarrassed. "Can we please stop bringing up that dark history?" Lin Feng's hunch was right this time. Within 2 days, his farm welcomed 3 different buyers. The rumbling truck, driven with the skill of racing on Mount Akina, crashed into the farm, leaving Lin Feng stunned. Ever since Jiang Ming said he had never seen the special grade level, Lin Feng felt he was prepared for the saying, "If a family has a daughter, 100 families will want to marry her." However, I've never seen 3 well-dressed men in suits almost come to blows over who should hand in their business cards first. However, this way, it's almost certain that we'll get a good price for the potatoes this time. Sure enough, before Lin Feng even had to say a word, they started raising the price, making phone calls to ask for instructions, and raising the price again. After a complete cycle, Lin Feng's potatoes were eventually divided equally among the 3 families at 16 yuan per pound. Of the 32,900 jin of potatoes, Lin Feng kept only a little over 1,000 jin, both for his own consumption and to save seeds for the farm next year. That evening, Lin Feng turned on his computer, pulled up his ledger, and solemnly made a note of something. Potatoes, total harvest 32,900 jin, 31,500 jin sold, revenue 504,000 yuan. Then, Lin Feng looked at the column for farm inputs, and the huge weight in his heart suddenly lifted. "I was originally thinking that it would be good if I could break even in 3 years, but now I'm making a profit right away. Farming makes me happy, farming makes me rich." Lin Feng happily hummed a little tune he had made up. The farm still has so many crops to harvest, and from now on, the income will be flowing in continuously. After finishing his accounting, Lin Feng prepared to wash up and go to bed. However, today, contrary to its usual behavior, the South China tiger, which never takes care of its cubs and only knows how to recover, eat its fill and then roam the mountains and forests, came to the front yard carrying a baby in its mouth. Lin Feng saw the South China tiger mother and gave her a nudge without hesitation. "You said you weren't allowed in the front yard, so why did you come? And with the baby in your mouth, do you really not want to take care of the baby?" "Woo woo." The tiger mother made rapid whimpering noises and kept shaking her head, signaling Lin Feng to watch the cubs. "Lin Feng, stop shaking me. It scares me." These kittens were quite weak due to a difficult birth, and they were eating less milk compared to normal tiger cubs. Their development is also slow. It was carried in the tiger mother's big mouth, just like a mouse. "I'm really afraid this tiger mom will cause problems for her child. Let go, spit it into my hand." Lin Feng placed his hands near the tiger mother's mouth, as if to catch her cubs. The tiger mother understood Lin Feng's words and spat out her cubs. Lin Feng quickly checked them. "Let me see. Dabao, you really have a troublesome child." "Ha!" Lin Feng's eyes widened in an instant. Because the cat, which had been keeping its eyes closed and was so eager that Lin Feng wanted to take it into the city to see the world, opened its eyes. Strangely enough, Dabao was the biggest of the 3 children and also the most aggressive when it came to breastfeeding. However, in these past few days, my younger brother and sister have both opened their eyes, but it hasn't. Lin Feng was so anxious that he made several video calls to Professor Sunday. The little guy finally opened his eyes. Like its younger siblings, Dabao at this age still has a blue film covering its eyes, making them appear like beautiful gray-blue gemstones. Lin Feng looked at Dabao with admiration, and Dabao also looked at Lin Feng with his newly opened eyes. Meow. Dad? Lin Feng reached out and scratched Dabao's chin. This familiar touch allowed Dabao to connect his senses of smell, touch, and sight. Meow. Dad! Dabao shouted extremely loudly. Lin Feng didn't feel anything yet, but the South China tiger mother next to him proudly puffed out her chest. It nuzzled Lin Feng with its head, looking rather smug. I know you're worried that Dabao won't open its eyes, and I've been watching it for a long time too. Look, the first person it saw when it opened its eyes was you. Lin Feng felt that this joy should not be enjoyed by him alone. So, Zhang Ming, who had just fallen asleep, and Zhou Cheng, who was sleeping in a tent on the farm, were both dragged out of bed by Lin Feng. Look, Dabao has opened his eyes. Zhang Ming and Zhou Cheng. Oh right, we opened our eyes too. Why aren't you happy for us? Ignoring their resentful looks, Lin Feng showed off for a while, then went home and made a video call to Professor Sunday. Professor Sun, who was woken up, too lazy to even get out of bed, Professor Sun directly connected to the video call. Lin Feng, do you know how light a sleeper's sleep is? If what you're saying isn't urgent, I'm not finished with you. Professor Sun's mournful expression was as if he were possessed by an evil sword immortal. Lin Feng chuckled and held Dabao up in front of the camera. Look, Dabao has opened his eyes. Professor Sun looked speechless. Seeing his expression, Lin Feng thought Professor Sun was still half asleep and quickly said, "This is Dabao." So what? Professor Sun, have you forgotten? Its younger siblings opened their eyes the day before yesterday, but Dabao opened its eyes a full 2 days later than its siblings. Professor Sun sighed. Isn't it normal to be a couple of days late? Is that really worth dragging me out of here? Lin Feng's eyes widened. No, Dabao opened his eyes 2 days late. 48 hours. Do you know how agonizing those 2 days were for me? Professor Sun suddenly realized. Oh dear. I forgot you're a first-time dad. It's normal for a newbie to be like this. You'll be less surprised when you take care of more kids in the future. Lin Feng was immediately speechless. No, what do you mean by my first time being a dad? This isn't my child either. Professor Sun smiled when he saw Lin Feng's speechless expression. I'll hang up now if there's nothing else. Go bother the people on your farm. I'm sure Zhang Ming and Zhou Cheng would be happy to share this joy with you. Lin Feng, I've already woken them up, and they've gone back to sleep. Professor Sun pursed his lips and said, okay, never mind. Seeing that Professor Sun really wanted to hang up, Lin Feng quickly added, no, you have to check Dabao's eyes to see if there's anything wrong with them. Okay, let Dabao get closer to the camera so I can see its blue film. Lin Feng gently pried open Dabao's eyelids, and Professor Sun looked through the lens for a long time. The blue membrane is fine. Now go find a small stick and tie a chicken feather to it. We'll need it later. Okay. Lin Feng put Dabao in his pocket and went out. Professor Sun, no, can't you leave the little guy in front of the camera so I can see him a little longer? Sigh, I'm so tired. Fortunately, Lin Feng soon came in with the props that Professor Sun needed. Professor Sun, okay, how do I use this? You position the child's head directly in front of the camera, then walk to the child's right rear, and on my instruction, gently shake the stick. Lin Feng placed the little guy in front of the camera. As soon as it left Lin Feng's hand, the little guy was clearly unhappy, meowing, and wanting Lin Feng to hold it. Professor Sun quickly learned various bird calls to attract the little guy's attention. Having probably never heard such an incongruous sound before, the little guy was clearly shocked, staring blankly at his big head. Seeing this, Professor Sun said to Lin Feng, okay, gently shake the fluffy parts of the stick. Oh, chirp chirp chirp. This time, Professor Sun's bird calls had no effect, and the little guy immediately turned his head to look at the chicken feathers on the stick. Then it meowed, looking like it really wanted to play with the feathers. Professor Sun nodded, that's settled, this time it'll be the left rear. Lin Feng did as instructed, and the little guy still very accurately caught the sound of the chicken feathers swaying. Professor Sun announced, the quality inspection has passed, and Dabao's eyes are fine. Lin Feng, curious, teased Dabao with chicken feathers while asking, how come Dabao can see this chicken feather swaying behind him? Professor Sun chuckled as he explained to Lin Feng, the structure of a tiger's eyes is different from that of a human. Part of the field of vision of its two eyes overlaps, forming the visual field of both eyes. This gives tigers excellent stereoscopic vision, with a field of view of approximately 255 degrees. So it can see what's behind it. Lin Feng nodded, I didn't know Dabao was so amazing. Professor Sun snorted coldly, I said tiger, you said Dabao, both are impressive. Alright, enough with the science, it's so late at night. Leave this old man alone. I'm going to sleep. Lin Feng quickly opened his mouth. No, my new wheat is ripe, and I'd like to invite you over for some new wheat rice. There are also chili peppers, eggplants, and other fresh ingredients. I'll prepare a table full of seasonal specials for you. Lin Feng smiled sheepishly. Thank you for helping me so much. Professor Sun's pent-up resentment vanished instantly. New wheat rice? Slurp. The moment his mouth opened, drool started flowing. This time, it was Professor Sun who was embarrassed. No need for thanks. Can I come tomorrow? This turn of events caught Lin Feng off guard, but he remained calm. That's great. New wheat is only in season for 2 or 3 days. I was worried that your timing wouldn't be right. See you tomorrow. After the two agreed, Professor Sun went to sleep contentedly. Lin Feng also hugged Dabao and went to sleep happily. Because he needed to prepare new wheat porridge, Lin Feng went to the fields the next day for the first time ever. Wandering through wheat fields, chili pepper fields, eggplant fields, and so on, I greeted each of my classmates one by one. Hello students, thank you for your hard work. Please fill my shopping basket, thank you. The students, Brother Feng, were really busy. We need to collect data and samples from these vegetables and send them for testing. Could you do it yourself? Lin Feng laughed, but I'm planning to cook a big meal for everyone at noon. If I pick them one by one, it might take up too much time for lunch. The students immediately stood up straight and respectfully took the vegetable basket from Lin Feng's hands. Brother Feng, this is a small matter, just leave it to us, don't delay your cooking. Good, very good, excellent. Lin Feng with his hands behind his back. Once you've picked them, take them to my yard. Understood. The students started working, laughing, and joking. Before long, lush green wheat ears, red and green peppers, and pleasing purple eggplants, among other vegetables, were neatly delivered into Lin Feng's kitchen. Brother Feng, we'll be heading back now. Come pick up your lunch later. Because of the South China tigers and their cubs, students can no longer eat at Lin Feng's house. Lin Feng prepared everything, and his classmates would come to pick up their meals in groups of 3 and take them to the village houses they rented to eat. What is the 3/3 system? It means that 3 people form a team, and 2 teams come at a time to collect the goods together. Why make it so complicated? This story begins with Wu Yang and Wang Li conspiring with their classmates to steal food, only to end up vomiting and having diarrhea from overeating, almost causing a serious accident. In response, Lin Feng stated, he cannot put Zhuge and Pang Tong in the same team. Thinking of these past events, Lin Feng wanted to laugh, and in fact, he laughed out loud. This piqued Zhou Cheng's curiosity as he entered. Brother Feng, why are you laughing while rubbing the wheat ears by yourself? Is it a good harvest? Or are you still thinking about Dabao opening his eyes? No, I was just thinking about those students, they were so pure and innocent. Lin Feng put down the wheat he was holding, looked at the German shepherd that Zhou Cheng was leading, and asked curiously, this is? When Lin Feng asked Zhou Cheng, he smiled and patted the epaulets on the German shepherd's shoulder patch. Brother Feng, let me formally introduce you. This is my colleague, a level 3 police dog named Kamikaze. My superiors knew I worked hard on the farm, so they specially transferred me here to assist me. Upon hearing Zhou Cheng's introduction, Lin Feng felt a deep respect for Shen Feng. Kamikaze, hello. I am the farmer here. My name is Lin Feng, and I am the person you are protecting. Upon hearing Lin Feng greet him, Shen Feng nodded politely to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled, looked at Zhou Cheng, and whispered, if I remember correctly, the police dog levels, from lowest to highest, are level 4, level 3, level 2, and level 1, right? Kamikaze's level can't be higher than yours, right? Zhou Cheng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Brother, I joined the army during college and have been working in the nature reserve for several years now. How could I not have made any progress? Lin Feng nodded. That's true. By the way, what brings you here? You can't just be here to introduce me to Kamikaze, can you? Speaking of this, Zhou Cheng smiled. I didn't come here to see you. I brought Kamikaze to see Wolf Green. Wolf Green. Lin Feng looked at Shen Feng, then thought of Lang Qing, and suddenly imagined some grudges and affections. It can't be that kind of thing, right? Wolf Green is a dog with a wife now. Zhou Cheng rolled his eyes. Stop. Kamikaze is a male police officer. Lin Feng was relieved. So they're good friends? Is this a reunion of old friends? Zhou Cheng nodded, then shook his head. Well, that's a bit complicated. Do you remember when I told you that Lang Qing always strives to be the best in training, and even if he is outdone, he will put in extra training? Lin Feng remembered this matter and nodded, saying, I remember, back then, Lang Qing was a star dog at your uncle's kennel. Later, when it participated in the police dog assessment, we found that it was disobedient. Speaking of this, Lin Feng smiled. Actually, when Lang Qing first came to my farm, he was disobedient. It took me several meals to get him used to it. Zhou Cheng nodded. Now that Wolf Green has finished introducing you, let me introduce Kamikaze to you. They were trained by the same group of dogs. Wolf Blue's few setbacks were all due to defeats by Kamikaze. The two of them just have a bit of a rivalry. Lin Feng nodded. I understand, the unspeakable story between first and second place. Zhou Chengxiao. Haha, this is the taste. Anyway, after Kamikaze was selected for the police force and Wolf Blue was not selected, I never saw him again. I didn't expect that the one transferred from above this time would be Kamikaze. I don't know if the two of them have reconciled. So I brought him over first, to let you know, so we don't run into each other unexpectedly on the farm and cause any misunderstandings. Lin Feng never expected that Lang Qing had such a glorious past, and immediately nodded. It seems that Wolf Green is looking after the 3 babies in the backyard. I'll call it over now. After saying that, Lin Feng washed his hands and strode towards the backyard. Lang Qing, your friend is here, go out and say hello first. At this moment, Lang Qing was carrying his dog mat, which had been soaked with the urine of Dabao and Bao, and was laying it out in the sun to dry, feeling utterly hopeless. It was stunned for several seconds after hearing Lin Feng's words. There's no way around it, taking care of a baby exhausts the dog, and staying up all night taking care of the baby makes the dog cry. My brain can't keep up right now. The wolf's adorable appearance made Lin Feng have to tell it several times. After finally realizing that it was his former friend Kamikaze who had arrived, Lang Qing stood up straight. Ha, here comes the perennial runner-up. We'll have to take a look. This time, Lang Qing didn't care about the mat that was soaked with tiger urine. He ran all the way to the front yard. Knowing that he would be meeting Lang Qing this time, Kamikaze was very much looking forward to it. The top student who always came in first place back then, Wolf Green, whom it thought would become its colleague and eternal rival. I wonder how you're doing now. Kamikaze was very much looking forward to it. Then it saw a round, wobbly dog with tired eyes running happily toward it. Kamikaze couldn't help himself and took several steps back to avoid Lang Qing's greeting. Wolf Green? They say dogs are lucky and should never forget their owners, but you've become a police dog and forgotten your roots. After taking several steps back, Kamikaze looked at Wolf Blue with a serious expression. Who are you? Wolf Green. Excuse me, the police dog is driving me crazy. Can I call the police? The two dogs stared at each other, maintaining their distance, as Lin Feng and Zhou Cheng looked at each other. Lin Feng, it's clear that there were quite a few conflicts back then. Zhou Cheng, hey, Kamikaze, this is Wolf Green. Why are you backing away? When Shen Feng, who had been stopped by Zhou Cheng, heard the name Lang Qing, his eyes showed shock. What? You mean this dog, is a wolfhound? Kamikaze carefully examined Wolf Green several times. No, this body shape is wrong. Wolfhound isn't this rounded, and he doesn't walk like that. Kamikaze stepped forward and sniffed Wolf Green's scent again. This tastes wrong. It's a bit addictive. Kamikaze's actions left Wolf Blue completely bewildered. Woof 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 woof. Kamikaze, have you forgotten that when you were jumping through the ring of fire, you were afraid? Before Lang Qing could finish howling, Shen Feng pounced on him, pressing his claws down on Lang Qing's head. Brother, stop talking, I know you're Wolf Green. Wolf Green shook its fur. What's there to be afraid of? There aren't any other dogs here. Kamikaze glanced at Lin Feng and Zhou Cheng. That won't do either. Wolf Green gave in, stopped barking, and happily lowered its body, wagging its tail. This is a common language in the dog world, a gesture to invite a friend to play together. A look of pity appeared in Kamikaze's eyes. This guy, he can't even speak Mandarin anymore? Never mind, Lang Qing might have a tough time after failing to be selected. I understand what he's doing. Kamikaze looked at Zhou Cheng, tapping Wolf Green's back with its paw. The meaning was clear. Can I play with it for a while? Zhou Cheng smiled and gave Shen Feng a gesture of permission. Go play for a while, then we'll meet back in the yard later. When Lang Qing heard that Shen Feng could play, he immediately grabbed Shen Feng's collar and dragged it outside. Since we're already here, let's help our brother patrol the farm. Ever since the tiger mother discovered that the wolf cubs were doing a good job taking care of them, she simply washed her hands of the responsibility and started to throw the cubs into the den every night. The wolf was really put through a rough patch. If it weren't for the little black wolf feeling sorry for her husband and taking on most of the patrol duties, Wolf Green is already exhausted. Now that free labor is available to come to their door, Lang Qing is determined not to let anyone slip by. Kamikaze, being carried away by the wolf-like creature. Wait a minute, don't you ask your master before doing things. Lang Qing was puzzled. Brother, do you know what decentralization is? Whether the farm is in chaos or not, I, Wolf Green, have the final say. What are you asking for instructions? Do you think I, Wolf Qing, am not a dog? Faced with such a wolf-like creature, Kamikaze once again revealed a look of pity. They're still using the same old mindset from the kennel, they haven't improved. Despite his inner grumbling, Kamikaze was still led to the farm by Wolf Blue, who carried him by his collar. The farm in July was laden with fruit. The wind blows through the wheat fields, layer upon layer, and the fragrance of fruit spreads far and wide. This was the first time Kamikaze had ventured deep into the fields, and it acknowledged that the scenery was beautiful and the air was fresh. However, compared to the skyscrapers and cars of big cities, something is always missing. Kamikaze looked at the wolf-like blue wolf wagging its tail and walking ahead, and realized that something was missing. There's no danger here. I'll stay here and this will be my life. Suddenly, I felt a little sorry for Lang Qing. Born in comfort, die in sorrow. If you don't strive when you're young, you'll regret it when you're old. Wolf Green, oh Wolf Green, how did you end up like this, once the #1 dog kennel? They have absolutely no moral compass. Wolf Green was running happily ahead. On days when he wasn't taking care of the South China tiger cubs, even the air felt free. But why does my back feel a little itchy? Wolf Green suddenly turned around, and Shen Feng Sai hadn't had time to withdraw its weary gaze. Wolf Green? It ran back with a clattering sound and nudged the wind with its nose. What's with your eyes? You look like an idiot. Come on, come this way. Wolf Green arrived at the pasture slope with divine wind. Since the South China tiger came to our home, the sheep have been too afraid to go back to their pen and have made their home here instead. Wolfhound, the sheepdog, hasn't been here in a long time, so I had to come and check it out. White clouds drift across the green grass, swishing their tails as they graze. It's peaceful and wonderful. Lang Qing nodded in satisfaction, then told Shen Feng about the number of sheep before starting to count them. Woof 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 woof. Kamikaze, see that? He does this with me every day, counting the sheep to make sure they're not lost. Kamikaze? No, brother, you're a skilled martial artist, yet you're here herding sheep and having a great time. Is that right? Wolf Green rolled his eyes elegantly. What's wrong with that? You don't understand the joy of herding sheep. Wolf Green pushed the divine wine to get to work. It would have been better if Kamikaze hadn't been working, but once he started, he was exposed to a lot of complex and intoxicating smells. What's etched into its DNA makes it extremely vigilant. Many animals stronger than me and Wolf Green have appeared in this area. The security at this farm seems to be completely sieve-like. Lang Qing was puzzled by Shen Feng's habit of sniffing and pausing. Woof woof woof. Kamikaze, don't just sniff for a few seconds, it'll make you miss lunch. Kamikaze raised his head. Woof 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 woof. Brother, danger. Many powerful animals have once lingered in your territory. Wolf Green? After a few seconds of stunned silence, Lang Qing finally remembered what the powerful animal that Shen Feng had mentioned was. There's no way around it, they're together every day, and it's completely forgotten what the big dumplings and the others taste like. Wolf Blue was still trying to figure out how to explain when Divine Wind cried out again. Woof woof woof. Brother, after walking this far, I thought you were indulging in some leisurely pursuits. So you're working in such a dangerous environment. Shen Feng barked. All his previous misunderstanding of Lang Qing had disappeared, and his expression showed both admiration and worry for Lang Qing. Wolf Green? I can't explain it to you clearly. Let's eat first. I can smell the food. Faced with such a calm wolf-like dog, Shen Feng felt that the wolf-like dog that once dominated the kennel had returned. At the same time, it also felt deeply worried about the safety of its friend. But, after Kamikaze saw the big and small tiger cubs, the weasel, and the 3 South China tiger cubs who couldn't eat but could crawl all over the place trying to get closer, all carrying their own food bowls in their mouths and hugging them, its worldview has collapsed. No, I thought your job as a wolf-like creature was dangerous, but it turns out you're friends with these dangerous creatures. Are we still good friends who can sit at the same table and eat together? No wonder the smell in this courtyard always seems so intoxicating, etc. Kamikaze's ears perked up instantly. What about my previous admiration and worries? Am I redundant? Kamikaze was incredulous. Wolf Green nudged it with its head, signaling it to stop spacing out. Shen Feng snapped out of his daze and saw Lang Qing carrying his food bowl, happily walking towards the end of the line. The dog is numb. Why do I feel like I don't fit in with everyone? This farm is really strange. But soon, Kamikaze convinced himself. At my workplace, I have many dogs who work and play with me. Wolf Green had no companions and had no choice but to bite the bullet and integrate into other groups. It's pitiful, we have to understand. Kamikaze struggled to slowly close his wide-open mouth in shock. Lin Feng had just sent the students who came to pick up their meals away and was now carrying a large ladle, ready to feed the animals. Seeing Shen Feng's mouth opening and closing, he thoughtfully took out a stainless steel basin. Kamikaze, are you craving something? Here, have a rice bowl. Come to the front, no need to queue. Kamikaze, no, I'm not greedy. I can't eat other people's food. No matter how much that fragrance wafted into his nose, Kamikaze still remembered that he was a police dog. Having undergone rigorous training to refuse food, it silently took a step back. However, Lin Feng couldn't understand its refusal. After all, with its mouth so wide open, it would be strange if it wasn't greedy. Lin Feng wielded a large ladle, pouring the bright green steamed wheat porridge into the bowl in front of Shen Feng. He then topped it with glistening eggplant with soy sauce, spicy and tangy cold pepper salad, and fragrant stir-fried beef. Soon, the food in the bowl piled up to a small peak. Glug! As Kamikaze swallowed hard, a few drops of saliva still dripped from his lips. His brain went blank for a full 5 seconds, and then, with a whoosh, Kamikaze opened his mouth wide, ready to take a bite. However, before his mouth even touched the food, Kamikaze felt his neck being strangled. With difficulty, I looked up and saw my colleague Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng looked at Lin Feng and smiled. "Brother Feng, we're here on a mission, we can't eat at your house." "Kamikaze?" Lin Feng laughed. "I won't try to persuade others, but given the relationship between you and me, and between Shen Feng and Lang Qing, what's wrong with having a meal together?" Zhou Cheng waved his hand. "We should be more mindful of the rules when we have a good relationship, so that our friendship can last a long time." Lin Feng wanted to persuade him further, but Professor Sun, a respectable guest beside him, spoke up. "Lin Feng, don't try to persuade him. Zhou Cheng isn't eating because he's protecting himself. You have no idea how strict the anti-corruption work is now. It's fine for Zhou Cheng to eat and drink on your farm now, but what if it's revealed that he was eating and drinking at a fellow villager's house during a mission when he's being promoted? Don't think that you can get away with it just because you don't admit it." There were so many twists and turns back then. It would have been better if this had never happened. Zhou Cheng nodded vigorously. "Professor Sun, you understand me best. Unlike someone else, who has been away from the workplace for too long and is too comfortable." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and swung the spatula. Fine, you're insulting me, aren't you?" The two bickered and laughed. Kamikaze, who was being held back, watched as the big dumpling swaggered over to its food bowl, picked it up, and poured the food into its own bowl. Kamikaze, woof 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 woof. "This is my food, mine. Big dumpling, it's all gibberish, I can't understand it. Eat rice, eat rice." The giant dumpling's amazing move left Lin Feng speechless. Zhou Cheng was more optimistic, smiling as he patted Shen Feng's head. All right, I've prepared your meal. Let's go back to the office for lunch." The so-called unit was actually the tent that Zhou Cheng had set up not far from Lin Feng's house. On their first day of cooperation, Zhou Cheng prepared a very lavish meal for Shen Feng. A bowl of dog food sits at the bottom, while another bowl contains various canned meats, topped with a few pieces of green vegetables and diced fruit. The visual effect is great, but the smell is a different story. Kamikaze had already smelled the aroma of food, but now he found the food in front of him extremely bland and unappetizing. This reminded Kamikaze of the food that had just been stolen by the giant dumpling. "I feel really bad. Woof 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 woof. We're colleagues, and this is what you give me to eat. I want that green rice base, and I want fragrant, steaming hot stir-fried vegetables. I don't want this cold, canned meat, or these uncooked vegetables." Kamikaze was saddened. There is no harm without comparison. Wolf's job is simple and easy, and he gets to eat such plentiful food, which makes the dog sad. As he grieved, Kamikaze began to get angry. During the training at the kennel, didn't the breeders always emphasize that police dogs receive the best treatment of all jobs? I worked incredibly hard to pass the police dog exam, and through my relentless work, I became the first dog in my batch to be promoted from level 4 to level 3. In the end, how come he's not even as good as the wolf-like wolf who just lay down? At this moment, Shen Feng felt that all the sympathy he had felt for Lang Qing had turned into a boomerang, piercing his own brow. Wah-ah-ah. That's too much of a bullying for dogs. Kamikaze sobbed pitifully. But Zhou Cheng couldn't understand it, he even thought the guy was being unreasonable. "Don't do that. I haven't eaten yet, but I'm already rushing to cook for you. I'm being very considerate." This reaction left Kamikaze speechless. It decided to rely on itself. So, Kamikaze dragged his rice bowl and ran towards Lin Feng's house. "As a police dog, I can't eat the food that ordinary people eat, but can I trade food with Lang Qing? Woof woof woof. Wolf blue, wolf blue." Before the Kamikaze even reached the courtyard gate, it started barking, worried that there wasn't much left in the wolf-green bowl. When they ran into the courtyard, they saw that the two food bowls in front of Lang Qing were full and untouched. Kamikaze was happy. "Woof woof woof woof. Wolf Green, I have some high-grade military rations. How about I trade them for your meals?" Kamikaze remained unfazed, his heart pounding without a ripple. Its food was still at the gate of the yard, and Lang Qing agreed to bring it in and replace it. Wolf Green watched Shen Feng's eyes darting around and silently covered his two bowls of food with his claws. "I've never eaten military rations, but to say that they can compare to the food my master cooks is absolutely impossible. My confidence stems from just one thing. I eat from the same pot as my owner. I'm the one who cooks for you. Can I eat from the same pot as you?" Wolf Green remained silent, he only wanted divine wine to leave. Kamikaze waited for a while, but found that Lang Qing remained unmoved. It was upset. Woof 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 woof. We've known each other for so long, what's wrong with exchanging one of your 2 bowls of food with me? If you befriend me, I'll take you to play every day, and you won't have to squeeze in with the other animals anymore. Wolf Green's eyes slowly widened, it didn't understand. Brother, are you misunderstanding something? Besides, I didn't give you an extra one, this is for my wife, I can't give it to you. Kamikaze was caught off guard and received yet another piece of news that it could not accept. Woof woof. Daughter-in-law, wife? Just then, a series of light footsteps came from outside. The little black wolf flashed and nimbly jumped to Wolf Green's side. Its fur, blackened by the sunlight and displaying iridescent colors, dazzled Kamikaze's eyes. Kamikaze looked at Lang Ching and blinked. Hey bro, look in the mirror, are you even good enough for that beautiful girl? Wolf Green didn't understand Kamikaze's subtext. After happily snuggling with the little black wolf for a while, he placed the food in front of the little black wolf. Honey, time to eat. Kamikaze is numb again. I thought my brother was having a hard time, but it turns out you've been driving a Range Rover behind my back all this time. Ha! The clown is actually myself. Kamikaze's appetite, which had been aroused by the delicious food, vanished without a trace. Without looking back, it walked out of the yard, and when it passed the food bowl, it couldn't help but kick it. Lin Feng and Professor Sun, upon hearing the sound of a stainless steel rice bowl being kicked, what's wrong with Kamikaze? He keeps running in and out. Has he not yet adapted to his job? Maybe, but it's okay, Zhou Cheng will take care of it. Let's eat. Professor Sun picked up various dishes with his chopsticks, eating with a satisfied expression. Lin Feng happily raised his glass as well. Professor Sun, you drove here and can't drink alcohol, so I'll offer you a toast with tea instead, to thank you for taking care of me during this time. Professor Sun put down his chopsticks and smiled. What's there to thank me for? I'm just doing my job. If it were just about work, you wouldn't have introduced me to Brother Mingchen. He got me over 30 guinea fowl. Lin Feng laughed. Sun Mingchen had promised to get him 20 guinea fowl, but in the end, he received a full 30. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, the implication was that Professor Sun must have also contributed to the matter. Lin Feng's wild game farming business has finally taken off. Waiting for 6 months for the new income, the 2 teacups were held together, and everything was understood without words. They continued eating, the atmosphere was very pleasant. Lin Feng picked up a piece of stir-fried pork with his chopsticks, put it in his bowl, and prepared to eat it with rice. Just then, a sudden, pitiful scream from a tiger cub rang out in the yard. "A woo-woo-woo! Daddy, save me!" Lin Feng quickly put down his chopsticks, turned his head to look, and saw Dabao lying on the ground, mouth open, rolling around incessantly. Professor Sun and Lin Feng moved at the same time, putting down their chopsticks. What's wrong? What happened? Lin Feng picked up Dabao first, but after glancing at him, he was confused and could only nervously hand Dabao to Professor Sunday. Professor Sun didn't know what was wrong either. However, out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Erbeo and Sanbeo were still chasing after a few little bees. The bumblebees in Lin Feng's house are truly hardworking, their 2 thick legs are covered with bright yellow pollen, making it difficult for them to fly very high. This is precisely why it attracted the attention of 3 tiger cubs. Could it be that he was stung by a bee? Professor Sun placed Dabao on his lap and gently pried open its mouth. Sure enough, in Dabao's pink and tender mouth, there was a shrunken little bee. Professor Sun, Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly stepped forward and hugged Erbeo and Sanbeo in his arms to stop them from chasing the bees. This is not something you can play around with. Lin Feng educates his 3 tiger cubs. Those little bees are working hard to make honey, not your toys. Besides, it's you who feel the pain when a bee stings your mouth. Look at your sister. Although bumblebee venom isn't very potent, Dabao is still just a baby who can barely crawl. In the meantime, her cheeks slowly began to swell up. Seeing their older sister like this, Dabao and Erbao immediately cowered, covered their eyes, and snuggled into Lin Feng's arms. The 2 little ones were whispering to each other. Flying insects are so scary. No, it's the buzzing bugs that are scary. Look at the bugs we played with before that didn't buzz, and we were fine with them. It can fly. Buzzing. It can fly. Lin Feng was at his wit's end with these 2 little guys. Why are they arguing? Turn the 2 babies who were crying in his arms around so that their bottoms were facing each other. Okay, now that we can't see each other, things have finally calmed down. Lin Feng quickly looked at Professor Sun and said nervously, "Is Dabao's situation easy to handle?" "It's nothing serious, just give me the first aid kit." Lin Feng brought over the first aid kit, helped Professor Sun pry open Dabao's mouth, and shone a flashlight on it. Then the 2 of them saw it clearly. Right there in the center of Dabao's palate was a black bee sting. "You're quite good at it." Professor Sun picked up the small tweezers and deftly pulled out the bee stinger. Lin Feng asked with concern, "Should we apply medicine?" "Which medicine?" Professor Sun glanced at the medicine box and shook his head. there is no medicine that is right for you. Lin Feng tensed up instantly. Shall we drive into the city now to buy it? Professor Sun smiled. Don't be nervous. As the old saying goes, there's always an antidote within 3 steps. Now take 3 steps to the kitchen and get some honey. Lin Feng, it's okay, it's okay. Even the doctor isn't nervous, so why should I be? He strode to the kitchen and scooped out a large bowl of honey made by bumblebees. You don't need that much, just a little bit with a cotton swab is enough. Professor Sun instructed Lin Feng to apply honey to the area where Dabao had been stung. Dabao calmed down instantly after the honey was applied. It's not because they tasted something delicious, felines can't perceive sweetness. It just felt that its mouth was numb, sticky, and uncomfortable. However, in the eyes of the second and third children, this means that their older sister has eaten something good again. Meow, 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 meow. The 2 little ones started crying again in Lin Feng's arms. The little paws kept tugging at Lin Feng's clothes. That's not fair. Why is the food given to my older sister but not to us? Lin Feng was annoyed by the noise. Although I didn't know what they were arguing about, I saw that the 2 little ones were staring at the honey bowl, so I quickly dipped my finger in the honey and put it into their mouths. The 2 little ones muted their microphones and silently savored the strange taste of the honey. Then, Dabao started howling. Meow, meow. Why do they use their fingers to apply the product, while I have to use a cotton swab? That's not fair. Lin Feng, is it very painful? I quickly picked up Dabao and held him in my arms, comforting him. Sweetie, it doesn't hurt. Dabao, meow. Oh woo woo. The second and third babies, seeing their noisy older sister, made even more noise with their mouths. Although, licking, this thing doesn't have much flavor. Licking, more than my sister's is fine. Lin Feng felt incredibly sorry for Dabao. They didn't see it, but smelled the sweetness of the honey and the little dumpling came over. Wow, sweet honey. If nobody else wants it, the bear will drink it. The little dumpling was so afraid that someone would want the honey the next second that she moved incredibly fast, holding the bowl and pouring it into her mouth. Of course, neither Lin Feng nor Professor Sun present intended to stop it. Licking, it's so delicious. Licking, eat faster, or there won't be any left for me when mom comes back. Licking. The milk dumplings, now tasting sweetness, let out happy BAA sounds. The 3 children, Dabao, Bao, and San Bao, held in Lin Feng's arms. Meow, meow. The 3 of us have less than it. That's not fair. Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded when he saw the 3 tiger cubs in his arms suddenly explode. What's going on? Especially Dabao, you were just stung by a bee, and you didn't scream this loudly. Professor Sun, please take a look. What's wrong? Professor Sun crossed his arms and frowned slightly. Why does this scene seem so familiar? What kind of illness is it? No, it's because I have a colleague who had twins, so everything they wear, everything they play with, and everything they eat has to be exactly the same. Professor Sun looked at the little dumpling holding the bowl, then at the 3 little ones. They probably mistook the honey for food and felt it wasn't being distributed equally, so they started arguing. Lin Feng? No, is that right? May I ask? Before Lin Feng could verify Professor Sun's conjecture, the big dumpling, drawn by the smell, reached out and touched him. Snatching the honey bowl from the little dumpling's hand, the little dumpling smiled and let go. It's all gone, Mom. The little dumpling slammed the bowl down at Lin Feng's feet, then put its hands on its hips. Why do they get to eat honey while I don't? That's not fair. I'm going to throw a tantrum. I'm really going to throw a tantrum. Lin Feng fell silent. Go ahead and make a scene. What can I do about it? Professor Sun tore off some medical absorbent cotton and stuffed it into his ears. Great, the world was quiet again. I'll just quietly watch you comfort these babies, ha ha ha. Lin Feng was in a flurry of activity, trying to appease this person and that person, while also patting the big dumpling's bottom a few times to tell it not to get involved. After finally calming the dispute down, he collapsed onto the recliner. Professor Sun, raising children is really difficult. Especially when you have both tiger cubs and unruly kids together, it's even more difficult. Professor Sun did not respond. Lin Feng looked at the white blob coming out of the other person's ear. Professor Sun pulled the cotton out and scratched his ear. What's wrong? Lin Feng, it's nothing. Professor Sun smiled. You just don't have experience raising children. Let me tell you, let them roam free and expend their energy, and you won't have all these messy problems around you. Lin Feng perked up. Drain their energy? After thinking for a moment, a light bulb went off in Lin Feng's head. It's time to get some toys for the kids. Professor Sun smiled. Let me ask the zoo for you what toys the tigers and bears play with, and where you can buy them. Lin Feng stopped Professor Sun. No need. The little dumpling and the big dumpling are already so big, they don't need toys anymore. The back hill is enough for them to play in. Just prepare for the 3 tiger cubs, just like you would prepare for the adult cat. A scratching post or a cat tree would definitely be great. Professor Sun looked at the round, chubby little dumpling and the big dumpling, and without any hesitation, agreed to Lin Feng's suggestion. That's fine. I'll go to the pet store when I get back to the city and ask someone to bring it back for you. Lin Feng shook his head. Why spend that money? I can just use local materials and make it for them directly. Lin Feng acted immediately, searching for tutorials online. He has experience in a range of woodworking projects, including beehives and dog kennels. A small cat tree, 1.2 meters tall, was made in less than 3 hours. When the finished product was completed and Lin Feng placed the 3 tiger cubs on it, all 6 eyes widened. Normally, they can only play by scrambling for insects on the ground. They can't climb the trees in the yard. But this one is just the right height for them, so you can climb up and get a better view. The world looks completely different now. Meow meow. I love the little tree I can climb. The 3 babies eagerly climbed onto the cat tree, their round eyes sparkling with joy. Dad is amazing. He's so skillful. Lin Feng finally understood why some people become doting fathers to their daughters or sons. Being stared at with such adoring eyes, who wouldn't be bewildered? The next morning, Lin Feng woke up to the sound of 3 kittens chasing and playing on the cat tree. Lin Feng stretched comfortably and opened the bedroom door. Then, the South China Tiger mother cornered him in the bedroom. Lin Feng, what's wrong? The South China Tiger mother didn't speak, but simply tugged at Lin Feng's trouser leg and led him to his playing cubs. Lin Feng smiled. Ah, this was made for your child yesterday, don't be shy. Lin Feng felt that, as a mother, the South China Tiger would definitely be deeply moved by his dedication to her child. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the tiger mother stared at him with a resentful look. It grew so big in the mountains, and a tree is a tree, with many twists and turns, and you can't sleep in it. But the little one's tree has a big round nest on it, where they can comfortably curl up and sleep. It also wanted to try what it was like to sleep peacefully in a tree. The tiger mother patted the cat tree with her paw, then patted Lin Feng, shaking her head repeatedly. Lin Feng observed the tiger mother's body language for a while, then thought for a moment. You mean you want one too? The tiger mother nodded. Lin Feng silently slapped himself. Isn't that a redundant question? I've never seen anyone fight with their own baby over toys. And, I've made some for you. Do you want some big dumplings and milk dumplings? It took a lot of effort yesterday to convince these 2 that the cat tree is only for cats to play with. No, you're too big. Lin Feng rejected Tiger Mom directly, without any room for negotiation. The tiger mother looked at her cubs, her mind clearly working overtime. Then, it raised its front legs and placed them on Lin Feng's chest, while its hind legs also stepped onto Lin Feng. The meaning is clear, give me a hug too. Lin Feng was knocked back a few steps by the force of the tackle. Hey, don't you know your own weight? Once she was pressed against the wall, Tiger Mom realized she couldn't get into Lin Feng's arms. It lowered its hind legs, which were struggling to push upwards, and instead pressed its face against Lin Feng's. Lin Feng, excuse me, ma'am, your mouth, which you haven't brushed in years, has a slight odor. But he couldn't break free, so Lin Feng could only try to turn his head to one side. Jiang Ming, who had just woken up cheerfully, saw this scene and exclaimed, Brother Feng, are you and Tiger Mom playing the wall slam game so early in the morning? Jiang Ming gave a thumbs up. You country folk really know how to have fun. Lin Feng, bro, can't you tell I was forced? Alright, enough of this nonsense, just pull them apart right now. Jiang Ming shook his head like a rattle drum. I wouldn't dare, thank you. Jiang Ming turned and went to the kitchen to boil water and prepare to cook noodles. Tiger Mom was pleased that Jiang Ming knew what was good for him and continued to forcefully get close to Lin Feng. It drove Lin Feng to the brink of collapse. It's not that you can't do it, but if you do yours, you'll still have to make dumplings of different sizes. Otherwise, there will definitely be more trouble. Therefore, this door must not be opened, absolutely must not be opened. The Tiger Mom's attempts to cuddle and rub against her had no effect, so she had to resort to her ultimate weapon. It released Lin Feng, curled its tail, and grabbed Lin Feng's wrist. If you don't agree, you'll have to take me with you wherever you go today. Lin Feng, I concede defeat. Alright, you want a cat tree? I'll make one, but it'll definitely need to be custom made to fit your weight, so it'll have to wait a bit. The tiger mother happily loosened her tail. The little dumpling had noticed something was off between them a while ago, and at this moment, it leaned its head in as well. The meaning was very clear, I want mine too, otherwise it's not fair. The big, whimpering ball of fluff tried to pull at its tail, attempting to curl around Lin Feng. However, it quickly gave up. Some talents cannot be learned, but you, big cat, can't learn my talent. The little dumpling tilted its head, smiled sweetly at Lin Feng, and blinked its right eye. Wink wink. Lin Feng stroked the panda's head and looked up at the sky. What can I do about having two whiny kids at home? After breakfast, Lin Feng drove straight to the hardware market in the county town. A climbing frame capable of supporting the weight of South China tigers and giant pandas cannot be made of wood. Why not just find a steel wholesaler, weld a steel frame, add some decorations, and put it in the yard so all the animals can play with it? Lin Feng has learned his lesson this time. Everyone must be treated equally, there can be no special treatment. But then again, weren't all the animals living peacefully before the South China tiger came to our home? Where exactly did the problem lie? Is there anyone who will speak up for them? Lin Feng went around the hardware market in the county town, talking his way out of his predicament, and finally found a merchant willing to take his order. After a lot of effort, I finally got this steel version of the cat tree. No, the cat tree post home. Lin Feng used hemp rope, wooden boards and other tools to make the decorations little by little. While he was numbly wrapping the steel bars with hemp rope, the customer arrived. Mr. Lin, hello, I am Zheng Yu, the purchasing manager of fresh fruit. Zheng Yu extended her hand to Lin Feng in a friendly manner, completely unconcerned that Lin Feng's hands were covered in dirt and glue. He noted yesterday that the testing agency has added several more categories of special grade and premium grade fruits and vegetables. Looking at the address again, it looked familiar. The potatoes that sold so well before were from this farm, weren't they? So, after confirming with his subordinates who had made the previous purchase, Zheng Yu personally took charge this time, rushing over from the north overnight. We traveled by plane and then by car, not daring to waste a single moment. Why? In order to seize the initiative and sign a procurement contract with Lin Feng before the competitors arrived. Zheng Yu knew that agricultural products of Lin Feng's quality were always in short supply. However, the next second, Zheng Yu pulled her out hand back in a flash. Not only did he pull it back, but he also jumped backward. Because a fully grown tiger, accompanied by a fully grown giant panda, strolled out from around the corner of the backyard. No one would not be terrified to face such a ferocious beast without any protection. Tiger, tiger, tiger. Bear, bear, bear. Zheng Yu was so frightened that she could barely speak. Lin Feng had already learned his lesson from the pig delivery man. He sprang to his feet and quickly explained. It's a domesticated animal, it won't bite. I'm a good person, I don't eat people. Zheng Yu? Fortunately, the South China tiger and the little dumpling glanced at the toy they had been longing for, and after realizing they couldn't make it right away, they wandered back to the backyard. Zheng Yu? The next second, a pair of large hands pulled him up from the ground. Zheng Yu then realized that she was so frightened that her legs went weak and she sat down on the ground. Thank you, thank you. Lin Feng didn't dare to reply. It's a bit unbelievable that someone would apologize to a guest after scaring them like that. However, when people see tigers and pandas online, they all say, baby, you're so majestic, come and give me a kiss. In real life, it's like, don't come any closer, I'm calling the police. Indeed, the ancients who invented the idiom Lord Ya loves dragons were far ahead of their time. Manager Zheng, let's go inside and talk. The yard is too messy. Oh, okay. Zheng Yu followed Lin Feng into the house, looking completely bewildered. After closing the door, he felt a little safer. I'm sorry, did I scare you? Have a cup of tea to calm down. Lin Feng handed Zheng Yu a cup of hot tea. Zheng Yu took a sip, and the spiritual water flowed down his throat, warming his entire body. I finally came to my senses. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, I was a bit out of line just now. I just didn't expect that such wild animals could be kept in China. Zheng Yu and Lin Feng explained. I always thought that only the rich people in the camel country would keep this kind of thing. Lin Feng smiled. He really wanted to say, is it possible that what you think is right, and that I just made a mistake out of nowhere? However, this was their first meeting, and it seemed inappropriate to say such things. Lin Feng simply cut straight to the point. Manager Zheng, may I ask what brings you to my farm? What kind of fresh fruit purchasing manager is he? Is it because of the more than 2,000 kilograms of potatoes he left behind? He absolutely refused to sell it. We won't discuss whether or not to leave seeds, i.e., to propagate the virus. Not to mention whether he would be able to eat potatoes from other farms after tasting such delicious potatoes. It's ridiculous that someone who owns a farm has to buy potatoes from other people. Therefore, the remaining potatoes will absolutely not be sold. Lin Feng was very determined, but after Zheng Yu spoke, he realized he was overthinking things. Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry to have come here so abruptly, but I can't wait any longer. Yesterday we saw the report from the testing agency, which said that your farm has added a lot of high-quality fruits and vegetables. Could you sell them all to our fresh fruit da? Zheng Yu got straight to the point. Lin Feng looked at the other person in surprise. What are some examples of high-quality fruits and vegetables? He really didn't know. Since Zhang Ming's juniors arrived, he has completely abandoned any responsibility. It wasn't that he wanted to be lazy, but every time he went to the fields, these agricultural students complained that he wasn't efficient enough. In addition, Zhang Ming guaranteed that he could handle everything related to the farm. This resulted in Lin Feng having no idea which fruits and vegetables he sent for testing, or what the test results were. Zheng Yu, seeing Lin Feng's surprised look, wasn't surprised at all. Instead, she slapped her forehead. Look at my memory. It takes time for the testing agency's report to be delivered to your farm by express courier. And I flew all the way here. Zheng Yu took out her phone and opened the photos. Take a look at the report. I took a picture when I came here. Lin Feng looked at the test report, his eyes dazzled by the list of varieties. Chili peppers, eggplants, tomatoes, bitter greens. It can be said that the military treatise consists of 12 volumes, and every volume is famous. Zheng Yu looked at Lin Feng, who was still counting the varieties, and asked again with a smile. Mr. Lin, how about it? Are these vegetables for sale? We have to sell it. Lin Feng responded to Zheng Yu, but his expression showed a slight hesitation. This is bad. Zheng Yu immediately looked at Lin Feng with a nervous expression. No, please tell me what you need. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then stood up and said, I'll take you to the fields and you'll see. That's no problem. Zheng Yu immediately stood up as well. The two walked out side by side. As soon as they stepped outside, they saw Big Dumpling and Tiger Mom sniffing around by the giant cat tree. Zheng Yu. Lin Feng smiled and blocked it. It's alright, they're not interested in bips. Zheng Yu, oh. As the two walked to the gate, Lang Qing and his wife, along with Shen Feng, returned from their patrol. Upon seeing Zheng Yu, a stranger, they nodded in a friendly manner. Then, Lang Qing ran to the warehouse, grabbed a small bag of soybeans that Lin Feng had packaged, and headed towards the backyard. Zheng Yu couldn't help but point at Lang Qing and say, What is this? Oh, it went to feed the chickens. Lin Feng explained. We raise some guinea fowl at home, and my dog watches me feed them every day. It seems like he's learned how to do it. Zheng Yu, however, his business acumen immediately made him perk up. Guinea fowl? Is it the guinea fowl that's a protected animal? Zheng Yu looked around the yard at the South China tiger and the giant panda, and felt a deep sense of admiration. Mr. Lin, your business is really big. Actually, our fresh fruit also deals in poultry and meat. Are you interested in cooperating? Of course, because of the franchise issue, we don't sell South China tigers or giant pandas. Lin Feng, even if you dare to list it, I wouldn't dare to sell it. My guinea fowl haven't been raised yet. Let's talk about that later. First, let's look at the farm's crops. This way, please. Lin Feng led Zheng Yu out of the house and into the farm. Then, a scene that surprised Zheng Yu even more than a dog feeding chickens unfolded before him. The pure air, carrying the fragrance of plants and soil, rushed straight into my chest. Moreover, it's different from other farms. Other farms have crops neatly arranged, and there are basically no weeds on both sides of the road. But Lin Feng's family, the paths were carved out of grass, and they felt exceptionally soft underfoot. The crops in the fields grew wildly and without any order. The lush green wheat fields show no signs of a neat, orderly planting plan. The herbaceous chili peppers have grown into small trees, with each pepper reaching straight to the sky, growing extremely aggressively. And who will tell him? Why are the chili peppers at Lin Feng's house grown on a single tree, displaying a variety of colors from red to orange to yellow to green to blue to purple? Zheng Yu silently pulled up the image again. Great, it's confirmed, the chili pepper has mutated. Zheng Yu looked at Lin Feng, her eyes pleading. Mr. Lin, I won't say anything more, you must give me the chili peppers. In business, the key is to have what others don't, and to be better at what others have. This chili pepper has both qualities. We must take it. We absolutely must take it. Lin Feng looked at Zheng Yu pleading and his lips twitched. Was it really that exaggerated? You have good taste. To be honest, it's not easy for your company to consume all my vegetables. You can keep the chili peppers. Would you like me to pick one for you to try? These are all bell peppers, not spicy. Zheng Yu's mind raced. No, we still really want to eat all your crops. This chili pepper is just one of the key points. Zheng Yu didn't rule out the possibility of anything, and at the same time looked towards the chili pepper field. Let me try it first. Lin Feng nodded and pointed to the chili field. What color do you want? Zheng Yu scratched her head. The colors are different, but the tastes can be different too? Lin Feng was honest and straightforward. No, I was just thinking of choosing one that the guests would like. Zheng Yu's lips curled into a smirk. I like gold. But looking around, there really wasn't any. Yellow. Forget black and white, turn them all yellow. Lin Feng, unaware of Zheng Yu's rich inner thoughts, nodded and walked into the chili field. Then, he reached out and grabbed the yellow one, pulling it down. This big bell pepper has a thick and sturdy stem. Under Lin Feng's violent dragging, the entire chili pepper tree was pulled so hard that it was bent over and over. Zheng Yu, no, this is a mutated chili pepper tree. Here, the yellow one, for you. Lin Feng tossed a yellow chili pepper to Zheng Yu, and then grabbed a red one and started eating it himself. It's sweet and crunchy, and it tastes really nice. Zheng Yu, flustered, caught the yellow bell pepper and, imitating Lin Feng, took a bite. Then, he was conquered. Zheng Yu gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. I've already thought of the advertising slogan, make kids fall in love with green peppers. Mr. Lin, you must keep this chili pepper plant. Chili peppers are actually herbaceous plants that survive the winter. If you prune the branches and leaves properly and take good care of them to keep them warm, they can survive the winter. However, this has low economic value, so farmers usually plant one crop, pull it up, and plant again the following year. Right now, Zheng Yu couldn't bear to see Lin Feng cut down those chili pepper trees. Lin Feng nodded, we definitely need to keep it. It wasn't just Zheng Yu who made this request. Professor Li, the technical support representative, said the same thing. After they finished eating the bell peppers, they continued walking towards a tomato field. These tomatoes aren't as wild as chili peppers, they're just patches of bright red fruit that look festive from afar. If there weren't birds that would take flight as soon as a person gets close. Ah, Mr. Lin, look at your tomatoes. Having tasted the sweetness of bell peppers, Zheng Yu had high hopes for tomatoes. Because this is a hard currency that is hundreds of times harder than a bell pepper. However, at this moment, looking at the fresh wounds on the tomatoes caused by birds, and then at the old, healed fruit that had become pitted and uneven, Zheng Yu was 100 times more heartbroken than Lin Feng. What should we do? If the tomatoes are rotten, they won't fetch a good price. Lin Feng, don't even mention it, it's all my money. But there was nothing he could do. As the vegetables and fruits in the field ripened one after another, the number of birds in the field increased at a visible rate. After all, no human, bear, bird, or other creature can withstand the vegetables that grow on spiritual water and soil. What used to attract a large flock of birds can now attract these pests. Go, go, go! Lin Feng began to chase away the birds that were eyeing the sweet and sour tomatoes. However, these guys are incredibly bold. When you come, I'll hop 2 steps to the side, when you leave, I'll come back. Just when Lin Feng was at his wit's end, a cry of an eagle came from the sky. As the eagle's cry rang out, the birds that had been restless scattered in all directions. Lin Feng looked up and saw a small black dot, preparing to land in the direction of the orchard. Never mind. Hey, crested goshawk, over here. Hey. Lin Feng waved to the sky. Zheng Yu was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. Mr. Lin, do you think an eagle can understand what you're saying? Before he could finish speaking, another joyful cry of an eagle rang out. And they are getting closer and closer. Then, Zheng Yu watched as a crested eagle landed on Lin Feng's shoulder. Zheng Yu, what kind of situation haven't I seen? I've never seen anything like this before. But in an instant, Zheng Yu remembered the South China tiger and giant panda in Lin Feng's yard. So he gave a thumbs up. Mr. Lin, I didn't expect you to know a little about falconry. Lin Feng's lips twitched, and he quickly waved his hand. No, I don't know, and I haven't trained any eagles. You might not believe it, but this eagle really is just working on my farm. Zheng Yu, this is getting more and more outrageous. Before he could ask any questions, Lin Feng proved it with his actions. He stroked the crested goshawk's head and discussed it with it. It's not enough for you to just patrol the orchard, you need to patrol the entire farm and drive away all the birds that come to eat the fruit. Especially the tomatoes that protect me. In response, I can add a bottle of water and a pound of beef every week. How about it? As Lin Feng spoke, Zheng Yu crossed her arms over her chest. I didn't say anything, I just watched quietly. He had considered many possibilities, but he never expected that the crested eagle would actually agree. It nodded at Lin Feng. Am I still living in the real world? Zheng Yu began to question the meaning of life. Lin Feng didn't notice his expression, shrugged, and sent the crested eagle back into the sky. Then, he looked at Zheng Yu. Okay, the tomato issue is resolved. Shall we move on? Okay. Zheng Yu originally wanted to pick a tomato to try, but she was so overwhelmed by the sight that she forgot. Next, they looked at the eggplant field, the pumpkin field, and so on. On the way back, Zheng Yu asked Lin Feng with a puzzled look. Mr. Lin, I felt you had some doubts about selling all the agricultural products to us before, but you said you would show me the farm and I would understand. But forgive my ignorance, I really don't understand what your difficulty is. We at Fresh Fruit are very sincere, and you can rest assured about the funding. Zheng Yu thought that after seeing so many scenes of bountiful harvests, Lin Feng was worried that they wouldn't be able to come up with the money. But to my surprise, Lin Feng waved his hand. Manager Zheng, haven't you noticed? My huge farm is short-handed. To be honest, I can sell agricultural products to anyone, it doesn't matter who I sell them to. But harvesting and transportation are big problems, and I hope to find a partner who can solve these problems. The potatoes we sold last time were thanks to Zhang Ming's juniors. However, that's because they want first-hand data to write their papers. Now, he sells vegetables and expects his classmates to pick them for him. Honestly, that's going too far. Moreover, with so many vegetables to be harvested and sorted in a very short time, the students might as well not do anything productive. Lin Feng now wants to solve this problem through his partners. Hearing Lin Feng's concerns, Zheng Yu smiled. I thought it was no big deal. In this way, both harvesting and transportation can be handled by our people. However, I must make the unpleasant things clear from the start. If you pick the fruit yourself, then we at Fresh Fruit can tolerate a certain number of defective products. We can use up those defective products through promotions and discounts. It's a cooperative relationship, those who know, know, Zheng Yu and Lin Feng explained. However, if our people are harvesting them, the standards will be very strict. Those defective products will remain on your farm, and you'll have to figure out how to deal with them yourself. Lin Feng understood this and immediately nodded. No problem. What about the remaining defective products? If you can offer discounts, so can I. To be honest, at the same grade and price as the potatoes they used to sell, Zhou Cheng and his old buyers are almost unable to afford them anymore. The two of them happily agreed to it. Zheng Yu produced a contract and finalized the agreement with Lin Feng. Before leaving, they even installed their Fresh Fruit app on Lin Feng's phone. Lin Feng could find out the prices of all the vegetables, so he didn't have to worry about them cheating him. This also lays a foundation of trust for long-term cooperation between the two companies. After seeing Zheng Yu off, Lin Feng carefully locked the contract in his hand into the drawer. The big problem that had been weighing on my mind has finally been resolved, and I feel so relieved. When I have free time, I like to research food. Just then, the first batch of apricots in the orchard ripened. Apricots have a unique characteristic: once ripe, they can only remain on the tree for a maximum of about 10 days. When the time comes, they will fall off in large swaths, leaving not a single one behind. These apricot maple trees weren't sold because the quantity was too small. His family only had 2 trees, which didn't meet the minimum purchase amount for Fresh Fruit Express. Moreover, apricots have very thin skins and are not suitable for transportation. Lin Feng opened the apricot tree to the farm students so they could eat the fruit. The limited quantity of apricots is only relevant to corporate purchases. If it were for students' tastes, there would be far too many. Jiang Ming had mentioned to Lin Feng yesterday that if they weren't picked soon, these apricots would probably all return to Mother Earth's embrace on a dark and windy night. Now that the big problem on his mind had been resolved, Lin Feng prepared to make some apricot jam. Not only does it have a long shelf life, it can also add some variety to the breakfasts of agricultural students. Lin Feng acted immediately, carrying a basket on his back and heading to the orchard to pick apricots. Lin Feng walked into the orchard. The crested eagle circling in the air spotted him. After a joyful cry of an eagle, there was a whoosh. A family of 3 crested eagles flew out of their nest. One dog perched on each of Lin Feng's shoulders, tilting its head to get close to him. The crested eagle father, who was too slow to get a spot, also imitated the rooster and stood in front of Lin Feng, rubbing his head against his trouser leg. However, a few strands of bloody flesh still clung to its beak, which Lin Feng found extremely repulsive. Hey, go away, don't disturb me from picking apricots. Lin Feng manually hung the family of 3 on the tree and began picking apricots. His movement caused the crested eagle to tilt its head and observe for a long time before finally taking action. I peck. I snatch. The little weasel that had wandered over to catch mice saw this and came running over to help. It's no longer the pitiful creature it was when it first met Lin Feng. Its biceps are now bulging. She was incredibly skilled at climbing trees and picking apricots. Lin Feng tried making apricot jam for the first time. He didn't plan to make too much. With the help of 3 crested eagles and a little weasel, he picked more than half a basket of apricots and then stopped. After this batch is successfully brewed, we can expand the scale. When Lin Feng returned to the courtyard with half a basket of apricots on his back, Jiang Ming was just tidying up with Wu Yong and Wang Li. Upon seeing the half-frame of bright yellow apricots, the 3 of them instinctively covered their cheeks at the same time. Brother Feng, why did you bring so many apricots home? As Jiang Ming spoke, he felt like he couldn't contain his saliva. The apricots from Lin Feng's family are delicious. They are sweet, juicy, and have no fiber at all. Once you peel off the skin and put it in your mouth, the apricot flesh melts like ice cream. So everyone eats a lot the first time, and then, tragically, they discover that their teeth are already so sensitive from the acid. Even now, Jiang Ming and his friends grit their teeth when they think of that braised pork rice that was so tough they couldn't even chew it. But I can't help but want to eat it again next time. Now, I'm completely exhausted. Wu Yong and Wang Li also took 2 steps back, looking at the apricot that Lin Feng had carried back with disgust. Faced with their disdain, Lin Feng, as expected, smiled. Try making some jam, a different way to use up these apricots. Oh, do you need any help? We'll be done with what we're doing soon. If you have time, could you help me remove the skin and pit from the apricots? Lin Feng moved a stool and a knife over, washed his hands, sat under the eaves, and began to peel and pit the apricots. Jiang Ming, Wu Yang, and Wang Li also joined in to help. Brother Feng, is this okay? Wu Yang held up the fruit pulp in his hand and asked Lin Feng for instructions. Lin Feng nodded, okay, put it in the stainless steel basin. Wu Yang nodded, but his hand involuntarily turned and went into his mouth. Wu Yang, Lin Feng, Jiang Ming, Wang Li. Slurp. Wu Yang blushed slightly and slapped his own hand. Seeing this, Wang Li casually added, perhaps you should have slapped the mouth instead? As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of joyful laughter filled the courtyard. With the three of them working together, they quickly took care of the apricot that Lin Feng had carried back. The next step, making the jam, was Lin Feng's job. The weather was already quite hot, so Lin Feng simply set up a fire in the yard. The large stainless steel bowl that had previously held the apricot pieces was placed directly on the fire, and then white granulated sugar was poured in. Start stirring. The secret to making successful jam lies in the word simmering. Fortunately, what Lin Feng has in abundance right now is the patience to make delicious food. He stood by the pot, holding a wooden spatula, patiently stirring it round and round. In the magic of time and fire, the fresh aroma of apricots gradually transformed into the fragrance of canned apricots and syrup, spreading unrestrainedly in the white steam. It makes your mouth water without you even realizing it. Wu Yang, with the thickest skin, came over. Brother Feng, I feel like my teeth are all healed. Can I have some to try? Lin Feng ruthlessly rejected his request. No, we can't eat it now. Wu Yang was puzzled, it already smells like apricot jam. Lin Feng smiled. See these scum particles? They all need to be steamed off to avoid affecting the flavor of the final product. Alright, stop causing trouble here. There are still some parts of that giant cat tree that haven't been finished yet. Go and work on it over there. Lin Feng looked at the trio who were frantically swallowing their saliva. You all go, all of you go. Jiang Ming, you know my plan, tell them about it. After settling the three people in, Lin Feng continued to concentrate on making the jam. As time went by, the apricot flesh turned into a smooth sauce, and the spatula felt resistance in the pot. Lin Feng stirred even faster. You have to be quick, because this is when it's easiest for the jam to burn at the bottom. If it burns, the whole pot of jam will be ruined. Lin Feng stirred the water in the pot. By this time, the jam had turned a beautiful golden yellow, thick and sticky, bubbling gently. According to the video tutorial, this was about it. Lin Feng wrapped an apron around the edge of the pot and quickly moved it to the side. Jiang Ming, who has radar on his nose, detected the success of the jam immediately. He quickly washed his hands and ran to Lin Feng's side. Brother Feng, please feed me. Lin Feng was speechless and amused by his greedy expression. Isn't jam usually eaten cold or iced? It's still bubbling around right now, it probably won't taste good. No matter what, Brother Feng, your cooking skills and the produce from your farm are the best, even when they're hot. Jiang Ming praised him without thinking. Lin Feng was convinced. He went back to the kitchen, took out a bowl and a small spoon, and served Jiang Ming a small half bowl. He, it's delicious, he. Jiang Ming was enjoying his meal when a head popped up beside him. Brother Feng, Brother Ming, you sneaked some food without me? Jiang Ming, hey, didn't I tell you to fix the cat tree properly? Wang Li shrugged. The South China tiger mother is back. Didn't you repeatedly tell us to stay away from her? Oh, Jiang Ming nodded. Lin Feng, however, noticed something was wrong. Where's Wu Yang? You came over for jam without calling him? Only then did Wang Li shift his attention away from the apricot jam in Jiang Ming's hand. We were just walking side by side. Never mind, I'll go call him, he must have been walking too slowly. Go ahead. Lin Feng didn't take it seriously. Although the South China tiger is fierce, it has become familiar with the faces of the students who frequently visit the courtyard after spending some time together. It's not like someone has to do anything just because they're alone. I've never tried this jam before, let me have a taste. As Lin Feng and Jiang Ming were talking, a scream came from the backyard. Holy crap, that's Wu Yang's voice. Jiang Ming slammed the bowl down on the windowsill, and Lin Feng also stood up and ran towards the backyard. Could it be that they've run into the South China tiger? The front and backyards weren't far apart, and soon Lin Feng and Jiang Ming saw the calm South China tiger mother and Wu Yang covering his face. Lin Feng and Jiang Ming? Something's not right about this scene. What's wrong? Why are you covering your face? Lin Feng asked Wu Yang. Were you scared by the South China tiger and bumped your face? Under his concerned gaze, Wu Yang's face gradually turned red from the part that wasn't covered. Lin Feng? Why does this child blush so easily? While he waited for Wu Yang's explanation with a puzzled expression, Wang Li burst into laughter and patted Wu Yang on the shoulder. Are you going to talk or not? If you're not going to talk, I've seen it all anyway. Upon hearing this, Wu Yang was so frightened that he released his hand from his face and instead covered Wang Li's mouth. No, no, no. Lin Feng and Zhang Ming's eyes lit up immediately. Something's up. What's going on? Their gazes both fell on the red, swollen mark that ran diagonally across Wu Yang's face. At the same time, a wild imagination ran through my mind. What circumstances could have caused such marks? Under the watchful eyes of the two men, and with Wang Li, a man who could betray him at any moment, Wu Yang finally gave in. Well, I really can't figure out why the things grown on Brother Feng's farm are better than those from other farms. I was thinking, maybe I should lean towards metaphysics. Hearing this hesitant remark, Lin Feng urged curiously, and then? What does the injury on your face have to do with metaphysics? To be honest, modern science can't detect the secrets of spiritual water and spiritual soil, and he also wanted to know if there were any ancient or folk beliefs about them. Although Wu Yang is very young, what if he actually knows the answer? You can't judge a person by their age. Seeing Lin Feng's curious gaze, Wu Yang knew he was out of options. Brother Feng must be an honest and upright person. Sigh. I was just wondering if your farm is protected by the mountain gods because it's close to a protected area. Then, in some folk legends, the tiger is the incarnation of the mountain god. Wu Yang said in one breath. You have the protection of the mountain god, and the tiger has come to your farm again. I suspect there's some connection. Maybe this South China tiger is the incarnation of a mountain god? Lin Feng was completely confused. So? At this point, Wu Yang hesitated and refused to continue. Wang Li stomped his foot. If you're too embarrassed to say it, I'll say it. Wang Li looked at Lin Feng and Zhang Ming and smiled. Brother Feng, Brother Ming, when I came over just now, I saw Wu Yang sneaking up to the South China tiger. Then, with a thud, he knelt down. Zhang Ming's face turned bright red. No, 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 I. This time, it was Wang Li who covered his mouth. Then, this guy kept muttering, Mountain God, please bless me, so that none of the bacteria in the lab die this year. Wu Yang gave up struggling and accused Wang Li with his eyes. I was speaking very quietly just now. You bastard, how do you have such good hearing? Wang Li kept chuckling and laughing. Wu Yang not only knelt down to beg for blessings, but also kowtowed devoutly and tried to touch the South China tiger's paws to bless it. Then, he was whipped by the South China tiger's tail, which hit him right in the face. Lin Feng looked at Wu Yang with admiration. As expected of you, a pure and innocent college student. Zhang Ming, however, looked disgusted and spoke with a disappointed expression. I give up, Wu Yang, have you wasted all your education? Wu Yang was very indignant at Zhang Ming's disdain. What's wrong with me paying homage to the Mountain Lord? There are many more abnormal senior students in the lab than I am. What about those who kowtow to the table frame, those who wear lion masks to cosplay as lion dancers and ward off evil spirits, those who strike the wooden fish 100 times before starting work every day? What about those? Zhang Ming was rendered speechless. Even Wang Li let go of her hand, his face solemn. Only Lin Feng's eyes widened as he listened. Have agricultural students been driven to this point? Before he could even ask a question, Wu Yang had already completely let loose. Since you all already know, I'm not going to pretend anymore. He turned around and gave the South China tiger mother, who was calmly watching them from the cat tree, a big bang, and then he brought his other, intact face closer. Lord Mountain Lord, good things come in pairs. Give me one over here too. Lin Feng, what? Did you get your fill of smoking? He quickly looked at the South China tiger's mother, fearing that she might actually grant Wu Yang's request and give him another blow. A tiger's tail lashes out like a whip, it's no joke. However, the South China tiger mother was calmer and smarter than Lin Feng had imagined. Do you think I should reward you just because you kowtow to me? Impossible. After glancing at Wu Yang, the South China tiger mother leaped a few times and disappeared over the wall. Wu Yang, hey, don't. He tried to stand up and chase the South China tiger, but Zhang Ming grabbed him. Wu Yang turned around, struggling. Senior brother, why are you pulling me? I'm about to achieve perfect merit. Zhang Ming was so angry he laughed. We've been repeatedly warned not to approach the South China tiger. Have you been ignoring these orders? Write me a self-criticism. 10,000 words. Upon hearing the word count, Wu Yang objected. Senior brother, you can't do this. Zhang Ming smiled and let go of her hand, nodding. It's fine if you don't want to write it. I'll call Professor Li right now and send you back. For some reason, when Wu Yang heard about this punishment, the first thing that came to mind was the delicious food at Lin Feng's house. So he chickened out. Senior brother, I was wrong. I will never go near the South China tiger again. Please don't tell Professor Li. Seeing Zhang Ming's disdainful expression, Wu Yang immediately sought outside help. Brother Feng, Brother Feng. Lin Feng had already disappeared around the corner. Truly, one can wave one's sleeves and leave without taking away a single cloud. Intervene in your fellow disciples' struggle? Impossible. Because I am already a mature adult. After finishing making the jam, it's time to cook dinner. I made a dumpling just for a dish of vinegar. For tonight's dinner, I specially added a dish of small white steamed buns to celebrate the apricot jam. Unlike the northern regions where flour is the staple food, Lin Feng's steamed buns are designed as a dessert. The soft dough is rolled into pieces the size of mahjong tiles, steamed, and then brushed with a layer of apricot jam. The fluffy white steamed buns are coated with a sweet caramel color from golden apricot jam. The group of students who came to pick up their dinner were drooling. "Thank you, Brother Feng. You always say it's a simple meal, but you always come up with something new." One of the students bowed respectfully to Lin Feng. That look gave one a strange illusion of a new gangster, like someone paying respects to his master. Lin Feng couldn't help but turn to Zhang Ming and ask, "Your junior classmates, are they?" Lin Feng tapped his head with his finger, the meaning of which was self-evident. Zhang Ming's lips twitched violently as he forced a defense. "No, 99% of my juniors are normal." Lin Feng understood. The remaining 1% was probably all on his own farm. "Hey, don't just stand there, take the pot and go. Be careful on the way, don't spill anything." Lin Feng waved him away. At this moment, Wang Li also assisted Wu Yang by applying ointment to his injured face. "Wait, let's go together." Wu Yang actually felt his face was still hurting, but he had to rush back immediately. Otherwise, those animals wouldn't have left him any food. He was certain. However, seeing the strange long mark on Wu Yang's face, several classmates became curious. "Wu Yang, what happened to your face?" Several classmates asked questions while simultaneously casting glances at Zhang Ming. "What, senior brother, did you do this?" Zhang Ming was speechless. "What's going on? Professor Li sent all those 1% abnormal cases to me?" Cough cough. Zhang Ming cleared his throat. "Don't you dare follow my example of being attacked by a South China tiger. Anyone who does will have to write a 20,000-word self-criticism." As soon as he finished speaking, the students all looked away. Senior brother Zhang Ming is terrifying, but the gaze doesn't disappear, it just shifts. Now, the focus has shifted to Wu Yang's face. "Why would a South China tiger attack you?" "Yes, I've seen the tiger from afar a few times, it's so arrogant." Wu Yang covered his face. But it didn't work. Because Wang Li has already made his point clear. He thought the tiger was the incarnation of the mountain god and wanted to ask the mountain god for protection, so he kowtowed to the South China tiger. The South China tiger found him annoying and slapped him with its tail. The students. This is really hard to judge. Seeing the students' indescribable expressions, Wu Yang's face turned red again. "If I could do it all over again, I would choose Li Bai, no, Tui, I would never mess with the South China tiger again." In the end, it was Lin Feng who came to the rescue. "Students, if you don't leave now, your food will get cold." Oh. The students suddenly realized what was happening and quickly grabbed the pot and headed back. "Brother Feng, senior brother Zhang, we're leaving now, goodbye." Lin Feng stared at the students' retreating figures, shook his head, and turned to look at Zhang Ming. "Alright, let's eat now." "Good." The first dish Zhang Ming targeted was the new apricot jam spread on steamed buns. With one bite, the sweet and sour taste of apricot jam spreads across the tongue, followed by the soft steamed bun, its sweet aroma mingling with the fragrance of apricot, making it irresistible. This is so delicious." Zhang Ming gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. "If you like it, eat more." Lin Feng pushed the plate of steamed buns towards Zhang Ming. The advantage of being a chef is that you can openly taste the food in the kitchen beforehand. He'd already eaten several, so they weren't as amazing anymore. Zhang Ming didn't stand on ceremony with Lin Feng and picked up the steamed bun to show off. After eating 5 small steamed buns in one go, Zhang Ming felt something move in his head. "Brother Feng, our jam is so delicious, it would definitely taste great as a filling for sandwiches. These past few days I've been scrolling through short videos and I keep seeing those dessert shop review livestreamers praising the owner's homemade jam, but it's not as good as yours." Lin Feng understood. "Want some Western desserts?" Zhang Ming was a little embarrassed. "Well, it's not that I'm a Western worshipper, it's just that after staying in the village for so long, I can't get any food from outside, and I keep seeing dessert videos, so." Lin Feng patted him on the shoulder. "Food and sex are natural desires, there's no need to feel ashamed about them. It doesn't matter what country's food it is from. If we can accept and eat it, that's a blessing for them. Be confident." This angle caught Zhang Ming's eye. "Brother Feng, you're right. That's right, my parents always complained about me when I ate these things before, so I wanted to explain." "It's alright, no need to explain to me." Lin Feng smiled. "Want some bread? No problem, it's just turning steamed buns into baked buns, right? I'll make it for you." Zhang Ming scratched his head, "But we don't have an oven at home." Lin Feng pointed to a corner of the courtyard. "I just built a mud bread oven there and that solved the problem." Lin Feng was a man of action. After eating, he found some tutorials online and started working with a shovel. First, we need to mix the mud. This step doesn't need to be taught, every child is born with it. Lin Feng was so happy playing with the mud that he felt like he was flying. This made Jiang Ming, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, glance at him several times. Playing in the mud is great. He chose a major that involves playing in the mud every day because he loves playing in the mud. But why must plants grow on mud? I should have gone to Jingdezhen instead. Lin Feng was unaware of the sorrow in Jiang Ming's heart. He was already making plans in his mind. Making breakfast in the morning is too tiring, so I decided to build a bigger bread oven, the kind that can bake dozens of breads at a time. This way, the students can eat jam on bread in the morning, and he won't have to rush to make breakfast. It can also enrich the students' meals, killing two birds with one stone. However, imagination is beautiful, but reality is harsh. That night was spent playing with mud. As dusk settled, Lin Feng yawned. That's the end of today's day. Time for some sleep. Lin Feng looked at the mud pile and assessed that it posed no threat to the animals in his home. So he didn't accept it and went straight to wash up and go to bed. He never expected that after he went to sleep, the 3 South China tiger cubs, with their still not fully domesticated limbs, crawled into the front yard. Meow meow. The little ones aren't very big, but they're quite clever. Before long, they discovered that a bunch of things that hadn't been there before had appeared in the yard. The 3 children exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with excitement. It must be a new toy Dad prepared for us, let's go. Daba was the first to run to the pile of yellow mud, and then stretched out his paw and pressed it down. It's a bit wet, which I don't really like, but it's also strangely kind of fun. Unsure? Let me try again. The older one tentatively probed with its paws, while the younger one was much more mischievous, pressing down with its entire front paw. One poke, one hole, I love it. Cat. Third brother, come and try it. Don't just stand there. With the second brother's approval, the third brother, who was more reserved, also joined in. This seems kind of fun. The third brother pressed down on the mixed yellow mud, pulled his foot back, looked at it, and put it down. When you lift it up again, there's a plum blossom footprint on the ground. At that moment, the second son saw it. It's tiny, but its eyes lit up. This looks fun. The kitten is drawing plum blossoms. It learned by analogy and simply jumped the whole cat into the mud, then pulled it out with all its might. After the little guy was pulled out, he started hopping around the yard on all fours. A group of plum blossoms. 2 groups of plum blossoms. 3 groups of plum blossoms. The eldest brother saw that this was fun and joined in. The third brother hesitated for a moment, then joined. The wolf cubs, Green and Black Wolf, who were patrolling at night, saw the yard full of yellow kitten markings. I felt like the sky had fallen. Woo woo. Afraid of waking the people sleeping in the yard, the dog and wolf lowered their voices and disciplined the 3 tiger cubs. That's wrong, you can't do that. However, the 3 tiger cubs were truly bold and didn't care about Uncle Wolf Green and Aunt Little Black Wolf at all. The enthusiastic second brother even extended an invitation to the 2 of them. Meow. Uncles and aunties, come and play the plum blossom printing game together. Wolf Green and Little Black Wolf. Thank you. We're past the age of playing around. Now, we're mature dogs/wolves. Wah! Lang Ching spoke in a serious voice. If you don't stop, I'm going to find your mother. The 3 little ones, who cares? Sisters, and younger brothers all joined in. The 3 little ones not only didn't stop, but also smeared the mud off themselves onto Wolf Green and Little Black Wolf. Wolf Green and Little Black Wolf were forced to retreat repeatedly as they were flung with mud splattered by the others. If a mop is covered in poop, whoever it pokes will die. A mop covered in mud, if it pokes anyone, they'll run away. They also called the 3 tiger cubs who had just learned to walk majestic. So, when the tiger mother returned home, she witnessed an unbelievable scene. The usually serious Wolf, Green, and the kind Little Black Wolf were both cornered by their rebellious son and daughter. At this moment, the entire courtyard was covered with yellow plum blossom footprints and mud spots. Oh woo, what are you guys doing? The mother tiger let out a low growl, which immediately intimidated the 3 cubs. They're fake. When the 3 little ones saw their mother return, they happily let go of the wolf cubs and the Little Black Wolf, and ran towards their mother. Meow, meow, mommy mommy mommy, come play with us, play with us. As the 3 cubs, covered in mud, drew closer, the tiger mother gasped. Don't come any closer. Tiger mom leaped nimbly and rushed towards Lin Feng's bedroom. Then, it started scratching at the door frantically. Open the door. Open the door. Don't hide inside and stay silent. I know you're home. Lin Feng, already fast asleep? Have I been doing too much handicrafts these past few days? Why am I always sawing wood in my dreams? Oh woo, the 3 little ones have come in. The tiger mother's cry, tinged with despair, successfully woke Lin Feng. The tiger mother is calling. What happened? The students are setting up their docks again. Lin Feng sat on the bed, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Then he heard a lot of chattering outside. What's wrong? This sound came from Jiang Ming. He was also awakened in the next room. The two of them turned on the lights in the yard and the house at the same time. Then, Jiang Ming emitted a sharp, explosive sound. Brother Feng, your mud pile has been leveled. The whole yard is covered in mud. Lin Feng's voice was also filled with despair. 3 South China tiger cubs, covered in mud too. Hey, don't lick them. The eldest felt its paws were sticky and uncomfortable, so it lifted its front paws, its paws blossomed, and its pink tongue came out. Lin Feng forcefully pushed him back. Ancestor, you can't lick that. What if you get a stomach ache? One in the left hand, one in the right hand, and one in the crook of the arm. The one in my arms was still struggling. Why wasn't I the one who grabbed it with my hands? That's not fair. Lin Feng remained silent, focusing solely on control. Jiang Ming, start boiling water. Jiang Ming, Brother Feng, this is unacceptable. These are protected animals. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. I'm going to give them a bath. Okay, I'll go right away. Jiang Ming rushed to the kitchen as if his butt was on fire. The courtyard was brightly lit. A steaming pot was placed in the center of the yard. Lin Feng held Tiger Baby down with one hand, while Jiang Ming poured water and rubbed shower gel on him. Meow. Dad, you've pulled my hair out. Each tiger cub was twisted into a pretzel in Lin Feng and Jiang Ming's hands. Lin Feng was surprised that a few toddlers had such strength, and in his anger, he lightly patted the 3 of them on the bottom a few times. Serves you right for disobeying me and playing in the mud. You deserve a beating. The 3 little ones. Wah, Daddy, love me one more time. The little dumpling, who had just returned from a hunting trip with her mother, was overjoyed to see this scene. Since the arrival of the 3 tiger cubs, Lin Feng's attention has been largely diverted from the little dumpling. This made the little dumpling very disappointed. However, the big dumpling also taught it that the tiger cubs were too small, and it was too big, so it should give way to them. So, the little dumpling felt both heartbroken and had to pretend to be strong. They're not pretending anymore, they're laying their cards on the table. The little dumpling bleated and ran to the edge of the big basin. Let me see what's going on. Haha, you've finally met your match. The little dumpling stood on its hind legs, hands on its hips, with a gloating expression. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at the little dumpling. Spin around in a circle for me to see? Milk dumpling. I spun around in a circle, not knowing why. Lin Feng pointed to the little dumpling's bottom and asked Jiang Ming, doesn't it look dirty? Jiang Ming took a careful look under the lamplight and nodded. It likes to sit and eat all the time, so it's all dusty and grayish, isn't it? Hearing their conversation, the little dumpling had a bad feeling and turned to run away. But it was too late. Lin Feng grabbed its little fur coat. Whether you wash 1 or 4, it's all the same. Come here. Milk dumpling. The pleading look fell on the big dumpling. Big dumpling, I have no idea what happened. Sleep. The big dumpling strolled over and headed towards the backyard. Of course, it didn't forget to wiggle its rear end a little, not letting Lin Feng and Jiang Ming see. Xiang is a girl, she has to be reserved. The little dumpling watched helplessly as its only rescuer, its mother, cruelly departed. Godfather, be gentle. This is a butt. Lin Feng ignored him and frantically scrubbed himself with shower gel. The 3 South China tiger cubs were dirty, but the dirt was obvious and easy to wash. But even though the little dumpling only had a gray bottom, it didn't lather at all the first time I applied the bath wash. Tisk. Lin Feng knew things were in big trouble as soon as he saw that he couldn't make any foam. There's no other way but to rely on sheer force to create a miracle. Lin Feng rubbed, and the little dumpling whimpered. Finally, I pressed the whole milk ball into the bowl. The South China tiger cubs that were twitching around nearby all became quiet under their watchful eyes. Dad, we're being good, don't drown. With these 3 behaving themselves, Jiang Ming was able to take over. He took out a hair dryer and dried them one by one. Golden tiger cubs, black and white fluffy balls, blown until fluffy and soft, making you want to kiss them. But the prerequisite is that there isn't a puddle of yellow mud in the yard that needs to be cleaned up. Jiang Ming is exhausted. Brother Feng, it's getting late, let's go to sleep. We can leave the yard to be cleaned up tomorrow, we're too tired. The 3 little guys who were struggling and the big guy with a lot of energy had really exhausted him. Lin Feng looked at Jiang Ming's tired face and nodded. Okay, but I need to lock these kids up first, so they don't cause trouble again later. Fortunately, the chicken coops that Sun Mingchen used when he delivered the guinea fowl were not thrown away. Well, that's it, these 3 South China tiger cubs are getting a night in jail. The little dumpling compared the size of the chicken coop to its own and felt very fortunate to be a big kid now. Lin Feng turned to look at it and smiled. Before the words were even finished, the little dumpling covered its bottom and shook its head. He indicated that he would pay attention to the bear's hygiene. Lin Feng let it go. This night has finally come to an end. Bathing 4 children is really hard work, and Lin Feng almost couldn't get up on time the next day. However, thinking of the dozen or so hungry students on the farm, he still got up. Surprisingly, Zhang Ning had already finished cleaning half of the yard. So early? Lin Feng yawned halfway through and asked Zhang Ning in surprise. Zhang Ning nodded. I didn't want to get up, but then I remembered you have to make breakfast, don't you? I'll clean the yard, you make breakfast. Lin Feng had no objection to this. Once in the kitchen, Lin Feng wanted to figure out something new. Yesterday, Zhang Ming said that after staying in the countryside for a long time, eating all kinds of home-cooked dishes and constantly watching various food videos, he missed the food that he could only eat in the city. This gave Lin Feng some inspiration. How about I cook something nice for everyone? Let the students show off the food that's perfect for taking pictures, and let everyone know that life on the farm is really great. Making food taste good is not easy, but making food look beautiful is very easy. After searching online, Lin Feng decided to make a potato bowl. He selected the best potatoes in the warehouse, each one was as big as Lin Feng's palm. Wash it clean with the skin on, let it cook in the ashes of the firewood on the stove, then pat off the ashes and cut it in half. Why didn't you wash it? Because firewood in rural areas is also known as 100-herb ash, it is a traditional Chinese medicine. Not only is it not dirty, but it also has the effect of clearing heat and detoxifying. After splitting the potato in half, Lin Feng took out an iron spoon and carefully scooped out the potato core, mashing it into mashed potatoes. Zhang Ming kept glancing towards the kitchen as he worked. At this time of year, the aroma of food would already be wafting out. Why does it only taste like roasted potatoes today? Zhang Ming tucked the broom under his arm and peeked out. Good heavens, Lin Feng was doing something like an experiment. Brother Feng, what are you doing? Make a beautiful meal. This is a popular dish in the city. It's very photogenic. Oh, I get it. We can't let the kids feel like they're living in the countryside and falling behind, right? Upon hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Zhang Ming instantly understood. After mashing the potatoes, Lin Feng added milk, black pepper, and salt to taste, then stirred the mashed potatoes into a ball and stuffed it back into the potato shells. Of course, you need to dig a hole in the middle, fill it with red bell pepper strips and some meat sauce, and finally top it with a sunny-side-up egg. The beautiful potato bowl is now ready. This drew gasps of surprise from the students who came to pick up their breakfast. Wow, is this something we can get in the countryside? Long live Brother Feng. This is perfect for taking photos. Get out of the way, I'm about to show off. Wan Li pushed through the crowd, squeezed himself in front of the potato bowl, and held up his phone. However, he quickly put it down, took a potato bowl, and ran to the stone table in the yard. The morning sunlight filtered through the treetops and fell on the stone table, creating dappled light and shadow. Wan Li used these light and shadow effects to take 9 photos of the potato bowl. Then, I posted it on my WeChat moments. Goodness, then his phone started ringing non-stop. You beast, weren't you supposed to be working hard on the farm? Where did you go on vacation? On the other end of the phone, it was the familiar questioning voice of my senior. Delete your WeChat moments right now, or Professor Li will see it and you'll be in big trouble. Wang Li smiled broadly. Senior sister, is it possible that I am actually on the farm? Are you kidding me? The senior student on the other end of the phone carefully zoomed in on Wan Lifang's photo. A bowl of potatoes with a charred crust, filled with smooth mashed potatoes, bright red bell pepper strips, and a golden sunny-side-up egg. This looks like a Western dessert you'd only find in some coffee shop. The senior sister looked at the big white steamed bun in her hand, with dried radish and pickled vegetables, and couldn't believe it at all. I'll give you one more chance. Stop messing around. Professor Li cannot tolerate students going on unauthorized trips during the harvest season. Wang Li chuckled. It really is on the farm. If you don't believe me, I'll have another classmate talk to you. Wan Li took his phone and went to find his classmates to review their lessons. Senior sister, we really are on a farm. The farmer is so kind, he cooks different dishes for us every day. Today we're not just having potato bowls, but also a special apricot jam drink. I'll take a picture of it for you. It's delicious. By the way, are your apricots ripe now? You could try making jam with them, it's great spread on steamed buns or used in drinks. The students chattered away, leaving the senior on the other end of the phone speechless. The farm where she lived actually had apricots. However, no one is making jam for us. Professor Li simply ordered people to pick the fruit, piled it up in the cafeteria, and told everyone to eat as much as they could. Now she was also assigned the task of eating 5 apricots. Seriously, my teeth are aching so badly. Half of the people were sour because of the apricots, the other half were sour because of these younger students. Sigh, I shouldn't have been this good person. The senior sister silently hung up the phone and made a mental note of Wang Li. Lin Feng was unaware that Wang Li was deliberately stirring up trouble at the stone table, he was only concerned about Wu Yong, who was always by his side. "Wang Li, why isn't Wu Yong here? Could it be that the South China tiger seriously injured him?" Faced with Lin Feng's concern, Wang Li smiled. "No, that's not it. It's just that senior brother Jiangning said that if he can't submit a 10,000-word self-criticism today, he'll have to send it back to Professor Li. He's practically worn out his pen by now." At this point, Wang Li looked at Lin Feng with some hope. "Brother Feng, why don't you plead with senior brother Jiangning on my behalf?" Lin Feng laughed. "It's good to learn a lesson, otherwise everyone who sees a South China tiger will try to provoke it, and what if something really happens?" Wang Li thought about it and realized that Lin Feng's words made sense. He really wanted to nod and give him a compliment. At this moment, the village party secretary leaned closer. "What lesson? Who provoked the South China tiger?" "This is a rare guest," Lin Feng smiled. "Uncle, what brings you here?" "Well, it's just that a student ran into a South China tiger, and a little story happened. It was quite funny." Faced with the village party secretary, Lin Feng decided to give Wu Yong some face. Fortunately, the village party secretary wasn't there just to watch the drama unfold. He came here for a meal. The village party secretary rubbed his hands together. "Lin Feng, your breakfast is quite lavish." Lin Feng smiled, understanding the refined meaning behind the music. "Uncle, I happen to have prepared a lot, could you help me use some up?" The village party secretary chuckled and quickly got to work. With one bite, the crispy potato skin crunches in your mouth, while the soft mashed potatoes add another layer to the texture. The potatoes from Lin Feng's family have a flavor that's on a completely different level from those from other families. Add to that the crisp and sweet bell peppers and the fragrant sunny side up egg, and it opened up a whole new world for the village secretary. The village party secretary chewed and chewed, then gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. As expected of college students, they've seen the world, the things they make are novel and delicious. Lin Feng watched the village secretary eating heartily and smiled without saying a word. After the party secretary finished eating, Lin Feng got down to business. "Uncle, everyone's busy harvesting wheat, chili peppers, and stuff like that right now. What brings you to my house? Is there something you need?" The village secretary then snapped out of his reverie, sheepishly patting his forehead. "Look at my memory. I didn't come here to freeload." The village party secretary emphasized this point. Lin Feng nodded. I know. The village party secretary chuckled. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, all the villagers have to go to the village office for a meeting. Your house is far away and the loudspeaker can't reach you, so I thought I'd go there myself. Lin Feng became curious. A collective meeting? This is the first time I've been back in the village. Is something important? The village party secretary nodded. You'd better be there on time for important matters concerning the development of our village. After informing Lin Feng, the village secretary was about to leave. At this time of year, there was a lot of work to be done in the fields, so meetings could only be held at midday when the sun was blazing. This way, it won't interfere with work. Lin Feng knew that the village secretary was different from him. The secretary had packaged and sold all the crops, and there were even people specifically assigned to harvest them. The miscellaneous tasks are also done by the agricultural students. The village party secretary, like other villagers, relied on his own hard work. Okay, uncle, take care. Lin Feng got up to see the village party secretary off. The village secretary had already walked to the door when he turned his head and pointed to the little dumpling who was sitting on the stone bench with one side of his buttocks, holding a bowl of potatoes in his bare paw, and eating small bites of food. This cat is so white, and it's even learned to sit on a stool. You've taken very good care of it. Lin Feng almost burst out laughing when the village secretary suddenly said that. Ha, the forestry bureau left it here with me, so I have to take good care of it. After seeing off the village party secretary, Lin Feng waited for the meeting at 1 p.m. Around 1 p.m., the village office's large conference room was filled with villagers. Lin Feng could tell that every household in the village had sent a representative. Furthermore, all the corner spots were occupied. This meant that Lin Feng, who wanted to keep a low profile and stay in a corner, couldn't even get a seat and had to sit in the first row. Lin Feng sat in the first row, somewhat helpless. It seems that people follow the same behavioral pattern no matter where they are. College students squeeze into the last row of classrooms, companies hide in corners during meetings, and even in villages, the corners are the first to be filled for meetings. Next time we'll have to stick together and ask someone to save us a seat. Just as Lin Feng was silently calculating which relative he should ask to reserve a spot, the village secretary walked in. As soon as he entered, a drop of hot oil was spilled into the already noisy conference room. Everyone is asking, "Secretary, why did you call us here in the middle of the day?" "I'm just a rough, uncultured guy. I can't really get a say in the important matters of village development." "What exactly happened?" The village party secretary cleared his throat and pressed his hands down, signaling everyone to be quiet. "That's right, isn't our area a well-known impoverished area in the county? The mountain roads are inconvenient, there are few young people, and the economy can't develop. In order to increase the income of our area, the county decided to fund our products to participate in the provincial trade fair. You know what a trade fair is, right? The village party secretary patiently explained to everyone. It's an event held to promote products, combining exhibition and sales. This trade fair will last for 30 days. If the products sell well during this period, the government will also find us stalls in major supermarkets in the province to establish a long-term sales channel. We are now in the initial stage, and each village is required to report the products they want to sell. So, I've gathered everyone here to discuss what we should sell. The villagers were thrilled when they heard this. Isn't this just the government funding them to build shops so they can sell their own products? No rent required, it's incredibly profitable. But, what should we sell? After the initial excitement, the villagers frowned again. Seeing this, the village party secretary quickly reminded him. The official message is that we should sell our unique features, and not make everything the same, so that we won't be competitive and end up not being able to sell anything, thus wasting resources. Hearing this, Lin Feng was somewhat stunned. What are some of the local specialties of the village? Wheat, green peppers, eggplant? He immediately denied it. These crops can be grown anywhere. Not everyone is like him, able to produce reports from testing institutions that attract people to compete to buy them. More often than not, they are taken to the market and sold for a few cents per pound. Should it be sent to the provincial capital? I can't even make enough to cover the gas costs. Lin Feng was deep in thought, while the village secretary clearly had a better understanding of everyone's situation. Let me give you an example, and you can think about it in this direction too. The village next door is preparing to sell bamboo mats. With the weather getting hot, bamboo mats naturally have a cooling effect, and they are also handicrafts, so they can fetch a good price. As soon as he said that, people immediately responded. We could sell bamboo mats too. Does anyone know how to weave them? The village party secretary also looked at everyone with his eyes, asking their questions. Very well, no one raised their hand. This path is blocked. The village party secretary thought for a moment and then gave another example. Qingquan village is preparing to sell rice wine. Surely someone knows how to brew rice wine? Almost everyone knows how to do this, because one of the New Year's customs here is to brew a jar of rice wine to pray for good weather and a bountiful harvest in the coming year. However, a problem also arises. Qingquan village got its name from a very good spring. The rice wine they brew with that spring water is especially delicious. People in Stone village even go to fetch water from it during the Lunar New Year. The villagers of Qingquan village don't mind if you use a little water to brew wine during the spring festival. Having lived on this land for many years, who among us doesn't have some kind of kinship or connection with someone else? But, if you want to make money using this spring water, then only the villagers of Qingquan village can do so. In this way, alcohol can't compete. Everyone fell silent again. The village party secretary and the village head exchanged a helpless glance. Then, they tacitly turned their gazes away, searching the conference room for someone who could offer advice. Their gazes swept around, and finally, they both landed on Lin Feng. There was no way around it. Among the villagers, Lin Feng was not only outstanding in age, but also had a very prominent reputation. Lin Feng, tell me, do you have any ideas? The village party secretary and Lin Feng had a good relationship, so he directly named him. Lin Feng, who was called out, was stunned for a moment, then put his 4 fingers together and pointed his index finger at himself. The village party secretary nodded, yes. The surrounding villagers also started to jeer. Oh right, I almost forgot there's a college student in the village. Feng Weiyar, you're a native of our village too. What special products can we sell in the village? Think about it quickly. We're all getting old, we're counting on you. Hearing these voices of agreement, Lin Feng felt terrible. Dear elders, I am indeed a college student, but the problem lies precisely in the fact that I am a college student. You tell me, how much do you think someone who lived in the dormitory during high school and only came back once every few years, and who could only stay for a few days at a time, could know about the village? Lin Feng shrugged. Yes, I run a farm in the village and have been there for more than half a year. But I've been stuck in the fields for the past 6 months, so I really don't know much about our village. That makes sense, and everyone fell silent again. At this moment, the village party secretary spoke again. But there's no denying that you're the most knowledgeable person in our village. Putting everything else aside, those agricultural university students from the city really admire you. He farms better than professionals and cooks better than those in big restaurants. How about we start with your cooking skills? Upon hearing this suggestion, some of the people present recalled the meal they had at Lin Feng's house when they participated in the Spring Festival celebrations last time. That's right, Lin Feng's cooking skills are really good. At least in my life, I've only eaten such a delicious feast once. I'm really looking forward to your wedding so I can crash it again. Wait a minute, what kind of groom cooks and prepares the wedding feast himself? Oh yeah, then there's no chance? That's how it is when there are many people, it's very easy for the topic to go astray. Seeing that many people were still reminiscing about the delicious food, the village secretary had to take control of the situation. Stop, everyone quiet down, let's not go off topic. The village party secretary looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, what do you have to say? Lin Feng gave a polite smile. You can't expect me to sell food, can you? If no one tells you I'm not here, who will take care of the farm? At that trade fair, everyone else was selling products, but I was standing on my stall, sizzling and cooking. The scene. Lin Feng's expression said it all. Everyone showed expressions of no way. Let's not even talk about whether you can cook there. The official statement says it's a local specialty. Can cooking be considered a local specialty? If we report this, we'll probably get a scolding. No, how about we sell some fruit instead? The apricots are ripe now, and in a few days we'll have plums, peaches, bayberries, and the like. In previous years, we couldn't finish eating them all, and they would rot on the ground, or the fruit merchants would buy them at low prices. It's better for us to sell them ourselves. That's a good idea. My apricots are going to rot if we don't pick them soon. Lin Feng, who had initially been undecided, showed a thoughtful expression upon hearing everyone's words. Wait a minute, I've got an idea now. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned to look at them, their eyes filled with longing. Lin Feng was a little embarrassed by their stares. As everyone knows, fruit doesn't fetch a good price, transportation is difficult, and the shelf life is short. But we can make jam. As he spoke, Lin Feng looked at the village party secretary. Uncle, what did you think of the sweet drink you had at my house this morning, which was made with apricot jam? Speaking of this, the village secretary automatically recalled the sweet and sour taste from that morning, and his mouth began to water. If you eat apricots like this, you can't eat more than a few before your teeth start to ache. But if you make them into jam and then mix them with water, you can get them to be soft. The village party secretary spoke with certainty. I can drink 5 or 6 cups a day without getting tired of it. How many apricots do you need to make 5 or 6 cups? Lin Feng scratched his head when this was mentioned. I made those jams for my own consumption. I didn't weigh them at all. I really don't know how many pounds of jam would be made from how many pounds of fruit. Okay, uncle, I'll go back and make another batch. This time I'll keep a record and calculate the cost, and then we can talk about selling it. Anyway, there are still 3 days left, right? The village party secretary nodded. That's a good idea. The villagers of Stone Village were overjoyed when they finally came up with something that might be sold at the trade fair. Which household doesn't have a few fruit trees? If we can sell them, they'll be all money. Everyone urged Lin Feng to make sure he could develop the jam. Whether they sell the fruit to Lin Feng or make it themselves, it will increase their family's income. The meeting concluded successfully, and the villagers got up and left. Lin Feng was stopped by the village party secretary and the village chief. Secretary of the party committee, village chief, I know what you want to say. I'll get back and take care of it. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Xiao Feng. Then you should go back quickly. The village party secretary and village head readily released the people. Since the goal this time is to verify costs, Lin Feng doesn't plan to use free people like last time. After all, if we want to sell in bulk, we will definitely need to hire people, and the labor costs must be calculated. Since he had already made over 400,000 yuan from selling potatoes, Lin Feng wasn't afraid to spend money now. At the normal market price of 80 yuan a day, Lin Feng hired 3 aunties from the village to help him. This time, the 2 apricot trees in the orchard were completely picked clean. After weighing, it weighed 325 jin, approximately 167.5 catties. Now is the peak season for apricots, and Lin Feng inquired about the price at the market, which fluctuated around 2.5 yuan. These apricots cost 812.5 yuan, and the white sugar needed in the process. Lin Feng took out his notebook and wrote down each ingredient he used. Next, we'll see how much jam we can make. Following Lin Feng's instructions, the 3 ants put on masks and gloves and began to peel and pit the apricots. Last time, Lin Feng simply discarded the apricot pits. But this time, reminded by his aunt, he kept the pits and used the apricot kernels instead. Lin Feng could only sigh, realizing it was his first time managing a household and he had no experience. I still need to interact more with my uncles and aunts and learn from them. Don't treat the farm's treasures like trash just because you've made money. Lin Feng had high hopes for making this jam. So, after consulting with his aunts, he started a live stream. I'm planning to interact with netizens and get their opinions. After all, the real masters are often found among ordinary people. Although he only operates his account sporadically, it depends on what he posted before. The account actually has a pretty good number of followers. Sure enough, as soon as it was opened, a lot of fans flooded in. Hey, the missing person has returned. Host, do you know how hard it is for me to wait for your update? What is the streamer filming? Apricots? Are you making apricot jam? Seeing the barrage of comments, Lin Feng cleared his throat. Well, I'm thinking of making a batch of apricot jam to sell, but I don't have any experience, so I was thinking of doing a live stream to let everyone see and give me some feedback. These words immediately piqued the interest of netizens. Seriously? They actually dared to live stream this? If everyone in the food industry had the same courage and determination as these live streamers, our country wouldn't have to worry about food safety. Just because of this live stream, I absolutely have to buy a jar of this apricot jam when it comes out. Professor Lee was resting and, as is his habit, wanted to go online and virtually pet some fluffy things. However, a pop-up window appeared on the homepage showing that I was following a live stream. Upon clicking in, my eyes were immediately drawn to the apricots that the aunties were washing. These apricots are large and golden yellow, to say the least. The aunties, in particular, could peel off the skin so easily and the whole piece of skin came off so smoothly. It's comparable to Dove chocolate. The fruit is large, the flesh is delicate, and it looks good. What variety is it? How novel? Professor Lee asked directly in the live chat. Excuse me, what variety is this apricot? The flesh is so delicate. Lin Feng scratched his head after seeing this comment. I don't know, my family planted it, they've been planting it for decades. It's just that I've watered it with some spiritual water and covered it with some spiritual soil over the past 6 months. Of course, I can't say that. However, Lin Feng was absolutely certain that this apricot tree had not mutated. This answer reminded Professor Lee of a farmer in the south. That person was the same way, he knew nothing when asked, yet the agricultural products he grew were all exceptionally good. Perhaps, fate just loves to make things difficult for people. Even the most painstakingly cultivated crops by professionals can't compare to those casually grown by a naturally gifted person. However, on the other hand, in which industry can hard work outweigh talent? No solution. Professor Lee shook his head, put the live stream aside, and began tidying up the room. Peeling apricots looks quite relaxing, so I'll just leave it there. After answering Professor Lee's question, Lin Feng didn't pay much attention. He simply adjusted the angle of the apricot photo to ensure that the entire production process was under the supervision of netizens. Xingzi is the absolute main character, and Lin Feng wisely chose not to appear in the scene. However, Wolf Green was unaware that it had just returned from patrol, wagging its tail, and walked right in front of the camera. Holy crap, what a fat dog. That round belly, that wiggling bottom, it's so funny how fat it is. Upon seeing this comment, Lin Feng immediately perked up. My dog has fluffy fur, but he's not actually fat. Really? I don't believe it. Haha, even if the sky falls, the streamer's mouth will hold it up. Host, you can talk about me, but you can't talk about my dog. Lin Feng also realized that he had refuted too quickly, making it seem like he was trying to cover something up. Would you buy this apricot jam? Lin Feng abruptly changed the subject and forbade Lang Qing from coming over again. As long as you don't appear in the photo, no one can say you're fat. Netizens know why Lin Feng did this, but they are very willing to cooperate. Haha, okay, the jam I've been supervising has passed hygiene standards, so I'll buy it. It depends on the price needs to be reasonable. Host, these days everyone wants to be healthy, so it's best to use less sugar. I'll buy the low sugar option. A sugar-free version is fine too, but hopefully it won't be too sour. Looking at everyone's comments, Lin Feng got back to the main topic and replied to each one. There's absolutely no need to worry about hygiene. I dare to broadcast it, it's definitely guaranteed. Regarding the price, I still need to check the costs, but I can promise one thing, I won't sell at a high premium. The sugar should be minimal, but it can't be too sour either. So the apricots need to be good, sweet ones. I'll try my best. Chatting with everyone, the time passed by without us even realizing it. One of the aunties waved to Lin Feng. The apricot flesh is all processed. What's next? With the preliminary steps completed, Lin Feng straightened up and began giving instructions. Aunt Zhang, you and Aunt Li weigh the apricot flesh together. I want to see how much is left after peeling and pitting it. Aunt Wan, could you help me set up a pot over here, and bring the firewood over too? Let's start making jam. I've already made jam once before. Lin Feng appeared to be handling the situation with ease this time. The live streaming camera was set up and aimed at the undulating apricot flesh in the pot. Light the fire, add water, add sugar. The viewers in the live stream were extremely satisfied, watching the clean spatula being used to stir the food continuously. Besides apricot flesh, it's all sugar. This recipe is really clean. Someone just asked for a sugar-free version? Actually, there's no need. The truly unhealthy ones are things like high fructose corn syrup and corn syrup. The granulated sugar the host used is perfectly fine. The aunties are really hardworking. They just finished peeling the skins and are already washing the bottles. The streamer even schemed off the foam. Factory-made goods shouldn't have this step, right? After all, machines don't have that kind of fine-tuning function. Lin Feng did not participate in the conversation at this time, because he was focused on making jam. I'm afraid that if I get distracted, the apricot jam will burn at the bottom, and all my efforts will be wasted. As time goes by and the moisture evaporates, Lin Feng stirred the jam little by little, and the large pot of jam was reduced to a small half pot. Once the jam starts bubbling and releasing tiny bubbles, based on my previous experience, it's ready. Lin Feng put on silicone heat-resistant gloves and quickly removed the pot from the fire. The camera captured his arm in its entirety. When exerting force, the veins on his upper body bulge, and his muscles are full and powerful. This immediately caused a burst of screams in the live stream chat. Holy crap, I didn't feel anything when that hand was holding the spatula, but now that the veins are bulging, I can't take it. I want to talk. Hey, you two upstairs, the comments section isn't in no man's land. Lin Feng, who finally had time to look at the comments, was speechless. Sometimes, surfing the internet alone can feel quite helpless. Forget it, let's pretend we didn't see it. Let's hurry up and weigh it and check the cost. Lin Feng took out a calculator. Labor 240, apricots 812.5, sugar 60, should we include firewood? Yes, we should. Lin Feng was adding and subtracting on the calculator. The ant next to him reminded him, Maple Kid, should we bottle it? Oh, yes. You guys pack it up, I want to see how many bottles you can fit. Weight and volume can be different, and it also depends on whether the jam is pressed down on the jar. Lin Feng finally figured it out. A 250-gram jar of jam costs a whopping 22. Lin Feng was somewhat stunned upon seeing this number. Was the jam I bought in the city really that expensive? Lin Feng couldn't remember. So he turned his attention to the phone that was broadcasting the live stream, but it was taken back a moment later. The cost is what it is, so why ask netizens about the price? If everyone's offer is lower, will he sell or not? We still need to discuss this matter with the village party secretary and the others first. Lin Feng picked up a few jars of jam and said to the viewers in the live stream, thanks to my friends for their online supervision, now it's time to experiment with the flavors. I'll go to the village, and if the taste is right, we'll negotiate the price and then talk about selling it. That's all for today's live stream, bye-bye. These words disappointed the viewers in the live stream. We have to wait? I've been watching all afternoon, just waiting for the link to be uploaded on page 321. Such clean jam is rare, I'll accept it even if it doesn't taste good. Lin Feng hadn't expected everyone to be so enthusiastic, so he quickly explained, I really can't sell today. My online store isn't open yet, and I still need to go through the procedures for selling food. But don't worry, I'll definitely let you all know as soon as I have any news. That's all for today's live stream, bye-bye. After saying that, Lin Feng turned off the live stream and headed straight for the village. The taste is acceptable, the price is set, and all the paperwork is done. Another revenue stream added. Village party secretary, here I come. Lin Feng ran to the party secretary's house, where the party secretary was waiting eagerly. This trade fair is a great opportunity for the village to get rich. If we can't catch them, the villagers will have to keep running away generation after generation. Who wouldn't want to make money right at their doorstep? Knock knock knock. As soon as there was a knock on the door, the party secretary tucked his pipe into his belt and shouted, Coming. Who is it? Lin Feng? Yes, uncle, it's me. As soon as the door opened, Lin Feng smiled at the party secretary, holding up a canned food jar. The party secretary drank commercially prepared apricot jam water this morning. It was the first time he had ever seen bottled apricot jam. Tisk tisk tisk, the color is pretty good. Golden and translucent, it looks appetizing. But now is not the time to eat jam, the party secretary then asked. Has the cost calculation been completed? Lin Feng nodded, I figured it out. 1 can of this, 250 grams, costs 22 yuan. What? Upon hearing the price, the village party secretary's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. My goodness, the cost is already this high. The rice wine from Qingquan village, a bottle this big, only sells for 20 yuan. The party secretary gestured in the air, indicating that the bottle containing the wine was bigger than Lin Feng's. Lin Feng was also helpless. Fortunately, he no longer relied on jam to get rich. He suggested, Uncle, since we haven't reported it yet, can we just forget about the jam? That won't do. People have to complain about how expensive it is, since 22 yuan can buy more than 10 kilograms of fertilizer. However, not selling was not an option. The party secretary made the decision. Other villages don't sell jam, so we have to bring out our specialty. You decide on the pricing, and that's it for this category. Lin Feng thought for a moment and used a simple and unadorned formula. I've heard that you need a gross profit margin of 50% to 70% to make money in the restaurant business. Then let's work backwards from a gross profit margin of 50%. The cost of a jar of jam is 22 yuan. We don't need to cover the transportation and store fees. Lin Feng took out his calculator and did some calculations. The price is 44 yuan. The village party secretary blinked. 44 sounds awful, let's sell it for 48. Lin Feng, uncle, what you said makes a lot of sense, I have no reply. But with such a price increase, who were the people who were complaining about the price being too high before? Seeing Lin Feng's speechless expression, the village secretary smiled slyly. We'll just report it. If it doesn't sell, let the higher UPS figure it out. Everyone says they want to lead the villagers to prosperity, so they need to send some smart people to manage things, right? Lin Feng gave a thumbs up in admiration, then paused. But I have one more question. Lin Feng asked the village party secretary. We're selling food, don't we need licenses or anything? That's easy to say. The village party secretary smiled. For this matter, the county opened a green channel for testing. All the food products sold there passed the test and were sent directly to the trade fair without us having to worry about it. After speaking, the village secretary looked at the jam in Lin Feng's hand and reached out. Give this to me, I'll have someone send it over for testing tomorrow. Now Lin Feng has no worries. Okay, uncle, I'll wait for your news. With the jam matter settled, Lin Feng happily hummed a song as he returned home. However, his good mood ended when he saw the pile of mud at home. Oh dear, I've been so focused on making jam that I haven't even finished setting up my bread oven yet. Lin Feng slapped his forehead and resignedly picked up his tools again. This kind of earthen bread oven is actually not difficult to make. Make the outer layer of yellow mud, lay a thick layer of broken tiles in the middle for insulation, and then cover the outside with another layer of yellow mud. The difficulty with Lin Feng's oven lies in the fact that, because it's so large, it needs extra steel reinforcement to prevent it from collapsing. Following the blueprints he found online and adding his own modifications, Lin Feng spent 2 days working on it. In the early morning, the bread oven continuously emitted steam, dispelling the morning mist. Wolf Green, Little Black Wolf, and Kamikaze lay in front of the bread oven, enjoying the feeling of the heat drying their fur, which had been dampened by the dew during their night patrol. In the backyard, 3 howling tiger cubs were vying to climb into the front yard. We also had to learn from our uncles and aunts and squeeze in front of the bread oven. Unfortunately, their fur wasn't wet from the dew, and they got unbearably hot when dried. The only thing it could do was turn around and cry out for its father. Lin Feng ruthlessly shoved the 3 little ones into Jiang Ming's hands. Raising a child is exhausting, and we're not as close as we used to be. Thank you. What else could Jiang Ming say? Brother Feng, where is their mother? Lin Feng focused intently on guarding the bread oven, without even looking up. I don't know. It seems that Wuyang annoyed Tiger Mom that day and ran into the woods and never came back. Aren't you worried about Tiger Mom getting into trouble? It's all right. Officer Lin installed a tracking device on Tiger Mom. If there were any abnormalities, he would have gone after her already. After Lin Feng and Jiang Ming finished explaining, he waved his hand. You should put the 3 little ones in the chicken coop in the backyard first. The students will be here soon. With the tiger cubs here and their mother not here, they're going to cause a ruckus. Okay. Jiang Ming, recalling everyone's restless and careless manner, dared not let his guard down. However, they both overestimated the appeal of the tiger cub, or rather, underestimated the appeal of the apricot jam cake. The students who came to pick up their breakfast looked at the rustic bread oven in the corner and then smelled the sweet aroma that filled the air. His face was filled with disbelief. Brother Feng, if we're not mistaken, this smells like cake? Wang Li swallowed hard while asking Lin Feng for confirmation. Lin Feng nodded, only to be met with a multitude of bewildered expressions. Did I hear that right? Following the potato bowl from last time, today we unlocked a cake on the farm. On a remote farm, breakfast, cake. This isn't just extravagant, it's incredible. Even though the bread oven was blocked by thick wooden planks, the students still stared at the planks, trying to poke a hole in them so they could see the whole cake inside. Ahem, everyone, please make way. If you can't, you can pet the dog and play with it on the side. It will take some time. Lin Feng pushed the crowd aside, and then pulled out 2 enormous cake bases from the bread oven. Amidst the sounds of everyone swallowing their saliva, Lin Feng calmly took the cake base back to the kitchen. Let it cool down first, then you can spread the jam on it. While we waited, I fried some homemade sausages for everyone. A good breakfast is important so that students will have more energy to manage the farm. After the sausages were fried, the cake base cooled down. Lin Feng took out apricot jam and carefully spread it on the cake. The sweet and sour taste of apricot jam intertwines with the sweetness of the cake, creating a unique and delightful flavor. Coo coo coo. I don't know whose stomach rumbled first, but the one who started it was undoubtedly the first. Soon, the courtyard was filled with the rumbling of stomachs. After a night of exertion, my body was already starving and desperately needed nourishment. I really couldn't control myself anymore. My mouth was watering at the sight of Lin Feng's apricot cake. Lin Feng was still finishing up when he heard the chirping sounds and couldn't help but look up into the yard. Wang Li and the others were already used to Lin Feng's gaze. Seeing Lin Feng looking over, she didn't blush or skip a beat, and stared back at him with clear eyes. Lin Feng. He looked away and continued spreading the cake. This is my first time making it, so I'm a little rusty and need to take it slow. Wang Li and the others wanted to urge them, but they held back. Believe in Brother Feng, believe in the magic of time. Finally, Lin Feng closed the 2 cake layers together and announced, "Alright, take your breakfast now." Yay! Long live Brother Feng. Wang Li and Wu Yang took the lead, respectfully accepting their breakfast from Lin Feng. Brother Feng, really, we've got everything we need on your farm, both in terms of prestige and substance. Wang Li is as annoying as ever. Watch me show off to the fullest. Lin Feng? After thinking about it, he still offered a word of advice. Hey, take it easy. If you make too many enemies, I'm afraid you won't be able to graduate. He had heard from Jiang Ming that after he boasted last time, he received several calls complaining about him. Wang Li was aware of this as well. However, he doesn't care. It's alright, it's alright. Senior brother Jiang doesn't care about my graduation anyway. I'm leaving now, Brother Feng. Today's breakfast is apricot cake, fried sausage, and black tea. Wang Li found his best-looking tableware and took a 9-grid photo of it. This time, he didn't need his senior to call him, he called her directly. Senior sister, have you seen my WeChat moments? You're just pretending, kid. On the other end of the phone, my senior sister's voice sounded weak and listless. Why is everyone so infuriating so early in the morning? Those who know, Wang Li, went to work on the small farm, those who don't, would think you went on vacation. You keep showing off every day, you've already gone too far with your posturing. Wang Li listened to the voice on the other end of the phone, a voice filled with envy and jealousy that bordered on helplessness, and felt completely at ease. Actually, it's not that delicious. Wang Li, with malicious intent, blurted out. The edges of the cake were a bit burnt, so it was crunchy and had an eggy flavor, but it wasn't authentic. The sausages aren't from any big brand, they're just made from local farm pork. The black tea is even less high-end, the only downside is the aroma. Wang Li gave a very fair assessment. So. Senior sister. Good, the fist is starting to harden. Wang Li is still testing the limits of danger. By the way, senior sister, doesn't the farm you're at offer takeout delivery? You can definitely find a better cake than mine, right? It only costs 70 or 80 yuan, and the delivery rider will bring it to you. The senior sister slammed her fist on the table. Wang Li. Upon hearing this outburst, Wang Li instantly became timid. Senior sister, I'm hanging up now, bye-bye. Wu Yang saw through his smugness and came over after Wang Li hung up the phone. Why are you only taking advantage of your senior sister? Aren't you afraid she'll go berserk? Don't forget, you'll be going back someday. Wang Li happily scooped out a large piece of cake and put it in his mouth. Never mind, it's my senior sister's fault for breaking my bacterial culture dish. So that's how it all started. Wu Yang was filled with righteous indignation in a second. Bro, I support you, keep posting. While the students were in a fierce battle over the apricot cake, everything was peaceful at Lin Feng's house. Another slightly smaller cake has just come out of the oven. Wolf Green, Little Black Wolf, these are for you too. Lin Feng served each of the 2 guys a piece of cake. He secretly served another piece to Kamikaze. You can eat in the yard, don't go out. Otherwise, if Zhou Cheng finds out, he'll say that Shen Feng violated discipline again. After dividing the food, Lin Feng and Jiang Ming sat together and happily ate breakfast. Just then, a loud rumbling sound came from the center of the courtyard. Lin Feng and Jiang Ming? No way, they all got their share. Turning my head, I saw the big dumpling leaning against the door with a resentful look on its face. You're going to eat something delicious without me, huh? Lin Feng chuckled and magically produced a cake from the kitchen. You little brat, do you think I'd forget you? The big dumpling was happy and started bleating, nuzzling Lin Feng with its head. I knew it, I'm special to you. Lin Feng turned his head, looked at the belated little dumpling, and waved. Hurry up, or your mom will eat your share. The big dumpling quickly withdrew a sticker. The little dumpling followed closely behind. After breakfast, there was a knock on Lin Feng's door. Lin Feng, the test results are in. We can go to the trade fair. The village party secretary burst through the door with great enthusiasm, eager to share the good news with Lin Feng. Quickly, bring out all the apricot jam you made last time, we'll take it away soon. Lin Feng paused for a moment, somewhat embarrassed. Last time I brewed 36 bottles, sent 1 bottle for testing, and I used 3 bottles to make a cake today, so I only have 32 bottles left. Is that enough? Village party secretary. After a long silence, he spoke. 32 bottles it is, give them all to me first, and then be prepared to restock. I heard from above that this trade fair attracts over 10 million visitors every day. What if the apricot jam becomes a hit? We still need to have dreams. Lin Feng smiled as he carried the apricot jam out. Uncle, who was it that called it expensive a few days ago? The village party secretary shook his head vigorously. It wasn't me. Lin Feng gave the village party secretary a thumbs up again. However, on second thought, it seems that young people nowadays are the type who, if they see something expensive, will try it no matter the cost. Maybe this apricot jam can actually be sold. Anyway, Lin Feng was very confident in the taste of his jam. Only, we're out of apricots. Uncle. Lin Feng smiled sheepishly at the village secretary. But if we need to restock, we're out of apricots. Isn't that simple? The village party secretary didn't see this as a problem at all. In our village, which family can't spare a few apricot trees? When we need them, we can just go and collect them. I've thought about it, and it's better to ask everyone to make apricot jam, since the quality will vary greatly. You might as well take over the jam-making business. As long as the fruit is bought in our village, everyone's wallet will be full. Lin Feng smiled. That's great, but there's one thing, Uncle, you have to check on me. I'll only accept the good apricots. I won't accept the sour ones or the ones with thin flesh. When Lin Feng had some free time, he actually put a serious thought into the quality control of the apricot jam. His first batch of jam was made with apricots grown using his own spiritual water and soil, so it's sure to taste good. From then on, the first thing to do when making apricot jam was to select the best apricots, and the second thing was to use spiritual water throughout the entire process. With the addition of the spiritual water, it should be able to differentiate itself from other jams on the market. This involves quality control, and the village party secretary vouched for it. Just accept the fruits that you find appealing. If you can't refuse the bad ones, come directly to me. Uncle will stand up for you. No one can stop our village from getting rich. The two exchanged a smile and reached an agreement. After seeing the village secretary off, Lin Feng looked at the test report that the village secretary had brought, thought for a moment, took a picture, and posted it to his account. Thanks to all Cloud shareholders, the apricot jam has passed testing. Due to production limitations, it can currently only be sold in physical stores. Online channels, please wait a little longer. As soon as the news broke, comments immediately flooded the comments section. What? I've been waiting for days, and this is all you say? Why I even said this jam was clean and I was going to buy it for my daughter. Host, you have no heart. Faced with these comments, Lin Feng could only say, fellow villagers, after the trial is successful, I will definitely work hard to increase production. Now, I'm outta here. The trade fair in the provincial capital has begun in full swing. To promote local agricultural products and help villagers get rich, this trade fair was organized in a very large-scale manner. Sure enough, the crowd was huge right from the start. Locals, tourists, and distributors thronged the area. Lin Feng and his fellow villagers from Stone Village were allocated a booth of about 7 or 8 square meters in the northeast corner of the trade fair. Similarly, Qingquan Village and Ziowa Village are located nearby. On everyone's stalls, there were the same agricultural products such as dried shiitake mushrooms and dried bamboo shoots. The difference lies in the fact that Qingquan Village sells wine, while Xiao Village sells bamboo mats and straw hats. These are distinctive local specialties. In Stone Village, where Lin Feng lives, the most eye-catching thing is the bottles of golden, translucent apricot jam displayed on the counter. All the store staff are trained in advance and know which product they are promoting. Xiao Li, a shop assistant in Stone Village, was initially hesitant when she learned that she was going to promote apricot jam. You can tell stories about wine, and you can express your feelings about bamboo weaving. What can you talk about with jam? However, after he opened the jar of apricot jam meant for tasting and took a bite, he changed his mind. This apricot jam will definitely sell, because the taste is so natural and additive-free. The smooth jam is interspersed with small pieces of apricot flesh, making it silky yet substantial. It's sweet and sour, and delicious whether spread on bread or mixed with water. Even he, a grown man who doesn't particularly like sweets, was won over, so I'm sure those who love sweets will like it too. Full of confidence, Xiao Li opened the jam and divided it into small paper cups, adding a small spoon for tasting. They also thoughtfully covered it with a transparent cover to prevent mosquito contamination. The cover can keep out mosquitoes, but it can't keep out fragrance. The first to be attracted were the salespeople from the neighboring Qingquan Village and Ziowa Village. How come your jam smells even better than my wine? Is it for tasting? Let me try some too. As an ordinary specialty shop, there was really no business in the store right now, so the two employees simply gathered around in front of the apricot jam. As you get close, the sweet and sour aroma of apricot jam seems to permeate everything. This made the two shop assistants swallow hard. Xiao Li smiled and generously handed each of them a paper cup. Sure, give it a try. If you like it, please refer some customers to your store. Let's help each other and promote each other's products. The staff here are all on commission, so it's better to be united than not. The two shop assistants happily accepted the apricot jam. After taking one bite, their eyes lit up. This is absolutely made with the finest apricots. One of the shop assistants gave a thumbs up. The other one savored the taste in his mouth and laughed. This is the first time the villagers have run a business, so they don't know how to cut corners. This apricot jam has a much higher fruit content than anything else on the market. Give me a bottle, my daughter likes this. As soon as he spoke, another shop assistant also took out his phone. I want one too. Where's the QR code? Can you scan it for me? Xiaoli never expected that the business would end up benefiting his colleague. He took out the QR code, looked at the apricot jam on the counter, one bottle for every one sold, and silently took out his phone and scanned a bottle himself. There's no way around it. I have a wife at home who loves sweets, so I have to think about her. 32 jars of jam. After deducting one sample jar and selling 3 jars, now only 28 jars are left. Xiaoli thinks that if half of the products are sold today, and repeat buyers come back tomorrow, then the inventory will be cleared out. Just as he was happily making his plans, someone walked into the store. Wang Mengmeng, who was traveling here and didn't know what to bring back for her family, saw the advertisement and was dragged by her boyfriend to the trade fair. My boyfriend said that there's everything at the trade fair, so we're sure to find a unique gift. It's much better than buying Yuwu goods at the entrance of tourist attractions. Wang Mengmeng came with a try-it-out attitude, since there was still some time before the high-speed train departed. This period is perfect for visiting trade fairs. This jam smells nice, I can tell it's made from apricots, it can't be artificial flavoring, right? Wang Mengmeng whispered to her boyfriend in front of the stall. Upon hearing this, Xiaoli immediately produced the test report for the apricot jam and explained with a smile. Madam, sir, you can take a look at our test report. Absolutely no fragrances, colorings, or preservatives have been added. And here are some sample packs, you too can try them. After Xiaoli finished speaking, the two shop assistants next to him simultaneously raised their apricot jam and began promoting it. We were recommended by the county to sell local specialties. Everything in the store is genuine and of high quality, and the test reports are very authoritative. I'm rushing to buy some for my family. Yes, the food here is really good. To put it bluntly, the villagers are honest and haven't learned to cut corners yet. Wang Mengmeng and her boyfriend smiled as they looked at the uniforms and name tags on the two shop assistants. Other stores are all vying to recommend it, so the products must be good. Let's try it and see if it tastes the same as it smells. Welcome, welcome. It's okay if you try it but don't buy it. We are a legitimate shop. Xiaoli quickly handed over the sample pack. Wang Mengmeng's eyes lit up as soon as she put a small spoonful of jam in her mouth. This jam is great. The imported one I bought before didn't taste as pure as this. Her boyfriend hadn't tried it yet, and he laughed when he heard this. Can you even taste whether it's pure or not? Your body doesn't lie, you'll know once you've tried it. Wang Mengmeng affectionately pinched her boyfriend's arm and pushed a small spoon into his mouth. After taking one bite, even her boyfriend exclaimed in admiration. It's definitely pure. Xiaoli looked at them with a smile, having already prepared the QR code. We guarantee to sell at least 2 bottles. As expected, Wang Mengmeng made the decision. Give me 4 bottles, take them home for your family to try. Xiaoli smiled, quickly took out a bag, and put it in. 48 per bottle, 4 bottles for a total of 192. Scan the code here. Unlike Lin Feng and the village secretary's assumption that the jam would be too expensive and no one would buy it, Wang Mengmeng didn't hesitate at all when she heard the price and scanned the code directly. Good products are worth the price. What you should be afraid of is paying too much and not getting good products at all. Wang Mengmeng and her boyfriend bought apricot jam and browsed the trade fair for a while. When they saw that it was almost time, they headed straight for the high-speed rail station. Upon arriving at the entrance of her residential compound, Wang Mengmeng divided the items she had bought at the trade fair in 2 for her boyfriend. The two went home separately. When she arrived home, there was no food prepared, but Wang Mengmeng didn't mind. Because her mother had been skipping lunch for years to maintain her figure, she had gotten used to it. Once in the kitchen, Wang Mengmeng took a loaf of bread from the refrigerator and skillfully tossed it into the oven to heat. Then, he took the apricot jam and the jam spreading knife and waited to the side. When she tasted the jam before, she felt that it would be very fragrant when spread on bread. Indeed, the aroma that wafted from the kitchen when chilled apricot jam was spread on steaming bread did indeed emanate from it. Wang's mother, wearing a face mask, came out of the bedroom. What kind of bread are you eating? It smells so good. Instead of answering her mother's question, Wang Mengmeng picked up a piece of bread spread with apricot jam, happily put it in her mouth, and praised it. Wow, this is so delicious. She paused for a moment before responding to her mother. Mom, you don't eat afternoon, so don't ask. Looking at her daughter's blissful expression, Wang's mother paused, stunned. That's true. She turned and walked towards the living room. However, halfway there, her stomach, rumbling from the enticing aroma, made her turn back. "Your jam smells so natural and healthy, I don't mind taking a bite." Wang's mother looked at her daughter with longing eyes. Wang Mengmeng smiled, cut off a small piece of scrap, and spread a little jam on it. "Try it, but don't eat too much, otherwise you'll weigh yourself tomorrow and find you've gained weight, and you'll definitely nag me." As a daughter, how could she not know what kind of person her mother was? Wang's mother agreed with her daughter and happily accepted the small piece of bread. Then, her appetite, which had been waning due to long-term intermittent fasting, was stimulated by the sweet and sour apricot jam, and she suddenly became hungry. Coo coo coo. A small piece of jam-filled bread made Wang's mother's stomach rumble. His mouth was drooling profusely, and he was shouting that he wanted more. Their appetites had also whetted, and they began to voice their dissatisfaction. Mrs. Wang swallowed hard, reaching for the bread and jam. "I've been not eating afternoon for so many years, so what's the big deal if I eat one today?" Wang Mengmeng watched as her mother ate one piece after another, unable to stop, and even emptied half a jar of jam. "Mom, you can't eat anymore. Why are you so stingy?" The mother and daughter started arguing in the kitchen, which attracted Mr. Wang's attention. "Oh, what kind of jam is this that can make you break your composure, my wife? I'd better try it." A few dozen seconds later, Mr. Wang also joined the fray for the jam bread. "Wang Mengmeng, Mom and Dad, you two seem like strangers to me." Unwilling to participate in the battle of gods, Wang Mengmeng left the kitchen and called her boyfriend. "Then, I heard the sounds of fighting over there. My boyfriend has a nephew who's in elementary school, and he's crying really loudly right now. Why can't I have any jam?" "Then none of you are allowed to have any either. Good boy/girl, we're adults, we're not afraid of bad teeth." "I don't care, you're lying to children." Wang Mengmeng chuckled, but before she could finish, her boyfriend's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Mengmeng, there are a lot of people in my family, and 2 jars of jam aren't enough to share, you see." Wang Mengmeng stopped laughing in a second. "Hello? Hello? The signal is bad, I can't hear you." Holding the phone back and forth, Wang Mengmeng shouted and hung up the phone. "I can give you 48 yuan, but I can't give you apricot jam." Wang Mengmeng turned her head and looked at her parents, who were also arguing in their own kitchen, and scratched her head. "Oops, I forgot to ask the shop if they had an online store. Where can I buy more jam after I finish these 2 jars?" Wang Mengmeng has worries, but Lin Feng has no worries. He is still very happy. The mother tiger, who had been hiding in the forest for several days, has returned. The 3 tiger cubs hadn't seen their mother for a long time, so they roared and rushed over, clinging to her body. The mother tiger calmly lay down, rolled onto her side, revealing her nipples, and waited for her babies to suckle. To her surprise, the 3 babies only wanted to cuddle with their mother and didn't want to drink milk. "Is Mom's milk delicious? It doesn't taste as good as Dad's." The 3 little ones said they weren't hungry at all right now. The South China tiger mother nudged her cubs' round bellies with her nose and gave Lin Feng a grateful look. Lin Feng smiled and stepped forward to pat the big cat's head. "You only remembered the baby was still nursing now? You've been gone for so many days, do you really trust me?" The tiger mother didn't speak, she just rubbed against Lin Feng's hand. "It came back this time for a serious reason. Now, I have recovered and found a suitable cave in the jungle. It was going to take the child with it." If the tiger cubs grew up in Lin Feng's house, the tiger mother felt they wouldn't learn to hunt. However, it will not give up on this cafeteria. "It's fine to come here occasionally to replenish my energy." The tiger mother stuck out her tongue and licked her nose, then got up, took her cubs, and walked out of Lin Feng's backyard. In response, Lin Feng stated, "Let whoever wants to take care of this child take care of him, let me have a few days of peace. You won't understand the pain of nighttime breastfeeding unless you've been a dad." Seeing the South China tiger disappear, Lin Feng became happy. Then, he received a phone call. "Oh, party secretary, our jam is sold out." Well, there were only 32 jars of jam. The trade fair was so big, it's normal for it to sell out. By the way, how are the other local specialties from our village selling? Haven't they even opened for business yet? Lin Feng patted his mouth, thinking, if you can't do small talk, then don't bother. Getting down to business is the priority. "Uncle, enough with the chit-chat. Please announce that I need to buy apricots. Our village will get priority. How about 300 jin first?" Last time, Lin Feng made about 300 jin of jam, and this time, to be on the safe side, he made the same amount. As soon as the village secretary shouted, there was a knock on Lin Feng's door. The first to arrive were the 3 ants that Lin Feng had invited to help make jam. Without exception, all 3 carried baskets on their backs, which were filled to the brim with apricots and kept very clean. Lin Feng was stunned. "Aunties, I need to harvest apricots. It shouldn't take more than half an hour to get here, right?" After saying that, Lin Feng glanced at the time on his phone, still not entirely confident. The aunties laughed. Last time I helped you make jam, I knew it would sell well. I'm just waiting for you to buy some apricots. Yes, I've been preparing since I got home. Look, it's all cleaned up. Fengwei, based on your criteria last time, we've picked out the small and sour ones. The three of them chatted amongst themselves, promoting their own apricots. There was no other way. The man, son, and daughter-in-law and their family had all gone out to work. They stayed at home, tending their small plot of land, with little to no income. These apricots don't fetch a good price at the market. In previous years, they would just stay at home and stuff them into their own mouths and the livestock's mouths, eating until everyone's cheeks were bulging. Now things are much better. College students have returned to the village. They can not only help with farm work and earn wages, but also sell the unsold fruit from their homes. If we don't follow Lin Feng, who else can we follow? So, the three ants ran faster than anyone else. However, others are no less capable. Lin Feng had just accepted the apricots from his three ants when another group of villagers arrived in the courtyard. Everyone's baskets were filled with bright yellow apricots. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the villagers' faces lit up with smiles. Maple boy, try some of our apricots. If they're not good enough, you don't have to pay. Lin Feng was taken aback, realizing that his hands, which had been making jam all day, were starting to ache. Honestly, cooking it by hand is too labor-intensive. If this jam continues to sell, could we open a small processing plant? Lin Feng pondered this. However, before Lin Feng could figure it out, another group of villagers arrived, bringing apricots with them. Unfortunately, as I said before, when apricots are in season, they don't fetch a good price locally. Transporting them to other places is another option, but the thin skin of the apricots makes buyers hesitate. For all these reasons, the villagers can only watch Lin Feng now. Lin Feng looked at everyone's baskets, which were full of apricots, and scratched his head repeatedly. I originally planned to buy only 300 jin of apricots, but now I've definitely exceeded that amount. The villagers knew that Lin Feng couldn't eat many apricots, so they crowded together, all vying to prove that their own apricots were better than the others. The huge courtyard instantly became as noisy as a vegetable market. Lin Feng pressed down with both hands again and again. No, everyone, please be quiet and listen to me first. Unfortunately, his voice was too soft. The villagers were already engrossed in the comparison and couldn't extricate themselves. Fortunately, at that moment, the village secretary who had informed everyone that Lin Feng was going to buy apricots also rushed over. He knew that the villagers were terrified of poverty, and that they would all come to Lin Feng's shop as soon as they heard he was selling apricots. After all, which family in the village doesn't have a couple of apricot trees? Seeing Lin Feng submerged in the apricots, he squeezed through and whispered, "Don't do anything that might offend people, I'll do it." Lin Feng replied, "Thank you, uncle. I'm really numb now. I can't eat so much fruit while making jam by myself." The village party secretary nodded knowingly. Lin Feng is the only one who knows how to make apricot jam. Even if he works himself to death, how many batches can he make in a day? After thinking for a moment, the village secretary brought over a stool, stood on it, and raised his arms, shouting, "Stop arguing, everyone, and listen to what I have to say." The party branch secretary, having worked at the grassroots level for many years, commanded a much more authoritative voice than Lin Feng. The shout immediately silenced everyone. The village party secretary continued, "The apricot season only lasts a few days, and I know everyone is anxious. However, Lin Feng runs a business, and he also needs to make money. He can't just take all the fruit because everyone is in a hurry. So, there are standards for harvesting apricots. Do you all agree?" Upon hearing this, those in the crowd who were confident in the quality of their own fruit began to respond. "That's right, that's how it is. We can't bully Lin Feng just because he's a young man. Everyone, take a look at your own fruit first. If the quality isn't good, don't force it on us." With that said, the rest became much easier. The village party secretary smiled and said, "Everyone, please check yourselves. If the fruit has thin flesh, is sour, or is small, then forget about it. Also, don't buy any that have been sprayed with pesticides. Don't try to fool me." The village party secretary pointed to a villager in the crowd and said, "For example, Wang Lao-san, what are you doing here? Your apricots are so sour they'll make my teeth ache. And Lao Wan, I remember your apricot tree was cheated out of its fruit. The fruit it bears is pitifully small. Why don't you cut it down?" The village party secretary knows every household in the village like the back of his hand. As soon as he pointed, many people in the crowd immediately hid their baskets behind their backs. The village secretary turned around and gave Lin Feng a smug nod, the meaning of which was quite clear. "Uncle did a good job, didn't he? Now it's your turn to play the good cop." Since they were all from the same village, Lin Feng was also tempted by the apricots from the families whose apricots were particularly good. Making jam would definitely not use up all these apricots, but what about making dried fruit? Compared to jam, dried fruit has a longer shelf life and is simpler to make. Lin Feng decided to give it a try. Ahem, folks, I bought all the good apricots from this batch. Please leave me your contact information and let me know how many apricots I have at home. If you need to buy more next time, I'll just call you directly, so you don't have to come all of them. As soon as Lin Feng said this, the families in the crowd who were confident in their apricots cheered. They remembered Lin Feng's favor. But the village secretary pulled Lin Feng aside and whispered, "Aren't you being a bit too red-faced? Can you really eat all these apricots?" Lin Feng pointed to the bread oven in the corner of the yard and explained, "I'm going to try using this to dry a batch of fruit. If it's successful, our specialty store will have another product to offer." The village party secretary gave a thumbs up. No wonder the propaganda says that no matter how poor you are, you can't be poor in education. Being educated is always useful. That was settled. Lin Feng collected all the qualified apricots and happily made jam and dried fruit at home. I had just figured out how to make these dried apricots when an unexpected situation arose. Lin Feng planned to send the jam to the county for testing and then sell it at the trade fair. However, because some of the food had been given to Wang Li, Wu Yang, and other students who frequented the courtyard beforehand, everyone spread the word when they got back, and wow, they bypassed the shops and came directly to buy it. Everyone says that working is not easy, especially now that the fresh fruit pickers have come to the farm to pick fruit. They are afraid that Lin Feng will be taken advantage of, so they are supervising the work in the fields every day. They are so sunburnt that they have no taste in their mouths. Therefore, they need to buy dried fruit so that they can easily put it in their pockets and eat it. The excuse was full of holes, but Lin Feng still sold it. Who can blame them for being so adorable, staring with clear eyes and spouting absurd reasons? Lin Feng, chewing on the remaining, poorly looking dried fruit, took out his phone. He didn't think about it until now that people brought it up, and he realized that he hadn't even opened the app that manager Zheng had installed for him. I wonder if the fruits and vegetables from his farm are popular. With this in mind, Lin Feng opened the app, trying to find products from his farm. Surprisingly, it was found without any effort. The reason is simple: his farm has such a high rate of premium and high-quality products that fresh fruit has given it a dedicated section. The first thing that catches the eye is potatoes, because potatoes have the largest quantity and the highest transaction volume, so the algorithm puts them at the top. However, when Lin Feng clicked in, he found that it was a limited time sale. The countdown timer in the bottom right corner is ticking away. Seriously? This works. In Lin Feng's memory, only products with other attributes, such as mobile phones, trendy blind boxes, and limited edition cosmetics, could be sold this way. Why should we fight over a single potato? With this thought in mind, Lin Feng opened the comments section to see if anyone was criticizing him. "You damn merchant." The first comment made Lin Feng's eyes light up with "I knew it," but as he continued reading, he was speechless. "I feel like ants are crawling all over me if I can't get my hands on these potatoes every day. Please put them on the shelves already." Lin Feng suddenly became curious. What are the censored words on this website? The difference before and after is too big. Continuing down the list, the reviews are overwhelmingly positive. "I've never eaten such delicious potatoes before. They're a complete blowout compared to other potatoes in the market. Unable to get any potatoes, I bought the second best quality ones, which were practically inedible. I've called all my relatives and friends, and we're just waiting for it to go on sale. I refuse to believe we won't be able to snag a pair." Faced with these comments that clearly indicated there was no way to repurchase the products, Lin Feng became curious. Is it possible that Fresh Fruit Express deliberately created hype and hired shills to sell its products? With this thought in mind, Lin Feng swiped his phone and entered another potatoes page. Upon opening the comments section, he sensed something was amiss, because the very first comment read, "These potatoes are tasty on their own, but compared to another premium potato on the website, they lack flavor." The second comment is, "I couldn't get any premium potatoes, so I had to buy this one." The difference is obvious. When will the website have enough premium potatoes? Lin Feng didn't want to talk anymore. He was even a little afraid of being chased. If you put yourself in his shoes, if he were the farmer who owned this premium potato, he'd be furious. "I was originally going to check the reviews of other vegetables, but at this point, it's all over." Lin Feng turned off his phone, picked up a sickle, and prepared to tend to the orchard. The apricots at home are gone, but the fruit trees he planted are already laden with fruit. It's just waiting for time to help it mature. To improve the fruit-bearing rate, Lin Feng secretly covered the trees with another layer of spiritual soil, causing the grass under the fruit trees to grow wildly. Lin Feng didn't want to use herbicides, so he had to cut the grass by hand. He was slowly cutting grass in the orchard when Zhou Cheng, dressed in uniform, arrived with Shen Feng. When Shen Feng saw Lin Feng cutting grass, he barked, went up to him, bit the grass stems with his teeth, stuck out his buttocks, and pulled hard. Lin Feng patted his head vigorously. "Good dog. However, after meeting Zhou Cheng's resentful gaze, he suddenly changed his mind. The military and the people are one family, what a good comrade. Zhou Cheng couldn't help but roll his eyes. I don't know what kind of magic Lin Feng has, but now Shen Feng treats him much better than he treats himself. After praising Shen Feng, Lin Feng looked at Zhou Cheng and asked with a smile, "It's rare for you to take the initiative to find me. What? Aren't you going to avoid suspicion anymore?" Zhou Cheng smiled. "It must be official business. We received word from our superiors that a bird expert is coming to your farm to conduct bird research. Let me discuss this with you and see when it's convenient for you." Lin Feng shrugged. "Is this really worth making a special trip for? I can come anytime. As long as you keep monitoring and make sure they don't run into a family of 4 South China tigers, it'll be fine." Zhou Cheng knew this and nodded. "I've checked their location. The whole family went to the northern hills. Your farm is safe for now. You just need to remind the little dumpling a few more times." After a pause, Zhou Cheng himself laughed. "It seems like they don't need to. Those two are already greeting the students. I ran into them a few days ago. The big one wanted the agricultural students to brush its fur. It was so funny. They definitely won't attack people." Lin Feng was unaware of this news. These past few days, he's been so busy fighting with Xingzi that he's long forgotten what the world is like. So, Lin Feng became curious. "What do you mean by grooming? Can you explain in detail?" Zhou Cheng recalled that scene. "You remember Wu Yang from your farm, right?" Lin Feng nodded. "Yes, I have a strong impression of that. After provoking the tiger, I've provoked the panda. I still didn't get the satisfaction from writing the 10,000-word self-criticism last time. I must file a complaint, but first I'll hear some gossip." Lin Feng put down his sickle and approached Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng smiled and gestured to show everything he saw. I don't know how he and De Tuanzi reached an agreement, but when I saw it, they already seemed to have a good understanding. 1 apple, comb the fuzz off one side. Front, back, and head a set of 3 apples. The big dumpling lay on the ground, leisurely crossing its legs, letting Wu Yang comb its hair. When it needed to be turned over, he would pat its legs, and the big dumpling would leisurely roll its dough. The man and the bear worked together very well. The big dumpling had an apple in its mouth and another apple in each hand, refusing to share with the little dumpling, which made the little dumpling cry out in frustration. "She doesn't act like a mother at all." Lin Feng's lips twitched wildly as he listened. Although Zhou Cheng said he was grooming, what he imagined was a big dumpling leisurely scrubbing itself in a bathhouse while holding an apple in its mouth, and a little dumpling whimpering anxiously on the side. What an idiot! Lin Feng paused for a moment, then looked puzzled. "That's not right. The little dumpling sees that it gets an apple after its mother brushes its fur, so it just lets Wu Yang brush it too. Why is it still begging for its mother's apple?" Zhou Cheng laughed. "I also asked Wu Yang, and he said that the milk dumplings are made of fleece, which tangles when combed, and he doesn't want to comb them." Lin Feng: Okay, even the little dumpling is being disliked. Moreover, I really don't know how Wu Yang's brain works. Is he not working hard enough? Forget it, if I can't figure it out, I won't think about it anymore." Lin Feng shook his head. "I didn't know before, but now that I do, I'll give my little dumpling an apple tonight. Comfort this little fleece baby." Lin Feng picked up the sickle again. "Anything else? If not, I'm going to mow the lawn." Zhou Cheng's eyes darted around, and he straightened his crisp uniform. "Give me your sickle, and I'll cut it." Lin Feng? "Zhou Cheng, then take a few photos for me, so that you can clearly see that I'm helping to mow the lawn. I need to post them in the work group." Lin Feng rolled his eyes. "You said you changed your ways, but it turns out you were just using me to boost your sales figures." Zhou Cheng gave a polite smile. "These days, are people not even allowed to have ambition? Hurry up and take a picture of me." Zhou Cheng snatched the sickle from Lin Feng. However, in the end he really wasn't just putting on an act, leaving Lin Feng with no choice but to go home, fetch another sickle, and the two of them cut grass together. This kind of work can take up an entire afternoon. Lin Feng rubbed his aching back and looked at the half-cut grass in the garden. "I can't go now, I have to go prepare dinner for the students. I'll cut the rest tomorrow." Zhou Cheng also got up and patted the grass clippings off his clothes. "Then I'll go back and edit the photo. I need to add the time, location, and job description. Let my superiors know that even though I'm not under their watchful eye, I'm not sloppy in my work." Lin Feng gave a thumbs up. "Whatever." After saying that, he put away the sickle and walked towards home. Zhou Cheng didn't look up, immersed in copywriting. However, he still knew his business and shouted, "Don't forget what I told you about the bird expert." "I can't forget it." Lin Feng, with his back to him, waved his hand. Back home, Lin Feng didn't have time to think about the bird experts coming to his farm. After all, we already have giant pandas and South China tigers. Humans are insignificant. Then I cooked dinner for the students. Lin Feng was busy until late at night before he finally started washing up, rubbing his aching back and shaking his hands. While washing up, I couldn't help but sigh, realizing how tough it really is to be a farmer. He's outsourcing most of his work. If it were any other farm, they'd probably be swamped with work by now. But there's no need to think too much about it. Lin Feng threw himself onto the bed. Sleep. The sleep after labor is so good. Lin Feng slept soundly until dawn. After breakfast, he continued his lawn mowing. Just as we were still some distance from the orchard, a gust of wind came bounding towards us. Their intimacy was even stronger than that of Lang Qing. Lin Feng petted the dog, glanced at Zhou Cheng who was closely following behind Shen Feng, and raised an eyebrow. Wasn't the footage from yesterday enough? Are we going to continue today? Zhou Cheng waved his hand, and just as he was about to say something, he heard two loud bird calls coming from the orchard. Chirp, chirp. Lin Feng and Zhou Cheng turned their heads at the same time, looking towards the orchard. With their eyesight, at this distance, they could only see two black dots, one large and one small, flying side by side toward the sky. However, given Lin Feng's familiarity with the farm animals, he still recognized them. These two black spots are a crested goshawk and a peregrine falcon. How did these two end up together? Lin Feng was puzzled. At that moment, in the orchard, a person in camouflage was shouting something, carrying a camera, and chasing after black dots on the ground. Lin Feng stared wide-eyed at Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng laughed. This is the bird expert I told you about. He came in the middle of the night yesterday. I thought you were already asleep, so I didn't wake you. Lin Feng nodded, but then looked puzzled. Isn't he an expert? I imagined he'd be similar to Professor Sun, so why is he wearing camouflage and carrying a camera? Oh, he also likes to photograph birds. Zhou Cheng explained. Yesterday, he refused to sleep in the village, saying that he was prone to getting lost in the early morning, so he just lay down in your orchard. Lin Feng understood and felt a little sorry for the expert. He came at the wrong time. There were many birds before the crested eagles moved in. Now they are all sneaking in, so it will probably be difficult to take pictures. Zhou Cheng shrugged. Who knows? Let's go say hello. As the two walked into the woods, Zhou Cheng raised his voice and shouted, Professor Wang, stop chasing the bird, the farmer is coming. Professor Wang, who had been gazing at the empty sky with despair, suddenly stopped in his tracks. After stomping his foot hard at the sky, he rubbed his face, muttered a few words, and then turned and walked towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the other person's expression, which seemed to be cursing, and was somewhat puzzled. When Professor Wang arrived, Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, What are you doing here? Once this topic was brought up, Professor Wang couldn't contain his sadness any longer. Do you know what an amazing discovery I made while I spent the whole night squatting in the woods? Lin Feng? Professor Wang gestured in the air, his voice filled with sorrow. I met a gray-crowned parrotbill. Do you know what a gray-crowned parrotbill is? Endangered animals, or endangered animals that are only found here. Many of my colleagues have only seen photos of it, but I took a picture of it. Hearing the other person's excited voice, Lin Feng nodded. This is great. What's so good about it? Professor Wang's voice grew even more sorrowful. Do you know why I chased that crested goshawk and the peregrine falcon? Lin Feng shook his head. Professor Wang, I just captured the beautiful silhouette of this gray-crowned parrotbill. The next second, a peregrine falcon swooped down and struck it, and a crested goshawk caught it in midair and snatched it into the sky. I just watched helplessly as the second-ranked player killed the first-ranked player. That's outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Professor Wang was so grief-stricken that he kept slapping his thigh, as if the crested goshawk and peregrine falcon had not hunted down the gray-crowned jay, but his beloved lover. Lin Feng gasped, silently taking 2 steps back, and silently chanted in his heart, Those two aren't my pets, nor did I hire them, they have nothing to do with me. Fortunately, Professor Wang's attention was not on Lin Feng at the moment. He looked up helplessly and glanced at him again. He was certain that his beloved bird was no longer in the sky. Then, he stomped his feet hard on the weeds on the ground. They treated the weeds as if they were crested eagles and peregrine falcons, wishing they could trample them into the mud so they would never be able to rise again. Lin Feng watched silently, and after thinking for a moment, cautiously asked, Professor Wang, did you see clearly when that peregrine falcon struck? Professor Wang frowned, not understanding Lin Feng's meaning. Lin Feng forced himself to explain. They are endangered protected animals after all. If there is still a chance to save them, we can go to the crested goshawk and the peregrine falcon and see if we can get them back. Professor Wang blinked and twitched his beard. Are you kidding me? You're asking for it back? Don't be ridiculous, let me calm down. Professor Wang clutched his heart. At a time like this, still joking around? Human joys and sorrows are truly not shared. Zhou Cheng's lips twitched slightly, but he couldn't bear to see Professor Wang, at his age, having such a rapid heartbeat, so he tentatively asked, Professor Wang, Lin Feng is probably not joking. If he wasn't killed in the first impact, he might still be able to be saved. Zhou Cheng knew about the relationship between Lin Feng, the crested eagle, and the peregrine falcon. It's made of iron. Getting a bird shouldn't be a problem. Professor Wang, who had been clutching his heart, immediately relaxed and looked at Lin Feng. Really? It's not uncommon for humans and birds to have a good relationship. He has a colleague who spends most of his time among red-crowned cranes, and the cranes even dance a welcoming dance when they see him. However, unlike the crested goshawk and the peregrine falcon, it is a fierce bird of prey. Professor Wang couldn't help but sized up Lin Feng several times. Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile as he pointed to a corner of the orchard. Do you see those bird nests over there made of wooden planks? I built them for them. We're somewhat related. Professor Wang was somewhat relieved of his heartache and came to his senses again. He was so preoccupied with feeling sorry for his gray-crowned jay that he didn't even greet the farmer when he arrived. No, I'm sorry. Professor Wang reached out, only to find that his body and hands were covered in grass and dirt from squatting down to photograph the birds. He quickly took it back and smiled somewhat awkwardly. My hands are a bit dirty. My name is Wang Quan, I specialize in bird research, and I also enjoy taking bird photos in my spare time. A friend from the pheasant breeding base mentioned that your farm has many birds, so I took the liberty of coming over. I hope I haven't disturbed you. Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand. Professor Wang, you're too kind. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Feng, and I'm the owner of this farm. After a pause, Lin Feng scratched his head and said, Actually, there aren't that many birds on my farm now. Before the crested goshawks came, there were so many. Professor Wang's eyes widened, and he took out the camera. Your farm isn't considered to have a lot? Look, I photographed 20 or 30 kinds of birds this morning. Of course, the most precious one is the gray-crowned jay. As he spoke, Professor Wang felt like clutching his heart again. Why would you ask for it back? Just that one bump was enough to make the gray-crowned jay droop its head. Not to mention that so much time has passed now. When Lin Feng and Zhou Cheng saw Professor Wang clutching his heart again, they quickly changed the subject. Ah, this bird is beautiful. What kind of bird is it? It's a crow, can't you two recognize it? Lin Feng and Zhou Cheng. After nodding reluctantly, Professor Wang paused for a moment. That's true, it's normal that you don't study this or pay attention to it. Let me tell you, there are quite a few crows. When it comes to birds, Professor Wang becomes quite talkative, and his eyes sparkle. At first, Lin Feng and Zhou Cheng were just trying to change the subject, but later they actually started to listen. So crows have so many characteristics. It's impressive that you can observe their love and hate through surveillance. The two men gave a thumbs up in unison, and Professor Wang paused for a moment. I've talked too much without realizing it. Okay, I'm going to keep staking out. Maybe I can spot some other rare birds. Most people who like animals are passionate and emotional, and Professor Wang doesn't care about formalities. He waved his hand, shouldered his machine, and squatted down in the orchard again. Seeing Professor Wang's figure hidden among the tall weeds, Lin Feng knew that the weeds in this orchard wouldn't be cleared anytime soon. Let them grow. When Professor Wang leaves, we can have the students come and cut them down to feed the pigs. Lin Feng and Zhou Cheng walked back side by side. On the way, Lin Feng asked him, By the way, you've been keeping track of the mother tiger, haven't you? How are she and her 3 cubs? Although when the tiger mother took the cub away, Lin Feng thought that whoever wanted to take care of the child could take care of it. But once he left, he was filled with worry. There's nothing I can do about it. He practically raised his child on his own breast. Zhou Cheng knew that Lin Feng had poured a lot of affection into the 3 children, and he smiled to comfort him. Don't worry, although the 3 babies don't have GPS trackers, the tiger mom does. I've been checking my location whenever I have free time these past few days. The activities seem to be very regular, so I should be fine. Furthermore, you should trust the intelligence of animals and go home early if you have something to do. That's a fair point, and Lin Feng felt relieved. It's good that everything is alright. If anything seems unusual, please let me know. Then I'll head back first. I'm not cutting grass today, I'm planning to make some European-style bread. You can come and get a few later. Zhou Cheng instinctively waved his hand to refuse, but Lin Feng rolled his eyes. 5 yuan each, you can buy them, okay? Zhou Cheng nodded, I want 3, he. Seeing the other person's smiling face, Lin Feng shook his head in disgust, put his hands behind his back, and returned to the courtyard. European-style bread is very easy to make. Add yeast to flour, then add water to stir, and start kneading until the dough is smooth and no longer sticky. Cover with a damp towel and let it rise until it doubles in size, then it's ready to bake. However, Lin Feng did not do the simplest one. Instead, they were filled with apricot jam, sprinkled with dried apricots, or chopped nuts, and several flavors were made. The bread oven was emitting heat and the aromas of wheat and fruit. It lured all the animals in the house out. Wolf Green and Little Weasel were lying expectantly in front of the bread oven. The big dumpling stands out a lot, as it's carrying an apple in its mouth. Take a whiff of the aroma, then take a bite of the apple. Lin Feng rubbed its head. You've even started earning extra money. Needless to say, these apples must have been the same ones Zhou Chang saw, obtained by trading them with Shuma and Wu Yong. I don't know what Wu Yong was after, but while increasing the workload, he also lost apple. However, Lin Feng did not intend to investigate further. The bread is baked, but he still needs to make some side dishes, otherwise he'll definitely choke if he just eats bread alone. Since the South China Tiger isn't home, I notified my classmates today that they can come over for dinner. Then, when the students saw the setup Lin Feng had made, they couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Wow! Western food. Brother Feng is the best. During my 4 years of university, except for the first 2 years when I could be considered a trendy college student, I became a typical old farmer after that. Anyway, the farm where I do my internship may not be in a remote location, but the food options will definitely be limited. They couldn't remember the last time they had eaten authentic Western food. Of course, Lin Feng's potato bowl and apricot cake don't count, those were for breakfast. Wu Yong swallowed hard, looking at the different kinds of bread in front of him, struggling to choose. How do I choose? How about I cut it open for you, and you can have a slice of each? Lin Feng knew that these students had difficulty making choices, so he simply didn't let them choose. Besides, even if it were him, he wouldn't be able to make the choice. The original European-style bread has a crispy and fragrant crust, while the inside is soft and chewy, with a natural wheat flavor in every bite. With a filling in the middle, it has an extra layer of sweetness, creating a rich and complex flavor profile. There are also nut pieces, which become more fragrant the more you chew them. Anyway, Lin Feng likes them all and is willing to let everyone try them. These are for you. There's pumpkin soup over there, and a bacon and vegetable salad. Help yourself. Lin Feng pointed to the insulated bucket on the side. Wu took the bread slice with satisfaction and walked to the side. He looked at the vegetable salad on the plate and decided to get creative. Let's have a whole sandwich. The outermost layer is a soft slice of bread, which is full of the aroma of wheat, making you feel like you were back in a wheat field in an instant. In the middle is slightly charred bacon, along with a variety of crisp and sweet vegetables. It makes you want to take another bite after just one bite. When your cheeks get tired of chewing, take a sip of pumpkin sweet soup, it's absolutely delicious. Wu Yong remembered that he had gone to a Western restaurant with his sister before. His sister liked to drink pumpkin sweet soup and ordered a bowl for him as well. But at that time, he couldn't get used to it, he found it sticky and made his throat feel dry. However, what Lin Feng made was exactly to his liking. It has a rich pumpkin flavor, a mild creamy taste, and isn't too sweet. The texture is smooth, not sticky. Anyway, a bite of sandwich and a sip of sweet soup go perfectly together. While Wu Yong was eating a sandwich, Wang Li, sitting next to him, was much more particular. He soaked the slightly hard edges of the bread in the pumpkin soup, and only after the bread had absorbed all the broth did he put it in his mouth. It's another kind of enjoyment. Wu Yong tried to lean in and grab a piece of bread dipped in soup, but Wang Li took out his phone and started taking pictures. 9-grid layout, show off to the extreme. Wu Yong stopped his disruptive hand. Do not get caught up in the karma of others, remember this well. The students were enjoying their meal, and Zhou Chang, smelling the aroma of wheat in the air, was also preparing to set off to find Lin Feng. He still needs to buy bread, doesn't he? Before leaving, I took one last look at the location of the South China Tiger mother, so that if Lin Feng asked, he wouldn't even know where this guy is now. Zhou Chang originally wanted to determine which mountain the South China Tiger mother was on. Unexpectedly, the location kept moving. Judging from the direction they're heading, it seems they're going back to the farm? It's good that the South China Tiger family has returned to the farm. Zhou Chang also missed the family, mainly because the 3 little ones were still alive and kicking, which was partly thanks to his work as a police officer. There's still some affection involved. Long time no see, I've missed you terribly. However, Zhou Chang glanced at it and then looked away, rubbing his hands together. Delicious European-style bread, here I come. I've been smelling the aroma for ages, it's making my mouth water. Zhou Chang turned his head and walked towards Lin Feng's courtyard. Meanwhile, Professor Wang lay motionless in the grass, intently watching the birds in the trees, constantly pressing the shutter. He ignored even the fragrance in the air, which even birds found hard to resist. Images and videos of rare birds such as the glossy ibis, yellow-billed tern, and white-breasted kingfisher can be updated. Moreover, it was created by Professor Wang Quan. Then why bother eating? Take pictures. Take as many pictures as you can. Wang Quan had a whole bunch of thoughts running through his mind, and the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than an AK. The only downside is that, remembering what Lin Feng said before, there were even more birds in the forest before the crested eagle family came. Wang Quan lamented that he had come at the wrong time. What was it like back then? However, Wang Quan quickly shook his head, banishing the thought from his mind. It's already great enough, what more could you want? Look, a cotton duck. Wang Quan adjusted the focus slightly and continued taking pictures. But as he was taking pictures, Wang Quan suddenly felt a weight on his back, as if something was stepping on him. At the same time, the birds he photographed seemed to be greatly frightened, and they all took to the sky in a flurry. Wang Quan's heart sank, and his sixth sense activated frantically. But before he could make a move, he felt a furry head approach his neck. At such close range, he could even smell the foul, pungent odor of the other party's vomit. Wang Quan froze instantly. Good heavens, I just wanted to take as many bird photos as I could, not die from it. Wang Quan desperately pumped up his adrenaline, tilting his head to try and see what kind of ferocious beast was stepping on him. However, when he saw clearly the king character on Tiger Mom's forehead, adrenaline died too. Wang Quan wanted to shout for help, but the oppressive aura of the king of beasts was no joke, and he couldn't open his mouth at all. Their breathing became thick and sluggish, let alone calling for help. The world is vast, but at this moment, Wang Quan could only hear Tiger Mom's breathing. He couldn't even hear his own heartbeat. Death was imminent, and his mind went blank. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Quan felt the tiger on his back move slightly, its furry head moving a little further away from him. At least, the air they were breathing wasn't hitting his neck. Gulp! Wang Quan swallowed hard, his mind going from blank to a blur of thoughts. Finally, it all came down to one sentence. Someone please save me. Meanwhile, in Lin Feng's courtyard, Zhou Cheng had already taken bread and bacon and vegetable salad, and was enjoying it with sweet soup. Brother Feng, your cooking skills are simply amazing. Zhou Cheng chewed. I really didn't expect to be able to eat proper Western food in the countryside. It's not that I'm worshipping foreign things, it's just that this feeling is so wonderful. Lin Feng responded with a smile. As long as it tastes good. I made a lot more bread this time. Take a few back with you later, so you won't have to cook in the morning. That's a good option. Zhou Cheng smiled and nodded. Lin Feng took out several loaves of bread and a small knife to trim them. Bread baked in an earthen oven inevitably has hard edges. Thinking of Zhou Cheng's cheeks, he cut off this part and gave it to the big dumplings and a few of them. In terms of bite force, this level of hardness is just enough for them to grind their teeth. As he fed them, Lin Feng started to miss the Tiger Mom and cubs. I wonder what Tiger Mom's family is doing and whether they've had lunch. Zhou Cheng Xiao. I forgot to tell you, I checked the location before I came over, and Tiger Mom is heading to the farm. Save some of this bread for her. Tiger Mom is here? Lin Feng paused for a moment, then told the students. The South China tiger is back. Be careful when you go back later, and travel in groups. Okay. No problem, Brother Feng. The students responded enthusiastically, and then Lin Feng looked at Zhou Cheng, who was eating with great relish. You should have Professor Wang's phone number, right? Tell him so we don't run into him. Zhou Cheng nodded, then seemed to remember something. Wait, I forgot about Professor Wang. The direction that Dot is moving seems to be going through the orchard. Well, now Lin Feng jumped up. You really wouldn't tell me if I didn't ask? What if we bump into something? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Seeing Lin Feng's anxious expression, Zhou Cheng also came to his senses. It's just that the South China tiger was too docile on the farm. Even when Wu Yong bothered it at such close range, it only lashed out with its tail. As a result, Zhou Cheng's vigilance towards it relaxed slightly. Seeing Lin Feng's nervousness, he also remembered that this was a ferocious beast. I'll call Professor Wang. After putting down the bread in his hand, Zhou Cheng hurriedly made a phone call to Wang Quan. Beep beep beep. Wang Quan always keeps his phone on vibrate so he can take bird photos, and it just started ringing in his pocket. Wang Quan, who's the blind fool who called me at this hour? Don't provoke the tiger on my back. Wang Quan's already tense body became even more rigid, and his lips began to turn blue. I was inwardly groaning. Just as he had predicted, the South China tiger was drawn by the phone's vibration and began its next move. It pressed down on Wang Quan with its left foot and reached into his trouser pocket with its right. However, the paws of a South China tiger are much larger than a human hand, making it a bit difficult to slip them into a pocket. Tiger Mom tried to pry it out a few times, but couldn't, so she simply extended a little bit of her fingernail. Even a tiny fingernail could make Wang Quan's pocket disappear with a sizzle. The South China tiger looked at the phone that had fallen out and tilted its head. It's familiar with this thing, two-legged creatures love to hold it and chuckle. What's so funny? The tiger mother carefully examined it a few times and determined it was a boring thing. Then, it turned its head and began to seriously study the two-legged creature carrying the unfamiliar machine in the orchard. The tiger mom didn't notice that her paw slipped and accidentally swiped to answer the call. Then, Wang Quan heard a voice of redemption. Hello, Professor Wang? Hello? A sudden surge of survival instinct rose within Wang Quan, and he heard his own heart pounding. Help, help me. With his throat dry, he finally managed to call out in a small voice. Zhou Cheng on the other end of the phone was puzzled for a second, and then he jumped up. Quickly! Professor Wang is in danger. Upon receiving Wang Quan's distress signal, Zhou Cheng was furious. He shouted at Lin Feng and rushed out of the yard. Lin Feng paused for a second, and then guessed what had happened. Without time to explain to the students who were casting questioning glances, he simply left them with one sentence. Be careful, classmate. I have something to take care of. Immediately afterward, Lin Feng also ran out, following in Zhou Cheng's footsteps. Zhou Cheng vowed that this running speed would be the fastest of his career. There was no other way. If anything happened to Professor Wang under his nose, his life would be over. With his adrenaline surging, Zhou Cheng felt the scenery on both sides rushing past him until he reached the place where he had parted ways with Wang Quan. However, Wang Quan, along with the birds, had already moved to a different location. Professor Wang! Professor Wang! Zhou Cheng shouted loudly. Wang Quan, however, could not hear anything at that moment, because the tiger mother turned him over and placed her front paws on his ribs. At this point, Tiger Mom's weight of over 100 kilograms was nothing. Her gleaming white fangs were the real deadly threat. Wang Quan watched as the teeth moved closer and then away, closer and then away again. I was sweating profusely. Is this tiger looking for the best spot to bite? Utter despair. A tear slowly welled up from the corner of his eye. Curiously sniffing out Wang Quan's tiger mom? Why is this two-legged creature crying? He's really different from all the other two-legged creatures on the farm. The other two-legged creatures were very excited when they saw it, and the one who cried was seeing it for the first time, which made it even more fun. The first time she saw a two-legged creature cry, the tiger mother brought her vomeronasal organ close to her tears, trying to better discern the scent. However, a tiger's vomeronasal organ is located between its nasal cavity and oral cavity, so it needs to open its mouth slightly to use it. So, Zhou Cheng, who had been searching all along, saw from afar that tiger mom was opening her mouth in front of Professor Wang. It seems like they're about to take a bite. Me, Zhou Cheng shouted, trying to stop the South China tiger. South China tiger? Mimi? Who is Mimi? Tiger mom didn't have a name, and Zhou Cheng was so frightened that he didn't know what to call her. He just blurted out this name without thinking. The effect was very good, so tiger mom stopped, didn't she? Not only did it stop, but it also seemed like the CPU had overheated. Zhou Cheng continued his efforts. Mimi, good girl, bring your feet and mouth back. Tiger mom's lips curled into a sneer. So Mimi was calling me? Wow. Tiger mom ignored Zhou Cheng, and of course, she didn't retract her foot or mouth either. Zhou Cheng, no, your snort made me look ridiculous. Zhou Cheng was confused, while Wang Quan was once again gripped by tension. There was nothing he could do. Zhou Cheng's coaxing tone had just given him hope, but now he was plunged into despair again. Don't force a relationship if you don't have one, thank you. Wang Quan felt he was already on the verge of death. Just then, another shout rang out. Why are you pinning someone down? Let go of him right now. Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, Tiger Mom immediately released Wang Quan and ran towards him. Not only the tiger mother, but also the 3 tiger cubs hiding in the forest ran out from various corners and headed towards Lin Feng. It kept meowing as it called out. Daddy, we miss you so much. The woods are no fun at all, and neither is Mom. Tiger cubs don't know what wildness or independent survival ability is. They only know that at home, if they bark, they will have food and water, and when they are tired, they can hang on the two-legged creature. But in the woods, if you scream, your mother will only slap you. Lin Feng saw 1 adult and 3 children running towards him and immediately stopped. Then, he focused his energy in his danchan and assumed a horse stance. If you don't do that, Tiger Mom will definitely pounce on him later. Don't ask him how he knows. During the preparation, Lin Feng even had the energy to glance behind him. Great, there's a thick patch of weeds behind me, so even if I fall down, I won't get pricked by pebbles. It's really great that the weeds in this orchard haven't been completely cleared. Whoa! Lin Feng caught the tiger mom who was in the lead, and exhaled a breath of stale air from the impact. However, their coordination was not bad. Tiger Mom must have held back, because his lower body was still very stable. Lin Feng remained in a horse stance, letting the South China tiger's head rub against his neck. As the person and the tiger were getting close, the 3 short-legged little ones arrived one after another. They can't hug Lin Feng's shoulders with their 2 front paws like their mother, but they have their own unique skills. That is to climb up Lin Feng's trouser leg. With the addition of the 3 little ones, Lin Feng's balance was finally broken, and he plopped down on the weeds. Great, now the 3 little ones can rub against my neck too. Lin Feng struggled to poke his mouth out from under the fuzzy fur. Zhou Cheng, go check on Professor Wang. Stop staring at me like that. Zhou Cheng was jolted awake by Lin Feng's reminder. Oh. Zhou Cheng ran towards Wang Quan's side. Lin Feng continued to coax the enthusiastic tiger mom and the 3 little ones. Don't lick it, it's very itchy. This is for the 3 little ones. Because of the tiger mom, that's why. Don't lick it. 1 lick and half my face is gone. Tiger Mom, having been sternly rejected by Lin Feng, regretfully withdrew her tongue. After thinking for a moment, it released Lin Feng and instead wrapped its tail around Lin Feng's wrist, signaling him to get up quickly so it could take him to see something good. A strange two-legged creature appeared in the orchard. Its markings were almost identical to those of the trees, making it difficult to recognize without careful observation. Moreover, while other bipedal creatures only have a strange little cube, this bipedal creature is carrying a strange, large thing. The best part is that he can cry, which is really funny. Lin Feng, led by Tiger Mom, headed towards Wang Quan. By this time, Zhou Cheng had already helped Wang Quan up. "Professor Wang, are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere?" Zhou Cheng looked Wang Quan up and down several times and noticed that the other man's trouser pocket was torn, but there was no blood, so he was a little unsure. Wang Quan, who had narrowly escaped death, did not notice Zhou Cheng's gaze. Instead, he swallowed hard and pointed behind Zhou Cheng. Is this correct? Zhou Cheng. Following his finger, Zhou Cheng turned around and saw Tiger Mom leading Lin Feng and their 3 babies over. What's wrong with this? Zhou Cheng scratched his head. Don't you think it's a bit odd that humans and tigers look like they're from the same family? Wang Quan asked Zhou Cheng earnestly. Zhou Cheng suddenly realized. Oh dear. Didn't I tell you there were tigers on the farm when you came? Wang Quan's lips twitched. You said it was gone. Besides, you didn't say that tigers and people could be this close. It almost scared me to death. Zhou Cheng smiled. I don't know how to explain it, but the tiger isn't close to people, it's close to Lin Feng. Wang Quan, supporting his legs which were limp and trembling like noodles, sighed. As long as someone can control it, that's fine. Honestly, he didn't want to experience that life or death feeling again. Seeing that Wang Quan was really unsteady on his feet, Zhou Cheng kindly helped him up and comforted him, saying, "We should also thank the South China tiger for being able to get close to Lin Feng, otherwise, when I arrived, I'm afraid all I would have seen were cameras." When the camera was mentioned, Wang Quan hugged his precious camera tightly. "These are all valuable documents, please don't let me break them." He spoke as he examined the items, and then concluded, "Next time I should find a strip of cloth or something and write on it that if I am unfortunately eaten by a wild beast, the video footage inside must be handed over to my unit. This is one of my few opportunities to be remembered in history." Zhou Cheng's lips twitched upon hearing this. However, the fact that he can joke around shows that Professor Wang has recovered from the shock he just experienced, which is good. As the two were talking, the South China tiger mother pulled Lin Feng to her side with her tail. At this point, Wang Quan felt that Zhou Cheng calling the South China tiger Mimi was not wrong, as it was indeed no different from a big cat. It had completely lost its previous aggressiveness. What are you doing here at this hour? Wang Quan avoided the South China tiger's eyes, staring suspiciously at the king character pattern on its forehead. Tiger Mom looked at Wang Quan, raised her paw, and touched the corner of her eye. Hey, you two-legged creature, try crying again and see what happens. Wang Quan. Seeing that Wang Quan didn't react, Tiger Mom thought for a moment, and then, before anyone could react, she pounced on Wang Quan again. Come on, just like before, have a cry. Tiger Mom's reckless behavior hit Professor Wang's ribs again. Ah! Wang Quan felt as if his lungs were about to be crushed by this reckless behemoth, and a few more tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. Lin Feng and Zhou Cheng, on the other hand, hurriedly went to pull Wang Quan away. No, no, no. Let go, let go, let go. The Tiger Mom was very obedient because she had seen what she wanted to see. Oh woo. The Tiger Mom wagged her tail and darted between Lin Feng and Zhou Cheng, shaking her head and wagging her tail. Look, he's crying. Zhou Cheng, black guy with a question mark face. Wang Quan, you're happy to see me suffer? Lin Feng paused for a moment.